Chapter 1. My name is Chen Hao. I have transcended. I am Chen Hao, and I have transcended. In Los Angeles, within the confines of an apartment, I awaken to the suffocating stench of damp decay wafting through the air, inducing a wave of nausea that churns my stomach. What could be the source of this overwhelming odor? There are no cats or dogs. How peculiar! As I suddenly open my eyes and survey my surroundings, a moment of bewilderment envelopes me. It is pitch black, a void where I cannot even see my own hand. Instinctively, I reach for the bedside table, seeking my phone, but instead, my hand meets a cold, unyielding object. A shiver courses through me, and I sit up abruptly. Where am I? In a haze of existential doubt, I ponder my circumstances for a fleeting moment before the realization strikes me with full force. I have transcended. Memories surge into my consciousness like a relentless tide, affording me no respite to process their influx. I am Chen Hao, a professional basketball player temporarily affiliated with the Los Angeles Lakers. However, this is merely a polished version of the truth. In reality, I am a short-term hire, bound by a tenuous 10-day contract. Unless the Lakers choose to renew my contract after tomorrow's game, I face imminent unemployment. Orphaned, I have grown up alongside my two half-sisters, becoming the pillar of our household, where all three of us rely solely on my meager income. The tuition fees for my sister's high school have been overdue for 2 months. Should I fail to procure the fund within the week, she may be forced to abandon her studies. The Lakers compensate me with a paltry sum of $1,000 for 10 days of labor, a meager amount that scarcely covers not only her educational expenses, but even the cost of my own sustenance. Contemplating this predicament induces a pang of frustration. I truly a professional athlete. With circumstances such as these, I might as well retire on the spot and seek employment at a gas station. A sense of melancholy envelopes me as I grapple with the absurdity of my situation. Why have I transcended? Why have I assumed the identity of another Chen Hao, a Chen Hao who is so impoverished? The Chen Hao of my past was carefree, hailing from a prosperous family with entrepreneurial parents and blessed with a remarkably intelligent twin brother. Shielded by my family's support, I harbored no ambitions beyond my fervent love for basketball. Fortuitously, I emerged as one of the inaugural beneficiaries of a burgeoning basketball initiative under the stewardship of Chairman Yao. My passion for the sport surpassed that of my peers. Aside from the necessities of eating, sleeping, and using the restroom, I could spend an entire day alone on the court, immersed in the game. Interest is indeed the finest teacher. My foundational skills were solid, my coordination exceptional, and my explosiveness unparalleled. Before the age of 14, I was a prodigious talent, hailed as a star of tomorrow. In this era of explosive social media, my highlight reels are easily found across various short video platforms. Alas, fate has been unkind. After I turned 14, I ceased to grow. My family, in their unwavering support of my basketball aspirations, provided me with the best nutrition, consulted numerous doctors, and administered insulin. Just before Chen Hao's unexpected journey, on December 24th, 2023, he had just turned 18, yet his height was a mere 169 centimeters, which effectively curtailed his professional prospects. However, undeterred by the inability to pursue a professional career, he considered other avenues in this era. Playing street basketball or becoming an internet celebrity could still yield financial rewards. Alternatively, he could always return home to take over the family business. And then, he found himself traversing into another realm. But where am I now? Chen Hao endeavored to assimilate his memories and soon grasped his current predicament. He was impoverished, lacking the means to rent an apartment, let alone afford a hotel room. In Los Angeles, he had been residing at the home of his agent, Zhou Qi. However, that evening, due to the arrival of guests at Zhou's home, he could not stay there. Thus, he sought refuge for the night with his teammate, Campbell. As fate would have it, Campbell's girlfriend was visiting him that night, and he too lived in a small apartment in Los Angeles. Nevertheless, Campbell generously offered Chen Hao the sofa from his storage room. Chen Hao, grateful for any place to sleep, did not mind. After a prolonged search, he finally located the light switch for the storage room. Illuminating the space, he beheld a tiny sofa that seemed to mock him. He exclaimed, "My head and feet are hanging off the edges. How am I supposed to sleep?" In his past life, he found even his Tomater-2 bed to be inadequate. Yet, he sensed something amiss. The sofa appeared to be around 180 centimeters long, and considering his height of 170 centimeters, he should technically fit on it. Gazing at his physique, he paused. With his height and wingspan, he was struck by a revelation. Recalling that the current host, Chen Hao, stood an impressive 2.06 meters with a wingspan of 2.26 meters, such static attributes were nothing short of extraordinary. Had he possessed these physical gifts in his previous life, making it to the NBA and achieving recognition would have been within reach. Not that he aspired to become a superstar, but simply establishing himself in the league would not have been insurmountable. His large hands and long legs resembled those of a frog, easily measuring over 30 centimeters. Such remarkable talent. Why was the Lakers organization not prioritizing his development? It turned out that Lakers general manager, West, was willing to extend a 10-year contract for Chen Hao to prove himself, and of course, West had his own ulterior motives, with NBA Commissioner Stern striving to globalize the league. Chen Hao, as a representative from the Middle Kingdom, was an ideal candidate. Yet, whether he would succeed remained to be seen. If he faltered, there was little he could do. Nonetheless, he had gained attention, and the mainstream media in his homeland began promoting NBA games. Unfortunately, Chen Hao bore the brunt of the backlash. He was criticized for receiving a modest compensation, yet being subjected to vitriol from fans. Many supporters from his homeland began to curse him, insisting that basketball was not suited for him, and urging him to return home to avoid embarrassment. He was simply too thin. Like a mere bamboo pole, his teammates even jestingly referred to him as the bamboo stick. 9 days have elapsed since Chen Hao's contract with the Lakers, and he has been relegated to the bench by Coach Dunley, even being denied the opportunity to train. The rationale behind this decision is stark. Apart from his height and wingspan, he possesses little else of merit. His slender physique renders him ill-equipped to withstand the rigors of NBA confrontations, and the team sees no necessity in incurring additional medical expenses on his behalf. It must be acknowledged that Coach Dunley made no erroneous judgment. The year is 1991, a time when basketball resembles nothing like the spectacle it has become in 2023. The sport is characterized by its raw and rugged nature, with frequent physical confrontations. Fights are not uncommon, and at times, the NBA encourages such physicality, allowing for rough play as long as it does not result in visible injury. In this harsh environment, Chen Hao's DNP is, regrettably, in his best interest. Tomorrow looms ominously should the Lakers fail to offer him a new contract. Chen Hao's career may come to a swift and unfortunate end. He cannot afford to be unemployed, especially considering his family relies on him for sustenance. Yet, how can he possibly capture Coach Dunley's attention within the span of a single day, compelling the Lakers to willingly offer him a salary? After all, physical strength and weight are not attributes that can be cultivated overnight. Chen Hao hails from a humble background. Bearing the marks of malnutrition, he is too thin and lacks the necessary resources to build muscle. Moreover, he has not even been allowed to train, let alone compete. The IT is a deadlock, an insurmountable dilemma. The mere thought of it sends shivers down Chen Hao's spine, burdening him with the weight of expectations that are far too heavy for someone of his age. The opening phase of his journey feels akin to a hellish ordeal. "System," he called out, his voice echoing in the silence of the cluttered room. After a moment of stillness, there was no response from the system. "System, dear father, please show yourself," he implored, urgency lacing his tone. Yet, silence persisted. The absence of the system suggested a grim reality. He was powerless to alter his circumstances. Was he truly destined to retire on the morrow and return home to seek employment at a gas station? This was not the future Chen Hao envisioned in his past life. Opportunities eluded him in this life. He stood on the precipice of the NBA, and he was unwilling to let it slip away. He resolved to set aside his worries, for there remained another day ahead. The process of integrating memories proved mentally exhausting, and before he realized it, sleep overtook him. At 4 a.m, he was awakened by the insistent ringing of his phone. His agent, Zhou Qi, was on the line, conveying an urgent message. "This is your final opportunity. Tonight, you must perform, or you risk being cut from the team after this game." Chen Hao felt a surge of anxiety, the remnants of sleep vanishing in an instant. Without attending to his morning routine, he made his way to the team facility. He was determined to secure his place in the NBA. Chapter 2. The beginning of maximum level combat talent. Is the system serious? With a fully maxed out fighting talent at the start, the system, are you serious? The training facility for the Lakers is known as the Toyota Center. Chen Hao took a taxi to the Toyota Center. Ignoring the disdainful glances from the security guard, who had been rudely awakened from his slumber, Chen Hao strode directly into the gym, inevitably overhearing the guards muttering, "What's the point of being so diligent? Just a bag of bones, he'll shatter with a single collision. He only stands a chance in the NBA because of his surname." Upon arriving at the gym, Chen Hao changed into his gear and began to sweat profusely. Whether in his past life or this one, they shared a common trait: relentless dedication. Every training session was approached with utmost seriousness and meticulousness. Although Chen Hao understood that altering others' perceptions in such a short span was a formidable challenge, nevertheless, he was determined to give it a try. He could not merely go with the flow like leaves in the wind or drift along with the current when it rained. After all, idleness was not an option. Chen Hao realized that one cannot afford to be idle once one settles into inactivity. Even warming up feels like a grueling 5,000-meter sprint. Exhaustion sets in. This is a truth Chen Hao firmly believed. Chen Hao arrived at the Toyota Center gym at 5 in the morning. After 2.5 hours, he finally collapsed from exhaustion. He fell into a deep slumber right on the gym floor. In his sleep, Chen Hao experienced an extensive dream. In this dream, a sound echoed in his mind, announcing that the diligent path had been activated and rewards had been dispensed for the host to claim. A prompt appeared. Accept? Yes or no? Chen Hao clicked yes without hesitation. Simultaneously, as he lay on the wooden floor, a golden aura enveloped his entire being, shimmering brilliantly and capturing attention. Naturally, in his slumber, Chen Hao remained unaware of this transformation. In his dream, he opened the rewards option and collected his prize. Upon opening the rewards, he anticipated a grand surprise. To his astonishment, it was a maxed-out fighting talent. What on earth is a maxed-out fighting talent? Am I not a legitimate professional basketball player? Does fighting involve a ball? Yet, Chen Hao decided to explore the maxed-out fighting talent further. Surprisingly, it appeared frivolous. But as he threw a few punches, he felt the rush of wind from his strikes. He sensed an overwhelming power surging through his limbs. He believed he could fell a bull with his strength. What puzzled Chen Hao was the red bar displaying 210 on his forehead. He could not fathom its significance. Suddenly, the gym door creaked open. The sleeping Chen Hao was startled awake. Upon awakening, Chen Hao felt disheartened, realizing it was merely a dream. Yet, he was astonished to find that the red bar, 210, on his forehead remained. Could it be that this was not a dream? He tightened his fists, and it seemed that his strength had indeed increased. Had he truly activated the diligent path system? Chen Hao was left in bewilderment. The individual who entered was none other than Campbell, the teammate who had offered him the storage room last night. Upon seeing Chen Hao, Campbell approached him directly, clapping a hand on his shoulder and saying, "I wondered why you were absent from the storage room. Turns out you were here. My apologies for making you sleep in the storage room last night." Chen Hao understood that Campbell meant no harm, yet the term storage room struck a rather discordant note. He was acutely aware of that. Until he possessed absolute strength, it was prudent to keep his mouth zipped. Without further ado, and to ascertain the authenticity of his dream, he said to Campbell, "Lend me a hand. I shall perform a few sets of bench presses." In response, Campbell remarked, "I advise you not to waste your energy no matter how hard you try. With your slender frame, the coach still won't utilize you." Nevertheless, he complied with Chen Hao's request and assisted him in moving the dumbbells. Although Chen Hao was merely a temporary worker, his amiable disposition and rookie mentality endeared him to the veterans, who appreciated his willingness to follow directions. Without complaint, as a result, his rapport with the Lakers players was neither particularly good nor bad, especially with Campbell, who found that with Chen Hao around, he no longer had to deliberately make things difficult for him. Chen Hao took on all the dirty, arduous work, alleviating Campbell of considerable hassle. If there was one person in the Lakers who sincerely hoped Chen Hao would not be cut, it was undoubtedly Campbell. Ignoring Campbell's earlier comments, Chen Hao lay down, beginning with a 20-kilogram barbell, which was the weight he had previously been able to lift. While this weight was not particularly heavy, he recalled that lifting it had once felt like a matter of life and death. However, now, Chen Hao found it effortless, as simple as eating or drinking. Campbell observed this and exclaimed, "Wow, impressive. You've made progress. Add another 10 kilograms." Chen Hao declared from his position. "Isn't that a bit too much?" Campbell retorted. Yet, he acquiesced to Chen Hao's wishes. Once again, Chen Hao lifted it with ease. Campbell exclaimed, "Goodness, you've made significant strides. Add another 10 kilograms." Chen Hao insisted, still lying down. "Isn't that excessive? That brings it to 70 kilograms." Campbell said with astonishment, as this weight was double what Chen Hao had previously trained with. "Quit the chatter." Chen Hao replied curtly. Campbell had no choice but to comply, though he cautioned Chen Hao, "Let me remind you, when I assist you, if you can't handle it, don't strain yourself. I won't be responsible if you get injured." As he spoke, he lifted the barbell. Once more, Chen Hao managed to lift it effortlessly. Campbell, incredulous, shouted, "My goodness. Chen, have you taken some performance-enhancing drugs? Why are you so vigorous today? This is double your usual weight." Rather than answer directly, Chen Hao instructed Campbell, "Add another 10 kilograms." Campbell protested, "Isn't this still below your limit? Adding more will leave you incapacitated." "Stop the chatter. Just add it," Chen Hao insisted. He proceeded to perform a set of 90 kilograms for 12 repetitions. Then, he completed a set of 110 kilograms for 12 repetitions. Finally, he executed a set of 130 kilograms for 12 repetitions, until reaching a bench press of 140 kilograms. Chen Hao found himself unable to proceed further. Campbell was utterly astonished, his expression one of incredulity and disbelief. It is noteworthy that prior to today, Chen Hao struggled with a mere 50 kilograms for his sets now. Astonishingly, he had increased his capacity by 2/3. In the current Lakers roster, the highest bench press recorded is by AC Green at 110 kilograms, which means Chen Hao surpasses him by an impressive 30. Truly remarkable. Almost otherworldly. Campbell's mouth formed an O shape, his pupils quaking in astonishment, his emotions in turmoil for an extended period. After a while, he finally addressed the busy Chen Hao, saying, "Chen, how have you achieved this?" His gaze bore no hint of disrespect towards Chen Hao. Instead, it was filled with profound respect. He understood that what Chen Hao lacked most was strength, and with his innate talent combined with this newfound power, it would be a matter of time before he established himself firmly in the NBA. Not merely to establish a firm foothold, but if given the opportunity, becoming a key player in the rotation or even a starter in a weaker team would pose no challenge. Chen Hao remained silent, pondering. Could it be that dream was indeed a reality? Had he truly activated the system of heavenly reward for diligence? Yet, the specific functions of this system remained an enigma to him. Nevertheless, he had at least addressed his most vulnerable aspect. As for the rest, Chen Hao was confident that answers would inevitably reveal themselves in due time. At present, having fortified the most significant deficiency in his physical strength, he felt assured that all other matters would fall into place. Chen Hao firmly believes that given time, everything else will fall into place. After concluding his training at the gym, the time remaining before the Lakers' early practice was scant. He hurriedly accompanied Campbell to the adjacent court. When they arrived, the court was deserted, but within a minute, veteran players began to make their entrance. The first to appear was none other than the current leader of the Lakers, Perkins. Following the departure of the former star, Westbrook, this summer, Perkins has taken the helm as both the leader and captain of the team. Accompanying Perkins was the ever-virgin AC Green, a figure who left a lasting impression on Chen Hao, a paragon of chastity. It is quite remarkable that at the age of 39, he remains a virgin. Even in 2023, this has become a celebrated narrative within the NBA regarding abstinence. As a devoted fan of the league, Chen Hao is well aware of these anecdotes, recalling them with great familiarity. Since Westbrook's exit this summer, the Lakers are now predominantly guided by these two players. Chen Hao approached enthusiastically to greet them, only to be met with a mere nod from the two older gentlemen, a gesture that seemed to convey indifference. Alas, as a temporary worker from the Celestial Empire, even receiving a slight acknowledgement from these two was, in itself, a display of politeness. Chen Hao felt no embarrassment. If anyone should feel awkward, it was those around him. His composure remained unshaken. The older players exhibited indifference towards Chen Hao, yet one individual stood apart, Taij. Taij's enthusiasm towards Chen Hao bordered on excess. Chapter 3. An exceptional talent in combat. Taij, a veteran who had battled in the NBA for a decade, was a swingman whose life had taken an unfortunate turn. What made it unfortunate? Prior to joining the Lakers, he played for the Suns, where the leader was Hardaway. Hardaway preferred to share the ball and enjoyed a fast-paced game, a style that Taij excelled in, leading him to achieve an impressive average of 16.6 points per game that season. This was precisely why the Lakers were willing to invest heavily to sign Taij once his contract expired. The rationale behind Taij's agreement with the Lakers was not unfounded. After all, the Lakers boasted the most skilled passer in the NBA, Magic Johnson. Taij believed that partnering with Magic would elevate his statistics, ensuring financial success. This strategy seemed sound, yet fate had other plans. Magic Johnson's inability to control his personal life led to his contracting HIV, resulting in an abrupt retirement. Consequently, the Lakers found themselves in dire need of a competent guard. This situation adversely affected Taij, who faced a significant decline in performance during the previous season, averaging a mere 9 points, a dismal showing. If this continued, even his annual salary of $780,000 would be at risk. Once a starter, he was now relegated to the bench by Coach Dunleavy. This year marked a contract season for Taij, and he was eager to prove himself. However, Dunleavy's lack of trust left him on the brink of being excluded from the rotation. Frustration consumed him, leading to public complaints about his playing time. Although Dunleavy had offered opportunities, Taij had failed to capitalize on them, especially at the start of the new season. Last summer, the departure of veteran player Worthy meant fewer opportunities for Taij, exacerbating his struggles. Without Worthy, whom he had relied upon for support, Tige found his time with the Lakers increasingly unfulfilling. His affection for Worthy was not without reason. Worthy had been generous with his hospitality, unlike others. AC Green, a man of restraint, was unlikely to initiate such gestures, while Perkins often maintained an air of seriousness, preferring solitude over camaraderie. None compared to the warmth and generosity of his elder brother, Worthy. The situation has escalated, and indeed, the consequences of one's actions must be faced. Voss, having reaped the fruits of his own misdeeds, has found himself in a predicament. A call to a certain young lady led to his detainment for 15 days, severely impacting his popularity and performance. Consequently, this summer, he was traded away by West. However, these matters are irrelevant to Chen Hao. Yet, Tig, burdened by dissatisfaction in life, seeks an outlet for his frustrations and, in his current environment with the Lakers, finds himself limited in his targets. Captain Perkins is beyond his reach, as is AC Green, who holds a higher standing within the team. While he may perceive Divac as a soft center, he is, after all, a key player, whereas Tig cannot even claim that status. This year, the newly acquired sharpshooter Del Curry, brought in by West at a high salary to rejuvenate the Lakers dynasty, remains untouchable. After surveying the landscape, only Chen Hao, a foreigner, and newcomer Campbell are left to consider. Naturally, he seeks the easiest target. Between Campbell and Chen Hao, Tig chooses to confront the latter, not for any particular reason, but simply because he perceives Chen Hao, as an outsider, to be more vulnerable. Upon entering, Tig immediately shouts at Chen Hao, "Asian guy, I want coffee, full sugar, no ice." Chen Hao exhibited a novice's awareness, indeed. Shortly thereafter, he inquired of the seasoned team members, "What about you?" As he spoke, Chen Hao diligently noted the habits and preferences of the veteran players on sticky notes. Tig was immensely pleased, experiencing an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Little did he know, however, that there was Chen Hao's phlegm in his cup of Americano. Chen Hao was still not assigned to training by Deng Weili. Undeterred, he took a ball and diligently practiced basic technical movements in an adjacent empty field. Chen Hao immersed himself entirely in his own world, focused and meticulous. He remained oblivious to the fleeting glance that Deng Weili cast in his direction. This moment did not escape the keen eyes of Tig, who sensed an unusual interest from Deng Weili towards Chen Hao. Such a notion was utterly intolerable to Tig. Opportunities were already scarce for him. If another were to compete with him, how could he possibly survive? Tig pondered. This fellow from the Celestial Empire is in dire need of a lesson. He resolved to extinguish any thoughts Deng Weili might have of exploiting Chen Hao. As a nefarious scheme targeting Chen Hao began to take shape. On Chen Hao's side, he is currently testing his abilities. After receiving the ultimate gift of a max-level combat talent, there has not been a significant enhancement in the technical aspects. However, his greatest shortcoming, the area of strength confrontation, has been adequately addressed. Although he appears as slender as a bamboo pole, beneath this seemingly frail exterior lies a formidable force. Chen Hao believed that he could match the prowess of the current Lakers' formidable center, Divac, and perhaps even surpass him. Moreover, he discovered that after fully enhancing his combat skills, his progress extended beyond mere fighting abilities. It encompassed his strength, explosive power, and endurance as well. His coordination, stamina, and overall physical fitness experienced a remarkable elevation. What left him somewhat regretful was the absence of a statistical interface in the diligent reward system, which rendered his strength unquantifiable. Another disappointment stemmed from the fact that, despite his reincarnation, he had only assimilated memories. The techniques from his previous life seemed incompatible with his current physique, rendering them rather cumbersome. However, Chen Hao was confident that once he addressed his strength deficiencies through diligent training, these skills would inevitably return. It was merely a matter of time. With the assistance of the diligent reward system, he firmly believed that success would come swiftly. As time passed, the team training concluded, leading into a period of free activity. Chen Hao was diligently practicing his shooting when, all of a sudden, he was struck on the back of his head by a basketball. Turning around, he discovered Tigger grinning at him with a mischievous expression, causing him to lose his grip. Having just been ordered around, Chen Hao was already feeling displeased. And now Tigger was adding to his irritation. Chen Hao's no soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. Without uttering a word, he seized the ball in his hand and hurled it towards Tig's head. Tig was taken aback by Chen Hao's swift reaction. He never anticipated that this individual from the Celestial Empire would display such audacity at this moment. With his enhanced strength, Chen Hao experienced a remarkable leap in power. The ball he threw soared with great velocity, and although Tig attempted to evade it, he was unable to completely dodge. The ball grazed Tig's nose, drawing blood. Clutching his nose in pain, Tig was infuriated. How dare a novice treat him in such a manner? His pride wounded, he clenched his fist and charged forward, vowing to annihilate him. Chen Hao, undeterred and with a playful smile, possessed a remarkable talent for combat. What could he possibly fear? A grand confrontation loomed on the horizon. Observing the escalating tension, Campbell promptly stepped in, positioning himself between the two, grasping Tig with both hands in an attempt to restrain him while offering words of persuasion. Brother, please do not be upset. Chen did not intend any offense. In truth, Campbell was slightly smaller than Tig, and with his limited strength, it was nearly impossible for him to hold Tig back. Tig was merely seeking to save face, as he had no genuine desire for a brawl. Engaging in a fight within the locker room? What a farcical notion. If such a skirmish were to occur and be exposed, he would become the harbinger of discord within the team, jeopardizing his chances for a favorable contract in the future. Fighting was out of the question. However, imparting a lesson to Chen Hao was necessary. Otherwise, the indignation would be too burdensome to bear. Come on, rookie, let us have a spar. While a brawl was impermissible, a one-on-one duel was an entirely different matter. Ding. Tig has been successfully sealed. Reward, experience 3. Failure, -1 experience. In Chen Hao's mind, a line of text materialized, forcefully implanting a task within him. He paused momentarily. Tig, believing Chen Hao had succumbed to fear, questioned, "Are you afraid?" Chen Hao replied coolly, "I can withstand you." Tig scoffed, his expression one of disdain. "You still have a decade to go. Then come on. 5 goals. I shall leave you scoreless." Chen Hao responded nonchalantly. Campbell, sensing the impending danger, rushed forward, saying, "Chen, do not act impulsively. You are not his match. He is deliberately provoking you. Do not fall for it." Chen Hao replied nonchalantly, "I am well aware of the situation. The system's reward is but one aspect. Furthermore, the fact that he did not allow Deng Weili to train signifies that the likelihood of his appearance tonight is exceedingly slim. However, he cannot remain idle. With Deng Weili still present, he must leave a lasting impression to secure an opportunity for tonight's performance. The formidable Tig presents one of the few chances for Chen Hao, and he understands that he must seize this opportunity. Tig, wearing a mocking expression, retorted, "Such grandiosity, don't cry later." Chen Hao, without uttering a word, deftly tossed the ball to Tig, then bent his knees at a perfect 90-degree angle, arms outstretched, bracing himself for what was to come. Chapter 4, A Shutout. The veteran Tig questions his existence. Campbell, Chen, why subject yourself to such torment? He wished to counsel Chen Hao, yet upon witnessing his resolute demeanor, he chose to refrain. Rookie, have the courage, but do not return home weeping to your mother, Tig remarked with a sardonic grin. The commotion drew considerable attention from various players nearby. The seasoned AC Green approached, embodying his usual amiable self. Tig, be mindful of your approach. With a playful smirk, Tig assured, "Fear not. I shall ensure he remains comfortable." AC Green then turned to Chen Hao, advising, "Chen, if it becomes too much, do not hesitate to step back." Chen Hao fixed his piercing gaze upon Tig, akin to a ravenous wolf stalking its prey, remaining silent as he was never one for excessive words. Captain Perkins interjected, "Tig, that's enough. We're teammates after all." Tig replied with a feigned assurance, "Don't worry." Yet, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he contemplated, "Rookie, you're the one courting disaster. I want to be held accountable." The soft-hearted center, Divak, cast a brief glance before turning away, remarking, "It's a one-sided thrashing. This is pointless. Let us practice." This gathering drew the attention of Coach Dunvally, who, upon realizing it was a duel between Tig and Chen Hao, felt little intrigue. "Tig, is this all you can muster? Only picking on the weak. If you're so capable, why not challenge Perkins instead?" Utter nonsense. Everyone anticipated a lopsided contest as it commenced. Tig, ball in hand, adopted a triple threat stance before Chen Hao, wearing a mocking expression as he declared, "I want to hear the sound of ribs snapping." Chen Hao remained undeterred, his gaze resolute. Tig's ball-handling prowess is rather mediocre. If he truly possessed such skills, he would not be having such an unfortunate experience with the Lakers. As Tig attempted to showcase his flashy dribbling with a series of intricate moves, it became evident that he was merely stationary. He realized he could not surpass Chen Hao, who consistently positioned himself to intercept along Tig's path. Chen Hao's defense is truly remarkable. The seasoned virgin AC Green, oh, quite impressive. The onlookers began to murmur, and Tig, Feeling the pressure, swiftly positioned himself to take a shot. In a moment of swift brilliance, Chen Hao, with remarkable agility, seized the opportunity as Tig's hand met the ball. Like a bolt of lightning, he struck, deftly dislodging the ball from Tig's grasp. With the ball securely cradled in his embrace, Chen Hao's speed left Tig utterly astonished. He had not anticipated such a rapid maneuver, and before he could react, the ball was gone. Campbell, unable to contain his excitement, erupted in applause, cheering for Chen Hao's impressive defense. However, a fierce glare from Tig silenced him immediately. While Campbell refrained from further comment, their captain, Perkins, took the chance to jest at Tig's expense, teasing, "You might want to hone your one-on-one skills a bit more. That was merely luck." Tig, though defiant, felt the weight of embarrassment under the gaze of so many witnesses, especially after being outmaneuvered by Chen Hao. As he took the ball back from Chen Hao, he provocatively declared, "There won't be a next time." Chen Hao remained silent, his knees bent at a right angle, arms outstretched, poised in readiness. As soon as Tig's voice faded, he surged forward with the ball. This time, he eschewed his usual flamboyant style, instead opting for sheer power, accelerating with unrelenting force. Tig charged forth with great intensity, his demeanor suggesting an intent to engulf Chen Hao in one swift motion. Tig was robust and formidable. Chen Hao stood like a bamboo pole. Campbell exclaimed, "Tig, you're bullying him." However, Tig was beyond caring about such matters. He felt utterly humiliated and sought to vent his frustrations. The old bachelor AC Green expressed his concerns. "Tig, this is reckless. That newcomer will be ruined." Yet, before he could finish, the unfolding scene left him astounded. Tig charged forward with ferocity, only to find his momentum abruptly halted by Chen Hao, who, like a sturdy bamboo, withstood the onslaught of Tig's fierce attack. "Wow," Campbell gasped in astonishment, unable to contain his surprise. AC Green's eyes widened in disbelief, akin to witnessing an extraterrestrial. As he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Perkins' interest was piqued. This was intriguing. Tig, momentarily stunned, felt his confidence waver, questioning how he could not overpower this novice. This was inconceivable. He dared to try again, but found himself equally unable to budge his opponent. Could it be that he was employing the incorrect approach? Undeterred, he attempted once more, yet still failed to gain the upper hand. Tig was incredulous. How could he not overpower this bamboo-like figure? The thought of sharing this experience would surely invite ridicule. He charged again, this time summoning all his strength for a fierce assault. However, Chen Hao simply pulled away his chair. Tig's momentum was so fierce that he tumbled to the ground, infuriated by the maneuver. "You pulled the chair away." Chen Hao felt a tinge of confusion. Aren't they going to remove the chair? Nevertheless, he chose to remain silent. Campbell stifled a laugh. He had long harbored disdain for Tig. Now, witnessing Tig falter in front of Chen Hao brought him immense satisfaction, a moment he had eagerly awaited, especially since he, like Chen Hao, was a newcomer. The sense of identification was incredibly strong. The old bachelor, AC Green, couldn't help but applaud Chen Hao, a commendable defense. Perkins appeared to be lost in thought. At that moment, the previously hesitant center, Divac, who had just mentioned going to practice, ambled over, exclaiming with enthusiasm. This lively scene had ultimately caught the attention of Lakers head coach, Dunleavy. Could it be that Tig was struggling even against a temporary player? Dunleavy approached. Tig noticed Dunleavy and, with renewed vigor, declared in a boastful tone, "I'm going to take this seriously." Chen Hao remained unfazed, his knees bent at a precise 90 degrees, arms outstretched, and his gaze unwavering. Tig pressed the accelerator, unleashing all his power, charging directly towards Chen Hao with remarkable speed, intent on overpowering him. Yet, his fierce assault encountered an abrupt halt upon meeting Chen Hao, who once again thwarted his advance. Tig found himself questioning his existence. How had this slender Asian youth suddenly gained such formidable strength? If it could be deemed a fluke once, or even twice, then 3 times was beyond the realm of coincidence. Campbell's eyes narrowed into slits as he fully empathized with Chen Hao. The seasoned AC Green couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, "Well done." Perkins nodded in agreement, while the once timid center, Divac, began to sense the significance of the moment. Deng Weili also found the unfolding events intriguing. In the subsequent 2 rounds, Chen Hao once more successfully defended against Tig, particularly during those 2 intense confrontations, revealing that this seemingly fragile young man from the Middle Kingdom was far from weak in terms of resilience. Tig attempted 5 shots, all of which were thwarted. Upon completing the task of shutting Tig out, A voice resonated in Chen Hao's mind, followed by the progress bar in his head registering a gain of 5 points. Chen Hao realized that the number represented experience points. However, he remained curious about the rewards and skill packages that would be unlocked upon reaching 10 experience points. He felt a sense of anticipation regarding this. Tigger faced a complete shutout, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. Tigger, score 5 more goals. Chen Hao directly agreed as he observed head coach Deng Weili's gaze. This time, although there was no complete shutout, the outcome was nearly equivalent. The sole goal by Tig was a long-range shot from beyond the arc, an area in which Chen Hao is not particularly adept. Yet the ball fortuitously found its way into the net. Chen Hao's defensive skills are truly commendable. Scoring in basketball is undeniably challenging. Making 1 out of 10 attempts is no small feat. As the game progressed, Tig's composure deteriorated, unable to bear the pressure, ultimately resorting to unsportsmanlike behavior. Declaring his disinterest in continuing the match, the crowd dispersed in disappointment. In the end, Deng Weili approached, patting Chen Hao on the shoulder, commending him for his improved strength and effective defense, and invited him to join the team for training. Chen Hao's eyes brightened, and he nodded in agreement. Chapter 5. The formidable Houston Rockets. The training match featured the starters versus the substitutes. Chen Hao made his entrance, fully aware that Deng Weili was willing to provide him with an opportunity, particularly valuing his defensive prowess. Consequently, during the training match, he devoted himself entirely to defense, abstaining from any offensive actions. His opponent, the Lakers' new recruit Dale Curry, found himself in a state of despair. Throughout the entirety of the training session, Chen Hao relentlessly pursued him like a rabid dog, refusing to relent. By the conclusion of the match, Dale Curry had attempted 6 3-point shots, none of which found the net, and on 2 occasions, he faced rejection from Chen Hao's formidable blocks. After the training session, Dale Curry approached Chen Hao, inquiring with a hint of jest whether there was some personal vendetta between them, questioning why he was subjected to such rigorous defense. Of course, this was merely a playful acknowledgement of Chen Hao's defensive capabilities. Once the training concluded, Deng Weili came over, patting Chen Hao on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Your defense has left a lasting impression on me. Be sure to rest well and prepare to engage in battle at any moment." Chen Hao nodded in agreement. Ding. Participation in the team's training for the first time awarded 1 experience point, 610. Another experience point gained, which was a delightful surprise for Chen Hao. That evening at 7 p.m., the Lakers' home arena, the Western Forum, was set to witness the Rockets challenging the Lakers. As the pregame warm-up concluded, the match was on the verge of commencing. The starting lineups for both teams were in position. For the Lakers, McMillan, Del Curry, Perkins, AC Green, and Divac. For the Rockets, Kenny Smith, Vernon, Booker, Otis, and the Dream. The referee signaled both teams to prepare and then raised the basketball. In the next moment, he tossed the ball high into the air, marking the official start of the game. From the outset, the Dream played fiercely, seizing the ball from Divac with overwhelming dominance. This evening, the Dream, accompanied by his teammates, was determined to unleash their prowess at the Western Forum, making it clear through his actions to both his teammates and opponents that he intended to dominate the night. However, the Lakers were not to be underestimated. The Rockets had their distinct characteristics, primarily featuring the formidable twin towers of the Dream and Otis, focusing on deliberate offensive plays. Conversely, the Lakers thrived on speed and fast breaks. Since the retirement of Magic Johnson, the Lakers had struggled to find a competent guard, hampering their rhythm. Although McMillan, acquired in a summer trade, proved to be a decent guard, he remained a distance away from being elite. Nevertheless, he was sufficient for tonight's contest. On the Rockets side, after showcasing his signature footwork and decisively scoring against Divac, the Lakers immediately launched a counterattack. McMillan accelerated with the ball, penetrating and distributing to Del Curry, who successfully sank a 3-pointer. The score stood at 3-2 as both teams showcased their respective styles. By the end of the first quarter, both teams had displayed their strengths, concluding the period at 27-27, a commendable performance from the Lakers, who were on the playoff edge, holding their ground against the favored Rockets this season. NBC commentator Marv Albert remarked on the Lakers' splendid start, noting their tremendous energy tonight. His partner, Gadika, however, cautioned that the real test for the Lakers would commence during the second quarter's rotation phase. Gadika certainly had a keen understanding of the game. The Lakers' strategy of fast-paced play demanded immense physical stamina. Sustaining such speed and accuracy throughout the second and subsequent quarters would not be an easy feat thus. Ensuring that the starters had sufficient rest and did not exhaust their energy too early was crucial. This would significantly challenge the Lakers' rotation capabilities. Unfortunately for the Lakers, their bench was their Achilles heel. Conversely, for the Rockets, their rotation was their secret weapon. Their substitutes, once they find their rhythm, can score nearly as much as the starters. This is largely due to the presence of a chaotic battle expert and a master of exploiting weaker opponents, Maxwell. He was the NBA three-point champion from 1990 to 1992. During the rotation phase, Maxwell faced off against Teague. Teague's defensive abilities are rather mediocre, and this season, he has been particularly lackluster. His mind is solely focused on conserving energy to maximize scoring, leaving his defense as fragile as paper, easily penetrated. As the second quarter commenced, Teague was immediately struck by a three-pointer from Maxwell. Undeterred by his embarrassment, Teague foolishly celebrated a fast break, showcasing his biceps to the camera. D'Antoni was infuriated, wondering if Teague had lost his mind. Maxwell sensed Teague's lack of respect for his three-point shooting and swiftly retaliated with 2 consecutive three-pointers, widening the gap to 6 points and forcing D'Antoni to call an early timeout for adjustments. During this timeout, Chen Hao had a sudden realization. The Lakers desperately needed someone to contain Maxwell's scoring, and his defensive skills could be of assistance. Regrettably, D'Antoni did not heed his suggestion and opted for Tony Smith instead. Smith, with his average talent and mediocre defensive prowess, was unable to prevent Maxwell from piercing through. Maxwell scored 14 consecutive points, extending the lead to 12, as the Rockets unleashed a 14-2 offensive surge under his guidance. Left with no alternatives, D'Antoni had to reintroduce the starters, but this adjustment came too late. Naturally, this decision set the stage for potential issues in the later parts of the game. The Lakers' current strategy posed no fear to the Rockets. They were determined to exploit the Lakers' dwindling stamina. Fortunately, the Lakers starters still performed admirably, especially the seasoned AC Green, who showcased exceptional energy and determination on the court. By halftime, he had already achieved a double-double. The score at halftime stood at 58-50, with the Lakers trailing by 8 points. Chen Hao still did not receive any playing time. This evening, Lakers general manager West was also present to watch the game. However, he went unnoticed by reporters as he was nestled within a private box. The outcome of the first half left West thoroughly dissatisfied, particularly during the rotation phase. He wondered who these players were. The Lakers' most significant issue lies in the stark contrast between the starters and the bench, though reinforcements were made over the summer. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as if no enhancements had been made at all. D'Antoni was aware of this dilemma, which is why he ramped up the intensity in the third quarter, allowing the starters to play the entire period without any substitutions. The starters played the full third quarter, and naturally, they could not continue into the fourth quarter without recuperation. Consequently, the Lakers once again entered their weak phase. In this segment, the Chaos Maestro Maxwell emerged to wreak havoc, immediately scoring a three-point play. After being reprimanded, Teague displayed a slight uptick in defensive intensity. Yet as soon as the pressure mounted, he faltered again, succumbing to another three-point play. Not only was D'Antoni frustrated, but West was enraged enough to slam his coffee cup in exasperation. D'Antoni directly designated Teague as DNP, leaving Teague speechless. Upon seeing Tony Smith, D'Antoni bore a look of resignation, pondering whether it was truly the time to deploy the starters. He hesitated, considering that AC Green, an endurance beast, had already downed a bottle of Gatorade by the end of the third quarter. Then, glancing at the bench, he recalled that Chen Hao was still there. Why not give him a chance? Initially, D'Antoni dismissed the idea, thinking it best not to. But upon further reflection, he steeled himself, deciding to take a gamble on a dead horse, believing that perhaps a miracle could occur. Thus, D'Antoni called towards the far end of the water cooler, shouting, "Chen, you're up." Chen Hao was momentarily taken aback. The arrival of happiness was so sudden that he could scarcely believe it. He had thought that the evening would unfold differently. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly shed his coat, loosened his limbs, and immediately stepped onto the stage, fearful that Deng Weili might have a change of heart. Chapter 6. The dazzling debut that blinded all titanium alloy eyes. Chen Hao's feet made contact with the wooden floor. The sensation strikingly authentic. Indeed, I am competing in the NBA. In his mind, he heard the notification, logged into the NBA Arena 1 experience point, 710. Chen Hao felt a surge of joy. This is quite feasible. With just 3 more experience points, he could unlock the next skill set. His anticipation was palpable. Ding. Task. Block Maxwell 3 times. Victory. 3 experience points. Failure, -3 experience points. Accept? Decline? Chen Hao resolutely declared, yes. On the field, the entrance of Chen Hao has undoubtedly stirred a tempest. At the Great Western Forum, the fans erupted in disbelief. Can it be true? Has the Lakers fallen to such depths? Have they truly given up? Fraudulent ticket cancellations? An Asian player? A mere twig? Nonsense. Is it now the case that anyone can don a Lakers jersey? In the stands and the box seats, Lakers general manager West clutched his temples, fearing a cerebral hemorrhage. He harbored thoughts of dismissing Dunleavy right after this game. What is going on? Is this how a head coach conducts himself? On the Rockets bench, head coach D'Antoni was taken aback by the sight of the lanky Chen Hao. He pondered, have they surrendered the match? The score is not insurmountable. If there is a chance to catch up, why is such a twig on the court? He even questioned whether Chen Hao's slender frame could withstand a blow. Thus, he cautioned his players to be mindful of their actions lest they inadvertently cause harm. This just elicited laughter from the entire Rockets team. The coach is quite the entertainer. The atmosphere on the Rockets bench was filled with joy and levity. Maxwell confidently proclaimed, "Gentlemen, take a rest. I will handle them single-handedly." Now, Maxwell had every right to boast. Having scored an impressive 24 points, a personal best for the new season, and he was relishing the moment. Kenny Smith, the Rockets' second highest scorer and one of TNT's future stars, jokingly remarked, "Tonight, their girlfriends will be sleeping in your jerseys." Maxwell chuckled heartily, "Room service is on me tonight." However, Olajuwon cautioned, "Do not underestimate your opponents. Be careful." Maxwell dismissed this, asserting that it was the twig who should be wary, suggesting that an ambulance be on standby. The joy on the Rockets bench was palpable. NBC studio. As Chen Hao took the stage, Gadika was left utterly astonished. What? Is this a mistake? I doubt that his frail physique could withstand even a single round. His partner, Marvin Albert, maintained a more objective perspective. Perusing Chen Hao's profile, he noted that the newly introduced player for the Lakers was indeed Chen Hao, a native of the Celestial Empire, standing at 2.06 meters, primarily playing as a guard. Upon hearing this, Gadika doubled over in laughter, exclaiming, "This is too much. Is this truly happening?" His relentless jest continued. Marvin Albert, too, questioned his own vision. Yet upon a second glance, found no error. The information was indeed accurate. Gadika lamented, "The Lakers have fallen. Were they conceding the game?" Tig, observing Duanwei's utilization of Chen Hao, felt a surge of displeasure. However, as he surveyed the tumultuous jeers echoing from the Western Conference Forum arena, he found a modicum of solace. At least he was not the one facing the harshest criticism. Haha, the Asian fellow is about to embarrass himself. The NBA is not as simple as you might think. Prepare for a rude awakening. The cacophony of boos surged like a tidal wave. Chen Hao heard everything, yet remained unperturbed, absorbing it all with equanimity. He understood that he could not alter the perceptions of these individuals, but he knew that his actions could. The match continued, and the Rockets appeared brimming with confidence. In particular, Maxwell, upon seeing that his opponent was the inexperienced Chen Hao from the distant land of China, believed he was in for an easy victory. During this offensive play, Maxwell called for the ball from the perimeter, preparing to dominate Chen Hao with a one-on-one confrontation. With the ball in hand, Maxwell showcased his 3 offensive threats, casting a disdainful gaze at Chen Hao. He provocatively remarked, "Does anyone in the NBA really belong here? Allow me to demonstrate what the NBA truly entails." With that declaration, Maxwell initiated his attempt to outmaneuver Chen Hao. However, just as he pivoted to break past him, Chen Hao swiftly reached out with a deft poke, merely testing the waters. He had observed that Maxwell's movements were excruciatingly slow, akin to watching a scene in slow motion at 8 times the speed. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Hao decided to intervene, and with a single, precise poke, he successfully dislodged the ball. With Chen Hao's extraordinary wingspan, coupled with the unparalleled speed afforded by his exceptional martial prowess, his strikes were as swift as lightning. Before onlookers could even comprehend the manner in which Chen Hao executed his moves, he had already swiped the basketball from Maxwell's grasp. Stunned, Maxwell found himself utterly unprepared. He never anticipated that Chen Hao's reach could be so extensive and his speed so remarkable, leaving him unable to react. Chen Hao paid no heed to Maxwell's reaction as the basketball soared towards the sideline. Without uttering a word, he leaped into action, deftly tapping the ball forward. By the time the Rockets players looked up, the opportunistic Smith had already caught the ball and dashed into the three-point line. Upon receiving the pass, Smith took 3 quick steps, soaring into the air for a thunderous dunk. Wow, the young player from the Celestial Empire executed a steal, followed by a save that culminated in an assist, allowing Smith to finish with a one-handed slam, unopposed. Bang! Smith's dunk was indeed magnificent, yet the young player's steal, save, and assist were even more remarkable. I confess my initial misjudgment. Perhaps he will emerge as the Lakers' secret weapon. Marvin. Albert exclaimed excitedly, clearly astonished by Chen Hao's steal. In contrast, his partner Gudica wore a look of disdain, cautioning against excessive optimism. He was fortunate tonight. There won't be another opportunity. Rockets head coach Tang Qianyi was equally taken aback, never expecting Chen Hao to unveil such a skillful display upon his entry. Wasn't this kid supposed to be giving up? Indeed, he had an element of luck. He never imagined that this lanky youth could make such an impact. Maxwell had not afforded Tang Qianyi the respect he deserved. On the Lakers bench, Campbell genuinely rejoiced for Chen Hao. Great play. Beautiful. However, Teague harbored resentment towards Chen Hao, vexed by the latter's recent stroke of good fortune. Regardless of the circumstances, he would never regard Chen Hao as formidable. Deng Weili was utterly surprised that his unintentional act would yield such extraordinary results. Although it was merely a steal accompanied by an assist, this performance was sufficient to justify Chen Hao's salary. Deng Weili felt immensely satisfied. In the stands, within the box seats, West let out a gasp, clearly astonished. Yet, Chen Hao's performance was far from over. In fact, it was just beginning. Chapter 7. The debut that dazzled all titanium alloy eyes. Maxwell had just boasted in front of the main players that he alone would dominate the Lakers. However, upon taking the court, he suffered a significant setback at the hands of Chen Hao. While his sister-in-law could endure it, Maxwell could not. As he brought the ball up, facing Chen Hao's defense, one-on-one play was not his forte. His teammates were aware of this. Maxwell excelled at catch-and-shoot situations. Thus, they attempted to set a screen for him. With a brief block, Maxwell could maintain his composure. However, feeling overconfident, he waved his teammates off, insisting, "No need. Stand aside." He was determined to challenge Chen Hao in a one-on-one duel. Chen Hao was perplexed as to where Maxwell derived his audacity. Was it from Liang Jingru's encouragement? Standing just over 1.9 meters tall, Maxwell appeared diminutive next to Chen Hao, who towered at 2.06 meters, complemented by an extraordinary wingspan and exceptional explosive power. His fully developed fighting prowess was not merely for show. It is no exaggeration to assert that, should he choose to, he could thwart any opponent's options. Maxwell simply paled in comparison. Yet, oblivious to this disparity, Maxwell approached with reckless bravado, proclaiming, "You cannot withstand my wrath." Chen Hao remained silent, exhibiting a calmness akin to that of a robot. He possessed no habit of underestimating his opponents. Regardless of whom he faced, he approached each encounter with utmost seriousness. This was true both during training and in competition. With his knees bent at a perfect 90 degrees and arms outstretched, he stood ready for action. He understood that even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit, let alone himself. "You have provoked my ire, and the consequences will be dire." Maxwell continued to spew his taunts. Chen Hao remained unperturbed, his focus unwavering. Maxwell felt a twinge of frustration. Was this fellow a robot? Why did he exhibit no expression whatsoever? A response, perhaps, would have been welcome. Alas, Chen Hao displayed no semblance of emotion. Suddenly, Maxwell executed a rightward floating dribble, feigning an attempt to advance down the right flank. Chen Hao swiftly intercepted. Maxwell was momentarily deceived, preparing to pass the ball, yet he suddenly diverted to the left. Just as he was about to make the pass, Chen Hao struck like lightning once more, executing a remarkable steal. Maxwell felt an unexpected emptiness in his hands as the ball was snatched away. His gaze froze in disbelief. How could this be possible? He struggled to comprehend being thwarted twice by a slender figure. He had taken it for granted that Chen Hao had lost his position, completely underestimating his exceptional reach. After seizing the ball from Maxwell, Chen Hao quickly regained control and noted the utter vacancy in the front court. It was as if he were playing against thin air. Though his technical skills had somewhat dulled over time, Chen Hao still excelled in effortlessly maneuvering through such straightforward scenarios. No one anticipated that he could successfully intercept the ball from Maxwell not once, but twice. By the time they realized what had transpired, Chen Hao had already crossed the halfway line, making it impossible for them to catch up. Maxwell merely cast a glance and resigned himself to abandoning the chase. Chen Hao effortlessly scored with a deft layup, marking the inaugural points of his professional career. The camera shifted to Chen Hao, where he appeared emotionless, akin to a robot. executing the routine of shooting, landing, and transitioning back to defense with mechanical precision. Lakers fans on the Great Western Forum initially criticized Chen Hao harshly, but he soon silenced the naysayers with 2 consecutive steals, both of which seamlessly converted into points. Chen Hao recorded 2 steals, 2 points, and 1 assist, directly aiding the Lakers in narrowing the deficit to 8 points. The Lakers fans generously bestowed their applause upon him, celebrating his inaugural career points. Public sentiment towards Chen Hao underwent a remarkable transformation. Oh, quite impressive. This young lad from our homeland possesses genuine talent. Incredible. Who would have thought? The camera then shifted to Rockets head coach Tang Qianyi, whose countenance darkened as he could no longer suppress his frustrations, bellowing at the court. What is going on? Can't you play? Get off the court. Consecutive turnovers and being chased down by the Lakers' feeble bench left coach Tang Qianyi in a state of embarrassment, his dignity compromised. Yet, the Rockets still held the lead, with their star players, including the legendary Dream, maintaining a relaxed demeanor, engaging in lighthearted banter with Kenny Smith. Kenny even suggested, "We have a day off tomorrow. How about we hit the nightclubs tonight?" His proposal received enthusiastic approval from all the Rockets players, including the Dream. On the Lakers bench, Campbell excitedly waved a towel, exuding joy akin to that of a little girl who has just received her cherished toy. However, his vigorous towel waving raised concerns about whether he would exhaust his energy reserves by the end of the game. Teague felt a pang of discontent. It should have been his moment to shine. Damn it, that rookie, he thought, sensing his own standing within the team diminish. Particularly when he saw Coach Dunvali wholeheartedly applauding Chen Hao, Teague felt his position further erode. In the stands, within the luxury box, Chen Hao's performance utterly astonished the Lakers' patriarch, Jerry West, leaving his mouth agape in disbelief. In his astonishment, he reflected on the young man's height, wingspan, reaction speed, defensive tenacity, and anticipatory skills. Indeed, there is something remarkable there. If only he were not so slender, if he possessed a modicum of strength and resilience. Perhaps he could be nurtured into a fine player. What a pity. NBC commentator Marv Albert was exuberant, exclaiming with delight as Chen executed 2 consecutive steals from Maxwell. Impressive indeed. He also scored the first points of his career. Gadika, what say you? Do you think that play was merely a stroke of luck? Gadika retorted. Could you please mute that? Are you adding fuel to the fire? Do you think my face isn't swollen enough? Ultimately, Gadika mustered a semblance of composure, stating, I have always maintained that his issue lies in his strength and physicality. I have never denied his other abilities. Clearly, his lanky physique is ill-suited for the NBA. And those 2 steals do not signify much. Marv Albert countered, but he is just a rookie. Give him time. I believe he can develop his strength and physicality. Gadika disdainfully replied, I fear his skeletal frame may not last until that day. The game continued as they returned to their half of the court. Chen Hao's lips curled upwards slightly, for in his mind echoed the notification. Host has randomly received a reward of 1 experience point for scoring in his professional career, 810. This was an unexpected delight. If experience points could be acquired in such a manner, it implied that the harder he exerted himself in the game, the more experience he would amass. With this thought, Chen Hao became even more enthusiastic. The outcome was that under Chen Hao's defense, Maxwell failed to score a single point. And in the ensuing play, Chen Hao treated Maxwell to a spicy hot pot. Chen Hao's remarkable play elevated the Lakers' fans in the vast Western Forum, compelling the Rockets to call for a timeout. Lakers head coach Darvin Ham personally approached Chen Hao, celebrating their triumph with a high five. Among the team, several key players, particularly the veteran AC Green, joined in to commend him, exclaiming, Well done, Chen. Del Curry also approached, exchanging a firm high five with Chen Hao, showering him with praise. Even the typically stoic Kendrick Perkins came over to acknowledge him with a celebratory gesture. Yet, what thrilled Chen Hao the most was the resounding chime echoing in his mind. Ding. Chapter 8. The debut that dazzled all titanium alloy eyes. Completing the 3 tasks to seal Maxwell, the rewards have been dispatched. Please check. Host. Chen Hao clicked to check. 3 experience points, 1110. The host can exchange for a skill package. Would you like to exchange? Yes? No? Chen Hao nodded without hesitation, exclaiming, If there's a bargain to be had, one must seize it, you turtle. Ding. The reward has been released. Please collect it, esteemed host. Chen Hao clicked to receive. XI can anticipate the opponent's next move 1 second in advance. Chen Hao was perplexed, wondering what on earth this was. The original explanation of the XI skill stated, it allows one to anticipate an opponent's next move in a basketball game 1 second in advance. Chen Hao comprehended. To put it simply, the XI is akin to the exquisite version of the golden eyes on the basketball court. Imagine being able to foresee your opponent's next move a full second in advance. Wouldn't that allow you to prepare accordingly? This skill is nothing short of extraordinary. To speak candidly, with his current maximum level combat talent augmented by the divine skill of the XI, securing a foothold in the NBA, if not achieving superstar status, would pose no challenge whatsoever. In essence, possessing the XI is tantamount to wielding prophetic insight on the court. It enables one to anticipate an opponent's actions and prepare accordingly. This skill is truly remarkable. However, it is regrettable that its use is limited to merely 5 times a day. In other words, during a single match, one can only utilize it 5 times. Exceeding this limit would result in blindness, sending Chen Hao into a shiver. Nevertheless, 5 uses in a match is more than sufficient. Possessing this skill during crucial moments would yield immense benefits without any drawbacks. This endeavor has proven to be quite fruitful. Chen Hao felt quite satisfied. However, after receiving his reward, a red bar appeared in his mind, changing to 130. This was something Chen Hao understood. It indicated that for the next skill package, he would need to accumulate 30 experience points. Given his current pace in gathering experience, he believed amassing 30 points would not pose a significant challenge. He was filled with confidence. Yet, following this brief pause, Chen Hao found himself firmly seated on the bench. The reason was straightforward. He had not yet fully earned Deng Weili's trust. Truth be told, it was disheartening to be sidelined by the head coach despite demonstrating no shortcomings during such a critical moment. Chen Hao is no exception. The pause has ended, and the game continues. The Rockets have deployed their decisive lineup, with Maxwell remaining on the court. The master of chaotic battles, Maxwell possesses an intriguing attribute, a faux substitute, yet a genuine starter, gaining the unwavering trust of Tang Qianyi in crucial moments. The Rockets' interior is congested, desperately in need of spacing from the perimeter. Maxwell emerges as the optimal choice. Upon entering the court, he notices that his defender has switched to McMillan, and he feels liberated, like a wild horse unbridled. In comparison to Maxwell, McMillan's stature is significantly lacking. The height difference of 10 centimeters feels insurmountable, akin to a vast chasm. McMillan simply cannot reach. McMillan is immediately targeted. And despite his fervent attempts to contest, he has no answer for Maxwell, nearly falling victim to a 3-point play. This is truly unfortunate. Chen Hao is substituted. The point difference immediately reaches 11. The Lakers fans are instantly displeased, filled with resentment. Why is Chen Hao, who performs so admirably, not utilized? We need Chen Hao. This cry has begun to emerge sporadically. Furthermore, after Maxwell scored, he cast a fierce glare towards Chen Hao on the Lakers bench, laden with provocation. The Lakers fans were incensed, exclaiming, "How dare you bully us on our home turf? Who do you think you are? Chen Hao. We need Chen Hao." This cry has grown ever louder. Naturally, regardless of the fervent pleas from the fans, Tig has firmly resolved that if a substitution is to be made, it will undoubtedly be him. Not Chen Hao. What merits does Chen Hao possess? It is I who deserves the opportunity. Tig continuously waved his towel before Deng Weili, seeking to assert his presence. Yet, Deng Weili remained indifferent to him. The Lakers' offense was stagnant. Meanwhile, on the Rockets' side, Maxwell's shot found the net. The point differential suddenly surged to 14. Deng Weili promptly called for a timeout. During the timeout, he looked at Tig, who immediately began to remove his jersey, preparing to enter the game. However, Deng Weili instructed, "Chen, you go in. Your task is to contain Maxwell." Chen Hao's eyes brightened, and he gladly accepted the task. At this critical moment, it was he, not Tigger, who brought hope to the contract negotiations. Tigger, frustrated, kicked the bench angrily, questioning why Chen Hao was chosen over him in such a pivotal moment. Despite his discontent, Chen Hao's immediate impact was undeniable. Upon his arrival, Maxwell fell silent. He could not even attempt a three-pointer. A little overzealous, he attempted a shot against Chen Hao, hoping to redeem himself, but clearly, shooting was not his forte. Unsurprisingly, he missed entirely. As soon as the Lakers secured the rebound, they launched a fast break. And once the pace quickened, the Rockets' twin towers struggled to keep up. AC Green executed a powerful dunk, closing the gap to a 12-point deficit. AC Green had his own grievances, questioning why he was not being utilized effectively. Was it not evident? Women only hinder my speed. In the following 4 minutes, The Lakers continued to make strides. It wasn't that the Rockets' defense was inadequate. Rather, Chen Hao consistently found the optimal angles to penetrate and secure rebounds, delivering sudden strikes in the paint, which proved detrimental to the Rockets. 3 times in succession, Chen Hao scored, accumulating 6 points. This infuriated Dream, who shouted at his teammates to box out. Box out. They were missing assignments and failing to secure crucial rebounds, something Dream could not tolerate. This became a turning point for the Lakers' comeback. Though Dream attempted to offer guidance, Chen Hao's swift movements and explosive power resembled that of a slippery eel, relentlessly attacking within the Rockets' restricted area. With 1 minute and 56 seconds remaining, Chen Hao sneaked in for another basket, bringing his personal score to 12 points. Having scored 8 points during this fierce struggle, narrowing the gap to just 5 points, prompting the Rockets to call a timeout. Coach Tang Keeney expressed his dissatisfaction with the Rockets' performance, vehemently berating his players. "What are you doing? Why are you always missing assignments? Box out. Can you even box out?" Otis, who partnered with Dream, hesitated to speak up. He wanted to point out that the issue lay with Chen Hao, who was not failing to box out but rather consistently found the best spots to secure the ball and seize it first. There was nothing he could do about that. On the Lakers bench, Dang Whaley gave Chen Hao a thumbs up and patted him on the back, praising him enthusiastically. "Excellent. We need this." Tigger, overwhelmed with jealousy, thought to himself that Chen Hao must have stepped in dog feces today. Subsequently, Dang Whaley gathered the players, reminding them, "We still have a chance." In the suite above. As the game progressed, West felt satisfied. The Lakers, a team on the cusp of playoff contention, were only trailing by 5 points against a championship favorite with just 1 minute and 56 seconds left. There was nothing more gratifying than this. West nodded repeatedly, thinking, "Well done." He instinctively understood that the Lakers could still turn the game around, and this was inevitably tied to the presence of the rookie named Chen Hao. If he hadn't effectively contained the opponent's sharpshooter, the Lakers would have long been overwhelmed. Furthermore, the firepower displayed during critical moments left a profound impression on West. Not letting a single opportunity slip by, West was resolute in his decision to secure Chen Hao. He truly deserved it. Upon returning from the timeout, the teams faced off in a decisive moment. The Rockets held possession. Hakeem, with a dominating presence in the paint and having already surpassed 30 points, knew this was his time to step up and ruthlessly seize victory. This was the essence of his existence, establishing the value of triumph through scoring. Kenny Smith crossed half court and promptly delivered the ball to Hakeem, then slipped into the corner for a breather. This epitomized the value of a superstar in critical moments. The ball is entrusted to the elite, who then resolve the challenges at hand. In contrast, since the retirement of Magic Johnson, the Lakers have lacked such a figure. AC Green and Perkins are commendable, yet they do not possess the stature of a true superstar. Hakeem found himself in a one-on-one confrontation with Divac. Upon seeing this, Lakers fans collectively buried their heads in despair, recognizing this as a gift for Hakeem. The current iteration of Hakeem could approach Divac in 100 different ways. He could execute the play in any manner that brought him joy. As Hakeem received the ball, he instantly pivoted, his movements as swift as lightnings, leaving Divac seemingly frozen in place, with no reaction whatsoever. Doherty held his head in disbelief, bracing for the inevitable. Chapter 9, A Flawless Debut. Another 10-day contract, a flawless debut, another 10-day contract. There are 100 ways for Hakeem to dominate Divac. Thus, when Hakeem successfully established his position in the low post, Tangsini on the sidelines was immensely pleased, thinking, "It's happening." With the ball in his hands, Hakeem turned with lightning speed, driving straight to the basket, contemplating which elegant maneuver he would employ to finish. Little did he know that Chen Hao had positioned himself directly in Hakeem's path. Hakeem, moving at breakneck speed, could not evade the collision and barreled into Chen Hao. Upon impact, Chen Hao let out a loud cry, dramatically flying backward and crashing to the floor. The very next moment, the referee's whistle blew, calling an offensive foul. Olajuwon was taken aback, perplexed by this absurdity. He felt as though he merely grazed Chen Hao. However, he had indeed collided with Chen Hao, who had established his defensive position. In that instant, Hakeem found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly believe that this lanky figure, Chen Hao, had the audacity to use his body to impede him. Quite bold. The referee called the foul on Hakeem, and Chen Hao even stood up unaided by his teammates. Fans in the Western Conference Forum erupted in thunderous applause for Chen Hao. Chen Hao's performance, akin to that of an award-winning actor, has brought the ball back to the team. Damn it, what utter nonsense. That Asian bamboo pole. Unbelievable. On the sidelines, Tang Xia was seething with rage, unable to fathom how the seemingly guaranteed 2 points had vanished. With 1 minute and 36 seconds remaining, the Lakers trailed by 5 points. The Lakers had possession. The ball was passed around 5 times, yet no opportunity emerged. The Lakers desperately needed a star to step up and take charge. In this moment, it was none other than Perkins. As a seasoned veteran accustomed to high-stakes situations, he quickly assessed the scenario and called for Chen Hao to set a screen for him. Why Chen Hao? Because his defender was Maxwell, and Perkins aimed to exploit a mismatch by creating an advantageous position. Chen Hao comprehended instantly. When confronted with an obstacle, he simply adapts. As Maxwell found himself before Perkins, Perkins reacted as a villager might upon encountering a freshly bathed maiden. He seized the opportunity presented by this advantageous mismatch and executed his shot with unwavering precision. Jordan once remarked on his senior Perkins, highlighting his remarkable ability to simplify the game. Chen Hao grasped this crucial moment. Swish. A three-pointer from Sam Perkins. The pivotal shot found its mark. With just 1 minute and 12 seconds left, the Lakers trailed by merely 2 points, still holding on to hope. This Lakers team displayed resilience beyond everyone's expectations. Marv Albert fervently shouted, his voice straining with excitement. The crowd at the Western Forum erupted in jubilant cheers, akin to a droplet of water igniting a scorching hot oil pan. Since Magic was forced into retirement, the Lakers had languished in a valley of despair, beginning this new season with a dismal 5-game losing streak. In their 6th game, facing the championship-favored Rockets, all predictions were grim for the Lakers. With a 6th consecutive defeat seemingly inevitable, the Rockets were poised to dominate the Lakers. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the match unfolded in a most unexpected manner. Lakers fans were thoroughly satisfied. Even in defeat, they showcased the spirit they were meant to embody. Perkins performed admirably. AC Green was commendable. Del Curry was commendable. They all understood that the Lakers still had a chance because of Chen Hao's remarkable contribution. Without him, the Lakers would have surely faltered. Coach Tancini felt quite disheartened, calling a timeout. He had never anticipated that a match against the Lakers would extend to the final minute. His intention had been to conclude the battle by the end of the 3rd quarter. Yet now, damn it. All of this was due to the presence of a slender figure on the opposing team, Chen Hao. He may not have been the core player, but his impact on the team was profound. Defense, sneaky plays under the basket, and drawing offensive fouls. These tasks, seemingly uncharacteristic of a core player, nearly cost the Rockets dearly. Nevertheless, Tancini remained composed. The Rockets still led by 2 points, with possession of the ball. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The crucial element was their superstar, Olajuwon. Olajuwon was his greatest assurance, much like how Kerr had Durant. During this timeout, Tancini emphasized a single point: give the ball to the Dream. The others spread out. The game resumed, with the Dream isolating Divac. This time, Olajuwon was cautious. After receiving the ball, he didn't rush but instead read the defense, beginning his attack only after realizing the double team hadn't arrived. He executed a back-to-the-basket move. Before his breakthrough, he hadn't spotted Chen Hao, but upon advancing, he was startled to find Chen Hao blocking his path. Olajuwon thought to himself, that was close. How does this kid remain so persistent? But he was, after all, Olajuwon. With a quick step, he halted. At that moment, AC Green swiftly joined the double team. Realizing the impending trouble, Olajuwon executed an urgent stop and pop jump shot. A fluid display of his signature Dream Shake. Had anyone else attempted such a maneuver, the coach would have surely been furious. However, he was the Dream, the epitome of flair. Yet, this shot did not find its mark. The match lasted for 42 minutes, and fatigue began to take its toll on his shooting touch. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Beneath the basket, Chen Hao leaped high, seizing the rebound with authority. He passed the ball to Perkins, who aimed to accelerate with the ball but was regrettably halted. The Lakers were compelled to settle into their half-court offense. The success of this possession would significantly dictate the fate of the game, and the Rockets executed their man-to-man defense flawlessly. As Perkins held the ball, the 24-second shot clock ticked down, and with no shooting opportunity, he had no choice but to charge towards the paint, attempting to draw a foul. This decision cannot be deemed incorrect. However, guarding the rim was the Dream himself. The Dream was no ordinary, feeble center. Observing Perkins as he prepared to attack the basket, the Dream wore a mocking expression. He was unafraid of Perkins' charge, but rather concerned if he did not attempt it. On this night, the Dream recorded only 2 blocks. a stark contrast to his season average, and he felt an insatiable hunger for more rejections. Yet, the dream remained patient. He waited for Perkins to leap before he himself ascended, swinging his arm with a resounding smack, sending the basketball flying from Perkins' grasp. A splendid block. Ha. Did Perkins not know that the Rockets' paint was a no-fly zone? A missed opportunity would come at a cost. Incredible. The dream was phenomenal. What did I say? I told you the Lakers were doomed, didn't I? Look at that. They have no chance. Giannis exclaimed excitedly, his voice cracking. Prior to the game, he had declared that the Lakers were finished. Yet, Chen Hao emerged to stir the pot, and as the game reached its climax, if the Rockets were to lose, it would certainly invite accusations of ignorance. Giannis wished for the Lakers' defeat more than anyone else. Perkins muttered under his breath, "This is nonsense." Nevertheless, he could not deny the Dream's exceptional blocking technique. The timing he exhibited, combined with his physical prowess, made it nearly impossible to draw a foul over him. His mental state crumbled. It was not just him. Deng Weili's composure also faltered. The mindset of Lakers fans shattered as well. With a behemoth like the Dream in the Rockets lineup, we truly stand no chance. Just when the world believed the Lakers were finished, Chen Hao skillfully caught the basketball that had been swatted away. Chapter 10. A perfect debut. Another 10-day contract at this moment. Chen Hao found himself perfectly positioned at the free-throw line. He exploded into action. With a swift step, he leaped into the air, under the scrutiny of high-speed cameras. The muscles in Chen Hao's calves appeared as taut as tightly wound ropes. Bending his knees and pushing off the ground, his movements flowed seamlessly, as if his legs were equipped with springs. He propelled himself into the air, gazing down at the hoop that loomed close before him. Channeling all his strength into his right arm, he prepared to slam the ball into the basket. However, the formidable shot blocker Hakeem Olajuwon would not allow Chen Hao to prevail. The paint was his domain, and he would not tolerate such audacity. With a thunderous roar, Olajuwon leapt into action, intent on thwarting Chen Hao's attempt. Yet, Hakeem's focus faltered as he realized Chen Hao's explosive speed. He was already too late. Chen Hao's powerful thrust pushed Olajuwon back, rendering him unable to ascend, and he found himself propelled backward. Chen Hao has successfully dunked the basketball. With a resounding crash, he found himself hanging from the rim, which contorted grotesquely under his weight. In midair, Chen Hao made contact with the Dream, sending the latter soaring away. It was a magnificent display of athletic prowess. Chen Hao executed a stunning dunk over the Dream. Silence enveloped the grand arena of the Western Conference, until an astonished wow escaped someone's lips, igniting the atmosphere like a drop of water hitting a searing hot pan. In an instant, the crowd erupted. The roar was so fervent it seemed poised to lift the very roof of the arena. Marvin sprang from his seat as if propelled by a red-hot iron, exclaiming in disbelief. His face was a canvas of shock, questioning, "What have I just witnessed?" A thunderous dunk. The Dream was dunked on. Chen Hao dunked on him. What Perkins could not accomplish, Chen Hao has achieved. A monumental dunk on the Dream. My heavens, is this real? Beside him, Giannis stood frozen, swallowing hard, unable to fathom the sheer audacity of it all. He never imagined that the slender-framed Chen Hao harbored such explosive power within. He was utterly flabbergasted. Amidst the cacophony, the referee called a foul on the Dream. As he was sent sprawling, his hand inadvertently struck Chen Hao's neck, yet this did not deter Chen Hao in the least. Marvin continued to shout, "Dunked on the Dream, 2-1. This play by Chen Hao could very well seal the game. No one in the arena anticipated such a miraculous display from Chen Hao at this crucial moment. The entire Rockets team was left in stunned disbelief. The Dream, having been upended, was bewildered, grappling with the reality that he had been dunked on. Although he had faced dunks before, never had he experienced one so explosive. Chen Hao's teammates were utterly astonished, particularly Perkins, who was closest to him. His eyes seemed on the verge of popping out of their sockets, and his mouth formed an astonished O. Perkins was the first to regain his composure, instinctively pushing Chen Hao with both hands and exclaiming, "Incredible." The others quickly gathered around, encircling Chen Hao with admiration. The scene shifted to the Rockets bench, where the entire team appeared bewildered. Tang Qianyi continuously rubbed his eyes, glancing upward at the arena's large screen replay, watching it over and over again, still finding it hard to believe. On the Lakers bench, Campbell felt as though his energy was being completely drained. Teague's pupils were shaking with disbelief as Chen Hao shattered his previous understanding of the game. Deng Weili was equally stunned. Just moments ago, he had thought the Lakers were doomed, never anticipating that at such a critical moment, Chen Hao would deliver a miraculous play. They still had a chance for a comeback. The emotional roller coaster was exhilarating. This was all thanks to Chen Hao. Deng Weili felt as if he were dreaming, relieved that he had given Chen Hao an opportunity during today's practice. Otherwise, they would have been in trouble. What a stroke of fortune. Chen Hao stepped up to the free throw line, offering the Lakers a chance to take the lead. Chen Hao is fouled. Is there? The ball goes in. The Lakers surge ahead by a point, while the Rockets have exhausted their final timeout for the game. Only 42 seconds remain. The Lakers are on the verge of ending their losing streak at home. Marvin Albert passionately shouts, fully immersed in the excitement of the commentary. His words ignite the air with fervor. In stark contrast, his partner, Gadika, remains silent, and who could blame him? His face is bruised and swollen, resembling that of a pig. In the stands, in the boxes, Lakers patriarch West's mouth forms an O shape. To be honest, the game has far exceeded his expectations. He never imagined they could win, but now, with the suspense surrounding Chen Hao, things have taken a remarkable turn. Well, what an extraordinary young man from the East. The camera shifts to Tang Qi, visibly infuriated. The Lakers are like resilient cockroaches, refusing to be extinguished. Numerous times, he thought they were finished, yet the Lakers always manage to escape. It's infuriating that it's always Chen Hao who steps up. Damn, that accursed man from the East. However, trailing by just 1 point, he will not allow this Eastern player to ruin his plans. Although the Lakers currently lead by a point, there are still 42 seconds left, and they possess the ball. If the Rockets can strike quickly, even if the Lakers exhaust the 24-second shot clock, they will still have another opportunity. The most crucial factor is that they have Olajuwon. Everyone is convinced that the dream cannot falter twice in succession. Tang Qi claps his hands vigorously, urging his team not to lose heart. Although we are trailing, the initiative is still in our hands. Let us not forget our dream, and we shall never be defeated by a man from the East. Never. His fervent encouragement revitalizes the Rockets' morale. As the timeout concludes, the game resumes. With 42 seconds remaining, the Rockets charge forward, seeking a chance. In just 8 seconds, the ball finds its way into the hands of the Dream. He positions himself, facing Divac, and executes a turnaround jumper. With Divac's mere 10 centimeters of vertical leap, he stands no chance against the Dream. As the Dream goes for the shot, Chen Hao emerges unexpectedly from behind Divac. The Dream is astonished. How did he appear in that position? His turnaround jumper is disrupted, and he fails to seize this opportunity to reclaim the lead. The basketball ricochets off the rim. Before the Dream could secure the ball, Chen Hao had anticipated the play. He discerned the Dream's intentions and struck decisively, successfully interfering with the shot. On the sidelines, Tang Qi is taken aback. What? It's him again. This is absurd. He questions his existence. Damn it, it's always him. The rebound is snatched by the veteran AC Green. Perkins rushes over for the ball. 32 seconds. The Lakers lead by a point. For the Lakers, this situation is indeed awkward. If they want to act quickly, they have little time left. If the time were exactly 7 seconds, the Rockets would have a full 24 seconds, leaving the Lakers in a passive position. However, if the time were to run out, only 7 seconds would remain for the Rockets. Perkins opted for the latter. He stretched the play until there were just 8 seconds left on the 24-second clock before he sought an opportunity to attack. After a screen, he shot directly, but alas, it missed. In the end, with 12 seconds remaining, the Rockets gained possession. They had no timeouts left. Chapter 11, a flawless debut. Another 10-day contract in the final 12 seconds. Deng Weili did not call for a timeout, which was a sound decision. He wanted to deny the Rockets a moment to breathe. Kenny Smith approached with the ball, remaining calm, dribbling just 2 steps outside the three-point line, while Del Curry spread his arms wide to obstruct his view as much as possible. Hakeem Olajuwon appeared more relaxed. Although his team was trailing with only 12 seconds left in the game, he was not anxious. Instead of wrestling with Divac, he prioritized setting screens for his teammates. Everything seemed to be under the Rockets' control, and their composure during critical moments left Lakers fans in a state of unease. At this juncture, if the Lakers were to suffer a heartbreaking defeat, their fans would likely find it difficult to eat for a prolonged period, a truly disheartening prospect. Yet, it was undeniably challenging for the Lakers to thwart the Rockets, who boasted both perimeter shooting and a formidable inside presence. Particularly with Olajuwon, they had limited solutions for him. At this moment, every move made by Olajuwon resonated deeply with Lakers fans. Everyone knew that in the final moments, the ball would undoubtedly be entrusted to Olajuwon, allowing the number 34 to seal the game. However, There was nothing they could do. This sense of helplessness spread through the Western Forum with each passing second. 12 seconds. 11 seconds. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. Kenny Smith, positioned near the three-point line, maintained his composure. This time, he did not simply pass the ball to Olajuwon. Instead, he signaled for Olajuwon to come out for a pick and roll. The Rockets had changed their strategy. This unexpected shift sent a chill down the spines of Lakers fans. What could this new tactic entail? Fear often stems from the unknown. Had Kenny Smith merely passed the ball to Olajuwon, the Lakers would not have felt such urgency, but this time it was different. What were they planning? It was not just the Lakers players who felt the tension. Even the Lakers fans in attendance were on edge. Even Chen Hao, with his perceptive eyes, exclaimed, "This is bad." For he had discerned the reason behind Smith's call for a pick and roll. Simply put, it was a dual assault on the basket, with two players cutting towards the rim, testing the Lakers' defensive response. If they focused on Smith, he would simply pass to Olajuwon. In the face of Kenny Smith, he drives to the basket while the Dream secures the aftermath. This strategy unfolds in three distinct variations. Regardless of the approach, it presents an almost insurmountable challenge for the Lakers. In the paint, only Divac stands as a sentinel. He is ill-equipped to thwart the Dream, let alone contain Kenny Smith, who might very well convert a potential three-point play. Thus, it is imperative to disrupt Kenny Smith's passing. At a critical juncture, Chen Hao compels himself to maintain composure. Indeed, during the pick and roll involving the Dream and Kenny Smith, the latter, utilizing the robust screen set by the Dream, shakes off the persistent grip of old Curry. In an instant, a 2-on-1 situation materializes. At this moment, the dilemma for the veteran defender AC Green is palpable. Whom should he guard? The Dream descends, and he cannot be allowed a clear path. Should he be defended, it would lead directly to a face-off with Divac, spelling doom for the Lakers. However, if Green focuses on the Dream, what then of Kenny Smith? Let us not forget that Smith is an exceptional shooter, if given an opening. He is more than capable of scoring, renowned for his clutch performances. AC Green is torn, yet time does not afford him the luxury of contemplation. He must act decisively to stem the immediate threat. Resolutely, he positions himself against Kenny Smith. Failure to do so would spell disaster for the Lakers. Upon recognizing the defensive shift, Kenny Smith smirks, having anticipated this moment. Despair envelopes everyone. If Smith delivers the ball to the Dream, the game could very well be concluded. As AC Green shifts his weight to confront Smith, on the sidelines, Tankini raises his arms in premature celebration, fully aware of the execution of their meticulously rehearsed play. The camera shifts to Dunville, his face a mask of dread, uttering, "It's over." Fans across the entire Western Conference Forum, without exception, bury their heads in despair, for they perceive this as a certain deadlock. However, unbeknownst to all, at the precise moment Kenny Smith executes the bounce pass to the Dream, Chen Hao, once again, emerges heroically. Even with his keen anticipation, he dives with fervor, yet the distance proves too great. He merely grazes the basketball with his fingertips. Fortunately for Chen Hao, had it been anyone else, even if their reaction time matched his, their explosive power would likely falter, and should they possess both speed and power, their wingspan would still fall short. Chen Hao's remarkable interference can be attributed to his extraordinary wingspan. Kenny Smith's pass intended for Dream was a disaster for the Lakers. Oh wait, the ball wasn't delivered. Steal. It's Chen Hao, and once again, Chen Hao. In this pivotal moment, he emerged yet again, executing a critical steal that nearly sealed the fate of the game. With 3 seconds remaining, Chen Hao seized control of the ball. The Rockets had no choice but to commit a foul. Marv Albert sprang to his feet as if he were seated on a scorching iron, his entire body brimming with goosebumps. 3 seconds, Chen Hao's steal was almost fatal for the Rockets. As Daryl Morey prepared to call a timeout, he was abruptly halted by assistant coach Carlisle, who firmly grasped his arm, reminding him that we possessed the ball, leaving them with no choice but to foul. Indeed, Carlisle's foresight proved accurate. Chen Hao, with the ball in hand, accelerated with determination. The Rockets had no option but to foul. At 9 seconds, Chen Hao was fouled and approached the free throw line. First shot, will it go in? Yes, it's good. Second shot, will it go in? Yes, it's good. Chen Hao's 2 free throws have sealed the fate of the Rockets. The Lakers lead by 3 points, standing invincible. These crucial free throws from Chen Hao could very well extinguish the hopes of the Rockets. Marv Albert's voice rang out in astonishment. The Rockets have no timeouts left. The ball is in the Rockets' backcourt. The Lakers nearly forced a 5-second violation on the Rockets inbound. The ball ultimately found its way into Kenny Smith's hands. But time was not on his side. As he dribbled past the half-court line, he was compelled to take a shot. Naturally, it missed. Kenny Smith could barely see the rim, launching a desperate attempt that sailed far beyond the basket. With that miss, Kenny Smith collapsed to the ground. As if drained of all vitality, his expression one of utter despair. Dream's spirit also seemed to wilt like a withered eggplant. All Lakers players and staff, including Dunleavy, surged toward Chen Hao, with the exception of Teague. Amidst the deafening cheers from the Western Conference Forum, Marv Albert's voice echoed, "The game is over. The game is over." Chen Hao. Chen Hao. Chen Hao has delivered a stunning last-minute victory against the Rockets. In a pivotal moment, Chen Hao executed a crucial steal and flawlessly sank 2 free throws, delivering a stunning victory over the Rockets. Remember his name. He is Chen Hao. This evening marked his debut in the NBA, where he boldly pierced the heart of the adversary with his sharp resolve, securing triumph for his team. Tancini stared in disbelief, grappling with the reality of the situation. Was this truly happening? Had they lost? Chapter 12, a flawless debut, another 10-day contract at the Western Conference Forum. Nearly all Lakers fans rose to their feet, exuberantly cheering. Most had believed the Lakers were doomed, yet Chen Hao emerged as the hero, rescuing the team from despair. The cameras were fixated on him throughout the climax of the game, but Chen's expression remained stoic, as if unaffected by the surrounding chaos, resembling a machine devoid of emotion. However, the entire Lakers squad refused to overlook him, surrounding him in jubilant celebration, leaping and shouting with joy. Perkins, as if he had just secured a game-winning shot, jubilantly proclaimed that the Rockets were nothing to fear. He energetically pushed Chen Hao while hoarsely shouting, "We won! We won!" The ever-passionate AC Green, youthful in spirit, echoed the sentiment. Truth be told, without Chen Hao's timely steal, the Lakers would not have clinched victory. Allowing Olajuwon to receive the ball in the paint would have been akin to exposing their vulnerabilities to the opponent. Yet, like a divine being descending from the heavens, Chen Hao made the crucial interception. AC Green, having resigned himself to yet another defeat after 5 consecutive losses, was astonished when the least likely player stepped up to save the day. With a heroic flair, Chen Hao salvaged the team, prompting AC Green to give him an enthusiastic thumbs up. Teague, uncertain of his sincerity, approached and complimented, "Well done." Unfortunately, Chen Hao did not catch his words amidst the throng of teammates eager to celebrate with him. In the stands and the private boxes, as they witnessed Chen Hao encircled by his teammates, West nodded approvingly, insisting on signing him immediately, right now. Previously, he had harbored doubts about the sufficiency of the data sample, but now he felt compelled to take a bold leap. In stark contrast to the jubilant Lakers players was Rockets head coach Tancini, who stood frozen in shock. Did we really lose? Is there an issue with the player report? Wasn't it agreed that Chen Hao would be a DNP? And now he has become the secret weapon? Who do I even discuss this with? Kenny Smith covered his head with his hands, overwhelmed with frustration. His blunder this time has cost them victory. Kenny Smith performed admirably, yet the outcome was ultimately marred by this mistake. One could argue that if he had been intercepted by Perkins, or, at the very least, AC Green, his spirits might have been somewhat lifted. However, to be stripped of the ball by Chen Hao, a mere nobody, as frail as a reed, and who, in fact, was listed as DNP on the player report, only to become a mere backdrop in this narrative, was a bitter pill for him to swallow. Nevertheless, Kenny Smith had to concede that Chen Hao's wingspan was indeed extraordinary. Hakeem Olajuwon was also frustrated. Facing the Lakers tonight, victory seemed imperative. Yet now, with Chen Hao stirring the pot, one must acknowledge it was indeed Chen Hao who stepped up. He felt a sense of guilt, lamenting that had his first shot succeeded, this wretched situation could have been avoided. However, in the realm of basketball, opportunities to clinch a game can be fleeting. If one fails to eliminate the competition, one risks being eliminated instead. Such is the nature of basketball. Maxwell was disheartened. Tonight was meant to be his shining moment, a career high of over 30 points. Yet now, the highlights on the empty court showcased him merely as an accessory to Chen Hao's brilliance. He found it perplexing how a mere reed like Chen Hao could be so formidable. Regrettably, fans in the Celestial Empire could only watch a recorded version of Chen Hao's stellar performance since the live broadcast for this game was canceled. At the Western Forum Arena, since Magic's retirement, it had been a long time since such excitement had filled the venue. Remarkably, even after the game concluded, 80 of the fans remained enthralled by the recent match. Even the seasoned Lakers patriarch, Jerry West, was left with goosebumps. What kind of magic did this kid from the Celestial Empire possess? Yet, he understood clearly that a fringe player, on the brink of unemployment, had erupted in a critical moment, aiding his team in a comeback and almost executing a game-winning shot. Was this not the NBA version of the ugly duckling transforming into a beautiful swan? In West's memory, Chen Hao was indeed a unique case. This young man was worth nurturing. West had tagged Chen Hao. On the court, the celebrations had already concluded. Chen Hao's mind is currently buzzing with thoughts. His sole desire is to ascertain whether his performance will captivate the Lakers management enough to grant him an opportunity. Journalists, equipped with an array of cameras, have gathered around him, capturing every moment. Undoubtedly, Chen Hao stands as the most radiant figure on the court. Chen Hao, having delivered such a stunning performance, what are your feelings at this moment? Chen Hao let out a sound of contemplation, pinching his nose. I should be able to keep my job, right? The reporter burst into laughter. I believe Jerry will be seeking you out soon. How do you feel at this moment? Chen Hao, I have not accomplished much either. I am fortunate to have exceptional teammates, and I must express my gratitude to Kenny for his support. Kenny Smith, please, spare us. Marvin Albert, upon witnessing Chen Hao's exit, concluded his commentary for the day. As he turned around, he was startled to see the pallid visage of Gadika, exclaiming, "Oh my God. Buddy, are you all right? Your complexion is as white as someone who has lost too much blood. I strongly recommend you see a doctor." Gadika's countenance grew even more dismal. Prior to the match, he had derided the Lakers, confidently asserting that they would surely face defeat tonight. Chen Hao appears emaciated, and the Lakers seem poised to relinquish their struggle. Chen Hao initially appeared to be a liability, but he has now emerged as a savior. In the fourth quarter alone, he scored 12 points, totaling 16 points for the game, alongside 5 rebounds and 3 steals, culminating in a near game-winning shot. His performance tonight has positioned him as the unexpected hero in the Lakers' victory. This display is akin to a direct slap in the face to Gadika. Chen Hao's performance revealed Gadika's lack of professionalism and his utter ignorance of the game. He could hardly fathom the remarks fans might be making about him at that moment. It felt as though he had been dealt a crushing blow. Returning to the locker room, Chen Hao was splashed with water. The act was devoid of malice, serving as a celebration of his near game-winning shot. AC Green thoughtfully presented Chen Hao with the game ball as a keepsake. In this match, Chen Hao's status in the locker room soared dramatically. The Lakers desperately needed this victory, having faced 5 consecutive losses, with external rumors and speculations running rampant. This situation had truly distressed the Lakers players. Now, with the ending of the 5-game losing streak, a sense of relief washed over everyone. Simultaneously, head coach Dunvaley informed Chen Hao that general manager Jerry had requested him to tidy up and visit his office. Chen Hao felt a gentle stir within his heart as he steadied himself. If the Lakers had no intention of renewing his contract, they would directly contact his agent. Now, naturally, it was time for him to head to the office. The ever-virtuous AC Green sincerely expressed his happiness for Chen Hao, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "The harder you work, the luckier you become. Well done, Chen." All his teammates, except for Teague, wholeheartedly applauded Chen Hao. Subsequently, he hastily gathered his belongings and made his way to West's office. Jerry, a kind-faced middle-aged man, looked up from behind his desk as Chen Hao entered, setting down his newspaper and removing his reading glasses. "Chen, you've arrived. Please, have a seat. Would you like a cup of coffee? West's coffee is quite exceptional, and it is a rare treat to have it offered. This is the first time Chen Hao has received such hospitality from West." "Thank you, Chen," West said while preparing coffee for him. "Your performance tonight has truly impressed me. I hope you continue to strive for excellence. We need this. Furthermore, your contract is about to expire. Would you be willing to sign a brief 10-day contract with us?" Although West did not offer Chen Hao a guaranteed contract, he felt no disappointment. The opportunity itself was invaluable. He believed that with his current physique and the assistance of the system, success was merely a matter of time. It would be unrealistic to expect a guaranteed long-term contract after just one game, as West is not a hasty individual. The fact that someone is willing to give him a chance is already commendable. "Thank you, Mr. Jerry. I have no reason to decline. Your coffee," Chen Hao remarked. As he spoke, West's coffee had already been prepared. He approached and handed it to Chen Hao. "Thank you." Chen Hao accepted the coffee, its aroma delightful. "This is the second short contract for 10 days, amounting to $5,000. It may not be a substantial sum, but I hope you find it satisfactory." With that, West picked up the contract that had been prepared on the table and presented it to Chen Hao. Hearing this, Chen Hao felt a surge of joy. His previous contract was merely $2,000, and now it had increased to $5,000. While not a fortune, it would alleviate his financial strain. At the very least, it would resolve his sister's educational expenses. Take a look at the contract. If everything is in order, please sign it, West suggested. Without a glance, Chen Hao signed his name, deeming it unnecessary to scrutinize such a temporary contract. He inscribed his signature upon the agreement and then collected his payment. Finally, West patted Chen Hao on the shoulder, saying, "Chen, I have high hopes for you. Give it your all. If you excel in the next 10 days, I can assist you in securing a guaranteed contract." "I will," Chen Hao replied, his gaze resolute, his fists clenched in determination. Chapter 13, Chen Hao's Rise. The top scholar's embarrassment the following day. Aboard the flight to Dallas, Campbell turned to Chen Hao and proclaimed, "Chen, you are on fire." Chen Hao was bewildered, unable to comprehend the meaning. Campbell, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Look, look." He handed Chen Hao a newspaper. As Chen Hao stepped forward, he was greeted by headlines proclaiming, "Salvation for Los Angeles, the Lakers' savior has arrived." The young talent from the Celestial Empire, Chen Hao, poised for a decisive victory against the Rockets. The ugly duckling has transformed into a beautiful swan, an explosive performance, a thunderous dunk over the Dream, a near-game winning shot against the Rockets, an astonishing comeback of 18 points. This young prodigy from the East has truly dazzled. In this era, the primary means of communication were television and newspapers, and the day after his sensational performance, Chen Hao's fame skyrocketed. Chen Hao took the newspaper and began to flip through its pages. Several media outlets in Los Angeles featured him prominently on their front pages. Chen Hao found this somewhat exaggerated. He did not believe he had accomplished anything significant. In truth, it is not an exaggeration. Los Angeles is the global hub of attention, and his version of the story could not be surpassed. The elements of an undrafted player executing a stunning dunk over a legendary figure, a near buzzer beater, a turnaround victory. These are all sensational highlights that captivate the news. Chen Hao has achieved remarkable success, and if he doesn't shine, who will? It is not merely newspapers that are abuzz. Even during the NBC basketball program that recapped the Lakers vs. Rockets game, the predominant topic of conversation was Chen Hao. The guest host was Magic, who, since his retirement, has frequently graced television appearances. As a Lakers player, Chen Hao is naturally considered one of their own, and Magic has always been generous with his praise for his compatriots. What did I tell you? This kid is bound to make a name for himself. He is simply relentless. Do you know what Los Angeles is like at 4 a.m.? Chen does. Magic was overjoyed on the show, as the Lakers had finally broken their losing streak. Moreover, he was particularly thrilled that the Lakers triumphed over the Rockets, considering that Dream was Magic's nemesis throughout his career. When Dream was merely a sophomore, he overshadowed Magic, leading to Magic's painful 4-1 elimination. Thus, the rivalry between Magic and Dream was born. And Magic has never missed an opportunity to express his disdain for the Rockets. Yet he often found himself on the losing side, realizing that youth and vigor are formidable adversaries. Naturally, Magic was elated to discover that the Lakers had a promising talent in Chen Hao, whose innate abilities are exceptional. However, he lamented that Chen appeared rather slender, like a mere stick. Magic remarked, "If only Chen were a bit more robust, he could very well be the next me." What a pity. Little did Magic know that beneath Chen's seemingly slender exterior lies a monstrous potential. While Magic's joy was palpable, host Gudica felt utterly despondent. The show's producers, well-versed in the art of attracting viewership, had paired Magic and Gudica together. Gudica had initially declined to appear on the show, but the network insisted, leaving him with no choice. From last night to this afternoon, the network's phone lines were inundated with complaints from countless Los Angeles fans asserting that Gudica simply does not understand the game. During his commentary, his evaluations of the Lakers and Chen Hao were seen as utterly worthless by the fans, who were quick to voice their grievances. This, of course, translates to viewership. The network was eager to capitalize on it. Although these complaints would not jeopardize his position, Gudica's mood was severely affected, as he is a perfectionist. Any criticism weighs heavily on him for an extended period. Even if he may have been mistaken, he refuses to acknowledge his errors. When faced with scrutiny, he stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you are not being sufficiently composed. With such a limited data sample, what can it possibly indicate? Nothing at all, right? A stunning debut. Yet how many have ended up achieving nothing? Is the NBA lacking in fleeting meteors? What we truly need are the timeless stars. What can one game truly prove? It proves nothing. Naturally, I harbor no grievances against Chen Hao. I merely believe that we could all benefit from a touch of maturity and refrain from exuberantly celebrating a single victory. That would be rather inappropriate. To speak frankly, my disdain for Chen Hao does not stem from a lack of respect. Rather, it arises from the fact that he has not yet attempted a single offensive maneuver on his own. His score may be commendable, yet what does it truly signify? Ultimately, it signifies nothing, and that is the undeniable truth. Goody Ka does not wish to acknowledge Chen Hao's brilliance, for in doing so, he would be compelled to confront his own fallibility. Once he admits to being mistaken, the ramifications could be quite daunting. No man is willing to concede his errors. This holds universally. Oh, Goody Ka, it would be best for you to remain silent. Was last night's humiliation not sufficient? Recognizing the excellence of others is not as formidable a challenge as you perceive. What nonsense about the Lakers' inevitable defeat? What unfounded claims that Chen Hao cannot acclimate to the pace of the NBA? His physique may appear fragile. Yet I am at a loss as to how you analyze the game. In the fourth quarter alone, he scored 12 points, including a near game-winning shot against the Rockets. And to my knowledge, he was the sole player to achieve such a feat, while he may not yet be the most formidable player of the 1991 draft class. I believe that given time, he will undoubtedly prove himself worthy of that title. Magic Johnson, being a fiercely loyal supporter, naturally backs Chen Hao, and his high emotional intelligence allows him to refrain from criticism, mostly offering praise instead. When Magic makes such statements, he also seems to provide Goody Ka with a means of retreat. However, Goody Ka persists in his obstinacy. Magic, are you being serious? Huh. I am on the verge of laughter. The notion that he could ever be the strongest player of the 91 class is far-fetched. Furthermore, I am uncertain if I will even have the opportunity to witness him on the NBA court a month from now. He has yet to face any formidable opponents. Olajuwon, are you being courteous? Magic, your bias against Chun is evident. Goody Ka, I harbor no prejudice. It is merely one game. And the sample size of data is far too limited to draw any convincing conclusions. Magic is left speechless. How ironic that those who lack something often feel compelled to flaunt it. He realizes that the only recourse left is to let time serve as a testament against Goody Ka. Chen Hao disembarked from the aircraft and arrived at a local hotel in Dallas, where he encountered the program. He was aware of Goody Ka's bias against him, yet he remained unfazed. After all, there were many who held similar prejudices, and he was not particularly concerned about their opinions. One point Goody Ka made resonated with Chen Hao. The data sample from a single game was indeed insufficient. In the NBA, consistency was paramount. Just like in the future with Simmons, scoring 20 points in one game and only 2 in another was simply unacceptable. A man must remain steadfast. Resilience was essential. Larry Johnson was in a foul mood. The 1991 first overall pick, nicknamed Grandma, struggled to acclimate to the NBA. In his first 5 games, he recorded scores of 6, 8, 5, 9, and 7 points, leading to a disheartening 5-game losing streak. Consequently, he faced a torrent of criticism, earning the label of a bust for a first-round pick. It was only after a game against the struggling Timberwolves that he finally proved his worth, scoring an impressive 20 points and grabbing 8 rebounds, leading his team to victory and momentarily elevating his spirits. Perhaps this would alter his public perception. Would he not deserve a headline or two? However, upon viewing the front page the next day, he was astounded to find it dominated by reports on Chen Hao, featuring his remarkable fourth-quarter performance with 12 points, a near game-winning shot against the Rockets, and an 18-point comeback victory for the Lakers, thus ending their 5-game losing streak. He refused to believe it. The crux of the matter was that Chen Hao was not even a lottery pick. He was merely a temporary player for the Lakers, signed to a 10-day contract, with yesterday marking his debut against the championship-contending Rockets. It was inconceivable, utterly implausible. As a first overall pick, he had only managed 6 points and 5 assists in his debut. What merit could Chen Hao possibly have? It was simply illogical. Yet how could the newspapers be mistaken? Chen Hao, who had been poised to redeem his reputation with that game, found his spotlight completely eclipsed. As the saying goes, comparison breeds contempt. In contrast to Chen Hao, Larry Johnson faced social humiliation. Scoring 20 points against the Timberwolves felt like a Herculean task for him, despite being the first overall pick. Meanwhile, Chen Hao triumphed over the Rockets, even posterizing Olajuwon, hitting a clutch shot, and aiding the Lakers in their remarkable comeback, with 12 points in the fourth quarter alone. Chen Hao remains a temporary worker. In the initial 5 games, the team provided excuses for the veteran, emphasizing the necessity of a process and the time required for Larry Johnson to adapt and prove himself. Yet, Chen Hao emerged unexpectedly, further solidifying the label of Larry Johnson as a disappointing first-round pick. In his heart, Larry Johnson silently vowed, "So, it's Chen Hao, is it? I shall remember you. The next time we meet, I will make you regret it." Chapter 14. Only 10 points remain until the next significant reward. The Lakers face off against the Dallas Mavericks on their home turf. The teams are closely matched, with one position 9th in the Western Conference and the other 10th. The Lakers trailing the Mavericks by a mere 0.5 wins. Before the match, Chen Hao received a task to consume Tig's rotation time plus an additional 10 experience points. This left Chen Hao utterly tantalized. However, in the game between the Lakers and the Mavericks, both teams exhibited a relatively equal strength, resulting in an intensely competitive contest. In his last match, Chen Hao delivered an impressive performance. However, it is nearly impossible for a single game to alter Deng Weili's strategy. Not only would Deng Weili refuse, but the veteran players would also oppose such a change. Every player capable of competing in the NBA considers themselves a version of Jordan in their own narrative. Their ambition is certainly not lacking. To put it succinctly, the NBA is fundamentally a business. One must step onto the court to earn a living, and opportunities are limited. If a newcomer were to usurp the playing time of seasoned players, it would inevitably incite discord within the locker room. The confrontation with the Mavericks is on the verge of igniting. Chen Hao remains seated at the far end of the bench, intently observing the unfolding battle on the court. His mind raced as he diligently analyzed the tactics and strategies employed by both teams, striving to be fully aware of the dynamics at play. Simultaneously, he diverted a portion of his focus toward Woke, anxious not to miss any signal from head coach Deng Weili indicating that he might be called upon to enter the game. As the match commenced, the contest descended into a fierce struggle. Both teams, known for their rapid and chaotic style of play, maintained a brisk pace and exhibited remarkable efficiency. The game began with 5 lead changes, and at 5 minutes and 36 seconds, the score stood tied at 16-16. This marked the onset of the first official timeout. Meanwhile, across the Pacific, in the Tianqiao Sports PD live broadcast studio, the commentary was provided by former national player and Asian Championship MVP, the future Wei Ping Bryant, alongside the esteemed commentator Zhang Heli. The host of the show was the renowned Sun Jingping. Sun Jingping posed the initial question. In the previous match, our player Chen Hao delivered a spectacular performance in the crucial fourth quarter, executing a remarkable dunk over the legendary Dream and nearly securing a last-second victory against the Rockets. His performance left a lasting impression and sparked considerable discussion in the United States, becoming a phenomenon. Teacher Zhang, do you believe Chen Hao will have the opportunity to play in this match? Teacher Zhang Heli casually glanced at the statistics before responding. The teams are closely matched in strength, and this game will likely be tightly contested. There may be opportunities, albeit limited. Furthermore, he is merely on a 10-day contract. Coach Deng Weili will undoubtedly prioritize seasoned players with guaranteed contracts to avoid potential discord within the locker room. Chen Hao's opportunity to perform on the court is confined to fragmented moments during unstable rotations, presenting a significant challenge for him. Teacher Zhang, a former national player, possesses a remarkable ability to incisively identify the essence of problems. Indeed, during the first quarter's initial timeout, a substitution was made, Perkins off, Teague on. Deng Weili's objective for this change was crystal clear, to conserve the strength of Captain Perkins for the second quarter alongside the bench players. Otherwise, the Lakers' performance during the second quarter's rotation would be nothing short of disastrous. His intent behind this substitution was commendable. However, Teague's actions proved detrimental. With the departure of veteran Vashi, Teague's standing within the Lakers has steadily declined, his scoring halved, reaching a new career low. This year marks a contract year for him, and such dismal performance portends a reduction in salary, potentially jeopardizing his future employment opportunities. Furthermore, Chen Hao's explosive emergence in the previous game, which secured him a new contract, has intensified Teague's sense of urgency. He fears that Chen Hao may usurp his playing time. In his desperation to prove himself, he often finds that haste is counterproductive. Moreover, Teague's strengths lie in offense rather than defense. In contrast, his matchup, Haku, has become the Mavericks' second leading scorer this season, showcasing an exceptional mid-range game that has earned him the moniker mid-range handsome among fans. This season, he has delivered career-defining performances, averaging 23.5 points over the first 6 games, with media outlets asserting that Haku is poised to ascend to the ranks of elite scorers. In this match, under Perkins' defense, Haku's performance was average, shooting only 2 for 6, still seeking his rhythm. However, when matched against Teague, Haku quickly found his footing, effortlessly scoring with a mid-range jumper. This moment became a turning point in the game. Teague, in his own folly, displayed a lackadaisical defensive effort, driven by the misguided notion of conserving energy for offense. Yet, his offensive prowess is primarily in fast breaks, which necessitates support from teammates. In the current lineup, it is evident that AC Green is the focal point, the primary offensive option, while Perkins, as a substitute, barely ranks as a third choice. Coupled with his lackluster defense, Teague allowed an easy basket. Seizing the opportunity when the Lakers missed their shot, Haku grabbed the rebound and initiated a fast break, penetrating through Teague for a 2-1 play. Haku stepped to the free throw line, and the Lakers were suddenly struck by a 5-0 surge from the Mavericks. Deng Whaley, showing remarkable patience, refrained from substituting Teague. In that moment, Teague's urgency intensified. When AC Green passed him the ball, his intention was merely to give Teague a touch to reset. However, once Teague received the ball, he transformed completely, his focus solely on the rim, as if the ball were glued to his hands. With the ball in hand, he immediately took action, striving to validate his choices. However, Teague was bewildered by the circumstances and made an error. He hastily initiated his dribble. On another occasion, Teague attempted to tackle 3 defenders simultaneously, charging into a cluster of players without considering a pass. At that moment, the ever-reliable Curry stood alone in the corner, 5 meters from any defender, presented with a clear opportunity. Teague disregarded him entirely, forcing a layup that was met with a block. Curry, ever resilient, approached Teague, exclaiming, "I am open." Teague, realizing his oversight, acknowledged it. Yet, when faced with a similar scenario again, Teague remained unchanged, clinging to the ball and attempting to score himself. Oblivious to the 3 Mavericks converging upon him, Curry was once again left unguarded, and in frustration, he shouted, "What the hell?" Coach Dunleavy promptly called for a timeout. Upon returning, Teague spread his arms in confusion, questioning, "What are you doing?" Aware of Teague's eagerness to prove himself, Dunleavy had afforded him opportunities. Nevertheless, Teague's performance was dismal, an affront to his intelligence, which Dunleavy could not tolerate. This match against the Mavericks was a prime opportunity for the Lakers to ascend to the 8th position in the Western Conference. In essence, winning this game equated to winning 2. It was a battle they could not afford to lose. Yet, as soon as Teague entered the game, he was swiftly met with a 10-0 run by the opponents. Interestingly, all points scored by Harkless, who was matched against Teague. Teague had only been on the court for 2 minutes. Observing Dunleavy's demeanor, it seemed he might face a DNP designation. He glanced once more at Perkins, who was meant to lead the rotation, but with the current state of play, he feared for the latter's stamina. Consequently, his gaze shifted to Chen Hao, whose defensive prowess had left a lasting impression in the previous game. Dunleavy's eyes lit up as he turned to the end of the bench where Chen sat. Chapter 15. Only 10 points away from the next big reward. AC Green also expressed his dissatisfaction with Teague, stating, "Coach, I can let Chen give it a try. We cannot allow Harkless to score any further." In sync with this thought, Dunleavy beckoned Chen Hao, calling out, "Chen." Chen Hao was already prepared, springing up like a bolt from a red-hot iron block, taking a few quick steps to reach Deng Whaley's side. Deng Whaley pointed towards the opposing team's Haku and said, "You see him, don't you? Your sole task is to defend against him. I do not wish to witness him scoring." Chen Hao nodded emphatically, affirming his resolve. However, Deng Whaley remained somewhat apprehensive, cautioning, "In this match, we must secure a victory. We must contain Haku. If you fail to do so, I will not hesitate to replace you. I can handle him." Chen Hao asserted with unwavering confidence. With his exceptional arm span, top-tier combat talents, and the assistance of X-ray vision, he was certain that managing Haku would pose little challenge. Not far away, Teague sneered disdainfully, muttering under his breath, "Does he truly believe he is invincible? A single good game has evidently clouded his judgment. He will soon learn the consequences." He anticipated that Haku would leave Chen Hao in tears. Teague recognized Haku as a prolific scorer and conceded that he could not possibly defend against him, opting instead to abandon defense entirely and focus solely on scoring. He understood that any earnest attempt at defense would be futile, as top-tier scoring ability could not be thwarted without an equally formidable defense. Given that Haku's rhythm had already been established, Blocking him had become nearly impossible. Deng Weili, evidently still uneasy, remarked, "Confidence is commendable, but I hope you follow through on your words." Chen Hao merely uttered a sound of acknowledgement, for he understood that victories are earned through performance, not mere words. Let us wait and see. In the NBC studio, Gadika remained obstinate, relentlessly fixated on Chen Hao. "What did I say? I mentioned his fleeting presence, didn't I? Observe closely. Deng Weili has even allowed him to step onto the court." Marin defended Chen Hao. "There is no need to rush. The match is merely in its first quarter. I have faith that Deng Weili will grant Chen Hao an opportunity." "Are you jesting? In such a tense game, do you truly believe that feasible?" responded Marwin. "You're overthinking it. In this match, Chen Hao will have no chance, even if Gadika is desperate to reclaim his reputation and belittle Chen Hao." However, on the court, the Lakers' number 23, Chen Hao, donned his gear and made his entrance. Gadika continued to chatter. "Marwin? Albert, did you see? Chen Hao is on the court. He has arrived." "What nonsense. This is impossible." Gadika, brimming with misplaced confidence, retorted. "Just wait and see. Don't jest. This is no laughing matter. Unless Deng Weili has lost his senses, he would not orchestrate such a move." Gadika exclaimed, turning his gaze to the screen. Lo and behold, he was astounded, unable to believe his eyes, rubbing them in disbelief, wishing he had misread the situation. Yet it was indeed true. Chen Hao was on the court. "Gadika, what do you have to say now?" teased Marwin. "Utter nonsense. This is the worst possible substitution. Deng Weili must have lost his mind. If he cannot manage Teague, what can a temporary worker from the Lakers accomplish? Just wait and see. Chen Hao will be thoroughly outmatched by Haku." The Lakers called for a timeout. In the Tianqiao Sports live broadcast, host Sun Zhongping remarked, "Teacher Zhang, the Lakers are trailing by 12 points. What adjustments must they make to overcome this challenge?" Teacher Zhang, with a smile, replied, "The Lakers have fallen behind because they cannot contain Haku. They need to substitute Teague for Perkins. However, if they make such adjustments, they will lack personnel during rotations, posing a significant challenge for Perkins' stamina. Currently, Perkins is the offensive core for the Lakers while also tasked with defending the standout Haku. To fulfill both roles is quite a burden for the Lakers." Sun Zhiping nodded in agreement, acknowledging Teacher Zhang's insight. "Do you believe Deng Weili will utilize Chen Hao? You know his defensive performance in the last match left quite an impression." "I don't believe so. Ultimately, it hinges on Deng Weili. Moreover, assigning Chen Hao to defend Haku poses a formidable challenge for him. I doubt he can manage it. After all, Haku is among the top 20 scorers in the NBA. Clearly, asking Chen Hao to guard Haku is beyond his capabilities." On the court, the game persists. The Mavericks maintain possession. The ball is once again passed to Haku. With the ball in hand, Haku perceives three threats. Upon glancing up, he sees Chen Hao, a lanky figure with a youthful, sun-kissed complexion, approaching him. Haku feels a wave of disrespect wash over him. He charges forward, immediately hurling some trash talk at Chen Hao. "Are you serious? Is this some sort of mistake? You're here to defend me?" Chen Hao remained silent, his knees bent at a right angle, arms outstretched, his gaze intensely fixed on Haku's abdomen, poised for action. A lion, even when hunting a rabbit, exerts its full strength. He had never been one to underestimate his opponents. Haku, however, regarded Chen Hao with disdain, his guard not even raised as he proceeded to release the ball. It was as if he was fully aware of Haku's intentions. In the fleeting moment that Haku prepared to release the ball, Chen Hao struck with the swiftness of lightning, his movements rapid and decisive, snatching the ball away. Haku's arrogance cost him dearly. Had he guarded the ball, Chen Hao might not have had the opportunity. Yet, his guard remained unraised, a grave oversight. Chen Hao executed the steal effortlessly, snatching the ball with remarkable swiftness. Haku was left stunned. The speed at which Chen Hao acted was astonishing, leaving him no time to react. Once he secured possession, he took a decisive step forward, asserting control over the ball. Glancing around, it appeared as though everyone else was rooted to the ground, as if their feet were anchored by nails. Chen Hao graciously accepted this opportunity. Haku quickly reacted, turning his head to see that Chen Hao had crossed half the field, and he consequently abandoned his pursuit. Chen Hao effortlessly weaved through the air in the front court. Ma Wenqing, unable to contain his excitement, shouted, "Steal." Chen Hao intercepted Haku, gliding through the air with a low layup, effortlessly securing 2 points. Wow! Gadika momentarily froze, astonished. Is this even possible? This kid, could it be? Is he about to perform like he did against the Rockets? Is he really stepping up as a rescue player? Impossible! Gadika adamantly refused to believe it. Deng Weili could hardly have anticipated that Chen Hao would make such an impression upon entering the game. He sprang up from his seat, as if a red-hot iron had been placed beneath him, raising his arms in jubilant celebration. What a play! Perkins delighted in this display, also rising to his feet, exclaiming, "Beautiful." Teague was left speechless, muttering, This can't be real. Fictional scripts wouldn't dare to write it this way." Chen Hao was capable of defending against Maxwell, which didn't surprise Teague, as Maxwell was known for his three-point shooting rather than ball handling. However, Haku was different. He was a scorer, ranked among the top 20 in the league. When Chen Hao said he would steal, he did just that. This revelation completely reshaped Teague's understanding of the game. At that moment, he wondered how Haku could appear so inadequate, seemingly forgetting that just moments before, he had believed Haku was unguardable. Chapter 16. Only 10 points away from the next grand prize. The Mavericks coach observed Chen Hao steal from Haku, but dismissed it with indifference, merely applauding and saying, "No worries, just pay attention next time." It was just a steal, after all. He didn't truly believe that Chen Hao could restrict their top scorer. Haku. What a preposterous notion. Could a person with yellow skin really excel at basketball? The coach dismissed Chen Hao's explosive performance as mere luck. What a joke. If it happens twice, that would indeed be surprising. He remained unconcerned. However, Haku felt differently. He recognized the challenge, for Chen Hao's speed was astonishing. Such quickness could not be attained without years of dedicated practice. In the live broadcast room, Zhang Heli was astonished, exclaiming, "Incredible! Beautiful!" Haku was paying the price for his carelessness. Chen Hao retaliated, smoothly scoring another 2 points. "Amazing!" Sun Zhengping marveled. "His speed is remarkable. Chen Hao is truly the pride of our nation." Zhang Heli pondered. "Do you think Chen Hao can truly defend against Haku?" After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "That would be quite difficult." Clearly, Haku was careless in that moment, neglecting to protect the ball. Once Haku becomes serious, defending against a scorer of his caliber will be a daunting task. You must understand, after being embarrassed once, Haku will be provoked. When angered, he becomes a force to be reckoned with. Sun Jingping, expressing his concerns, stated, "Haku's scoring ability is indeed fearsome. Once he gets aggressive, he becomes unstoppable, like a deity slaying gods or a Buddha vanquishing Buddhas. If he is truly enraged, it could lead to trouble. I recall just days ago, he was infuriated by a glider and, in a fit of rage, scored an astonishing 42 points atop the glider's head. That was truly terrifying. Who could possibly disagree?" Zhang made a reasonable assessment. The camera returned to the scene. The standout performer for the Xiaonuo team was undoubtedly Haku. Haku, with the ball in hand, presented a formidable three-pronged threat against Chen Hao. Chen Hao maintained his unwavering defensive stance. In the face of Haku's provocations, he remained unperturbed. Haku continued his incessant trash talk, declaring, "You have provoked me, and the consequences will be dire." Chen Hao remained silent. "Haku, you cannot withstand my wrath." Chen Hao remained silent. He had an aversion to noise and meaningless chatter. Three-point shots were not Haku's forte. Rather, it was the mid-range pull-up that he cherished most. While seated on the bench, Chen Hao discerned this nuance. Thus, he granted Haku a step backward, positioning himself directly within the three-point arc. Indeed, Haku swiftly positioned the ball in his right hand, intending to penetrate through the right flank. Chen Hao, without even glancing at Haku's trembling shoulder, discerned the situation with remarkable acuity. This time, he did not rely on his extraordinary vision, for in a single match, he had only 5 opportunities to assess the gravity of the moment. Even without his enhanced perception, Chen Hao effortlessly defended against Haku. He adeptly positioned himself to thwart Haku's advance. Naturally, it was improbable that he could effortlessly impede one of the NBA's top 20 scorers. As Haku found his path obstructed, he swiftly altered his approach, pivoting on his left foot and executing a right turn, intending to maneuver down the left side. However, it was far too slow. To Chen Hao, Haku's movements appeared as if they were unfolding in slow motion. The instant Haku attempted to dribble, Chen Hao instinctively reached for the ball, and as Haku's dribble faltered, Chen Hao seized the opportunity to execute a flawless steal. Chen Hao had not anticipated that such a casual reach would yield results. Simultaneously, he noticed a purple shadow darting towards the front court. As he looked up, he saw Del Curry, who executed a long pass with both hands, sending the ball soaring to the front. Old Curry received the ball with ease, took 3 steps, and successfully made the layup. The ball went in. Upon witnessing the ball enter the net, the seasoned player, Curry, pointed at Chen Hao and gave him a thumbs up, signaling that it was an excellent shot. Haku, on the other hand, could hardly believe that Chen Hao managed to intercept him not once, but twice, right in his own territory, striking directly in his face. This was an unprecedented occurrence for Haku. He turned to glare at Chen Hao, who, in return, was perplexed, wondering if there was something amiss on his own face. Chen Hao wiped his face with his hand, bewildered. He found himself puzzled by Haku's expression, which was filled with confusion. After a considerable pause, Haku fixed his gaze on Chen Hao and declared, "You're finished." Chen Hao discovered that Haku's pupils were filled with Martian fire. He found it peculiar that this individual was so vociferous. It seemed to him that Haku harbored some misconceptions about basketball. It was a game to be played, not merely spoken of. Nevertheless, Chen Hao refrained from engaging in unnecessary chatter. He maintained his stance, poised and ready for action. On the sidelines, Deng Weili was overjoyed, clapping enthusiastically, proclaiming, "What a splendid play. We truly need this." He had never anticipated that Chen Hao could single-handedly contain Haku. He was prepared to substitute Perkins should Chen Hao falter. Yet, surprisingly, he had succeeded not once, but twice, a delightful surprise indeed. Nearby, Tig's pupils trembled with disbelief. After all, this was Haku, a top 20 scorer in the NBA and a near all-star. How could he have been intercepted not once, but twice? This was utterly astounding. The head coach of the Mavericks was also in shock. Once could be deemed a fluke, but twice? This was beyond explanation, an interception. Chen Hao had stolen the ball from Haku again. My heavens! How on earth did he manage this? Twice in succession, unbelievable. The sheer audacity of it. Without a hint of rationale, Chen Hao's wingspan and speed were truly enviable. Marvin Albert gasped, suddenly realizing something was amiss. He noted that his talkative partner, Gadika, had fallen silent. Gadika, why don't you chime in? I'm not the only one speaking here. But could Gadika utter a word? Of course not. He had expected Haku to step forward and teach Chen Hao a lesson, yet now he found himself at a loss, unable to counter Chen Hao's prowess. Could this game continue? Haku glared at Chen Hao, vowing, "I will crush you." Each word was enunciated slowly, squeezed out between his clenched teeth. His chest swelled with fury. He could not abide being treated so by someone from the East. However, Haku attempted 3 consecutive attacks, all of which he executed himself. Yet, he was not intercepted this time. Of his 3 shots, 1 was blocked, and 2 missed entirely, leaving the Lakers to capitalize on the situation with a swift counterattack. Thanks to Chen Hao's defense, they unleashed an 8-0 run, forcing the Mavericks to call a timeout. Haku began to question his own existence. Was this young man truly an undrafted rookie? He felt as though he had encountered a seasoned veteran of the NBA. Chapter 17, just 10 points away from the next major reward. Chen Hao has garnered the utmost trust of Deng Weili. Following the first quarter, under his relentless and aggressive defense, the Mavericks' key scorer, Haku, faltered significantly. Seizing this opportunity, the Lakers concluded the first quarter tied at 28-28. The Mavericks fans fell into a stunned silence, having envisioned countless narratives, yet none akin to this. A rookie from the Lakers had caused the core of the Mavericks to underperform, squandering a favorable situation. It was simply unbelievable. During the intermission of the first quarter, in the Tianchao Sports live broadcast, Sun Jinping expressed his astonishment. Chen Hao's defense is truly impressive. Under his watch, Haku failed to score a single point. This is nothing short of miraculous. Judging by Chen Hao's demeanor, he seems poised to continue the extraordinary performance from the previous game. Meanwhile, the rational analyst Zhang Heli remarked, Chen Hao's execution has been commendable. He is indeed pivotal to the Lakers' pursuit. However, it is unrealistic to expect a scorer to remain ineffective throughout an entire game. Such a feat is nearly impossible. The Mavericks head coach incessantly inquired of Haku, "Are you all right?" How could a man admit to faltering? Haku would never concede to being thwarted by Chen Hao. "I'm fine. I have no issues whatsoever. I will find my rhythm in the game." Yet tonight, Haku appeared to struggle. Deng Weili of the Lakers orchestrated a strategy to bind Chen Hao and Haku together, alternating their presence on the court. As the second quarter entered its rotation phase, with Perkins leading the team, the Lakers navigated their weaker rotation phase with relative stability, even holding a 3-point lead. The starters returned. With Chen Hao absent, Haku, even against Perkins' defense, showed no signs of intimidation. He swiftly executed a graceful mid-range jumper, narrowing the deficit to 2 points. Perkins' defense was commendable. effectively obstructing Haku's line of sight with his arms. However, Haku was still undeterred. Unfortunately, Perkins' reach was insufficient, standing at 2 meters and 3 centimeters tall. With an arm span of only 2 meters and 5 centimeters, this limitation hindered Perkins from achieving all-star status. Chen Hao's interference on Haku was notable, primarily due to his extraordinary wingspan. As the ball went in, Haku's confidence surged once again. He pounded his chest and roared, "I'm all good. I'm fine." Gadika, who had been silent for quite some time, remarked upon Haku's successful shot, stating that even Jordan could not make every basket. He noted that it wasn't Chen Hao who had effectively defended against Haku. Rather, it was simply a matter of rhythm. The Lakers struggled offensively, and possession shifted to the Mavericks. Once again, Haku faced off against Perkins. With the ball in hand, he feigned a move to the right, but Perkins swiftly adjusted to block him. However, it was a ruse. Haku executed a quick pullback, changing direction and evading Perkins with ease, creating an opening to shoot. Perkins lunged at him with great intensity, infringing upon Haku's space. The referee's whistle blew, signaling a foul against Perkins. Haku made the shot, converting for an additional free throw opportunity. Ecstatic, Haku celebrated exuberantly, dancing with delight. Perkins felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He believed he had defended well, even committing a foul, yet he could not contain Haku. Meanwhile, Chen Hao seemed to handle the defense effortlessly. Why, then, was it so challenging for him? At that moment, Perkins truly grasped the sheer terror of Chen Hao's defensive prowess. The once silent American Airlines center erupted, echoing with cheers akin to a tidal wave. As Haku stepped to the free throw line, the Mavericks fans enthusiastically chanted for their MVP. Relishing the moment, Haku prepared for his additional free throw. Coach Dunvally called for a timeout and summoned Chen Hao to his side, instructing him, "Chen, go out there and lock him down." Chen Hao nodded. McMillan descended, while Chen Hao ascended. As Chen Hao stepped onto the court, the sound of 3 experience points echoed in his mind, a testament to the trust bestowed upon him by head coach Deng Weili, 430. Chen Hao felt a surge of joy, for this was indeed an unexpected delight. The pause concluded, and the match resumed. The Lakers regained possession. AC Green's attempt at the basket went awry, granting possession to the Mavericks. Chen Hao approached, sticking to Haku like a piece of adhesive tape. The self-assured Haku, having returned with renewed confidence, issued a fierce warning, proclaiming, "Do not assume you have thwarted me. I merely had not found my rhythm earlier. Now that I have, your doom is imminent." Chen Hao ignored him, remaining closely attached. Haku had no opportunity to receive the ball, seeking assistance from his teammates. Haku executed 2 successive screens before finally evading Chen Hao's relentless grasp and managing to catch the ball. A surge of joy filled his heart as he prepared to prove himself. However, at that moment, a large hand swooped down upon the ball like a phantom. With a swift motion, Chen Hao dislodged the ball from Haku's control, prompting Haku to hastily dive for it. Yet, Chen Hao had already leaped into action, executing a spectacular dive. Simultaneously, he spotted Perkins making a break for the front court, sprinting with fervor. Just before hitting the ground, Chen Hao deftly flicked the ball towards Perkins, who caught it and executed a thunderous dunk. Marvin exclaimed, "Bang. A slam dunk from Perkins. I love this." But I adore Chen's defense even more. Under Chen's formidable defense, Haku struggled to even make a pass. It is exceedingly rare in the NBA to see someone like Haku repeatedly thwarted, unable to make a play. I believe we have seriously underestimated him due to his lanky physique, particularly regarding his defensive prowess. Defense has always been a weakness for the Lakers. With him on the team, their defense reaches new heights. He is an irreplaceable asset. The Lakers should certainly consider offering him a guaranteed contract. Chen Hao also heard Ma Wen's exclamation, only smiling in response. A supporting character? Huh. Gadika fell silent. Recently, he had been confronted with embarrassment far too often, causing him to question his very existence. Could it be that this young man truly managed to neutralize Haku? The truth was evident, yet Gadika chose to remain willfully blind, refusing to acknowledge his error. Absurdity. How could he admit to being wrong? Perkins, having executed a spectacular dunk, rushed over to pat Chen Hao on the back, exclaiming, "Well done, Chen." Feeling a bit uncomfortable from the unexpected gesture, Chen Hao's unease was quickly alleviated by the notification of 6 experience points from Perkins' Trust, 1030. The game continued. In the subsequent second quarter, Haku was effectively contained by Chen Hao, scoring not a single point. The Mavericks heavily relied on Haku's scoring prowess, and without him, Their offensive efficiency plummeted. Taking advantage of this lapse, the Lakers finished the half with a 10-point lead. Savoring the sweet taste of success in the third quarter, Dunville decided to start Chen Hao. McMillan, who was benched, felt a deep sense of disappointment as he perceived the starting position slipping further from his grasp. Dunville had an affinity for players who could defend, a quality McMillan lacked. Throughout the third quarter, Haku suffered immensely under Chen Hao's relentless pressure. Not only was he unable to score, but even receiving the ball became a daunting task. As the latter half of the third quarter unfolded, Haku's mental state crumbled, leading him to commit 3 personal fouls in quick succession, having already accumulated 3 prior, resulting in his immediate expulsion from the game. Frustrated, Haku stormed into the player tunnel, kicking over a nearby trash can in a fit of vexation. With Haku ejected, Chen Hao received a delightful notification of 10 experience points as a task reward, 2030, causing him to feel a sense of triumph. Chapter 18. The flawed plus Suns all-star guard Haku's actions severely undermined the Mavericks. It wasn't merely that the Mavericks had lost hope, but rather that Haku had given up. At the conclusion of the third quarter, the Mavericks trailed by only 8 points, yet their over-reliance on their core player proved detrimental. Once their key player faltered, the foundation crumbled. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Lakers swiftly dismantled the Mavericks' defense. A relentless surge ensued. The long whistles signaling the end of the match echoed, concluding the game with a definitive score of 106-90, marking a resounding victory for the Lakers by 16 points. Undoubtedly, Chen Hao emerged as the greatest contributor. While his statistics were not particularly dazzling, 8 points, 8 rebounds, and 4 assists, he had recorded 6 steals and 3 blocks, with all of those steals and blocks directed at Haku. It was due to Chen Hao's efforts that the Mavericks' secondary scoring option was neutralized, allowing the Lakers to secure such a comfortable win. After the game, Dunville specifically commended Chen Hao, stating, "It is Chen who made our performance so effortless. He is an integral part of our team." In response, Chen Hao remained humble, insisting, "I didn't do much. It was merely that Haku had an off night." "Haku, thank you." After the match, Haku contemplated a hasty retreat, feeling utterly humiliated. What awaited him if he lingered? The journalists might weave all sorts of narratives. The best course of action was to slip away discreetly, yet the reporters were quite astute, cornering him in the underground garage. Realizing escape was futile, Haku resigned himself to the situation, inviting any questions. The reporter inquired, "Have you lost your composure?" Haku replied affirmatively. The journalist attempted to elaborate, but Haku interrupted, asserting, "Let me be clear. I was thoroughly contained by Chen Hao. His defensive prowess is of a caliber we all underestimated. His defense is formidable. Everyone take note. Chen Hao is exceptional. Beware of the wolf." Naturally, the reporters were skeptical, believing Haku merely sought to salvage his reputation after a poor performance. "Are you still trying to redeem yourself for tonight's dismal showing?" Haku retorted. "Is this how you exhibit courtesy?" Nevertheless, Haku patiently clarified, urging them not to be deceived by Chen Hao's slender physique. His height and wingspan are a nightmare for all players. Furthermore, his speed and explosiveness are unparalleled. Do you understand? It's exceedingly challenging for me to take a shot in his presence. Frankly, during the game, I felt utterly overwhelmed by his defense. Initially, Haku was reluctant to concede, but being straightforward, he ultimately voiced his thoughts. Upon finishing, he felt an inexplicable weight lift from his heart. He realized that acknowledging another's excellence was not as daunting as he had imagined. Yet, his words fell on deaf ears. The Suns' starting 5 gathered to watch Haku's post-match interview. Kevin Johnson was the first to speak, deriding him as a failure. If he can't handle it, he assumes no one else can. Truly pathetic. Kevin Johnson took the microphone to express his thoughts. This season, the Suns' roster is indeed formidable. The starting 5 comprises Kevin Johnson, the venerable Horacek, the dynamic Dan Marley, Tom Chambers, and Tim Perry. It is evident that the Suns are aiming for the championship. With an abundance of star talent, their lineup is undeniably strong. 2 All-Stars, Johnson and Chambers, along with last season's defensive standout Marley, and the ever-reliable Horacek, who averages 20 points per game. Many media outlets have predicted that in 3 days, when the Lakers face the Suns back-to-back, it will be akin to searching for waste in a lit restroom. The Lakers should brace themselves for a thrashing. The strength of the current lineup has inflated the core statistics and confidence of the team. Kevin Johnson nudged Chambers playfully and said, "Hey Tom, would you be interested in a $1,000 deal?" "What kind of deal?" "I want to take a shot at Haku. Didn't he say Chen Hao's defense was exceptional?" Let us then perform a slam dunk upon the head of that celestial empire individual. In the forthcoming match, whoever can dunk over Chen Hao shall walk away with $1,000. What say you? Splendid. If there are funds to be had, why not seize the opportunity? Tom Chambers readily agreed, for he believed there were indeed players from the Celestial Empire who could hold their own on the court. Do not be deceived by his appearance. Despite not resembling a traditional dunker, he is indeed a formidable one. Tom Chambers, with a physique akin to that of Paul Gasol, is a lean figure, seemingly a technician of the game, a soft shooter, but that is far from the truth. The reality is that Tom Chambers epitomizes the ferocity of a beast. His dunks are among the most prominent in NBA highlight reels. In fact, during the NBA games of the 1980s, he was the sole player capable of executing a dunk from beyond the three-point line. He is the quintessential dunker. As for Kevin Johnson, the instigator of this discussion, despite standing at only 185 meters and appearing not particularly dunk-capable, he is a fierce competitor who can dunk over the era's four dominant centers. Both he and Tom Chambers are ardently dedicated to the art of dunking. Kevin Johnson continued, "Of course, if I outpace you, you owe me $1,000. Tom Chambers scoffed, "That's a trivial matter." Johnson then scanned the room, inquiring about the others. Hornacek shot him a glance, scoffed, and exclaimed, "I know not what athletic abilities you all possess, but this seems deliberate. How ruthless you are, always seeking to dunk over others. Naturally, if you wish to play, it is not out of the question. Should you dunk over him, I can certainly shoot him down." Laughter erupted throughout the locker room. Among the Suns' starting five, 3 were sharpening their blades, preparing to take on Chen Hao. However, before that, the Lakers had a game to contend with. After defeating the Mavericks, they flew back to Los Angeles, ready to commence 2 consecutive home games. The first was against the Warriors. In this match, Chen Hao is once again favored by Dunleavy, playing for 31 minutes while Teague only saw 21 minutes of action, a stark contrast in their standings. Chen Hao did not disappoint Deng Weili. In this match, he relied on fast breaks to score an impressive 18 points, along with 9 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. Unlike Teague, who aims for lofty ambitions, Chen Hao is willing to undertake any task. Whenever he steps onto the court, he exudes vitality and gives his utmost effort. AC Green, the seasoned veteran, was quite pleased with the performance of his younger teammate. After the game, AC Green approached Chen Hao and said, "Tonight, it's on me. Come and enjoy a foot bath with me." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether AC Green was intentionally crafting a certain persona, while in truth, he harbored less than pristine intentions. In reality, Chen Hao misunderstood. When AC Green mentioned a foot bath, he was indeed referring to a legitimate experience. AC Green responded, "Is there even a distinction between a legitimate and an illegitimate foot bath?" Chen Hao naturally declined. Following his refusal, a notification echoed in his mind. 3 experience points, derived from AC Green's trust, 2,330. Subsequently, the Lakers faced off against their city rivals. Chapter 19. The flawed plus of the Phoenix All-Star Guard 2 prior to the matchup against the Clippers. The core player Hubble expressed his displeasure regarding the attention Chen Hao was receiving. Before the game, he stated that the only reason Chen Hao garnered such recognition was due to his Asian descent and yellow skin, asserting, "He is nothing remarkable. I can easily outplay him." As for what Haku said, he merely scoffed. "You know, he's just a nobody." Hubble and Haku, being cousins, engaged in their usual banter without hesitation. Before the game, Hubble boldly entered the Lakers' locker room to deliver a challenge. "Rookie, remember this. Tonight, I shall score 50 points over you." It was unfortunate for Chen Hao that at that moment, he was in the restroom. Otherwise, he would have certainly responded with some retorts. Regrettably, by the time he emerged, Hubble had already returned to the locker room. When Chen Hao overheard his teammates discussing, he found it rather amusing. He genuinely wished to capture the expressions of these individuals, eager to discover what they would say afterward. Now, however, Hubble has fled. Chen Hao felt a palpable sense of disinterest. The local derby had concluded, and Hubble was in tears. He had been completely neutralized, as Chen Hao had nearly shut him out, allowing him to score not a single point under his formidable defense. Furthermore, Hubble was unable to register any points from active play, with most of his scoring coming only from 2 fouls called on AC Green, which the referee could no longer overlook. At that moment, AC Green was indignant, exclaiming, "What does this have to do with me? I am innocent." Yet, he had no choice but to take the blame. It is noteworthy that last season, Hubble averaged 21 points per game, but in this match, He managed to score only 5 points. Never before had scoring felt so arduous to him. Hubble's talent is undeniably impressive, standing at 1.98 meters with a wingspan of 2.06 meters. He primarily plays as a point guard and possesses remarkable athleticism, rendering him a dominant force against any opponent. However, this evening, he found himself thoroughly outmatched by Chen Hao. His attempts to drive past Chen were futile, and his jump shots were swatted away. Gazing at Chen Hao's lanky frame, he attempted to overpower him, only to discover that he could not. It was then that he recognized the truth in what his cousin Haku had said. Beneath Chen Hao's slender appearance lies an absolute beast. After the game, Hubble was approached by reporters who inquired about his feelings. Reflecting on his experience, he shuddered and remarked, "Chen Hao is truly a monster. Beware of him." In stark contrast, Chen Hao was reaping the rewards of his efforts. He had fully earned the trust of head coach Deng Weili, securing a stable amount of playing time. Teague had been completely pushed out of the rotation. The Lakers were poised to offer him a guaranteed contract. It was merely a matter of time. With a stat line of 10 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, and 4 blocks, his contributions filled the box score without monopolizing ball possession, earning him high praise from coach Deng Weili. He also celebrated a record of never having lost since joining the Lakers, as they had transitioned from a 5-game losing streak to now a 3-game winning streak. Lakers fans affectionately referred to Chen Hao as their lucky star. However, what delighted Chen Hao the most was the chime in his mind, signaling an increase in experience points. 8 experience points from the Lakers' 3 consecutive victories. 3,130. The progress bar turned green. A line appeared below. Does the host wish to redeem rewards? Yes. Chen Hao nodded without hesitation, affirmatively responding. The exchange was confirmed. And the progress bar turned red once more. 150. Reward acquired. 3-point shooting percentage increased to 45. The robotic Chen Hao's eyes sparkled, his mouth forming an astonished O. What does a 3-point shooting percentage of 45 signify? Currently, even the Lakers sharpshooter, Curry, boasts a 3-point accuracy of less than 40. Previously, Chen Hao had effectively contained the Rockets' marksman Maxwell, who, despite being the NBA's 3-point king for 2 consecutive seasons, managed only a 41 success rate. Now, with Chen Hao's 3-point shooting percentage skyrocketing to 45. What does this imply? He's the Curry of this era. During Curry's legendary season, his 3-point shooting percentage was merely 42.5. Armed with this skill and his current physical prowess, it is without question that he could dominate the NBA, solidifying his position as a key player and primary rotation member. During the Lakers' 3-game winning streak, Chen Hao's performance was commendable. It is no exaggeration to say that he played a pivotal role in these victories. However, Gadika remained obstinate, persistently criticizing Chen Hao. He is utterly inept apart from his defense. His scoring is merely a product of opponents underestimating him, allowing him to score easily. As teams become more familiar with him, he will find it increasingly difficult to score. Moreover, his defense has yet to be tested against elite scorers. Once faced with top-tier talent, Chen Hao's defensive frailties will become glaringly apparent. Oh, let me check the Lakers' schedule. It's not far off. The next game is against the Suns. This winning streak will undoubtedly come to an end. I assert, even Jesus couldn't change that. In an effort to salvage his pride, Gadika confronted Chen Hao and the Lakers. Naturally, his confidence this time stems from the undeniable strength of the Suns, who are indeed a formidable opponent, stronger than the Rockets. The Suns were second in the Western Conference last season and even defeated the Lakers to advance to the Western Conference Finals in 1990. When the Lakers had Magic Johnson and Worthy on their roster, they were unable to best the Suns then. How could a Lakers team in partial reconstruction hope to succeed now? What are they thinking? They should wake up and face reality. Gadika's confidence in Chen Hao's impending struggles and the Lakers' defeat is bolstered by the current Suns' formidable duo, boasting Kevin Johnson, who averages over 20 points, and Hornacek, who averages over 23. This season, Johnson has been in extraordinary form, achieving over 30 points in 5 games, including one with 38 points. Hornacek has been slightly less spectacular, yet consistently reliable, with scores of 26, 27, 28, 25, and 27. Thus, Gadika believes that the argument regarding Chen Hao's strong defense against the Suns will crumble under scrutiny, anticipating that Chen Hao will be thoroughly outmatched. This match will still be broadcasted live for all to witness, in front of the people of the United States. Chen Hao's face was torn apart and rubbed against the ground. Is there anything more exhilarating than this? He eagerly anticipates the clash between the Lakers and the Suns. This battle is the moment for me, Gadika, to reclaim my name and rise again. Chen Hao, your good days are numbered. In Phoenix, Arizona, the Lakers' entire team has landed here at 5 a.m. After facing the Clippers, they boarded the plane without any rest. This game against the Suns marks the second in a back-to-back series for the Lakers. The fatigue and inactivity of the players are a true reflection of their weary state. However, one individual stands apart. Chen Hao is engrossed in reviewing game footage, meticulously analyzing the details to determine where he can improve. This behavior astonishes the entire Lakers team. Is Chen Hao a robot? Is he impervious to exhaustion? Initially, the seasoned veteran AC Green thought Chen Hao was just a rookie, needing time to acclimate to the intensity and pace of the NBA. He specifically cautioned Chen, "You must adapt to this intensity. Back-to-backs are commonplace." Ultimately, AC Green realized that the real fool was himself. At first, he suspected Chen Hao was merely pretending, yet he soon found himself unable to resist the urge to sleep. Upon awakening from his slumber, he discovered that Chen Hao was still intently watching the game footage with his headphones on. AC Green was left utterly astonished. As the Lakers team arrived at their hotel, Chen Hao stepped off the bus and was immediately surrounded by reporters. Chen Hao was taken aback. He did not believe that the reporter was approaching him, with Perkins trailing behind. "Reporter, we are looking for you." Chen Hao was perplexed. When did I garner so much attention? He found it puzzling. However, he did not inquire further. If something was beyond his understanding, he simply chose not to dwell on it. This was a habit of Chen Hao's. A reporter asked, "Do you have any grievances with Gadika?" Chen Hao shook his head, uncertain of when he had offended Gadika. The reporter inquired further, "Do you believe you will triumph tonight?" Chen Hao's gaze was piercing. Of course. Chapter 20. The Suns All-Star Duo takes the stage. That evening, during NBC's pregame commentary segment, Gadika vehemently criticized Chen Hao's remarks. "Ha ha ha. This is utterly laughable. What do the Lakers have to secure a victory? Their heads? Youngsters should not be so arrogant. I hope you can still laugh after the game." Chen Hao found Gadika to be rather peculiar. When a reporter inquired whether the Lakers could secure a victory, the answer was undoubtedly affirmative. Would one ever suggest that the Lakers might lose? It was truly laughable. Gadika's remarks only intensified Chen Hao's determination. He was resolute in his intent to defeat the Suns, even if it meant taking out a loan. At 8 o'clock that evening, with half an hour remaining before the game commenced, the Suns' home arena, the Footprint Center, was already brimming with fervent fans. As the match was set to begin in a mere 10 minutes, the arena resonated with the synchronized chants of Beat LA. The rivalry between the Suns and the Lakers was palpable, an enmity that felt insurmountable. Upon the Lakers players taking the court, a tide of boos cascaded over them, threatening to engulf the entire team. Campbell trembled, feeling decidedly out of place. The anxious virgin, AC Green, worried that Chen Hao might succumb to the pressure in such an atmosphere, sought to comfort him and alleviate his nerves. However, when he approached Chen Hao, he found him absorbed in his own world, calmly practicing his shots as if the tumult around him were entirely inconsequential. AC Green shook his head, realizing that his concerns were unfounded. After much anticipation, the moment of confrontation arrived. The starting lineups were announced. For the Suns, the formidable quintet consisted of Kevin Johnson, Hornacek, Marley, Chambers, and Perry. The Lakers fielded McMillan, Del Curry, Perkins, AC Green, and Divac. In a commentary shared by the Chinese sports network, the analyst, Zhang Heli, remarked on the stark contrast between the two teams. This season, the Suns are poised for a championship, boasting 3 All-Stars: Johnson, Chambers, and Hornacek. Meanwhile, on the Lakers side, McMillan and Del Curry are starting. As the game commenced, Chambers initiated the jump ball, showcasing his athletic prowess by springing into action, flawlessly directing the ball to Johnson. Johnson, with a leisurely demeanor, dribbled past the half-court line. Chen Hao found it curious that as Chambers passed by him, he cast a teasing glance, a smirk of mockery adorning his face. Chen Hao felt somewhat despondent, pondering to himself, "Do I truly resemble a soft persimmon? Is it that everyone wishes to squeeze me?" Even from the bench, Kevin Johnson, with the ball in hand, crossed the half-court line, and upon noticing that his defender was the seasoned Curry, disdain was etched across his face. Observing Dunleavy assign Perkins to guard Hornacek ignited a fire within him. "How dare they underestimate me? I am the leader of this team. They think I am easily bullied, don't they?" Without hesitation, he pressed the accelerator. Like a flash of lightning, he surged forward with remarkable speed, a hallmark of Kevin Johnson's style, quick and nimble. In a single stride, old Curry was effortlessly bypassed by Johnson, unable to mount any defense. Years ago, it was Johnson who had overwhelmed a fellow player, leading to the Lakers' defeat in that playoff series. Today, while old Curry also possessed agility, there remained a distinct disparity between the two. Old Curry seemed as though his legs were nailed to the wooden floor, utterly immobilized. Johnson charged into the Lakers' paint, challenging their interior defense. Despite Divac's attempts to thwart him, he scored 2-0. An eruption of gasps filled the arena, and the commentator, Gadika, reached a crescendo. What did I say? What did I say? How can the Lakers possibly triumph over the Suns? With what? With their heads? In this match, a 20-point victory for the Suns would be considered a loss. Bill Albert interjected. Perhaps it is too early to make such declarations. The game lasts for 48 minutes. Not merely one possession. Gadika scoffed. The Lakers are destined to lose. I stand by my words. Not even a miracle could alter their fate. Bill Albert could not refute this, for the disparity in strength between the Suns and the Lakers was indeed significant. The Lakers regained possession. McMillan brought the ball forward, passing it to Perkins. Perkins, with the ball, found himself immediately pressured by Chambers, who extended his arms and applied relentless physicality. Perkins was nearly overwhelmed, struggling to maintain control. Chambers' defensive prowess was not merely a product of chance, he was genuinely skilled. Perkins then passed the ball to old Curry, who attempted a shot, only to miss entirely. In this second consecutive game, his stamina had noticeably declined, affecting his shooting touch. The rebound was seized by Perry of the Suns, who swiftly relayed it to Kevin Johnson. Without hesitation, Johnson pressed forward, his speed akin to lightning, initiating a fast break. Del Curry was unable to keep pace. McMillan had anticipated the defensive return. Yet Kevin Johnson brushed past him effortlessly, pushing the ball aggressively. McMillan could not impede Johnson's advance, and ultimately, Johnson leaned against McMillan to score. In midair, McMillan's defensive efforts had no impact whatsoever. He even committed a foul in the process, yet still could not thwart Johnson. Johnson completed a 2-1. The ball swished through the net, and he was awarded an additional free throw. Marv Albert could not help but marvel, noting that this year, Kevin Johnson had indeed progressed further, his speed in transition impeccable. The Lakers were in deep trouble. See, I told you so. The Lakers appeared destined for defeat. Their prospects seemed bleak, and even divine intervention would fail to alter their fate. Gadika is reveling in this moment. However, such proclamations may be premature. The camera shifts to Lakers head coach Dunvalai, who slumps his shoulders in dismay, acutely aware of the Suns' formidable nature, yet he never anticipated it would be this challenging. From the outset, they have been thoroughly dominated on both ends of the court, leaving the Lakers utterly bereft of solutions. His frustration mounts, and he glances at the bench, feeling even more despondent. It is not that he undervalues Chen Hao's defense, but rather that Chen's considerable size pales in comparison to the diminutive Kevin Johnson, who thrives in mismatches against larger opponents. Back in the 90s playoff series, Magic was overwhelmed by Johnson, leading to the Lakers' exit, which solidified the animosity between the Suns and Lakers. Allowing Chen Hao to play would be tantamount to conceding defeat. Dunvalai had not even considered this possibility. Yet if Chen Hao falters, what of the others? Dunvalai lets out a silent sigh. It is evident that tonight will culminate in a loss. On the court, the game persists. Perkins struggles to connect while entangled with Chambers, and McMillan opts not to pass, instead directing the ball to old Curry. After an initial air ball from old Curry, an opportunity arises, but he hesitates, his shot lacking conviction. It is only when AC Green yells at him from under the basket that old Curry finally attempts a shot, a rather audacious and unorthodox one. The rebound lands directly in Kevin Johnson's hands, and he accelerates with unparalleled speed. Without the three-point threat, old Curry becomes a liability on the court. Unable to keep pace with Johnson, McMillan attempts to chase him down, yet he merely serves as a backdrop to Johnson's prowess. The score stands at 7-0. And within 2 minutes, the Lakers are forced to call a timeout. Dunvalai is at a loss, resorting to desperate measures, proclaiming Chen to take the court, replacing Dale. Chapter 21. A turnaround for the Suns' all-star duo switch with McMillan. You guard Hanasek, while McMillan defends Kevin Johnson. Although Chen Hao enters the game, Dunvalai opts for a more conservative matchup strategy. Chen Hao remained relatively silent, yet he harbored no doubts regarding his ability to defend against the diminutive Kevin Johnson. He felt a compelling need to demonstrate his prowess in thwarting smaller opponents. Meanwhile, Tig struggled with an unsettling feeling. He now found himself not even the first to be substituted, as that distinction fell to Chen Hao. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. As Chen Hao stepped onto the court, Kevin Johnson's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a villager encountering a radiant maiden emerging from her bath, exuding vitality. After a prolonged wait, the moment had finally arrived. However, upon observing Chen Hao positioned defensively against Hornacek rather than himself, Kevin Johnson shook his head vigorously, his lips uttering incessantly in disappointment. How dull. How absurd. How could he possibly dunk over him if they weren't even matched up? Kevin Johnson held a distinct lack of respect for Chen Hao. He found the situation tiresome, while Hornacek, invigorated, gazed upon Chen Hao, who stood before him with arms outstretched and knees bent at a perfect 90 degrees, ready for action. With a scoff, Hornacek unleashed a barrage of trash talk. You send a rookie like this to guard me? What is the point? Are you hoping to lose even faster? Chen Hao remained unfazed. When playing, he never appreciated the clamor around him. He always believed that there was no need to bark back at a mad dog that howled at you. If you did so, you were no different from the rabid creature itself. Why not simply silence it with a stick? Not a single reaction? Hornacek thought his approach was flawed, and he continued to shout, thinking that his intimidation would render you speechless. Chen Hao remained silent. Hornacek, not wishing to embarrass himself, reached out for the ball from Kevin Johnson, exclaiming, "Pass me the ball. I shall crush his confidence." The intention to teach Chen Hao a lesson had been previously agreed upon within the team. Kevin Johnson duly passed the ball, and Hornacek, seizing it, lifted it triumphantly above his head, feigning a shot. Chen Hao remained unfazed. Amira Fayade. Indeed, Horacek recoiled once more. Horacek pondered, "This lad, is he dead? The signature skill that brought me fame elicits no response whatsoever. Has he been rendered speechless by fear? Yet he still raises it." Chen Hao remained utterly unfazed, displaying no reaction whatsoever. Typically, a mere mortal confronted with such a maneuver would be left disoriented, yet Chen Hao stood resolute, unyielding. What could this mean? Hornacek, flabbergasted, pondered the situation. Surely, this young man must be intimidated by my formidable presence. That must be it. With this thought, Hornacek, brimming with arrogance, launched the ball into the air. However, at the very moment the ball slipped from his fingertip, Chen Hao, who had been firmly planted in his position, suddenly sprang into action, leaping effortlessly to intercept Hornacek's shot. Hornacek was taken completely by surprise. He never imagined that the seemingly daunted Chen Hao could execute such a stunning one-handed block. He thought to himself, mere coincidence. It has to be a coincidence. Gasps of astonishment filled the arena, as even the Suns fans were caught off guard by Chen Hao's extraordinary prowess. The commentator, Marvin Albert, was nearly beside himself with disbelief, exclaiming, "A block? A one-handed block by Chen Hao? Good heavens! After years of commentary, I have never witnessed such a feat. Chen Hao is indeed an extraordinary newcomer. Remarkable. Truly remarkable." As Chen Hao successfully executed the steal, he realized that both his opponents and teammates seemed as though they were rooted to the ground, immobilized. Without uttering a word, he swiftly advanced with the ball, launching a counterattack. Kevin Johnson, however, was quick to respond. Although Chen Hao was remarkably fast, Kevin positioned himself directly in front of him, applying tight pressure. Yet, standing at approximately 185 meters, Kevin was considerably shorter than the towering Chen Hao, who stood at an impressive 203 meters. Chen Hao surged forward like a tank revved to full throttle. Despite Kevin's muscular build, he found himself powerless to halt Chen Hao's momentum. One should not be deceived by Chen Hao's slender appearance. His core strength was formidable. Campbell could attest to this, as Chen Hao could bench press an astonishing 140 kilograms. In the end, Chen Hao leaned against Kevin Johnson and scored with a layup. Kevin had no recourse. He understood that even a foul would yield no advantage. In midair, Kevin's resistance was of no consequence to Chen Hao. He remained unfazed. The ball went in. Marvin Albert was left utterly flabbergasted, exclaiming, "My heavens! Such height, such speed in the counterattack. This is the first time I've witnessed anything like it." Gudica was equally stunned. He had never anticipated that the player he so often dismissed could execute a counterattack with such astonishing speed. Despite his lanky frame, Chen Hao's velocity was undeniable as he powered through to score over Kevin Johnson. Gudica was left in a state of shock, speechless. What could he possibly say? He had hoped that the Suns' dynamic duo would impart some lessons to Chen Hao, but instead, they found themselves on the receiving end of an education. One was Hona Sek, and the other was Kevin Johnson. Chen Hao executed each maneuver with precision, particularly against Hornacek. "What are you doing? Being outplayed by a rookie? Having your shot blocked? Aren't you an all-star veteran? Do you still have any pride left? If you can't compete, Step aside. Utterly disgraceful. Dang Wheelie was taken aback. He anticipated some impact from Chen Hao's entrance, yet he never imagined the effect would be so immediate. A block shot followed by a fast break. He was thoroughly impressed. Well done, Chen. I always knew you had it in you. I made the right choice. Dang Wheelie raised his hands in fervent applause, unable to contain his excitement. Hornacek, seething with frustration, begrudgingly acknowledged that he had underestimated Chen Hao's defensive prowess. Despite Chen's earlier taunts, he remained unfazed, realizing that Chen indeed possessed considerable talent. He chose not to engage in a futile battle with Chen. After all, basketball is a team sport, not an individual endeavor. However, Kevin Johnson did not share this perspective. Having experienced such a significant setback, he could tolerate it no longer. What a farce. This is my territory. And being toyed with by a rookie from the East is unacceptable. I must reclaim my dignity. With a wave of his hand, he declared, "Step aside, it's my turn." His approach was not reckless. It was clear he intended to target Chen Hao. Hornacek, set a screen for me. Hornacek contemplated advising Johnson against acting impulsively, sensing that this rookie was not to be underestimated. Yet he understood Johnson's tenacity. He would not back down until he faced the wall, and even then, he would not retreat. Thus, he took his position. Chapter 22. The Suns' all-star duo takes the court. Chen Hao kept up. McMillan was blocked behind by Hornacek, and he shouted, "Substitute." Chen Hao has taken the court. As aptly noted by coach Zhang Heli, the screen and switch defense is clearly evident. Kevin Johnson is exploiting the mismatch, targeting Chen Hao in a classic case of small versus large. Chen Hao is in for a challenge. Coach Zhang is at least half correct. Kevin Johnson indeed aims to capitalize on this mismatch. However, the one in trouble is not Chen Hao, but rather Kevin Johnson. As Kevin Johnson observes Chen Hao approaching, his gaze sharp and knees bent at a perfect 90 degrees, he wears an expression of disdain, taunting, "Rookie, you are unfortunate to face me. Welcome to the NBA." With that, Kevin Johnson retreats a couple of steps, creating space before feigning a drive to Chen Hao's left. Chen Hao, however, adeptly shifts to block the lane. But this is merely a ruse. With a sudden, exaggerated shift in direction and a change of pace, he veers left. Kevin Johnson, nicknamed Lightning, executes this maneuver in the blink of an eye, twisting his hips and aiming to penetrate Chen Hao's defense. Yet, at the moment he attempts to dribble with his left hand, a swift hand emerges like lightning, stripping the ball from him. Kevin Johnson loses control of the ball, his eyes wide with disbelief. Though he has faced steals before, being stripped by someone of such height is an experience he scarcely remembers. After blocking Hornacek, Chen Hao immediately delivers a steal against Kevin Johnson, seizing control of the ball with an impressive dive. Remarkable. Truly exceptional. Chen Hao's defense is utterly unreasonable. Marvin Albert couldn't help but exclaim, as tonight, Chen Hao had conjured up an abundance of surprises. Turning his head, he glanced at his partner, Gadika, only to find him frozen like a statue, appearing utterly dumbfounded. Marvin experienced a fleeting illusion. Was he delivering a monologue? Following Gadika's gaze, he saw Chen Hao, having successfully stolen the ball, immediately hit the accelerator, charging towards the front court. Kevin Johnson, the lightning-fast player, was desperately trying to catch up. Yet he was unable to close the gap. Chen Hao's strides were too long, too swift, leaving Johnson helplessly watching. Incredible! Kevin couldn't keep pace, which was utterly astonishing. My goodness. Chen Hao soared through the air, executing a one-arm dunk with a resounding bang. Marvin Albert couldn't contain his enthusiasm. At the same time, he turned back to his partner, only to find Gadika even more stupefied. Normally chatty and lively, now his lips seemed sealed as if zipped shut. How could Gadika refrain from speaking? His face was swollen, burning with pain. Initially, he had anticipated the Suns' dynamic duo to quell Chen Hao's fervor, but now, Chen Hao had relentlessly dismantled them one after another. Could this game even continue? Kevin Johnson was equally astonished. Such length and speed were rare in his experience. Not to boast, but in the current NBA, there were scarcely a handful of players faster than him, and among them, Chen Hao undoubtedly ranked. He felt a sense of relief, however, as Chen Hao, though swift, was slender and lacked physicality. If he were to impose his strength, Chen Hao would surely falter. Rookie, don't blame me. You brought this upon yourself. I will ensure you feel the wrath of my fury. Anger surged within Kevin Johnson, drawing him deeper into his own thoughts, especially as his teammate, Chambers, teased him, saying, "Bro, if it's too much, let me handle it." How could a man admit defeat? In an instant, Kevin Johnson ignited like a powder keg, exploding in fury. Damn it, if I don't show my power. Do you think I'm Hello Kitty? I'll make you understand who truly reigns as the leader of the Suns. Chen Hao, you are finished. Even Chen Hao must concede that Kevin Johnson's speed, despite his diminutive stature, is truly remarkable. Even with his maxed-out fighting talent, without the assistance of XI, facing him could prove quite troublesome. Indeed, without the aid of XI, he found himself momentarily bewildered by a simple move from Johnson. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Kevin Johnson swiftly penetrated the Lakers' paint, reminiscent of the current NBA sharpshooter Morant style. The small stature, unmatched speed. Meanwhile, the aging AC Green and Divac were pushed out of the key by Chambers and Pereira, both of whom possessed considerable shooting abilities that warranted caution. As they deliberated whether to provide defensive support, Kevin Johnson had already surged into the very heart of the Lakers' territory. Kevin Johnson was filled with delight, not merely for surpassing Chen Hao, but because he had come tonight with the intent to dominate him. Yet, Chen Hao flipped the script, becoming the aggressor and finding himself unexpectedly on the receiving end. Brother, this is a live broadcast of the all-ugly competition, my territory, and as an all-star, I shall not allow you to tarnish my reputation. With all his might, Kevin Johnson leapt into the air, his legs springing as if equipped with springs, momentarily pausing to contemplate the most stylish way to execute his dunk. What disappointed Kevin Johnson was that he could not dunk over Chen Hao. Had Chen Hao been in his path, a dunk over him would have surely paid for his nightclub expenses tonight. Alas, what a pity, Kevin Johnson sighed, opting instead for a layup, lest he waste his efforts. It must be said that Kevin Johnson's core abilities are extraordinarily impressive. Not only is his speed remarkable, but his hang time is exceptional, allowing him to think while suspended in midair. As the basketball left Kevin Johnson's fingertips, Chen Hao surged from the side, and before the ball even touched the backboard, he swatted it with such force that it was pinned against the backboard. A chase-down rejection. Kevin Johnson was taken aback, hurriedly landing and turning to find Chen Hao still Chen Hao. His eyes nearly popped from their sockets. Is it him? How could it still be him? How is he everywhere? Wasn't he just cleanly beaten? How can he still pursue and block? Kevin Johnson found himself questioning his existence. Chen Hao, once again, Chen Hao? Chen Hao may have been momentarily surpassed, but he still managed to deliver a spectacular block against Kevin Johnson. Incredible. I cannot say it enough. Marv Albert couldn't help but exclaim. Everything Chen Hao accomplished tonight left him in disbelief, utterly astonishing. He turned to glance at his partner, Gudika, whose eyes seemed nearly to bulge out of their sockets in disbelief. The astonished look in Gudika's gaze as he regarded Chen Hao was akin to witnessing an extraterrestrial being. He incessantly swallowed hard. On the sidelines, Lakers coach Dunville was animatedly dancing about, spinning in circles, raising his hands high and exclaiming with fervor, "What a play! What a play!" Yet, Chen Hao felt a tinge of disappointment. The illustrious Kevin Johnson, was this truly it? He wore an expression of sheer incredulity. Chapter 23. Chen Hao. All right, I'm no longer pretending. I'm a sharpshooter. Wow, he truly is a sharpshooter. Despite standing at only 185 meters, the diminutive Kevin Johnson was a formidable dunker, fierce in his approach, never dunking on anyone of little renown. Though he was small in stature, he had successfully dunked over 4 of the league's premier centers, excluding Shaquille O'Neal, who had yet to enter the NBA. Thus, do not underestimate Kevin Johnson. The shorter he was, the more tenacious he became, a force to be reckoned with. In the present moment, the lanky Chen Hao executed a stunning chase-down block, plunging the Phoenix Suns America West Arena into silence. This kid is somewhat miraculous, Kevin Johnson thought to himself. Surely this young man possesses some extraordinary Eastern power. How could he be so strong? My bones feel as if they might shatter from his collision. As Kevin Johnson stood in a daze, Chen Hao swiftly noticed McMillan, who had made a sneaky run. With a swift move, Chen Hao delivered a precise pass, and McMillan received the ball, took 3 steps, and executed a thunderous dunk. After holding back for so long, he finally erupted in a small display of exuberance. Kevin Johnson, still in a stupor, had yet to comprehend how Chen Hao accomplished such feats. Chambers approached him, continuing to tease, "Brother, are you all right? If not, I might have to step in." Kevin Johnson paid no heed to his teammate Chambers, his gaze vacant, his spirit seemingly adrift. The Suns hastily called for a timeout. A chase-down block. Ha ha ha, incredible. Kevin Johnson. Did you think that bypassing Chen Hao would suffice? He is right here waiting for you. Prepare to meet your fate. Teacher Zhang Heli, seldom prone to such exuberance, found himself overjoyed. How could he not be? He had initially believed that Chen Hao was bound for disaster, destined to take a hard fall against the formidable opponent. facing considerable adversity. Yet, to his astonishment, Chen Hao had turned the tables, effectively dominating the Suns' dynamic duo. After Kevin Johnson orchestrated a 7-0 run, Chen Hao spearheaded a defensive counterattack, responding with a 6-0 run against the Suns. The score stood at 7-6, with only a single point separating them. As Tig felt himself drifting further from his primary rotation role, the veteran Curry sensed that his opportunities in the upcoming matches would gradually diminish. Nevertheless, old Curry possessed a broader perspective than Tig. If it was meant to be, so be it, as long as victory is within reach. One cannot help but ponder what strategies the Suns head coach devised during this timeout. Upon resuming play, the Suns transformed their previously stagnant offense into a relentless barrage. A veritable flood of scoring opportunities. The coach succinctly articulated two pivotal phrases: "We are not playing like ourselves, and we must reclaim our identity. Quickly, swiftly, if we can execute in 7 seconds, we shall not take 10. The emphasis on urgency was palpable. One might note a certain familiarity in their approach. Indeed, akin to the Lakers style, the Suns also embraced a high-octane offensive strategy. It would be a misjudgment to attribute this aggressive play solely to the era of Mike D'Antoni. During this period, the Suns had already begun to revolve their gameplay around the swift capabilities of their core player, Kevin Johnson. While their pace was undeniably rapid, the essence of their offensive explosion had yet to fully materialize. With an average of fewer than 10 three-point attempts per game, they ranked only 6th in the NBA in that category, which inevitably meant they would not reach the remarkable heights achieved during the Steve Nash era. Despite their modest three-point output, the Suns' roster was far superior to that of the current Lakers. Following the timeout, the Suns accelerated their pace, shedding their fixation on isolation plays, particularly in exploiting mismatches against Chen Hao. They were acutely aware of this strategy. Notably, the dynamic between Hornacek and Johnson initially resembled that of cat and mouse. However, it had now shifted to a scenario where the mouse evaded the cat, appearing timid yet yielding immediate results. Furthermore, as a formidable Western Conference contender, the Suns recognized the Lakers' tendencies and mirrored their own gameplay accordingly. They frequently disrupted the Lakers' rhythm, preventing them from transitioning to their fast-paced style. Once the game settled into half-court sets, it proved disastrous for the Lakers. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Suns had amassed 31 points, leading the Lakers by 5, 31-26, during the substitution phase. In the second quarter, this tactical advantage was magnified, particularly given that it was the second game of a back-to-back for the Lakers. Fatigue was evidently setting in. The baskets at the American Airlines Center seemed almost tilted against them. The Lakers' fast-break strengths were stifled, forcing them into a half-court offense. In this context, the Suns' defensive strategy was astute. They left Chen Hao unguarded, a decision rooted in the trust his teammates placed in his defensive abilities. However, his contributions on the offensive end, especially in terms of shooting, had yet to gain the same level of trust. In an era dominated by smaller, more aggressive plays, where driving to the basket or mid-range shots prevailed, the Suns exploited Chen Hao's weaknesses. They positioned themselves strategically, ensuring he had no opportunities to capitalize on rebounds. Consequently, he found himself rendered ineffective, with the ball rarely finding its way to him. This left the score gap widening, with the Lakers trailing by 10 points, prompting Dan Whaley to call a timeout. Substituting Chen Hao for Shooter Dale, Curry and the Lakers are experiencing a significant offensive drought, with the Suns all congregating within the three-point line, creating an urgent need for long-range shooting to open up space. Clearly, in Dunleavy's eyes, Chen Hao is not the solution. With Chen Hao off the court, Del Curry steps in, but the outcome is nothing short of disastrous. Curry remarks on Del's performance tonight, which has been abysmal to say the least. The sound of clanging iron reverberates through the arena, leaving him questioning his own existence. At one point, he is left wide open by his opponents, yet despite numerous adjustments, he hesitates to take a shot. His three-point attempts are met with utter disregard from the defense, resulting in a dismal 0 for 6. In stark contrast, his counterpart Kevin Johnson seizes the opportunity, and with Chen Hao absent, he plays with the exuberance of a liberated Sun Wukong, leaving defenders in his wake and dominating over Del Curry. Del is thoroughly overwhelmed, allowing Johnson to score 12 points on 6 of 7 shooting, propelling his team on a 12-0 run and extending the lead to 24 points as they head into the second half. This prompts Coach Zhang to express his frustration, questioning what Del Curry is doing on the court. It's not that his presence is without impact. Rather, it is decidedly detrimental. I wonder what Dunleavy is thinking? At the very least, Chen Hao could contribute defensively. Dell's decision to play him is a grave miscalculation, and Dunleavy still has a considerable journey ahead to reach the status of an excellent coach. Marvin Albert echoes this sentiment, stating that Dunleavy's adjustments are far from favorable, and the Lakers are in danger of being swept away in a tidal wave of points. Gudica, witnessing the unfolding disaster, revels in his foresight, proclaiming that the Lakers are doomed. Not even a divine intervention could alter their fate. Thus, young players should temper their arrogance. For basketball is not solely dictated by one individual. The Lakers' winning streak comes to an inevitable end. In the second half, Dunleavy continues to rely on Dell Curry, opting not to utilize Chen Hao. The ramifications are dire, as Dell once again faces relentless pressure. The Lakers' remaining spirit seems to be waning, and they appear to be on the verge of surrendering the contest. Fortunately, the veteran AC Green exhibits a moment of resilience, battling against Chambers for a layup. The referee grants him 2 free throws, preventing the deficit from further ballooning. However, the Lakers' survival is tenuous at best, and they are left gasping for breath. After struggling for an additional 3 minutes, Dunleavy, realizing that a comeback is unlikely, contemplates substituting his starters for the bench. Dell Curry, devoid of focus, hesitates to shoot, while Perkins appears lost in thought. Meanwhile, the steadfast AC Green continues to fight, but he is but one man. Divac suffers under the weight of Perry's relentless defense, teetering on the brink of collapse. At this moment, Chen Hao, who has been seated on the bench, suddenly stands and strides purposefully towards Dunleavy. Chen Hao approached Deng Weili and said, "Coach, let me take a shot. I want to give it a try." Deng Weili was about to object, but upon seeing the score lagging by 24 points, he decided to relent. The youth was full of vigor. Allowing him some experience would not be detrimental. Very well. In this match, Chen Hao absolutely could not afford to lose, for the system promised a reward of 15 experience points, while a defeat would incur a deduction of 15 points. Currently, he possessed a mere 2 experience points. Should he lose 15, it would plunge him into negative territory. Chen Hao is unaware of the consequences that awaited should his experience points fall below 0, and he had no intention of finding out. Thus, he resolved to take a bold leap. After all, he still had 3 points remaining. Although the challenge was formidable, Chen Hao would rather face demise standing than remain inactive. Deng Weili requested a substitution, and Chen Hao entered the game, while Dale Curry exited. Dale Curry felt an immense sense of relief. Even an additional second on the court seemed like it would push him to the brink. As Chen Hao enters the court, the game must continue. Teacher Zhang Heli continues his critique, remarking on Deng Weili's thought process, which truly requires some refinement. He is perpetually a step behind others. Marv Albert, on the other hand, asserts that it was high time to replace Chen Hao. Although his offensive skills may be lacking, at the very least, he could excel in defense. Gudica has commenced his usual sarcastic remarks, declaring that it is futile regardless of who steps in. The Lakers are destined to lose. I have stated that if the Suns win by 20 points, it would be deemed a loss. See, I do possess a keen understanding of the game. Marv Albert's forehead is marked with dark lines. Is this what one calls understanding the game? The 2nd seed of the West facing the 8th seed, winning is expected. Losing would indeed be the anomaly. The Lakers now have possession. McMillan advances with the ball. He glances over, noticing Perkins, lost in thought as he is entangled with Chambers, showing no intention to receive the pass. Inside, AC Green is caught in a tight spot, and Divac shows little desire this evening. Just as McMillan struggles, he hears a shout in his ear here. It is Chen Hao, extending his hand and calling out to him. McMillan looks up to see an open opportunity. Chen Hao is completely unguarded. In a moment of impulse, McMillan passes the ball, but instantly regrets his decision. From this position, Chen lacks shooting capability. It would have been better not to pass at all. He reaches out, anticipating Chen Hao to return the pass. Yet, Chen Hao does not comply. Once he receives the ball, his eyes are solely fixed on the basket, observing that Horacek is defending him, ready to shoot. He swiftly turns his head and shouts to his teammates, "Rebound." Chen Hao acted without hesitation, his right foot planted firmly on the ground, his knee slightly bent, while simultaneously engaging his hips and tightening his core. With the ball held aloft, he raised his hand and took the shot. In Chapter 24, Chen Hao, no more pretense. I am a sharpshooter too. The basketball glided effortlessly from the tip of Chen Hao's index finger, tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing into the hoop with a resounding swish. The ball found nothing but net. Nevertheless, the majority of Suns fans remained unimpressed, for in their minds, victory in this game was already secured. At this juncture, the match was merely a formality. Chen Hao's three-point shot scarcely drew the attention of anyone. Chen Hao's three-pointer helped the Lakers narrow the deficit to 21 points. Yet this is no longer the era of small ball. A gap of 20 points is daunting, and even a 15-point difference becomes exceedingly difficult to overcome. Surprisingly, some Suns fans chose to leave early to avoid the congested traffic. Among those who remained, many were either dozing off or engaged in idle chatter, oblivious to the imminent danger that loomed. On the sidelines, Deng Weili's attention was piqued when he witnessed Chen Hao sink a three-pointer, yet he remained skeptical about Chen's shooting prowess, remarking that few possess this skill in these times. Utica began his cynical commentary, exclaiming, "What luck! He actually made a three-pointer. What a stroke of fortune." Marvin Albert, displeased with Utica's remarks, defended Chen Hao, asserting, "Observe Chen Hao's shooting form. It is both standard and elegant, without a hint of distortion. This is no fluke. Chen truly possesses remarkable shooting ability." Marvin Albert, noticing subtle distinctions in Chen Hao's technical execution, added, "Marvin, are you making an international jest? Anyone can shoot three-pointers, right? Let me put it this way. If Chen Hao manages to make 2 more three-pointers, I will consume the dog feces he has stepped on." Utica boasted shamelessly. The game continued on the court. Suns' Kevin Johnson attempted a forceful isolation against McMillan, launching a mid-range shot, no good. Divac secured the rebound, granting possession to the Lakers. Following 3 consecutive handoff passes, the Lakers found no openings. The Suns had effectively sealed off the paint, and without the necessary offensive capabilities, penetrating the defense proved impossible. While a single physical confrontation might work, relying on that strategy repeatedly would yield no results. As the shot clock dwindled to 24 seconds, Perkins hastily took a shot. The ball ricocheted off the front of the rim, soaring high and towards the three-point arc coincidentally. Chen Hao stood at the top of the arc, having been ignored by his teammates on the perimeter. Remarkably, the ball inadvertently found its way to him. Chen Hao seized the ball at the pinnacle of the three-point arc. After gaining possession, he acted with resolute determination, unhesitatingly launching a three-pointer. The basketball soared from the tip of his index finger, cleaving through the air before crashing into the hoop with a resounding swish. The ball was in. The deficit was reduced to 18 points. Yet, this moment failed to stir any excitement. The Suns fans remained arrogantly indifferent. The head coach of the Suns continued to share light-hearted banter with his assistants, discussing where they might unwind later that evening. Deng Wei clapped his hands vigorously, offering encouragement to Chen Hao and exclaiming, "Hey, not bad." Campbell had become an ardent admirer of Chen Hao, his palms sore from applause and his voice hoarse from cheering. Teague stood in a daze, pondering, "This kid actually has a three-point shot." The team sharpshooter, Del Curry, was momentarily captivated, thinking to himself, "What a beautiful form." However, Utica, after Chen Hao's successful three-pointer, could not help but sarcastically remark, "Oh, come on, really? This is some unbelievable luck." The game continued. Chen Hao surged forth with resolute determination, intercepting Kevin Johnson's pass with remarkable agility. It was evident that Johnson had been careless, opting for a lateral pass. A cardinal sin on the basketball court that every player ought to know. For his negligence, Johnson faced the consequences. With the ball secured, it was swiftly delivered to McMillan, who advanced with great speed. Although McMillan was no slouch in pace, the Suns were even swifter. As the fast break unfolded, McMillan found himself unable to launch a direct assault on the basket. Just when it seemed the Lakers were doomed during this fast break, McMillan discerned Chen Hao's presence in the corner beyond the arc and instinctively passed the ball to him. This exemplified the fundamental awareness expected of a point guard, delivering the ball to the player in the hottest form. Presently, with Chen Hao having made 2 out of 3 attempts from beyond the arc, who else could be entrusted with the ball? Chen Hao received the ball, rising directly with resolute determination, unhesitatingly. However, the basketball struck the front of the rim, falling short, and ricocheted off the hoop. Chen Hao's heart sank. Trouble. Fortunately, the ball bounced directly upward, then fell straight down, hitting the bullseye. 15 points. Accompanying the team, a few scattered Lakers fans who had come to witness the game at the Suns' home court were now beaming with joy, exclaiming, "Let us go, LA." The deficit stood at 15 points. In less than a minute, the Lakers managed to close the gap by 9 points, a remarkable surge that left the Suns' head coach astonished, prompting him to call for a timeout. As he requested the pause, Marv Albert quipped, "My friend, I recall you were just wishing for disaster. What do you say now?" Utica feigned ignorance, pretending that it was none of his concern, but in truth, he had no choice. The situation left him utterly powerless. The Suns coach remained cautious and prudent, hence the decision to call a timeout. Although Chen Hao's three-pointers had narrowed the gap to 15 points, it was still a mere drop in the bucket for the Lakers. Nonetheless, for the sake of precaution, he opted for a timeout to reinforce the defensive strategy against Chen Hao. He gathered all the Suns players together and addressed Chambers, saying, "Danning, that young lad from the Celestial Empire is on fire. I need your assistance." Initially, Chambers resisted. "Coach, are you joking? Do you really expect me to guard a kid with yellow skin?" The Suns head coach replied, "Yes. Is there a problem?" Chambers cast a disdainful glance at the distant Chen Hao, smirking as he said, "No problem. I can already see him crying for his mother. I'll send him back to the Celestial Empire." Meanwhile, on the Lakers' side, upon Chen Hao's return, Dang Weili patted him on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Well done, Chen. Splendid work." He particularly emphasized that, taking advantage of Chen's current excellent form, they should proceed in this manner moving forward. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He believed that all his efforts thus far had not been in vain. Moreover, Dang Weili had even mentioned formulating tactical strategies for him, a privilege reserved for the core members of the team. Chen Hao understood that this time, his insurance contract was absolutely secure. He nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Although Tigger felt a twinge of jealousy and discontent toward Dang Weili's arrangements, the others, including Perkins and AC Green, were in unanimous agreement. Tigger, feeling disgruntled, could only suppress his feelings. Captain Perkins approached, patting Chen Hao on the shoulder, and said, "Hey, Chen, I truly admire your three-point shots. Your form is a sight to behold. However, I look forward to seeing even more from you." Chen Hao nodded, responding with a soft hum. AC Green approached, grasping Chen Hao's right hand and cradling it against her face. Chen Hao was taken aback. This old fellow, nearly 39 years of age, had only just concluded his bachelorhood. Now, he was exhibiting such excessively intimate behavior towards him. Could it be that the seemingly innocent young man was not as pure as he appeared, but rather had issues with his sexual orientation? His palms, the back of his hands, and even his back were drenched in sweat, and Chen Hao could not help but mentally scoff at the absurdity of the situation. Fortunately, AC Green quickly released his grasp, and Chen Hao thought, "With your fiery right hand, go forth and vanquish them." Chen Hao finally let out a sigh of relief, as he had initially feared that AC Green possessed some peculiar penchant for mischief. Meanwhile, within the live broadcast studio of Tiangyao Sports, the excitement crescendoed. Wow, wow, wow. Chen Hao has already amassed 12 points. He ranks as the third highest scorer on the team. His ability to shoot three-pointers is truly remarkable. The host, Sun Jinping, paused momentarily, evidently astonished by Chen Hao's scoring prowess. In this era, no Asian player has ever graced the NBA, making Chen Hao's achievement all the more extraordinary. It is not an exaggeration to deem him a pioneer of Chinese basketball. One can only wonder if he will score again in the forthcoming moments. If he does, it would be absolutely splendid. Yet, fans need not feel disheartened, even if he does not. He remains the sole player from our nation to have garnered rotation time in the NBA thus far. Teacher Zhang Heli also offered his insights. As he spoke, the match continued. Kevin Johnson, with the ball in hand, forcefully drove towards the basket, drawing a foul. He stepped up to the free throw line, and the outcome was quite favorable. As long as Chen Hao is not on the court, Kevin Johnson feels like Jordan himself, ready to take on anyone. The Suns managed to stabilize their lead. In the next possession, the Lakers' turn arrived, and this time, the Suns deployed the defensive prowess of Chambers to counter Chen Hao, clearly indicating their wariness of his three-point shooting capabilities. The Suns altered their defense specifically in response to Chen Hao. As Chen Hao approached, Chambers closely adhered to him, incessantly muttering and spewing a torrent of insults. "You Asian punk, you're nothing but a stick. I will dominate you. You have no chance for a three-pointer. The only outcome for you is to beg for mercy, like a coward, weeping as you plead for my mercy. I have already foreseen your fate. Prepare to meet your demise." Chen Hao ignored Chambers, his mind racing as he realized he had captured Chambers' attention. Perkins was his opportunity, a chance to exploit Hanasek. Alas, Perkins remained elusive, and the momentum Chen Hao had generated for the Lakers seemed doomed to falter. Fortunately, the steadfast AC Green leaped with determination, snatching the rebound from the Suns' parry, sending the ball soaring out of the paint with a resounding slap. McMillan seized the ball at the first opportunity. At this moment, Chen Hao emerged from the paint. As he approached the arc, he received the ball. Chambers, who had been designated to guard Chen Hao by the coach, was far from pleased. He felt it undermined his defensive prowess. Did he truly deserve to guard every Tom, Dick, and Harry? Yet, the coach had no alternatives. Despite his discontent, Chambers was careless, dismissive, and indifferent. It was precisely this attitude that allowed Chen Hao to execute a swift change of direction, creating an open shot at the arc. He caught the ball, aimed for the basket, and released it. Chambers, a first-team defender, assured the coach with a confident thump of his chest, declaring, "Rest assured, if he sinks another three-pointer, I'll run a lap upside down around the court." The thought of Chen Hao scoring a three-pointer would indeed be a blow to his pride. Chambers exerted every ounce of strength to catch up. He was fast, but Chen Hao was even quicker. In truth, Chen Hao's shooting motion was instantaneous. Yes, just a fleeting moment, yet for him, that was ample time. He halted abruptly, bent at the hips, leaped, and released in one fluid motion. The basketball glided smoothly from his fingertips. Chambers, despite his rapid pursuit, combined with his height, wingspan, and vertical leap, might have thwarted others. However, for Chen Hao, the ball sailed just over Chambers' fingertips, hurtling directly toward the hoop behind him. With a resounding swish, the ball found its mark. In Chen Hao's hands, the accompanying motion of shooting was evident as he turned his head to glance at Chamberlain, a confident smile gracing his lips. With the enhancement of his shooting skills, Chen Hao felt exhilarated. The moment he released the ball, he knew whether it would find its mark. This sensation was truly delightful. Coincidentally, at that moment, Chen Hao also noticed the Suns' head coach on the bench. Tongue clicked in astonishment. Chen Hao felt somewhat puzzled. After all, it was merely a three-pointer. Why such an expression? In truth, Chen Hao is not well acquainted with this era. He was mentally anchored in his own time. In this age, the three-point shot was seldom attempted, even by teams known for their offensive prowess like the Suns. Back then, attempting a three-pointer was considered an audacious act. People firmly believed that the closer one got to the basket, the more reliable the shot would be. Nowadays, to play in such a manner and still succeed was nothing short of astonishing. For them, it was unfathomable. Naturally, they remained skeptical that Chen Hao could maintain such accuracy consistently. Despite being a sharpshooter within the Lakers, even the venerable Curry could not help but applaud Chen Hao, exclaiming, "Well played." However, Chambers felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Having just made a bold proclamation, he found himself swiftly contradicted. In an attempt to reclaim his dignity, he trailed closely behind Chen Hao, incessantly chattering, "That was merely a fluke. From here on, I shall defend you so fiercely that you will question your very existence." Weeping as you return to your homeland in search of your mother, Chen Hao, without so much as a glance back, dashed back to the half-court, took his position, and opened his arms, bracing himself for what was to come. As for the incessant chattering of Chambers, Chen Hao chose to regard it as the ramblings of a mad dog. Chen Hao hits another three-pointer, narrowing the deficit to 12 points. And the morale of the Lakers has soared to its zenith. As the game progresses, the Lakers have proven themselves capable of competing. They regard the Suns, one of the foremost contenders for the championship, with a newfound respect. After all, they are merely human and not invincible. All of this brilliance stems from Chen Hao's remarkable prowess. His performance is nothing short of astounding. It can be said that even if the Lakers were to ultimately lose the game, his display would be the talk of the fans. After all, just a week ago, he was a temporary player for the Lakers, and now he is transformed into the decisive force that could alter the course of the game. In the next play, the Suns appear somewhat anxious. Kevin Johnson charges towards the basket, challenging Divac's defense with an audacity that belies his respect for the veteran. He suffers a humiliating rejection. Lakers possession. Chapter 025. Chen Hao, all right, no more pretense. I am a sharpshooter. The ball is passed to whom? This is the fundamental essence of a point guard. Moreover, Chen Hao's consecutive three-point shots have captivated McMillan, and the ball naturally finds its way into Chen Hao's hands. As Chen Hao received the ball, his knees bent at a right angle, arms outstretched, and his gaze fierce. Chambers had closed in on him, and the previous disdain etched on his face had evaporated, replaced by a demeanor of seriousness and intensity. He no longer entertained the notion that Chen Hao was defenseless. Rather, he believed that with his utmost focus, he could easily handle the lanky Chen Hao. After all, who was Chambers? A member of the best defensive lineup. Surely he could manage to subdue a rookie without difficulty, lest he become the subject of ridicule. Chen Hao did not even call for a screen. It was as if AC Green had been completely subdued by him. Voluntarily approaching to set a pick for Chen Hao was momentarily taken aback, yet he soon dismissed the thought. Throughout his life, he had played countless games of this nature. In his previous life, despite not growing any taller and missing the opportunity to enter the professional realm, He had still engaged in such games frequently. The memories lingered vividly. With a robust screen set by AC Green, Chen Hao deftly maneuvered past AC Green's shoulder. Qian found himself effectively blocked, creating a significant gap behind him. At this moment, Chen Hao stood approximately 2 meters from the three-point line. However, in his fervor, he perceived this distance as inconsequential. His keen offensive instincts warned him that if he were to dribble further, Qian would surely catch up. With an instinctual urgency, Chen Hao executed a sudden stop, bent at the hips, lifted the ball, and flicked his wrist. The ball soared through the air, swish. A three-pointer. And the deficit shrank to single digits, now just 9 points. The atmosphere in the Phoenix Suns arena fell into a stunned silence. It was hard to believe that just moments ago, they had nearly vanquished the Lakers, and now, under the deft hands of this rookie from the East, the Lakers had risen again, employing this very method. The Suns had even deployed their most adept defender, Chambers, against Chen Hao, yet to no avail. With the third quarter still underway, the Lakers trailed by merely 9 points. Their prospects appeared far from dire. Suns fans trembled in anxiety, fervently discussing Chen Hao. "This guy has something special," they exclaimed. "How come we've never heard of him before?" "Oh right, what is his name?" "Ah yes, Chen Hao. Impressive three-point shooting. Indeed, no one dares to shoot like him. I heard he's just a temporary player for the Lakers. Is that true? He could really make a mark. A shooter like him is exactly what we need." On the Lakers bench, Deng Weili observed as Chen Hao prepared to shoot from 2 meters beyond the arc. Initially stunned, he muttered, "No, no, no," but once Chen Hao netted the shot, he could only exclaim, "Yes, yes, yes. The Lakers need this." Teague, witnessing Chen Hao's seemingly reckless attempts, felt a surge of anxiety. He recalled his own previous impulsive decisions that had squandered his opportunities. Subconsciously, he assumed Chen Hao was also acting out of impulse, convinced that such reckless shooting would lead to failure, thereby losing the coach's trust and paving the way for his own chance to shine. Teague chuckled to himself, but soon found his thoughts interrupted as a swift slap across the face left him reeling, his cheeks swelling like a bruised fruit. He was utterly incredulous. A look of disbelief washed over him. Campbell was about to exhaust his energy reserves once more. Chen Hao's confidence surged to unprecedented heights at this moment. He perceived the hoop as expansive as the ocean, convinced that every shot he took would inevitably find its mark. Kevin Johnson, a basketball star, held a pride befitting his stature. On his home turf, with his team enjoying a significant lead, the prospect of a comeback by the opposition was utterly unacceptable to him. In the ensuing play, Kevin Johnson, with the ball in hand, faced off against Mike McMillan. He pressed the accelerator, unleashing an explosive burst of energy that pierced through the Lakers' defense, barreling toward the very heart of their interior, launching himself into the air. He intended to challenge Divac, not merely to confront him, but to execute a thunderous dunk over him. Such audacity. Despite Divac's reputation for being soft, he was, after all, a center. As he recognized the profound disrespect emanating from Johnson's intentions, he found a rare moment of resolve. With a mighty roar, he asserted, "Do not underestimate a center." He raised his arms high to protect the rim, effectively denying Kevin Johnson any further access to the basket behind him. Divac's newfound tenacity was ignited by the recent three-pointer from Chen Hao, fueling his competitive spirit. Kevin Johnson momentarily faltered, pondering the sudden shift in Divac's demeanor. What had caused this soft player to suddenly harden? Although thwarted by Divac, Johnson was undeterred and tightened his core to make another attempt. The shot, however, was forced and ultimately missed. Yet, at this juncture, the referee intervened, awarding the Suns a home court call. Divac was deemed to have committed a defensive foul, and Johnson approached the free throw line. Divac, incensed, spread his arms wide and confronted the referee, exclaiming loudly, "Which of your eyes saw me commit a foul?" "I did not." He feigned innocence. However, the referee was resolute in his decision, leaving Divac with no recourse. Certainly, had this been in the Lakers' home arena, the referee would have hesitated to make such a call. But here, in the American Airlines Center, the situation was beyond his control. Marv Albert wore a perplexed expression, questioning, "Was that a foul?" His face bore the unmistakable mark of confusion. Though Gudica was known as the Lakers' most vocal critic, he too refrained from asserting that Divac had committed a foul. Coach Zhang, on the other hand, sarcastically remarked that the referee's call was as questionable as the color of his uniform, acknowledging the bias towards home court advantage but deeming it overly conspicuous. This decision might very well become the pivotal moment of the match. Kevin Johnson stepped up to the free throw line and executed his shots flawlessly, sinking both. The Lakers found themselves in a passive state. Though trailing by 9 and 11 points may seem merely a difference of 2, in this instance, it translates to a loss of 4 or even 5 points for the Lakers. Had the referee not blown the whistle during that play, the Lakers could have narrowed the gap to 6 points, which would have altered the dynamics significantly. Presently, the Lakers are down by 11, making it imperative for them to capitalize on this possession. Otherwise, they risk further widening the deficit. In this critical moment, Chen Hao seemed to revert to a pivotal instant from a previous life, bearing the weight of responsibility, as if declaring, "Who but I shall shoulder this burden?" He tethered the fate of the team to his own resolve and led them forward. With possession of the ball now in the hands of the Lakers, Perkins sought to claim it. However, he quickly realized that Chen Hao had anticipated his move, prompting Perkins to step aside and create space for him. Remarkably, he felt no discontent about this. Rather, it seemed entirely fitting to him. Perkins may not embody the traits of a natural leader, yet he is a versatile asset. Having once been a teammate of Jordan, he is accustomed to serving superstars, which may account for his lack of assertiveness in crucial moments. In contrast, Chen Hao exudes a palpable momentum that is unquestionable. The moment the ball reached Chen Hao, Chamberlain, having learned from past encounters, refused to grant him an inch of space. Even with Chen Hao still 2 meters away from the three-point line, he adhered closely, akin to a piece of adhesive tape, denying him any opportunity to shoot. Chen Hao dribbled backward a step, searching for an opportunity. He believed Chen Hao was intimidated, to provoke him further. He clapped his hands together and then struck the wooden floor emphatically, nostrils flared as he taunted Chen Hao, $500. "I wager you cannot make the shot." Naturally, Chambers was not serious. His aim was merely to provoke, primarily to apply pressure on Chen Hao. However, Chen Hao took it to heart. He truly did. After all, what was his 10-day contract with the Lakers worth? $5,000. Chambers was betting $500 on a single shot, instantly igniting Chen Hao's competitive spirit. "Of course, I stand by my word," Chambers grinned. Receiving a definitive response, Chen Hao retreated 2 steps, his feet precisely positioned at the center circle. Chambers showed no intention of closing in. Standing 2 meters beyond the three-point line, a shot from the center circle was utterly audacious. Did he truly believe Chen Hao would dare shoot from that position? Was he frightened? The challenge was clear. Come and take the money if you dare. Meanwhile, Chen Hao's eyes scanned the court. Chambers showed no inclination to approach. At this moment, Chen Hao stood at the logo of the center circle. Chen Hao feigned a shot. Yet Chambers remained utterly unfazed. As an exceptional defensive specialist, Chambers was not easily deceived by Chen Hao. Marvin wore a perplexed expression, pondering what offensive choice Chen Hao would make. Could it be a logo three-pointer? The very thought seemed utterly outrageous. No sooner had he voiced his thoughts than Chen Hao released his shot. As he did, Gutica exclaimed, "This kid has been driven mad by Chambers." Perkins stood in stunned silence, as did AC Green, Divac, and a wide-eyed Dangvili, whose mouth formed an O shape, letting out a near-silent no. Chambers, amused, muttered under his breath, "Fool." Then, turning to his teammates, he bellowed, "Rebound." Hornacek pivoted to position himself, ready to contest for the rebound. Yet, Chen Hao's shot soared through the air, crashing into the net with a resounding swish. Chambers stood in a daze, his lips quivering. A logo three-pointer. A logo three-pointer indeed. While Chambers had witnessed longer-range shots before, none had been taken in such a critical moment of a regular season game. With the ball simply tossed as if it were a routine maneuver. This was a first for him. Stunned, Chambers turned to see the triumphant curve of Chen Hao's smile and the celebratory gesture of counting money directed at him. Others may have been taken aback by such a long-range shot, but in Chen Hao's era, such attempts were fundamental. Back then, if one couldn't make a logo three-pointer, one would hardly dare claim proficiency in shooting threes. However, times had changed, and everyone was left in awe of Chen Hao's audacity. His actions left the fans astounded. Even the opposing Suns fans could not help but exclaim, "Oh my God, what have I just witnessed? A logo three-pointer. My heavens." Tonight, it seems the divine is donning his jersey. The fans' reactions were not exaggerated. The visual impact of Chen Hao's feat was monumental. Some might argue it was merely luck. But this marked his 4th three-pointer of the night, and it was no ordinary shot. He had made it from the logo, with Chambers, a first-team defender, right on him. In this era, no one could replicate such a feat. No one. Not only the Suns fans, but even the seasoned Marvin Albert couldn't help but exclaim, "It went in. The shot is good. Chen Hao has made a logo three-pointer." The incredulity of such a maneuver was beyond belief. It was nothing short of miraculous. even witnessing it firsthand. One would struggle to accept its reality. His partner, Gadika, had wide eyes and gulped, wearing an expression as if he had just encountered an extraterrestrial. Under ordinary circumstances, Gadika would have boasted heartily without a hint of embarrassment, but the enmity with Chen Hao was far too profound. He could only manage a begrudging remark about luck, uttered just low enough for himself to hear. Above the American Airlines arena, the LCD screen lingered on Chen Hao, repeatedly replaying his logo three-pointer. Moments later, the focus shifted to the head coach of the Suns, who shook his head in resignation and promptly called for a timeout. The referee's whistle for the timeout resonated through the arena. All members of the Lakers, both on and off the court, surged towards Chen Hao like a tidal wave. Clearly astonished by his remarkable play, even Perkins was no exception. He rushed over, pushing Chen Hao with wide-eyed astonishment, his pupils still quaking in disbelief. After giving Chen Hao a shove, Perkins exclaimed, "Chen, please accept my knee." The veteran AC Green raised his hands high, sprinting towards Chen Hao with an exaggerated expression, repeatedly shouting, "You are Miller, you are Miller, you are Miller." Chen Hao's forehead was adorned with dark lines as he pondered to himself, "Who do you look down upon?" Of course, he did not harbor any disdain for Miller. In this era, Miller's three-point shooting was undeniably exceptional. However, it was merely a reflection of this time. In the future, Miller would scarcely rank among the top 10. Presently, Chen Hao commenced the game with an accuracy surpassing even that of a peak Stephen Curry. Across the vast ocean, in the live broadcast room of Chinese sports, Sun Jinping and Zhang Heli radiated excitement. Especially Zhang Heli, who, upon seeing Chen Hao poised to shoot with his foot on the logo, repeatedly exclaimed, "No, no, no." Yet, once Chen Hao's shot swished through the net, he triumphantly raised his arms and declared, "What a shot! A logo three-pointer. Oh my God, remarkable. This is beyond my wildest imagination. I almost thought I was dreaming." In this era, devoid of the overwhelming presence of social media, had it been otherwise, Chen Hao's logo three-pointer would undoubtedly have surged to the top of the trending charts, becoming an immediate sensation. Chambers appeared as if his very soul had been extracted, utterly oblivious to the fact that the Suns had called a timeout. He stood there, dazed, in a state of sheer bewilderment. Even when Hornacek nudged him with an elbow, he remained unresponsive, lost in thought about whether his defensive efforts were merely for show. How could it be that the most formidable defense had no effect on Chen Hao whatsoever? In the midst of his teammates encircling him, Chen Hao caught sight of Chambers and broke free from their grasp, striding directly towards him. Chen Hao's teammates exchanged glances, bewildered by his intentions. Chen Hao cast a serious look at Chambers and earnestly declared, "We agreed on $500. Only then did Chambers regain his composure. Feeling as if Chen Hao had stripped away his dignity and cast it aside, rubbing it in the dirt, he muttered a curse. "Damn it, you Asian punk. You've provoked me. My wrath is something you cannot withstand." With that, he turned on his heel and marched back to the Suns bench, downing a bottle of Gatorade in one go. After finishing, he crumpled the bottle into a tight ball, leaving Chen Hao in a state of bewilderment, pondering whether Chambers would indeed renege on their agreement. Chapter 26, 10 three-pointers, 18-point comeback. Shocking the world as the timeout concluded, the Suns regained possession. Chambers noticed Chen Hao glaring at him with a furrowed brow, feeling personally affronted. "What does this mean? It's as if he intends to devour me whole. What a ridiculous joke. You, a rookie, are so audacious. Does your mother know? I'm a first-team defender and the Suns' third leading scorer, a renowned dunker in the NBA. With that gaze, let us see how you handle me. Pass me the ball. I'm going to annihilate him." Chambers shouted at Kevin Johnson, who promptly delivered the ball before sidestepping to catch a breath. Chambers, ball in hand, faced Chen Hao. Without hesitation, Chen Hao called out, "Are you unwilling to pay up?" Chen Hao's words struck Chambers like a resounding slap to the face, igniting a fiery pain that coursed through him. In an instant, his eyes reflected a blazing inferno. "You novice, I shall annihilate you." The veins on his forehead throbbed with intensity as he enunciated each word with deliberate emphasis, his demeanor suggesting an overwhelming desire to tear Chen Hao apart. "Tear me apart. But you must pay. There is no room for negotiation." Upon observing Chambers' demeanor, Chen Hao was convinced that Chambers intended to default on his debts. While other matters could be negotiated, a reduction in his payment was simply unacceptable. His words, akin to adding fuel to the flames, ignited the powder keg that was Chambers. Known as the White Beast, Chambers boasted explosive physical prowess, ranking as the third leading scorer on the Suns. His scoring technique was straightforward and forceful. He would seize the ball, clear his path using his body, and then unleash a powerful dunk. Simple yet brutal. Chen Hao faced off against Chambers. After a prolonged period of frustration, a spark ignited within him. Take him down, Daning. Destroy him. He roared, as Giudica appeared to lose his mind. Kevin Johnson couldn't handle him, nor could Hornacek. Surely, the physically imposing Chambers would suffice. After all, Chen Hao was as slender as a bamboo pole. If he failed, he might as well return and find a block of tofu to crash into. To Giudica. It seemed that Chambers could easily overpower Chen Hao, who was resigned to his fate. Marvin Albert's gaze faltered, a flicker of concern for Chen Hao evident in his eyes. Zhang Heli shouted, Chambers, that's against the spirit of the game. You're clearly bullying Chen Hao's frail physique. However, what no one anticipated was that the seemingly frenzied Chambers, with his foot to the floor, aimed to obliterate Chen Hao. Yet, his fierce assault came to an abrupt halt upon encountering Chen Hao. Chambers struggled to advance. Unable to lift him. Confused, Chambers pondered if he was approaching it incorrectly. He exerted more effort, yet still found himself unable to budge Chen Hao. In disbelief, he thought, this slender rookie? I can't possibly be outmatched by him. With renewed determination, he attempted again, but to no avail. Having already taken 3 steps, Chambers found himself compelled, with no other options left, to awkwardly push against Chen Hao's long arms and attempt a shot. He couldn't even see the basket. Tragically, his attempt was met with Chen Hao's swift block, sending Chambers sprawling to the ground. Shocked, he questioned his own existence. How could this slender Asian have such formidable strength? Chen Hao successfully snatched the cap, bent down, and turned to Chambers, declaring, pay up, there is no room for negotiation. Chambers sprang up like a fish leaping from water. Glaring fiercely into Chen Hao's eyes, his right fist clenched tightly. Fine, I'll give it to you after the match, he proclaimed, uttering the most cowardly words with the most aggressive demeanor, feeling utterly embarrassed as he scurried back. Chen Hao was filled with satisfaction as he passed the ball to McMillan and retraced his steps. The American Airlines Center fell into an eerie silence. Suns fans shivered in disbelief, exclaiming, what the heck? This kid is defying the odds. His three-point shooting is impeccable, unrestrained by convention. Did he just block that shot? Chen Hao managed to thwart Daning Chambers? My heavens. It's simply unbelievable. Marvin. Albert could not contain his astonishment. Giudica, unable to hold back his expletives, exclaimed, what the heck? Daning Chambers, can't you hold your ground? In such a formidable Suns team, they couldn't find a single player to contend with Chen Hao, and his composure began to falter. Zhang Heli stood in the studio, disregarding his image, rising to his feet and raising his arms in celebration. Magnificent. On the sidelines, Deng Weili was ecstatic, dancing with glee and repeatedly shouting, I love this. I love this. But this was just the beginning. Let us turn back. Chen Hao stood before Chambers, who, this time, had learned his lesson. He remained silent, bracing himself with an unprecedented seriousness. The previous disdain he held for Chen Hao had vanished without a trace. He approached the situation as if facing a formidable adversary. With the ball in hand, Chen Hao inquired, will you come back for more? Yet, Chambers remained mute. Chen Hao uttered once more, dare you? Qian Bosi pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent. Chen Hao then asked, are you afraid? Qian Bosi remained silent, bending his knees to a perfect 90 degrees, opening his arms wide, embodying a stance of desperate defense. Chen Hao found it rather uninteresting. As he spoke, he suddenly sprang into action, moving sideways. Qian Bosi, like a startled bird, immediately followed suit. At that moment, Chen Hao did not possess the ball. He was merely initiating his movement. However, Qian Bosi dared not grant Chen Hao any space to receive the ball, for in his eyes, the moment Chen Hao secured it, it signified a guaranteed score. Chen Hao made a sudden step forward, abruptly halted, and then swiftly changed direction to the left. Chambers was caught off guard, and in an instant, the space between them widened. Chen Hao, the ball? With the ball in hand, McMillan attentively observes Chen Hao's movements. The player and the ball are in perfect synchrony. At this moment, he finds himself unguarded, and that is sufficient. He leaps into the air, arms outstretched to take the shot. Chambers realizes he has been deceived, exclaiming a curse, and rushes to contest the shot. Yet, it is too late. On the sidelines, Lakers players can no longer remain seated. They rise, fixated on the basketball. The ball soars through the air, tracing a graceful arc before crashing into the hoop with a resounding clang. Simultaneously, Chambers, in his fervor, collides with Chen Hao, sending him sprawling to the ground. The referee, left with no plausible reason to refrain from calling a foul, hesitates momentarily before blowing the whistle. Chen Hao scores a 3-1. The Suns fans are in disbelief, exclaiming, "Oh my God." Even his adversaries, Marvin and Albert, witness the spectacle of a 3-1. Faced with the formidable Chambers, Chen Hao successfully executes a 3-1, presenting the Lakers with the opportunity to reduce the deficit to 4 points. Tonight, something extraordinary may unfold. It is simply magnificent, beyond compare. Utica is on the verge of a breakdown, directly confronting Danning. "Chambers, are you devoid of reason?" Teacher Zhang Heli, "Your passion ignites." Jerry West, "Have you prepared the truck for the cash?" In the arena, Chen Hao, seated on the ground, gazes at Chambers with a smirk, relishing the knowledge that he can shoot while Chambers remains utterly powerless to respond. Chen Hao observed that Chambers' complexion had darkened significantly, resembling a block of iron, his shoulders slumped, and an air of despondency enveloped him. It was impossible for him not to feel disheartened. Following this match, he felt that his market value had diminished by at least 50%. Within a mere 3 minutes, while defending a rookie, he had been scored upon 10 times, leaving him devoid of any capacity to retaliate. The particularly humiliating moment came with the 3-1 play. Its impact was minimal in terms of physical damage, yet profoundly insulting. It was worth noting that when the head coach assigned him this defensive task, he had scoffed at Chen Hao, confidently asserting that he would make the rookie cry for his mother. Yet now, it was Chen Hao who remained stoic, while Chambers felt the urge to weep. Especially after Chen Hao converted the additional free throw, the Suns' once commanding lead evaporated, reduced to a mere 4 points, from a lofty 18 to a mere 4 in less than 3 minutes. The Suns called for a timeout once again. The head coach of the Suns was furious. Yes, furious, and any remaining anger had dissipated. One could accept being reversed by a dominant team like the Bulls when leading by 18 points, but succumbing to the Lakers, a team perceived as weak, incited his wrath. He bellowed, "You've dropped your dignity to the floor." After reprimanding his team, he shouted, "Double team." I don't want to see him score even a single point. Kevin Johnson and Hornacek were left in a state of disbelief. They questioned whether they had misheard, yet they dared not challenge their coach. Chambers felt somewhat relieved. Chapter 27, 10 3-pointers, an 18-point comeback. Shocking the world, the timeout concluded, and the game resumed. The Suns came out with Chambers applying intense pressure, with Hornacek poised to assist with a double team. The Lakers continued to facilitate plays for Chen Hao, but as soon as he received the ball, Hornacek advanced to confront him. At this moment, Chen Hao stood just 2 steps beyond the 3-point line, effectively cornered. Marvin Albert exclaimed, "Wow, a double team? I can hardly believe my eyes. My goodness." It was noteworthy that the Lakers had only offered Chen Hao a 10-day contract, and yet the Suns were employing such a strategy. I do not mean to disrespect Chen Hao. I am merely astonished by his 3-point prowess. Following the Suns' double team, the remaining Lakers found themselves in a 3-on-1 predicament. Utica's expression darkened to that of iron. Was this not an acknowledgement of Chen Hao's talent through their defensive strategy? Did this not serve as a veiled slap to his face? He grumbled incessantly, asserting that the Suns should not resort to such measures. He could not believe that Chen Hao's 3-point shooting could dismantle the Suns. However, if the Lakers were to face a 3-on-4 situation, they would surely take the Suns' lives. Utica's statement was, at the very least, half correct. The third quarter came to a close. Chen Hao faced a double team and, after successfully sinking 6 3-pointers, fell into a state of silence, merely serving as a decoy to draw defensive attention and create space. However, due to this role, by the end of the third quarter, the Lakers had surged ahead, leading 76-72 by a margin of 4 points. In the fourth quarter, as Deng Weili sensed the prospect of victory, he opted to shorten the rotation and intensified the effort. The Lakers desperately needed such a victory. Triumphing over formidable opponents is crucial for building confidence. Chen Hao has supplanted the veteran Curry in the pivotal lineup of Deng Weili. It is possible that during the intermission of the fourth quarter, the Suns' head coach, having observed Gadika's remarks, heeded his counsel. As the fourth quarter commenced, a sudden shift occurred, and they ceased to double-team Chen Hao. Upon witnessing this, Deng Weili discerned a lack of respect for our sharpshooters, prompting everyone to set screens for Chen Hao and create opportunities for him. Chen Hao lived up to expectations, sinking 4 consecutive 3-pointers in a stunning display that sealed the victory. The Suns' head coach, visibly shaken, eventually deployed a double team against Chen Hao, but it was too late, as the Lakers had established a commanding lead of over 10 points. When the final buzzer sounded, the scoreboard reflected a decisive 111-95 in favor of the Lakers, marking a remarkable turnaround from an 18-point deficit to a 16-point triumph. a staggering 34-point swing in the game. The Suns fans were left in disbelief as their players, who had arrived with an air of confidence, were utterly stunned by the Lakers' comeback, orchestrated by the underestimated Chen Hao, leading them to question their own resolve. 5 minutes post-game. Kevin Johnson remained in a daze, as the myriad ways to lose a game paled in comparison to this particularly agonizing defeat. They aimed to dominate what they perceived as a soft target, only to find themselves confronted by an immovable barrier. Hornacek managed to keep his composure, yet Chambers was internally shattered, having been thoroughly outperformed by Chen Hao, who left him questioning the very essence of the game. After years of play, he had never encountered such unyielding precision. 10 three-pointers rained down upon him, setting a new NBA record for the most three-pointers in a single game. Remarkably, Chen Hao only missed 2 attempts, achieving an astounding shooting percentage of 83 from beyond the arc. For context, a 45 shooting rate from three-point range is considered exceptional in today's league. Chambers struggled to maintain his mental fortitude, and similarly, the Suns coach also crumbled under the pressure, with Perkins feeling the weight of this defeat more acutely than ever. Ultimately, it was Chen Hao who triumphed, vanquishing the Suns in a manner that felt even more disheartening than a personal defeat. This game is destined to be etched in the annals of NBA history as a moment of disgrace, ironically underscored by the premeditated attempts of the Suns players to outsmart their opponent, only to find themselves outwitted. After the match, the veteran AC Green approached Captain Perkins, embracing Chen Hao with such fervor that it seemed as though he wished to merge their beings into one. Chen Hao coughed incessantly, repeatedly patting the back of the aging bachelor, AC Green. "All right, that's enough. I can hardly breathe." It was only then that the old bachelor released his grip. Chen Hao sincerely wished to convey to AC that enduring the hardship was unnecessary, and one should not impose such burdens upon oneself. Perkins approached, sharing a high five and an embrace with Chen Hao, and whispered in his ear, "Chen, tonight you are our savior. You have rescued us. This is a magnificent performance. And you were exceptional." Divac gave Chen Hao a thumbs up. Head coach Dunleavy also raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "Wonderful. We needed this." His smile narrowed his eyes into mere slits, and the corners of his mouth nearly reached his temples. While many believed the Lakers' winning streak had come to an end, the team displayed remarkable resilience, orchestrating an 18-point comeback, much to Dunleavy's delight. As customary, players from both teams extended handshakes at the conclusion of the match. However, the Suns' head coach displayed a lack of sportsmanship, leading his players away in a disheartened manner, unwilling to confront defeat. Chambers was particularly eager to flee, rushing ahead. After the game, Chen Hao's gaze fixated on Chambers, fearing he might escape. Upon closer inspection, Chen Hao thought, indeed, he was about to pursue him, but at that moment, Perkins obstructed his path, exclaiming, "Chen." Chen Hao was perplexed. "Is there something happening?" Perkins pointed towards a beautiful female reporter approaching them. "You are to conduct the post-game interview with ESPN." "Me?" Chen Hao exclaimed, astonished as he pointed to himself. Typically, such interviews by ESPN are reserved for the core players or captains of the victorious team. To be precise, after a Lakers victory, the reporter would usually interview Perkins, or at the very least, AC Green. Observing Chen Hao's reaction, Perkins laughed heartily. "There's no need to be surprised. You are exceptional. From this day forward, no one dares to claim you are unfit for the NBA." Previously, Chen Hao could not comprehend why Jordan held his senior Perkins in such high regard, stating, "I am a rogue, yet he possesses remarkable charisma." Now, Chen Hao understood. He nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." Regarding the interview, Chen Hao was quite relaxed. Throughout his life, he had faced numerous interviews. When performing well, one is hailed as a king. When underperforming, one is deemed a mere bronze. In the event of failure, one is cast into the abyss. Chen Hao paid little attention to the matter at hand, for his mind was preoccupied with the $500 owed to him by Chambers. Consequently, when the beautiful reporter greeted him, he merely responded with a nonchalant, "Oh, hello." He neither feigned indifference nor exhibited warmth. The reporter inquired, "With 10 three-pointers, you have shattered the NBA's single-game scoring record. How do you feel about this achievement?" Chen Hao felt nothing particularly remarkable. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards the players' tunnel, pondering whether Chambers would flee if they were delayed. "Can you envision a comeback?" the reporter inquired again. "No," replied Chen Hao. "Then how did you accomplish it?" The reporter pressed on. Chen Hao let out a sound of surprise. "I don't know. I never thought that much. I simply exerted all my effort, and then we emerged victorious." The reporter, taken aback and astonished, was rendered speechless. Chen Hao remarked. All right. I have matters to attend to, so this is where I take my leave. He did not afford the reporters an opportunity for refusal and dashed towards the player tunnel. Chapter 28. Chen Hao. I seek out Chambers, as he still owes me $500. In the post-match summary segment, Marv Albert turned to Gudica and jestingly inquired, Gudica, how is your face holding up? Gudica, fully aware of Marv's implication, scoffed, acknowledging that Los Angeles was indeed fortunate to encounter Chen Hao in his prime form. Marv Albert then asked, so, what have you learned? He intended to provide Gudica with an opportunity to reconcile with Chen Hao, yet Gudica remained unyielding, asserting that Chen Hao was merely riding a wave of luck. Such performances, he opined, would not endure beyond 2 games. Every NBA player experiences fleeting moments of brilliance. In the NBA, consistency reigns supreme. I do not believe Chen Hao has proven anything. He is simply fortunate, he concluded. Del Curry interjected, who are you disparaging? I haven't been fortunate? Marv Albert, growing irate, retorted, is this the attitude you wish to present? What if Chen Hao has another chance? Gudica dismissed the notion with disdain, proclaiming, dream on. In dreams, anything is possible. His performance cannot be replicated, mark my words, not even by the arrival of Jesus. Marv pressed on, but what if? Gudica insisted, there is no what if. Marv countered, anyone can say that. You bear no responsibility. Gudica, with a smirk, stated, if he can indeed score 10 3-pointers in a single game, I will run a lap around the court upside down. Marv affirmed, you said it. Gudica replied, indeed. I did. Marv declared, let us hold you to that. Gudica reiterated, let us hold you to that. In the broadcast room of the Celestial Empire, teacher Zhang Heli was still savoring the recent match, exclaiming, remarkable, simply remarkable, absolutely extraordinary. It was truly spectacular. Sun Jingping, with a furrowed brow, observed, indeed, a crude warrior. Repeating the same phrases over and again, it has been 3 minutes of repetition. However, he acknowledged that teacher Zhang's command of language could perhaps benefit from refinement. He noted that Chen Hao's style of play in this match might serve as a valuable study for the Celestial Empire's national basketball team, providing a new strategic perspective. Sun Jingping inquired, what perspective? Zhang Heli responded, swift, agile, steady, and precise. Precision is paramount. Of course, I must emphasize that Chen Hao's sample size remains minimal. I require more data to substantiate my claims. We eagerly anticipate an even more stellar performance from Chen Hao. Chen Hao departed from the court, bypassing the locker room and heading directly to the Suns' dressing area, where he stationed himself resolutely at the entrance. He had an exceedingly significant matter to attend to. Meanwhile, Lakers head coach Darvin Ham returned to his locker room and immediately sought out Chen Hao, only to find him absent. Confusion washed over him. He had witnessed Chen Hao enter the locker room, yet now he was nowhere to be found. Where could he have gone? Ham was looking for Chen Hao to attend the press conference. At that moment, assistant coach Carlisle rushed to the Lakers' locker room door, bracing himself against the frame. Breathless and gasping as he addressed the Lakers players, Chen is currently blocking the entrance to the Suns' locker room all by himself. Upon hearing this, the Lakers' locker room erupted in astonishment. After all, that was the territory of their rivals. What audacity! Could Chen Hao even leave the American Airlines Center unscathed? And even if he could, blocking the entrance to their rivals' locker room could lead to NBA sanctions, with the possibility of a severe suspension hanging in the balance. At this juncture, Chen Hao had become exceedingly vital to the Lakers' aspirations. Indeed, it could be said that the Lakers were in dire need of him. The weight of concern was palpable among the team's key figures, including Coach Ham, Captain Perkins, and the veteran AC Green. Chen Hao was no longer merely a temporary asset to the Lakers. His importance had been starkly highlighted in recent games. They could not afford to remain passive in this situation. Naturally, there were also those like Teague, who relished the prospect of Chen Hao's absence, seeing it as an opportunity for himself. He would prefer if Chen Hao and the Suns had a confrontation. Without hesitation, Ham took the lead, rushing to the Suns' locker room to retrieve Chen Hao, his pace urgent. However, upon arriving at the entrance of the Suns' locker room, they were met with the sight of Chen Hao counting a handful of cash, appearing quite pleased with himself. The Lakers' contingent was momentarily taken aback. What had transpired just moments before? Chen Hao stood resolutely at the entrance of the Suns' locker room. The players of the Suns exchanged bewildered glances, caught off guard. Was someone seeking trouble? Yet, that seemed implausible. Typically, it is the home team that creates issues for the visiting players, and it is unheard of for an away player to confront a home team player at their own doorstep. This young man certainly displayed a remarkable level of arrogance. arriving alone. Who did he think he was looking down upon? However, the more Chen Hao persisted in this audacious stance, the more disconcerted the Suns players became, rendering them hesitant to act rashly. Yet, Kevin Johnson was unconcerned with such reservations. Having lost the first half, he could not fathom enduring another defeat in the second half. He was resolutely opposed to that notion. Just as he was about to confront Chen Hao, Hornacek intervened, physically restraining Kevin and instructing his teammates to drag him into the restroom, insisting that he remain there. Once this commotion was settled, Hornacek finally made his way through the crowd and approached the door, addressing Chen Hao with a casual yet curious tone. "Hey, buddy, is there something I can assist you with?" Chen Hao was direct, declaring, "I am looking for Chambers." Upon hearing this, Hornacek felt a wave of apprehension. He feared that Chambers had been too aggressive in his recent encounter with Chen Hao, and now Chen Hao sought retribution. "What do you want with him?" Hornacek inquired. "It has nothing to do with you," Chen Hao replied. "If you intend to confront my teammate, how can it possibly be unrelated to me?" Hornacek's words emerged through gritted teeth. In an instant, the atmosphere became charged with tension. Chen Hao wore a perplexed expression. He had merely come to collect a debt, not to engage in a brawl. However, should anyone seek to provoke him, he would not hesitate to demonstrate the true might of his supreme combat prowess. To be frank, he had yet to experience the full extent of his exceptional fighting talent. He owed me $500, and it was time for repayment. Chen Hao is not one to indulge in deceit. Upon hearing this, the sunlit individual was momentarily taken aback. Immediately, a hearty laugh erupted from him, filling the air with an atmosphere of sheer delight. Chen Hao was acutely aware of the source of their laughter. Each one of them boasted annual salaries that easily reached into the hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Naturally, they regarded money with a sense of nonchalance. However, Chen Hao had experienced poverty firsthand. Despite having traversed through time, the essence of his character remained unchanged. To others, $500 might seem trivial, yet, according to the current exchange rate, it equated to 5,000 yuan. After accounting for basic necessities, Chen Hao found himself unable to save even 5,000 yuan in a month. Even now, his life was not particularly comfortable after 10 days of a guaranteed contract. He had already allocated the majority of his earnings to support his sister's living expenses. With little left to spare, those few $100s represented a significant relief. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The crux was that Chen Hao wished to convey to Qian Bosi that while one might indulge in reckless eating, one must not speak carelessly. As adults, we must take responsibility for our words. Hornacek, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "Is it really worth it over $500? Chen Hao nodded. In an effort to quell the situation, Hornacek walked directly to the changing room, retrieved his wallet from his locker, and handed 5 banknotes to Chen Hao, saying, "Here, I'm settling this on behalf of Chambers. We're square now." Chen Hao accepted the $500 with a smile and nodded, expressing his gratitude. As he turned to leave, he unexpectedly encountered his coach and teammates. "What are you doing?" Chapter 029, Hardaway. "Chen Hao? Who is Chen Hao? I don't know him." Hornacek found Chambers in the shower room of the locker area. The door was locked, but Hornacek had someone kick it open. Upon entering, the group discovered Chambers curled up in the corner, his head buried in his knees. Hornacek was taken aback and quickly inquired, "Danning, are you all right?" Chambers, who had intended to endure his distress in silence, was caught off guard by this intrusion. If discovered, it would be utterly humiliating, and he resolutely refused to be seen. He waved his hand dismissively, insisting, "I'm fine. I just need a moment alone," still keeping his head tucked away. However, Hornacek was not deterred. He approached and pulled Chambers up. The moment he did, he was struck by the sight of his teammate, affectionately nicknamed the Enforcer, the White Beast, and the Jumper, in a state of distress. Chambers, with tear-streaked cheeks, appeared utterly forlorn. The following day, in California, the City of Angels, the Lakers, when fully assembled, had achieved 4 consecutive victories, dispelling the gloom that hung over Los Angeles. Among them, Chen Hao had garnered even greater acclaim. The city was abuzz with tales of his miraculous performance against Phoenix, where he had made 10 three-pointers, leaving Chambers in tears and securing his legendary status in a single game. Nevertheless, caution was warranted. It was indeed a remarkable explosion of talent. In this particular rookie class, Chen Hao had emerged as the foremost sensation. His brilliance overshadowed the #1 draft pick, Larry Johnson. In fact, Johnson had become a mere backdrop to Chen Hao's narrative. Whenever reporters sought to describe Chen Hao, they inevitably resurrected Johnson's status as the top pick, much to his dismay. "Enough already," Johnson exclaimed. Times change. Do not underestimate the youth. In just 4 games, Chen Hao had wholly won the hearts of the Los Angeles fans. His popularity soared to such heights that fans were waiting to greet him at the airport. The mailbox at Campbell's home overflowed with postcards. Initially, Campbell was thrilled, believing these celebrity cards were from fans eager to support him, thinking, indeed, good looks can open doors, even without stepping onto the court. However, upon opening them, he found they were all addressed to Chen Hao, with one reading, "Keep it up, Campbell. You're a good person." To his astonishment, Campbell discovered that Chen Hao's popularity ranked within the top 3 on the team, second only to Perkins and AC, a meteoric rise that left him speechless. Moreover, Jerry West was in discussions with Chen Hao's agent regarding contract negotiations. He has made it clear that Chen Hao is a Laker and must remain one. The Lakers cannot do without him. These are the exact words of West. However, what truly delighted Chen Hao was not merely this affirmation, but rather the resounding chime echoing in his mind after the game against the Suns. 10 experience points for scoring 10 points in a single match. 5 experience points for achieving a new season high. After this outing, Chen Hao realized he had accumulated 3,050 progress points, with each game yielding 30 experience points. How could he not achieve everything he desired by playing a few more matches? As it turned out, Chen Hao's expectations were overly optimistic. Upon returning to Los Angeles and resting for a day, the following day, the Lakers faced the formidable Rockets on their home court. The Rockets approached this game with a vengeful spirit, especially Olajuwon, who played as if he were a divine being. Both offensively and defensively, he was formidable. The Lakers' soft-centered center, Divac, was utterly overwhelmed by the Dream. Throughout the game, the Dream scored an astonishing 40 points and secured 18 rebounds. Tonight, he played with a fierce desire for revenge. Previously, in the matchup against the Lakers, the Rockets had suffered defeat, and the Dream felt a profound connection to that loss. Had he not missed critical shots, Chen Hao would not have been able to stand over him in triumph. Chen Hao was the one who seized the miraculous opportunity that rightfully belonged to him. At last, he has managed to vent his frustrations. However, in the end, Dream realized that despite his fervent efforts, he had only partially released his pent-up anger. Typically, during the Rockets matches, even when Dream expends tremendous energy, the victories often feel unsatisfactory. Despite Dream's efforts, the Rockets only triumphed by a mere 5 points. The two teams battled fiercely until the final minute, and had it not been for the Lakers being devoid of a center, Divac fouled out, the outcome would have been uncertain. Inevitably, following a 4-game winning streak, the Lakers faced a defeat. Nevertheless, Lakers fans took pride in their team's performance despite the loss. It's noteworthy that while the Lakers are on the fringes of playoff contention, the Rockets are formidable championship contenders. Furthermore, this game showcased some bright spots for the Lakers. Chen Hao maintained a consistent performance, sinking 7 out of 14 three-point attempts, amassing a total of 24 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, with 2 of those blocks being assists to Dream. Chen Hao's most dazzling performance nearly brought Kenny Smith to tears. In this match, the Houston Rockets' second leading scorer, Kenny Smith, made only 1 out of 12 attempts, amassing a mere 3 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and an alarming 8 turnovers. Chen Hao felt quite vexed. He detested the phrase noble in defeat. A loss is a loss, and he was not one to seek justifications or excuses, particularly when the margin between the two sides was minimal, merely 5 points. It was disheartening to have an opportunity slip away. Such matches were profoundly unsettling for him. However, a slight solace emerged post-match as he pondered the experience gained, with thoughts of accumulating 6 experience points resonating in his mind. Perhaps adversity would fuel his resolve. After all, failure is but the mother of success. Chen Hao gazed at the notification, momentarily taken aback. Losing a match could also trigger a reward. His determination was further ignited. The following day, Chen Hao believed that the Lakers' defeat would subject him to an avalanche of ridicule. This was hardly surprising for Chen Hao. In his previous life as a fan, he had witnessed the derision directed at the Lakers following a loss. Players like Turtle, Melon, and Gorilla were not merely subjected to criticism, they were often confined to meeting rooms and relentlessly chastised. Yet, this time was different. Even the notoriously critical Gadika had no rebuke to offer. What could he possibly say? With statistics of 24 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks in a single game, having thwarted Dream twice and forced Kenny Smith into 8 turnovers, Chen Hao's performance was commendable. Additionally, the Lakers had achieved a commendable record of 4 wins and 1 loss in their last 5 games. In the NBA, a season comprises 82 games. And even the most formidable teams cannot guarantee an undefeated record. Even the legendary Lakers team that once set a record with 33 consecutive wins concluded the season with merely 69 victories. It is essential to note that the Lakers, at this juncture, were a team that had already secured a playoff berth, and their performance had far exceeded expectations. Thus, this particular loss did not evoke any significant reactions. On the contrary, it accelerated the momentum for Chen Hao's contract with the Lakers. Previously, it had been Chen Hao's agent, Zhou Qi, who fervently implored the Lakers to sign Chen Hao. Now, West was anxious about losing him, making 3 calls a day to urge Zhou Qi to expedite the signing process. The following day, the Orange County Register and Los Angeles media fervently lauded Chen Hao, extolling his prowess as a defensive specialist and his potential as a sharpshooter. Chen Hao let out a sigh of relief. His reputation had not been tarnished. However, he was acutely aware that in the realm of competitive sports, mediocrity is an original sin. He had narrowly escaped this time, but what of the next? Reflecting on the legacy of James, even a titan like him faced relentless scrutiny upon leading the Lakers to defeat. The upcoming match, however, posed a formidable challenge. Chapter 30, Hardaway. Chen Hao? Who is Chen Hao? I do not recognize him. In this battle, Chen Hao possessed ample reasons to avoid defeat. Zhou Qi informed him that this was a pivotal moment for negotiating a contract renewal with the Lakers. During such critical times, Zhang urged Chen Hao to remain steadfast, to prevent any devaluation of his worth. Furthermore, both Pepsi and Coca-Cola expressed keen interest in Chen Hao, recognizing his identity as a person of Asian descent, an asset in their quest to penetrate the lucrative Chinese market. They were reportedly offering a staggering contract. Currently assessing Chen Hao's value, the most effective way to showcase his worth was, without a doubt, to deliver an outstanding performance. Ultimately, Chen Hao received a system mission: avoid consecutive losses. The reward was an addition of 10 experience points, while the penalty was a deduction of 30 experience points. In other words, should he falter, he would regress significantly, losing all the experience he had accumulated in the third stage. The Lakers' forthcoming adversary was the Golden State Warriors, a team whose style mirrored that of the Lakers. To describe the current Warriors, they resembled a smaller, faster version of the Lakers. In essence, this match would be the Lakers competing against a more formidable version of themselves. The contemporary Warriors could be likened to the potent Rockets of the 2018 season, where D'Antoni's quintet of 5 small players was taken to its zenith. In simple terms, this was the culmination of the strategies employed by the eccentric genius, Coach Nelson. His philosophy embraced the notion that basketball is a relentless assault, or else one risks being overwhelmed. Indeed, it is quite astonishing. Last season, the Warriors' triumvirate, Hardaway, Mullen, and Richmond, produced the most formidable offensive display in NBA history, averaging an impressive 116.6 points per game, while the league's average was merely 103.8. Admittedly, they also allowed an average of 116 points against them, which was equally alarming. However, one cannot deny the Warriors' dominance during the regular season, as they vanquished their opponents with ease. Following their match against the Lakers, the Rockets traveled to Golden State to confront the Warriors. The Rockets were utterly overwhelmed, rendered ineffective by the Warriors' relentless offensive onslaught. Chen Hao witnessed this particular game, where the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon delivered an outstanding performance, scoring 38 points and grabbing 20 rebounds in just half a game. Yet, even his remarkable efforts could not prevent the Rockets from suffering a significant defeat. The Warriors were simply insurmountable. Although this season, the trio has shifted from Hardaway, Mullen, and Richmond to Hardaway, Mullen, and Owens, their offensive prowess remains undiminished and has arguably intensified. As the new season commenced, they have achieved a remarkable record of 7 wins and 1 loss. And following their annihilation of the Rockets, they stand at 8 wins and 1 loss. The Warriors' impressive performance this season is intricately linked to the extraordinary form of their team leader. Indeed, that leader is the Bug Tim Hardaway, for whom the Warriors' offensive system has been meticulously designed. It is essential to note that this Bug Hardaway differs from Penny Hardaway. Undoubtedly, Penny is more renowned, having been heralded as the successor to Michael Jordan. However, this does not imply that Bug Hardaway lacks prowess. Quite the opposite. He has been selected as an All-Star 5 times. This season, he is in exceptional form, and as the new season unfolds, the calls for his MVP candidacy grow ever louder. This season undoubtedly belongs to Jordan. Following his championship victory, he did not rest on his laurels. Instead, He continued to demonstrate remarkable prowess, guiding the Chicago Bulls with an evident ambition to reclaim the title. In the first 9 games of this season, Hardaway averaged an impressive 35 points per game, with a shooting percentage soaring at 52. Such efficiency is not only remarkable in this era, but would also stand out in the annals of basketball history among guards. Hardaway's strength lies in his exceptional ability to penetrate defenses, particularly with his dazzling crossover technique, which he has mastered to perfection. Prior to Hardaway, NBA guards tended to eschew such street ball maneuvers, dismissing them as ostentatious. The renowned Magic Johnson favored a more traditional approach, often relying on post-up moves. Similarly, Jordan's rival, Isaiah Thomas, preferred a straightforward, physical style of play. It is fair to assert that before Iverson's emergence, Hardaway was the most proficient practitioner of the crossover technique in the league. His brilliance contributed to the Warriors achieving the highest offensive efficiency in the league. This current iteration of the Warriors is a team that boasts greater speed and offensive capability than the Lakers. When facing the Rockets, who possessed the 6th best defensive efficiency in the league, they were nonetheless overwhelmed. The Rockets capitulated midway through the game. Naturally, many Rockets fans protested, claiming that the Warriors were not that impressive, attributing their performance to the fatigue of playing in a back-to-back scenario. However, this sentiment can be easily dismissed. It is clear that the Rockets were decisively beaten. In their own back-to-back matchup, the Warriors faced similar challenges. When the final buzzer sounded, the Warriors had scored an astonishing 136 points, marking the highest single-game score of the season, and they triumphed over the Rockets by 31 points. In this match, Hardaway was simply unstoppable, finishing with 44 points, 2 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 steals, rightfully earning the title of MVP for the game. Post-game, it was inevitable that he became the focus of media attention. "Tim, how do you feel after setting a new season high?" a reporter inquired. Hardaway glanced at his statistics, flashed a smile, and replied, "Oh, it's just routine, nothing particularly special." The reporter continued, "You are heading to Los Angeles to face the Lakers. And with just one more victory, the Warriors could claim the top spot in the league. Do you feel confident?" Hardaway confidently affirmed, "Absolutely." When the conversation turned to the Lakers, the reporter mentioned the rising star Chen Hao. "Were you surprised by Chen Hao's performance over the past week?" Hardaway looked perplexed. "What? Who is Chen Hao?" The reporter responded, "You don't know Chen Hao? He is arguably the hottest name in the NBA right now." Hardaway, still bewildered, replied, "I have no idea who he is or what he has done. He does not boast, for Chen Hao is a citizen of the Celestial Empire. His complexion, his performance, and his statistics have, at times, allowed him to surpass various NBA stars, becoming a prominent figure in the league." Hardaway was perplexed and inquired with reporters about Chen Hao, asking what remarkable feats he had accomplished. The reporters recounted Chen Hao's recent performances to Hardaway. "Oh, so that is how it is. I thought he had achieved something truly extraordinary. There is no need for surprise. I believe the attention he receives is merely due to his heritage as a celestial talent. In reality, he has not accomplished anything of significance. If he were of African descent, I doubt he would garner such attention. Let us observe for a while longer. I do not believe he can become a star," Hardaway declared disdainfully, even neglecting to watch Chen Hao's game footage. Upon learning that Chen Hao hailed from the Celestial Empire, with his yellow skin, he immediately lost interest, his tone rife with scorn and contempt. He continued to emphasize, "I don't know Chen Hao. I have no idea what he has done." Chen Hao watched the entirety of Hardaway's interview, taking note of the dismissive remarks. Afterward, he merely chuckled and turned to prepare for training. On the day of the game, the Western Forum Arena was filled with eager fans. Lakers supporters hoped the team would regain its form at home, dispelling the previous gloom. Although this was a formidable challenge, one must have dreams. Otherwise, what distinguishes them from a salted fish? Moreover, both the Lakers and the Warriors are known for their offensive prowess, and when such teams clash, the spectacle is bound to be thrilling, as scoring is invariably more captivating than defense, is it not? Chapter 31. Chen Hao. Is it a matter of offense? Are you mistaken? Do you think my three-pointers are mere embellishments? There is one thing that Chen Hao truly cannot comprehend: why some individuals possess immense wealth, yet lead lives filled with dissatisfaction. Take, for instance, the Lakers' most ardent critic, Gold Tans. How shall I describe him? He is a billionaire, with more money than he could ever spend, yet he remains a staunch adversary of the Lakers. Do not be deceived into thinking that his possession of a Lakers season ticket indicates him as a fan. In truth, he is their #1 detractor, attending games primarily to witness the Lakers suffer defeat. As Chen Hao warmed up, He overheard the vitriolic taunts of the black-hearted gold tans. Do you think failure marks the end? No, it has only just begun. Hey, you with the yellow skin, I'm talking to you. Tonight, Los Angeles will witness a massacre. It will undoubtedly. The saying that money can make the devil push the mill holds true, as the black-hearted gold hands paraded a few supermodels who echoed his sentiments, chanting, "Beat LA, beat LA, beat LA." This delighted gold hands, his lips curling upwards in a grin almost reaching his temples. In contrast, Chen Hao remained unfazed. He was acutely aware of Goldhand's derision directed at him. However, he understood that victories are earned through action, not mere words. He had long since grown accustomed to the jeers of Goldhands. In fact, if one day those taunts ceased, he would feel a void. At his age, there were few years left to endure such insults, and he still held a sense of respect for the elders. After all, they had invested their money. The customer is king, is it not? Moreover, he never indulged in idle chatter. He understood that true change in others' opinions can only be achieved through actions. Chen Hao paid no heed and continued his warm-up. At this moment, the Warriors players also took the court, led by the beetle, Hardaway. As Chen Hao's gaze settled upon him, Hardaway fortuitously glanced up, and their eyes met. Upon contact, Hardaway immediately averted his gaze. Hardaway declared, "In the Lakers camp, everyone present is nothing but trash. That is my assertion." Following Hardaway was the Warriors rookie, Owens, who, upon seeing Chen Hao's yellow skin, rushed over and inquired, "Are you Asian?" Staring intently at Chen Hao, Owens continued, "Is your name Chen Hao? Houtson? Who are you insulting? You are the one who should be called Houtson. Your entire family is Houtson. My name is Chen Hao." "Oh, Houtson, remember this well. Your performance ends here. I am the finest rookie of our class." Chen Hao inquired of Owens about the source of his confidence. Since joining the Warriors this season, Owens has showcased commendable performance, averaging 16 points, 8 rebounds, and 3 assists, while his assist numbers are somewhat disconcerting. As per the philosophy of the Venerable Nelson, he is being cultivated as a playmaking forward. However, it seems as though the Divine has dismantled his capacity for organization. He is still light years away from embodying the role of a true playmaking forward. Nevertheless, due to his amiable nature, he has gradually integrated into the Warriors' high-octane offensive system. Given Chen Hao's ascent and the continued struggles of the former first overall pick, Owens has made quite a significant impression, particularly as he stands out among the 1991 draft class with the most impressive statistics. "Oh, just a moment. May I ask who you are?" Chen Hao, with a knack for exasperation, struck a nerve. Hiss. Owens inhaled sharply, caught off guard by the intensity of Chen Hao's words, which pierced directly to his heart. His lips twitched. The game hadn't even started yet, and he was already feeling the pressure. He contemplated taking a couple of antihypertensive pills, lest he find himself engaging in antics unrelated to basketball. Owens compelled himself to remain composed, leaning closer to Chen Hao, locking eyes firmly. "Remember this. I am Billy Owens, a man destined to become the Rookie of the Year." Chen Hao pondered. Billy Owens. This name sounded familiar. He repeated it. Billy Owens. Astonished, he realized, indeed, that was him. Bill Owens noticed that Chen Hao recognized him, and he was overjoyed. However, he swiftly changed his tone, asserting, "Even if you know me, it matters not. I shall show no mercy." Chen Hao did not heed his words at all. "So you are indeed the highly anticipated Bill Owens, who has fallen the most in ranking." Chen Hao recalled that in the original timeline, a player named Billy Owens was selected 3rd overall by the Kings in the first round. However, in this altered history, due to an incident involving room service that tarnished his reputation, the Kings chose to abandon him. Ultimately, Billy Owens was picked up by the Warriors as the 28th overall pick in the first round. Naturally, this became the greatest source of anguish for him. This also explains why Billy Owens burst onto the NBA scene with such fervor. He was eager to prove himself and rectify the misfortunes that had befallen him. Chen Hao's words struck at the very core of Billy Owens' vulnerabilities, with his teammates holding him back and the match yet to commence. It seemed likely that Owens was on the brink of engaging in an all-out brawl with Chen Hao. The lengthy pregame preparations culminated in the sound of the whistle after 3 minutes. Lakers head coach Del Harris gathered all the team members together, reiterating the key points from their tactical meeting. "According to our strategy, Chen, you will replace Dale in the starting lineup." Chen Hao nodded, acknowledging that this was a tactical meeting as predetermined. Although he was already aware of it, this was his inaugural start, and he felt a slight flutter of excitement. Meanwhile, the individual in question, Dale Curry, remained unfazed. He had long been accustomed to playing as a substitute. In contrast, Teague harbored feelings of discontent, questioning why it was he who was sidelined. Simultaneously, he reveled in schadenfreude, recognizing that for a rookie, the distinction between starting and coming off the bench was monumental. The NBA was far more complex than it appeared. Should you falter, I shall seamlessly take your place. Deng Weili reiterated emphatically, once more, I stress that tonight, there is but one core focus, unleash. To contend with the Warriors, it is an impossible task to completely stifle their offense. Our sole recourse is to outmatch them in aggression. We shall obliterate them. As he concluded, Deng Weili punctured the whiteboard with his marker. The game officially commenced. The starting lineups gathered at center court. The Warriors starting five: Hardaway, Mullen, Owens, Alexander, and Hill. This lineup, though diminutive, was characterized by exceptional agility and athleticism, with each player possessing extraordinary physical attributes. On the Lakers' side, McMillan, Chen Hao, Perkins, AC Green, and Divac took their positions. Divac faced off against Hill for the jump ball. Having played 5 games alongside Divac, this was the first time Chen Hao witnessed him triumph in the jump ball, a rare occasion that secured possession for the Lakers. The ball was passed to McMillan, who brought it up the court. Chen Hao extended his hand at a 45-degree angle to the right, requesting the ball, and McMillan passed it to him. Chen Hao received the ball. Owens immediately spread his arms, lowered his center of gravity, and before he even arrived, he began to taunt. Hao-Chen, accept your fate. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you countless times. Chen Hao's physique was indeed overwhelmed during the NCAA tournament's round of 32, resulting in his prior self losing the chance for a lottery pick. Of course, this is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the fact that you are Hao-Chen, and your entire family embodies Hao-Chen. Chen Hao retorted sharply and then immediately executed a tentative step, launching into action. Chapter 32. Chen Hao, a three-pointer will always surpass a two-pointer by 1 point. Do you comprehend? Chen Hao felt provoked by Owens as AC Green entered the scene. He intended to set a screen for Chen Hao, but Chen waved his hand, signaling that it was unnecessary. AC Green, somewhat perplexed, wondered if Chen had lost his mind. Nevertheless, he decisively moved aside to create space. In the face of Chen Hao, Owens raised one hand and chanted, "Come on, I want to let you have a shot." Although Owens was not particularly adept at defense, he believed he possessed a psychological advantage. His confidence was not unfounded. Compared to a year ago, he had significantly bulked up over the past few months. Coupled with his recent training, Owens felt that even the first overall pick, Larry Johnson, was no match for him, let alone a former opponent like Chen Hao. From head to toe, Owens regarded Chen Hao as merely fortunate, believing he would never amount to anything substantial, like a mere bamboo pole that would inevitably falter after a few games. Given Chambers' level of defensive prowess, Chen Hao remained unfazed, dismissing Owens' flimsy defense entirely. Chen Hao's confidence is well-founded. With just a mere tap, Owens loses his balance. Chen Hao soared into the air and unleashed a shot. For a team that concedes an average of 116 points per game, one cannot expect them to possess a commendable defense. Indeed, Owens merely raised his hand, and upon witnessing Chen Hao take the shot, he immediately turned to his teammates and shouted, "No, rebound." Chen Hao felt a profound sense of disrespect. The basketball rolled off the tip of his finger, soaring through the air before crashing into the net with a crisp swish. The ball was in. Owens was taken aback. He recalled just a few months prior when Chen Hao hesitated even to release the ball. Now, with such determination and decisiveness, he not only made the shot but did so while being closely guarded. Owens felt frustrated, deeply vexed, and overwhelmingly disheartened. Yet he would never concede to Chen Hao's prowess. He muttered a curse, dismissing it as mere luck. Chen Hao found the situation amusing, a stroke of luck indeed. Owens felt as though he had struck a fist upon cotton, powerful yet rendered ineffective. However, a surge of frustration welled within him, urging a desire to retaliate. The renowned critic of the Lakers, Goldstein, suddenly found his disdain halved, instantly perceiving the nearby young models as less appealing. How could he? How dare he? Not far off, Hardaway was reveling in the spectacle. Ha ha ha, quite delightful. He had anticipated an evening of tedium. Yet, his laughter was not aimed at his teammate Owens, but rather at the forthcoming game. How to articulate it? He feared that if the Warriors approached this match with even a modicum of seriousness, they would sweep through like they did against the Rockets in the previous game. While the game promised excitement, it left Hardaway feeling that something was amiss. For instance, it failed to showcase his significance, concluding too swiftly after just 2 quarters. leaving him perspiration-free. Yes, he had earned his pay, yet it lacked a certain essence. Now, with Chen Hao taking the initiative, Hardaway felt a flicker of intrigue. The Warriors had possession of the ball. Upon receiving it, Hardaway swiftly advanced into the offensive zone. Noticing that it was not Chen Hao defending him, a sense of disappointment washed over him. Prior to the game, the Warriors coach had clearly informed him that the Lakers' most formidable defender was the newcomer from the East. What was his name? Chen Hao. Now, with Chen Hao absent and McMillan in his stead, Hardaway felt disrespected by the Lakers. Yet, Owens found amusement in the unfolding events. Chen Hao came to defend him. Does this not imply that he is currently the most valued player by the Lakers? However, this is not the crux of the matter. The real focus lies in the opportunity to finally vent some pent-up frustration. Hardaway approached while dribbling, slowing his pace as he reached the three-point line. Yet, McMillan, tasked with guarding him, dared not let his guard down, fixated on Hardaway's midsection. Hardaway leisurely dribbled the ball, alternating between his left and right hands. McMillan remained cautious, reluctant to make a move. Suddenly, Hardaway accelerated, executing a dazzling crossover with the ball floating in his right hand, feigning a drive to the right. McMillan, deceived, shifted to block Hardaway's right side, only to find it was a ruse. With a dramatic change of direction, Hardaway dashed to the left, leaving McMillan's defense in shambles. Right from the outset, Hardaway unleashed his signature move, the crossover. McMillan could only watch in despair as Hardaway sprinted past him and faced with Divac's rim protection. He launched a high layup that effortlessly found the net, securing an easy 2 points. Before the match, Lakers coach Dunleavy had clearly emphasized a shootout. Given this context, such scenes were bound to unfold. McMillan retrieved the ball and pushed into enemy territory, yet his scoring ability was notably limited, lacking the necessary impact. Should he attempt a shot, he risked being blocked. Nevertheless, this was not his intention. He aimed to pass, delivering the ball to the advancing Chen Hao. To be frank, McMillan's passing quality left much to be desired. However, Chen Hao exhibited remarkable adjustment skills, making a slight alteration before releasing the shot, just before Owens could close in. With a swift motion, the basketball swished through the net. Wow, you're lucky. Owens attempted to provoke Chen Hao with some trash talk. Chen Hao merely chuckled in response. Yes. Owens was frustrated, trying to rattle Chen Hao with banter, but found himself irked instead, particularly as Chen Hao had already scored 6 points, while he had yet to score a single point. 6-2. The detractor Goldstein was left speechless. Billy, why don't you defend a bit? You're letting him find his rhythm right from the start. How can you expect to dominate him now? Owens retorted. What do you mean I'm not defending? I was right in his face. He still scored. What can I do? Hardaway, fueled by determination, seized the ball and pressed forward with fervor. He surged into the Lakers' territory, where they had consciously tightened their defense to thwart Hardaway's shot. This was precisely what Hardaway wanted. Amidst the congestion, he located Mullen on the perimeter, delivering the ball with pinpoint accuracy. Mullen, nicknamed God's left hand, was renowned for his left-handed finesse and his silky smooth shooting touch. His greatest strength lay in his ability to transition seamlessly between receiving the ball and shooting, excelling in both facets. Mullen unleashed a left-handed shot, and with a flick of his wrist, the three-pointer sailed through the hoop. The game tonight, with a score of 6-5, showcased an impressive rhythm and remarkable shooting from both teams. Right from the outset, the exchanges were spirited. This was certainly not going to be a tedious, slow-paced battle. Fans who revel in offensive play were in for a treat this evening, as noted by Marv Albert. His partner, Utica, retorted somewhat skeptically, asserting that the Warriors' offense was unparalleled, and the Lakers would soon be overwhelmed. Chen's shooting touch seems quite promising tonight, Marv remarked. What are you thinking, Marv? Surely you don't believe he can maintain that level of performance throughout the entire game. In such a fast-paced shootout, his stamina will inevitably falter, Utica predicted. Just wait and see. Within 3 possessions, his shooting percentage will decline. Marv Albert remained silent, anticipating an opportunity for Chen Hao to prove him wrong. On the court, Mullen, after scoring, gestured appreciatively towards his longtime teammate Hardaway for his selfless play. Mullen felt a surge of confidence, sensing that tonight would be a night to etch his name in the records. Before they could fully celebrate, McMillan pushed the ball forward with urgency. Chapter 33. 3 points will always exceed 2 by 1 point. Understand this. On the sidelines, Warriors head coach Don Nelson noticed McMillan's heightened pace and chuckled, finding it intriguing that they were engaging in a shootout. The essence of such an explosive game lies not in the mere exchange of blows, but in exhausting the opponent and ultimately capitalizing on their fatigue. Nelson continuously emphasized to his players that as long as they could run, they should run relentlessly. As long as they could play hard, they should play with utmost intensity. Statistics from the previous season revealed that Hardaway averaged 42 minutes per game, while Mullen averaged 41 minutes. With Richmond absent this season, those numbers became even more staggering. Hardaway averaged 43 minutes and Mullen 42 minutes. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 36-36, with the Lakers and Warriors evenly matched. Chen Hao's remarkable shooting, hitting 4 out of 6 three-point attempts in the first quarter, played a crucial role in keeping the Lakers afloat during critical moments. However, fortune would not favor the Lakers in the second quarter, particularly as they grappled with significant issues in their rotation. In this particular space, Chen Hao's performance seemed to descend slightly, causing the Lakers' offense to resemble a state of constipation, disjointed and quite uncomfortable. Leading the team, Perkins possesses scoring ability, however. His strengths lie in mid-range shots and driving to the basket, lacking in three-point proficiency, which complicates the scoring process. Furthermore, the dynamics of his teammates have shifted from Chen Hao and AC Green to Campbell and the seasoned Curry, thereby increasing the burden he must shoulder. Additionally, the veteran coach Nelson employs a rather extreme rotation, utilizing a maximum of 7 players. He heavily relies on the starters, with Hardaway and Mullen rarely taking a respite. Consequently, out of necessity, Deng Weili is compelled to overutilize core players like Chen Hao. As the second quarter concluded, the Lakers managed to hold their ground against the Warriors, trailing by a mere 4 points at 76-72. By the end of the second quarter, Chen Hao had accumulated a personal score of 21 points, having successfully netted 3 three-pointers during this period. As Chen Hao's prowess on the court left Owens questioning his very existence, he appeared utterly drained during halftime. Despite his valiant efforts, he struggled to contain Chen, who seemed to effortlessly score even with defenders practically in his face. The cameras captured Owens' futile attempts to guard Chen, his gestures oscillating between exasperation and disbelief, a sentiment palpable even through the screen. As halftime concluded, Owens found himself at the mercy of the Lakers' most ardent critic, Gold Hands, who unleashed a barrage of sarcastic remarks. What on earth happened? How could you allow him to sink so many three-pointers? What were the Warriors thinking in recruiting you? Marvin and Albert chimed in, highlighting Chen's remarkable feat of 7 three-pointers in the first half. How do you feel about that now? They queried, recalling Owens' previous proclamation that should Chen achieve 10 three-pointers in a single game, he would run a lap upside down around the court. Gudica interjected, pleading for silence. Yet this was the essence of a live broadcast. There was no escape for him. I may have said that, but it's only 7 shots. He defended weakly, to which Marvin and Albert echoed his words, dripping with irony. With a steely resolve, Gudica insisted, the pace of the game in the first half was relentless. The physical toll immense. Just wait and see. He once maintained that accuracy in the second half. It's the natural order of things. 10 shots? Unlikely. And soon the Lakers will be overwhelmed by the Warriors. Gudica had a point regarding the Warriors' notoriously explosive third quarters. Moreover, the Lakers' strategy of matching the Warriors' intensity was undoubtedly taxing on their stamina. As halftime drew to a close, Captain Perkins gulped down an entire bottle of Gatorade in one go. Even the physical marvel, AC Green, showed signs of weariness, his breath becoming somewhat irregular. As for Divac, the true struggle lay with him. He felt as if he were engaging not in basketball, but in a relentless track meet. The game's tempo was so swift that he often found himself sprinting back only to witness the opposing team completing their offensive plays. Upon the conclusion of the first half, Divac felt as though he had played the entire match. McMillan fared slightly better, but still felt the strain. In stark contrast, Chen Hao appeared only mildly perspired, seemingly unfazed, relishing the frenetic rhythm of the game. As the third quarter commenced, the Lakers managed to hold their ground against the Warriors for the initial segments. However, midway through the third, the first signs of fatigue surfaced within the Lakers, particularly in Perkins. His responsibilities were monumental. On defense, he had to shadow the left-handed marvel, Mullen, while also spearheading the offensive efforts. Balancing both duties was a formidable challenge, especially for a 30-year-old veteran. With 5 minutes and 36 seconds remaining in the third quarter, Mullen executed a simple backdoor cut, leaving Perkins trailing behind. Positioned at the left side three-point line at a 45-degree angle, an opportunity emerged. He received the pass and effortlessly sank another three-pointer. This is the terrifying essence of Mullen. a being of boundless stamina, a veritable physical marvel. He maintains his shooting touch even while his opponents are still fatigued. His three-pointer has widened the Warriors' lead to 9 points, hinting at an impending collapse for the Lakers. D'Antoni quickly calls for a timeout. Upon returning from the break, Perkins collapses onto the bench, gasping for air, beads of sweat cascading from him like raindrops, saturating the wooden floor beneath him. D'Antoni approaches, gently patting Perkins on the shoulder, inquiring with genuine concern, "Are you all right?" Breathless, Perkins manages to nod and responds, "I'm okay." Chen Hao felt that if Perkins couldn't catch his breath, he might very well be finished. Not to mention Perkins, an athlete who frequently calls for room service. Even the chaste and virtuous AC Green appeared utterly drained. He was tasked with supporting Divac and protecting the rim, participating in offensive plays, and sprinting to keep pace with the Warriors' speed. This was precisely why Dunleavy refrained from assigning Chen Hao to defend against the formidable Mullen, not due to a lack of faith in Chen Hao's defensive capabilities, but because he currently served as the Lakers' primary scoring option. And what of the elder Curry? It seemed as if his skill set had been inexplicably stolen. He struggled to regain his form. In stark contrast, Chen Hao proved to be far more reliable, which was why he had been elevated to the starting lineup. The truth of the matter validated Dunleavy's decision. Had it not been for Chen Hao's 8 three-pointers in this match, the Lakers might have already been overwhelmed. However, Dunleavy found himself at an impasse. Did he have any alternatives? He had none. Perkins was nearly depleted, and with Mullen in scorching form, the Lakers trailed by 9 points. Should Mullen score again, the lead would stretch into double digits, a daunting prospect for the fourth quarter. Reflecting on the dire situation, Dunleavy decisively commanded, "Chen, you go deal with that left-handed torrent scoundrel." Chen Hao nodded. The game continued. Old Nelson observed as Deng Whaley substituted Perkins. A smirk crept across his face, for he sensed that the opposition was on the verge of capitulating, signaling the time to conclude the contest. History often repeats itself with remarkable similarity. In the illustrious Showtime era of the Lakers, this was precisely the strategy employed, warming up for 2.5 quarters, then decisively seizing victory in the third. Today, the Warriors embody echoes of that legendary Lakers epic. Lakers fans in the Western Conference Forum trembled with apprehension. Their greatest concern was the Lakers assigning Chen Hao to guard Mullen, whom they recognized as an indefatigable force, capable of enduring 7 quarters of play. No one could gain an advantage against Mullen's extraordinary stamina. Upon witnessing Chen Hao confront Mullen, Marvin was taken aback. This was not a favorable matchup. Would Chen Hao's shooting accuracy hold up under such pressure? The Lakers desperately needed Chen Hao's three-point prowess. Gudica chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits, proclaiming that it was all over. Everything had effectively concluded. Old Nelson even whistled from the sidelines, convinced he had the Lakers and Deng Whaley under his thumb. Believing the Lakers were merely floundering in their final throes, he gestured to Mullen, who instantly understood, leading Chen Hao on a relentless chase across the court. Mullen aimed to exhaust Chen Hao. If he succeeded, it would eliminate a crucial scoring option for the Lakers, heralding the Warriors' moment of dominance. One must commend the Warriors for their astute strategy. Chapter 34. The Left Hand of God. Shit, can he run better than I can? Deng Whaley must be out of his mind. Allowing Chen Hao to trail Mullen like this was akin to willingly offering up a sacrifice. With Dale Curry drawing attention, Chen Hao stood as the Lakers' sole offensive outlet. How could they maintain shooting efficiency if he was forced to run the length of the court after Mullen? Teacher Zhang Heli expressed his concerns without reservation. Sun Jumping echoed his sentiments, questioning, who can argue against that? Yet, did Deng Whaley possess other viable options? Teacher Zhang fell silent, recognizing the harsh truth. The Lakers' hopes of breaking through rested on whether Chen Hao could endure. On offense, he needed to maintain precision, and on defense, he had to contain the space created by Mullen, known as the left hand of God. Undoubtedly, this was an almost insurmountable task. It could be said that the Lakers were poised to face a one-sided massacre in the fourth quarter. Guarding Mullen, a master of movement, posed a dual challenge of physical endurance and mental fortitude for the defender. One could never be certain whether he would shoot or not. His relentless motion demanded attention. Should one fail to keep pace, an opportunity would arise, and a player of Mullen's caliber would strike with lethal precision. Mullen circled around the human wall, engaging in a relentless back and forth for 20 seconds. Just when one might assume that an opportunity would elude him, he emerged, positioning himself at a 45-degree angle beyond the left three-point line. The moment coincided perfectly. The ball arrived as he did. With arms raised high, He began to celebrate in anticipation. He understood his partner all too well. A mere hint of space would suffice. Currently, Chen Hao, having surged from the paint, found himself 1.5 positions away from Yulin. Granting him that opening was akin to handing him points on a silver platter. Upon receiving the ball, Mulin assessed the situation and, with a swift motion, launched his shot. Yet, just as the basketball rolled off the tip of his index finger, a massive hand surged forth, decisively swatting his attempt away. Mulin, taken aback, focused intently to discover it was Chen Hao. How could this be? Hadn't he just eluded him by nearly 2 positions? Indeed, Chen Hao had been left behind, but his height and explosive power were unparalleled. Possessing the reaction speed of a top-tier athlete, combined with his impressive wingspan, Mulin's skill level was child's play for him. Kenny Smith, Kevin Johnson, and even the larger forward, Chambers, had all fallen victim to Chen Hao's prowess. They once believed they were at a safe distance, yet in reality, they were merely within Chen Hao's hunting grounds. After Chen Hao blocked Mulin's shot, Mulin still had a chance. As Chen Hao's hand swatted away Mulin's attempt, the latter remained suspended in midair. Had Mulin not been taken aback for so long and instead swiftly pivoted to establish position, he could have avoided the blunder. However, just as he was momentarily stunned, Chen Hao descended to the ground, promptly sidestepped Mulin, seized the ball, and, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, Chen Hao propelled himself toward the front court, where an unoccupied expanse awaited him. Chen Hao pressed the accelerator to the floor, his speed astonishingly swift. Mulin glanced at him and relinquished any thought of pursuit. It was simply too fast. In this moment, Chen Hao showcased a speed that belied his height. On the sidelines, the venerable Nelson could hardly believe his eyes. How could he still be this quick after running for 3.5 quarters? What left Nelson even more astounded, his pupils dilating in disbelief, was when Chen Hao launched into a 3-point shot after merely 3 steps. He took a stride from the free throw line, leaping into the air, resembling a taut bowstring. Suspended midair, Chen Hao gazed down at the hoop, channeling all his strength into his right arm, crashing the ball with tremendous force into the rim. With a resounding boom, the ball swished through the net. The hoop, under Chen Hao's tremendous pull, contorted and warped, as if it might be ripped from its place. Chen Hao, a slender figure, executed a ferocious dunk reminiscent of a dominant center, a spectacle that astonished the world. Is he truly soaring? Marvin Albert, initially captivated by Chen Hao's thunderous slam, soon realized his own lapse in composure and quickly remarked, "What a splendid block. What an exquisite steal." In the moment the Lakers needed him, he once again rose to the occasion. He incisively severed the connection between the Warriors' Mullen and Hardaway, snatching the ball for a fast break and securing 2 points, narrowing the deficit to 7. The Warriors, eager to seal the game, found the task far more formidable than anticipated. Yet, for the Lakers to mount a comeback, they would require even greater contributions from Chen Hao. I have an inkling that something extraordinary is poised to unfold tonight. Utica, equally astounded by Chen Hao's dunk, pondered how such explosive athleticism could be concealed within such a slender frame. However, the moment of astonishment was fleeting. He quickly began to jest about Marvin's reaction, declaring, "It's just a single play. It's not as grand as you claim. The Lakers cannot turn this game around." After Chen Hao scored, he returned to his half of the field with an impassive expression, as if the feat was inconsequential to him, exuding an air of tranquility. Old Nelson fixed his gaze on Chen Hao, pondering the intentions of this number 23. Did he intend to engage in a relentless battle with us, rather than displaying anger? Old Nelson smiled, thinking, "Very well. You possess courage and determination, but I will make you aware that you are merely a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. You cannot hinder us. On the defensive front, we will exert ourselves to the utmost. However, the offensive side will inevitably decline. This is the law of nature. The only one capable of defying this is none other than Jordan." "Are you Jordan?" "Clearly not." Dang Whaley, observing Chen Hao, was momentarily struck by an illusion, as if he were witnessing the legendary number 23 from Chicago. That same number 23 would always rise to the occasion whenever his team needed him. In this moment, was Chen Hao not embodying that spirit? However, he swiftly reprimanded himself, shaking off the thought, "What am I thinking? I must be losing my mind." Meanwhile, the fans of the Sun sat in silence before their screens. Chen Hao's steal, followed by an emphatic dunk, ignited a palpable sense of excitement in the atmosphere. Conversely, the Western Forum erupted in fervor as Chen Hao reignited the passion of the Lakers fans, who responded with a thunderous roar akin to a tidal wave. Even the sporadic chants of MVP could be heard, as Chen Hao's performance that evening had undeniably captivated them. On the other hand, the Lakers' most vocal critic, Goldstein, wore a scowl, teetering on the edge of frustration. "Damn it, this bunch of losers can't even hold off a slender Asian," he mused, lamenting the fact that he had brought along so many companions tonight, anticipating a spectacle of mockery, only to find himself the subject of ridicule instead. The game continued on. Chen Hao managed to block Mu Lin, effectively confining him, which seems rather implausible. If that were truly the case, the Warriors would not have been able to mount an offensive against the top-ranked team in the NBA. The Warriors maintained possession of the ball, employing the same strategy. Mu Lin continuously darted back and forth, exerting pressure on Chen Hao. Eventually, an opportunity arose for Mu Lin, and this time he took his shot. However, the basketball was merely grazed by the tip of Chen Hao's finger, altering its trajectory. The ball ultimately struck the rim, bouncing high into the air. Damn! Mu Lin was thoroughly frustrated. Had Chen Hao not interfered, he would have had a near certain chance of scoring. But now, Chapter 35, The Left Hand of God. Damn, can he run even faster than I can? The ball's trajectory was directly altered. Chen Hao's height, wingspan, and explosive power left Mu Lin in a state of profound distress. It had been a long time since he had faced such a formidable opponent. Mu Lin even began to question whether Chen Hao was truly a freshman. If this indeed was the case, then his prowess was astonishingly intimidating. Among the class of '91, he had witnessed nothing like it. The only player who had left a lasting impression was the African player Mutombo, who managed to average 5 blocks per game despite limited appearances. However, it seemed that Chen Hao was even more terrifying. His height and wingspan, reminiscent of a slender bamboo, posed a nightmare for all perimeter players. Yet, to assume this would completely stifle the Warriors' offense would be a grave misconception. Just when the Lakers thought they had the Warriors contained and allowed themselves a moment of relief, Divac secured his position. Nevertheless, Hill, who was positioned behind Divac, soared upward and swatted the ball out of play. The ball was seized by Alexander of the Warriors. Upon receiving the pass, AC Green extended his arms, and with a shift in weight, Alexander executed a bounce pass from Green's left ankle to Owens, who had cut behind the defense. Having evaded his defender, Owens took to the air, while Divac, eager to block, found himself immobile as if his heels were weighed down by lead, helplessly watching Owens ascend for a thunderous dunk. A swift 2 points were added, bringing the score gap back to 9 points. Why are the Warriors considered the premier offensive team in the NBA? It is because each of these players possesses the ability to score, and most importantly, none are incapable of passing the ball. They are in constant motion. And once an opportunity arises, the ball and player are always in sync. This is the frightening essence of the Warriors. Their offense flows with the fluidity of Mercury, leaving opposing teams utterly defenseless. Chen Hao is also feeling overwhelmed. After much effort in restraining Mu Lin, now another challenge arises with Owens. Not to mention the added presence of a beetle controlling the game. He finds himself agreeing with Deng Weili. The notion of completely stifling the Warriors' offense is utterly unrealistic. Or perhaps one might say, entirely futile. Thus, when considering the current configuration of the Lakers against the Warriors, there seems to be no viable strategy. The only feasible approach appears to be to unleash their full potential and let loose. Chen Hao reflected that his greatest strength now lay in three-point shooting. Thus, aside from shooting, he found himself bereft of better alternatives. The silver lining was that the Warriors' shooting percentage began to wane in the latter half of the third quarter. Conversely, the disheartening news was that Chen Hao had only managed to convert 1 out of 5 attempts from beyond the arc. Fortunately, the ever-reliable AC Green was performing admirably, having secured 20 rebounds by the conclusion of the third quarter. It was evident that distractions from women could be the most significant hindrance to performance. Among those 20 rebounds, 6 were offensive boards that brought solace to Lakers fans as they all transformed into points. It was clear that within the Lakers ranks, only Chen Hao was capable of igniting a fast break. Thus, as the third quarter drew to a close, the anticipated outcome for Warriors fans did not materialize. The Lakers were not overwhelmed. Instead, they managed to narrow the gap to 4 points, thanks to Chen Hao's extraordinary long-range three-pointer just before the quarter ended. Notably, this shot was launched from the backcourt, allowing Chen Hao, who had previously been 0 for 4 from three-point range, to regain his shooting touch. Lakers fans on the Western Forum breathed a sigh of relief, as the team was not entirely subdued. The most astonished among them was the left-handed sharpshooter Mullen, who had been struggling since Chen Hao began to shadow him closely, failing to find a single opportunity for a three-pointer. What left him incredulous was that, despite Chen Hao's earlier shooting struggles, he appeared unfazed by the pressure. While Mullen understood that Chen Hao's misses were not due to fatigue, but rather a matter of luck, the tension remained palpable as the game approached the fourth quarter. As the fourth quarter commenced, one could ponder why the veteran Nelson was dubbed the mad scientist. The answer was simple. He was, indeed, quite eccentric. At the start of the fourth quarter, he opted for a small ball lineup, forsaking a center altogether. This was an early incarnation of the NBA's death lineup. Although the absence of a center posed challenges for rim protection, Nelson was unconcerned. His focus was on maximizing offensive output. Consequently, in the fourth quarter, the Warriors faced significant difficulties in defending the rim. The Lakers' underperforming center found renewed vigor, securing multiple offensive rebounds and converting second-chance points. However, the Lakers struggled to surmount the 4-point deficit. As the clock ticked down to 7:46 remaining in the fourth quarter, the score still reflected a 4-point gap, and despite the mounting pressure, Coach Dunleavy showed no inclination to call a timeout. Yet, Divac reached a breaking point and requested a pause in the action, unable to withstand the escalating intensity any longer. In truth, even if Divac had not called for a timeout, Chen Hao would have done so himself. It was not due to any physical limitations on his part. He was capable of enduring until the very end. However, his teammates were truly a source of frustration. While it may have appeared that everyone was still able to run, in reality, their feet felt as if they were weighed down with lead. The speed of their passes was woefully inadequate on several occasions. Chen Hao had opportunities for fast breaks, yet the ball's sluggish velocity led to repeated turnovers. After 3 consecutive steals, it was fortunate that the Warriors struggled to capitalize on their counterattacks, failing to convert their chances. Had they managed to seize those opportunities, the Lakers could very well have been swept away in a relentless tide. This intensity was overwhelming, even for Perkins and even the venerable AC Green. The Lakers' enduring symbol of restraint found it taxing. In the fourth quarter, the Warriors accelerated their pace, compelling Green not only to attack, but also to defend and engage in relentless back-and-forth sprints. The demands of both offense and defense were at their peak. At 30 years of age, even the old stalwart found the challenge daunting. Fortunately, following the timeout, the Lakers trailed by only 7 points, and they still had a glimmer of hope. However, the test before them was immense, as their stamina faced unprecedented challenges. Regrettably, the timeout yielded little effect. After 3 minutes, at the 4:36 mark, Dunleavy called another timeout. The Lakers remained 7 points behind. This time, Dunleavy felt cornered, with Divac off the floor. The Lakers' advantage in the paint had dissipated, and they desperately needed someone to protect the rim. Though defending against the Warriors was inherently difficult, without rim protection, the Lakers found it exceedingly challenging. Competing with the Warriors in terms of speed, rhythm, and precision was a daunting task for the Lakers, which was the root cause of their inability to narrow the score gap. Yet, even if Dunleavy were to reintroduce Divac, one could not overlook whether he could withstand the physical demands. Even if he could, his offensive contribution would be counterproductive, and his lack of speed would render him ineffective in transition. The Lakers urgently required someone to safeguard the basket. Dunleavy was at a loss. This prolonged 2-minute timeout had already lasted a minute without a word from him. At this juncture, assistant coach Carlisle approached, whispering in Dunleavy's ear that perhaps they should let Chen try playing the center position. Dunleavy, taken aback, thought, "Are you out of your mind? Let Chen defend the paint?" At this moment, Chen Hao had already logged 39 minutes of play. Should he remain on the court, he would be pushing for a total of 44 minutes tonight. Even someone as physically resilient as Chen Hao had to hydrate with a large bottle of Gatorade during the timeout. Additionally, Chen's primary defensive responsibility was against Mullen. With commendable results, since Chen had matched up with him, Mullen had not made a single three-pointer. Ultimately, if Chen were to play the center position, who would then defend Mullen? Dunleavy was baffled, contemplating the suggestion. Perhaps we should give it a try. Chapter 36, Carlisle, get the ball to Chen, who was in the best rhythm. Yet, Dunleavy ultimately dismissed his own idea, resolutely concluding, "No, that is absolutely out of the question. Chen, after all, is a novice. He is ill-equipped to undertake such a daunting task. With a physique as slender as a bamboo pole, how could he possibly play center? It is an international jest. Merely containing Mullen has already surpassed expectations. Yet now we also require his three-point shooting. How could he possibly fulfill such an impossible mission? This is a task beyond his capabilities." Deng Weili found himself in a state of inner turmoil. All the Lakers players were fixated on Deng Weili, who in turn gazed back at them, creating an atmosphere that was rather awkward. The lengthy 2-minute timeout had already consumed a minute and a half, and Deng Weili was still unable to devise a strategy. With the timeout slipping away, the Lakers had but one brief timeout remaining. Reluctantly, the rookie assistant coach, Carlisle, boldly seized the tactical board from Deng Weili, asserting, "This situation is not in our favor. We must proceed as follows." Upon hearing Carlisle's audacious plan, Deng Weili was left utterly astounded, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Yet, to his astonishment, not a single key player dared to oppose him. As the timeout concluded, the whistle for the resumption of play pierced the air. Carlisle patted Chen Hao on the shoulder, advising, "Chen, the next move is in your hands." Chen Hao was inclined to inquire why Carlisle placed such faith in him, but before he could utter a word, Carlisle reaffirmed, "You can do this." At that moment, the referee urged the Lakers players to take the court without delay. Chen Hao found himself in a predicament. He took a deep breath, then rose to his feet and strode purposefully towards the basketball court. As the players took the field, Deng Weili turned to Carlisle and exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? He's merely a rookie. Prior to this, he wasn't even one of our guaranteed contract players." Carlisle cast a sidelong glance at Deng Weili and murmured, "Do you have any other alternatives?" Indeed, Deng Weili had no better options, aside from Chen Hao. The others were not only hesitant to score, but were even reluctant to take a shot. Yet, he still believed that entrusting the task to Chen Hao was too risky. Nevertheless, Carlisle was brimming with confidence. "Leave it to him. He will not disappoint us. At least, he hasn't thus far." Deng Weili was at a loss. As the game resumed, upon witnessing the Lakers' adjustments, Gadika doubled over with laughter. "What in the world? I cannot comprehend the Lakers' strategy." Chen Hao stood at the center, alongside AC Green, Perkins, Curry, and McMillan. Chen Hao, with his lanky frame, "Oh my, is it true that the Lakers are contemplating surrender?" I failed to comprehend the perplexing thoughts of Dunleavy. However, Marv Albert understood all too well. He shook his head, acknowledging that the Lakers had resorted to this desperate measure. Although Marv wished to see Chen Hao avoid a second consecutive defeat, it appeared that nothing could halt the Lakers' losing streak. The depth of the Lakers roster was woefully inadequate, and when pitted against an athletic team like the Warriors, the lack of depth became glaringly evident. This was particularly true in the center position, which was a significant weakness. Old Nelson, upon observing the Lakers lineup, simply snapped his fingers, declaring victory already secured. Chen Hao, not even a forward but a mere lanky shooter, was thrust into the 5 position. Could the Lakers possibly find salvation? Furthermore, the Lakers scoring heavily relied on Chen Hao as a spacing option. Teacher Zhang Heli, upon witnessing this, was utterly bewildered. What on earth was Dunleavy thinking? Had he truly given up? The game was far from over. Sun Zhongping echoed the sentiment, expressing disbelief. "Are you kidding me? Chen Hao at the 5? What is going on? I cannot comprehend this at all. Have they conceded defeat?" Yet, as the game commenced, it unfolded in a manner entirely contrary to what people had anticipated. Chen Hao stood alone in the paint, while the other Lakers players had all vacated the area. This defensive strategy from the Lakers seemed to convey a clear message: penetrate if you dare, but shooting is futile. Old Nelson furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation. Who do they think they are underestimating? With only a slender figure guarding the rim, has Perkins already given up? Surely, this cannot be right. A mere stick defending the basket? Is the fear not palpable enough? Old Nelson chuckled softly, recognizing it as a desperate struggle. He subtly signaled to Hardaway, then formed a gesture as if grasping his throat with both hands. Hardaway immediately understood. Facing the defense of McMillan, he wore a disdainful expression. Dribbling leisurely, he incessantly taunted, "I'm going to get past you. Are you ready? I'm really going to do it." With that, Hardaway executed a sharp change of direction, effortlessly shaking off McMillan as he surged toward the Lakers' paint. At this moment, with only Chen Hao to protect the rim, Hardaway thought little of the challenge ahead. He boldly charged straight at Chen Hao, attempting to finish with a layup. However, Hardaway ultimately overestimated his own abilities while underestimating Chen Hao's prowess. Realizing he had reached the point of no return, Hardaway found himself unable to overpower Chen Hao. Instead, it was Chen Hao's remarkable wingspan that left him with nowhere to escape, effectively trapping him. As he felt himself teetering toward the ground, on the brink of a traveling violation, Hardaway had no choice but to release a desperate shot. Chen Hao glanced and saw the reward, a magnificent volleyball-style block. The ball was sent soaring away. Hardaway was left stunned. How could this be possible? This was utterly embarrassing. Yet, the drama did not end there. The ball flew directly in front of Old Curry, who seized the opportunity, swiftly advancing the ball forward, while Owens trailed behind, unable to catch up, easily securing 2 points. Old Curry managed to salvage a bit of his dignity. The deficit was now 5 points. A splendid fast break. However, this play was born from Chen Hao's remarkable block. It was simply exquisite, a testament to Chen Hao's prowess. Just when the world believed Chen Hao was incapable, he propelled the Lakers forward with determination. The Warriors should not underestimate the Lakers. They are far from finished, still fighting. With a 5-point deficit, let us observe whether the Lakers can stage a comeback. As the Lakers scored, Old Curry rushed back, arms wide open, ready for defense. Old Nelson appeared somewhat bewildered. Hadn't they given up? Was this their strategy? What a farcical notion. Expecting Chen Hao alone to withstand their onslaught? What were they thinking? He was not even a center. Such a scenario was absolutely intolerable. Hardaway felt the same way. Thus, in the next round, Hardaway remained true to form. This time, he refrained from challenging Chen Hao's rim protection. Instead, after setting a screen, he executed a mid-range shot with precision. A textbook perfect mid-range. Hardaway scored his 31st point of the game. Old Nelson clapped fervently from the sidelines, exclaiming, "You have no chance. You are finished." Chapter 37. Carlisle. Get the ball to the hottest hand. Chen Hao. The deficit grew to 7 points. In a critical moment, Hardaway unleashed his signature move, the deadly cross step. McMillan focused intently, but his legs felt as if they were nailed to the ground. He was aware, yet unable to respond. For Hardaway's speed was blinding. Crucially, Hardaway displayed wisdom by not recklessly challenging Chen Hao's rim protection. Instead, he opted for a sudden halt and a mid-range shot. The mid-range shot was the primary weapon. Chen Hao hesitated to ascend. Once he did, the rear guard would be exposed. Hardaway's passing was exceptional, for without the foresight of X-ray vision, Chen Hao found it challenging to anticipate his moves. Hardaway seized this opportunity. The performance greatly pleased Old Nelson, who clapped vigorously, straining his voice as he exuberantly exclaimed, "Beautiful. Magnificent work. I adore this." He then cast a glance at Chen Hao, pondering how he would defend the basket. Moreover, after exerting himself defensively, maintaining shooting rhythm posed an insurmountable challenge. Meanwhile, the other Lakers had already reached their limits. With possession of the ball, the Lakers adhered to their strategy, seeking out Chen Hao. Each player set screens for him. With 24 seconds on the shot clock, 19 seconds elapsed as Chen Hao maneuvered along the baseline. Suddenly, he executed a retreat, and Perlin, tasked with guarding him, was cast aside. Aware of Chen Hao's three-point threat, Perlin shouted for a switch to his teammate. The nearest Owens immediately stepped in. However, at the free throw line, he encountered the formidable wall formed by AC Green and Perkins. Thanks to the screens set by the team's leaders, an opportunity for an open shot arose. At the top of the three-point arc, Chen Hao found himself unguarded. As the Warriors' defense, ranking at the bottom of the NBA, afforded him this chance. As the player arrived, so did the ball. Chen Hao received the ball. Without a hint of hesitation, soaring into the air to release a three-point shot, the ball swished through the net, narrowing the gap to 4 points. This marked Chen Hao's 9th three-pointer of the game, bringing his total to 31 points. The Beetle Hardaway felt provoked by Chen Hao's performance. He was fired up, thinking, "You wish to match me? What gives you the right?" In the current season, Hardaway had been averaging 38 points per game, clearly on a trajectory to claim the scoring title. However, one must also consider the legendary Jordan, whose dominance over the scoring champion title began in his 3rd year in the NBA. Despite Jordan's presence, Hardaway was determined to make a run for it. Hardaway declared, "Jordan, I fear you not. You, a mere rookie, dare to challenge me? Why should I back down?" With the ball in hand, Hardaway approached. He executed the same familiar play, leaving McMillan utterly defenseless. Once again, he found himself immobilized. Both Dunleavy and Carlisle buried their heads in their hands, while McMillan's defense was non-existent. Old Nelson chuckled heartily. After evading McMillan, Hardaway charged directly into the heart of the Lakers' defense, clearly signaling his intent to challenge Chen Hao's rim protection. The Beetle Hardaway, a compact powerhouse, thrived on physical confrontations. Seeing Chen Hao as his adversary, he grinned derisively, thinking, "You are finished." Yet, as he collided with Chen Hao, Hardaway was astounded to discover that he was unable to budge him. Chen Hao stood firm like an immovable mountain. He gasped, thinking, "So solid." However, this season, with his sights set on the scoring title, Hardaway could not afford to be deterred. He twisted his torso for a second burst of energy, defying gravity as he suspended himself in midair, clearly hoping to avoid Chen Hao's block and execute a spectacular finish. What Hardaway could never have predicted was that Chen Hao would jump before him. His long arms appeared almost monstrous. Not only was Hardaway unable to push him back, but despite Hardaway's descent, Chen Hao was still ascending. This left Hardaway breathless, unable to believe the height and wingspan Chen Hao possessed, coupled with such explosive athleticism. His jaw dropped in disbelief. With no angle for a pass and the lane completely closed off, Hardaway was left with no choice but to hurl the ball skyward. Unsurprisingly, it was a futile attempt. Chen Hao successfully executed a remarkable block. The Western Conference Forum erupted in excitement, with fans gasping in disbelief, exclaiming, "What a play!" Gudiko was utterly astonished, questioning how this Asian rookie, whom he had previously underestimated, could achieve such a feat. He had blocked Hardaway. His disbelief was palpable, his eyes wide with shock, and his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Marvin was similarly taken aback by Chen Hao's maneuver, springing up as if he had sat on a blazing hot iron. Old Nelson's eyes bulged in astonishment, unable to comprehend how Hardaway could be thwarted by someone as slender as Chen Hao. Deng Weili was equally incredulous. The entire Lakers bench was left in a state of shock. Only Carlisle maintained his confidence, repeatedly asserting, "I know he can do it. He will succeed." Carlisle's unwavering belief in Chen Hao stemmed from his analysis of Chen's training sessions and recent game footage. He recognized Chen's courageous spirit, three-point shooting ability, diligence, and ambition, qualities that led Carlisle to take charge and devise this strategy when Deng Weili hesitated. So far, Chen Hao had not disappointed him. The Lakers retained possession. The team executed the same strategy, providing Chen Hao with ample screens, as they all looked to him for a three-point opportunity. Chen Hao's three-pointer was their last lifeline. The Warriors' defense, though undeniably poor, became irrelevant at this stage of the game, as neither side wished to concede defeat. They exerted immense pressure, particularly aware that the Lakers would undoubtedly create opportunities for Chen Hao, leading them to incessantly switch their defensive assignments against him. Chen Hao continuously circled the perimeter, drawing the full attention of the Warriors' defense. Even the ball handler, McMillan, was fixated on him. However, he simultaneously surveyed the unfolding dynamics on the court. With keen eyes, he noticed AC Green left unguarded beneath the basket. In a moment of brilliance, McMillan delivered an exquisite pass. When AC Green received the ball, he momentarily froze. In this realm where he was unquestionably dominant, the Lakers' second-in-command found himself utterly unchallenged. It had been ages since he had enjoyed such an opportunity. This time, he relished it, executing a powerful dunk with both hands, effortlessly securing 2 points and narrowing the gap to just 2 points. Goody Ka was incensed, unleashing a tirade against the Warriors, questioning their sanity. "Marvin?" Albert exclaimed, astonished. "What kind of game is this?" He was taken aback, explaining that while AC Green's dunk appeared spectacular, it was entirely facilitated by Chen Hao's ability to captivate the Warriors' entire defensive line. Truly remarkable. Chapter 38. Carlisle, get the ball to the hottest hand. Chen Hao. Old Nelson cursed. This Asian fellow. He made a gesture of choking towards Hardaway, his intention clear, to concede the match. Hardaway, dribbling the ball, understood the signal but was left shaken. He was contemplating how to breach Chen Hao's formidable barrier. Chen Hao, appearing as slender as a reed, was deceptively formidable. Hardaway was startled upon contact. He had yet to discover a means to counter Chen Hao. Nevertheless, he steeled himself, declaring, "All right, leave it to me." Hardaway intended to employ the same strategy against McMillan, viewing him as merely a toy to be manipulated. His greater concern lay with the looming presence of Chen Hao behind McMillan, causing him to be somewhat distracted and nonchalant in his approach. The reality on the basketball court is that one must never underestimate their opponents, even when hunting rabbits. A lion exerts full effort, and Hardaway was no lion, nor was McMillan a mere rabbit. Regardless of McMillan's perceived shortcomings, he remained an NBA-level competitor. As Hardaway engaged McMillan, he resorted to his usual tactics. However, on this occasion, McMillan was well prepared. After thwarting Hardaway's change of direction, he was poised to make a breakthrough. Simultaneously, with remarkable agility, he executed a swift steal. Hardaway had somewhat underestimated McMillan. His casual demeanor and the careless exposure of the ball were significant miscalculations that led to consecutive successful plays, feeding into Hardaway's arrogance. He even forgot that McMillan was a master of steals before joining the Lakers. Macmillan had earned the title of Steel's champion even while coming off the bench. Hardaway paid dearly for his disdain. After executing the steal, Macmillan's eyes lit up without hesitation. He lunged to the ground, throwing himself onto the hardwood floor, determined to secure the ball with both hands. Earlier that afternoon, during practice, he had been instructing Chen Hao on the art of stealing. Now, his own pupil was treating him like a mere plaything, a blow to his pride indeed. Macmillan was eager to reclaim his dignity, and this time, he truly succeeded. Hardaway exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it. You fool, stealing my ball?" He prepared to leap forward, entangling himself with Macmillan, who, realizing the situation, promptly passed the ball to the nearest Chen Hao. Chen Hao exuded an aura of a great general, dribbling the ball with measured composure, deliberately decelerating the pace of the game. With the Lakers trailing by a mere 2 points, this offensive possession was of utmost importance. A successful shot would not only secure the lead, but also elevate the team's morale. Conversely, a miss would leave them at a disadvantage, ceding possession to the opponent. In this instance, the Lakers found themselves in a relatively passive position. In a previous life, during such critical moments, Chen Hao would have seized control of the game. However, he now recognized that he was not the same as he once was. The intensity he faced was far greater than before, and in these pivotal moments, he remained level-headed, free from impulsive fervor. As Chen Hao crossed the halfway line, he encountered the first line of defense, Owens, who immediately raised his arms and advanced aggressively, simultaneously shouting at Chen Hao, "Come on. I'm not afraid of you. If you have the guts, score over me." In a previous life, had someone made such a challenge, it would have been met with a fierce retaliation. Such demands were indeed excessive. However, Chen Hao understood that this was not the moment for impulsive actions. Composure was paramount. Owens was a formidable defender. Moreover, shooting while in possession was not Chen Hao's forte at present. Just because he had succeeded before did not guarantee success now. What he required was an infallible score. This was not merely about victory or defeat. It also pertained to his teammates and the coaching staff's perception of his ability to handle critical moments. Should he succeed, Chen Hao would earn their trust. If he failed, his future opportunities might dwindle. Furthermore, he was in the most crucial phase of contract negotiations, and this single shot could very well determine the value of his impending contract. Of course, Chen Hao was not intimidated by Owens' defense. It was merely that a shot from 40 feet away, even with a 45 three-point shooting percentage, was still a considerable risk. He had no desire to be blocked. At such a distance, his shot would inevitably be anticipated. If his release was predicted, it would not constitute a wise choice. Thus, as Chen Hao crossed half-court, he promptly passed the ball to Macmillan. Old Nelson, standing on the sidelines, observed Chen Hao's pass and scoffed, "I thought you were something special. Why not try to break through instead? It seems only someone of Jordan's caliber would dare to play like this." After Chen Hao made his pass, the seasoned Nelson mistakenly believed that Chen had relinquished his offensive pursuit, which filled him with unwarranted pride. Once the ball was handed to Macmillan, he charged straight towards the paint. In that moment, both Macmillan and the veteran Nelson let their guard down. However, after Chen Hao circled the interior multiple times, the shot clock dwindled from 24 seconds to just 21. Chen then emerged from the paint. With only 3 seconds remaining, the Lakers deftly maneuvered the ball, ultimately delivering it into Macmillan's hands. At that moment, he hesitated, contemplating whether to take the shot himself, when suddenly he spotted Chen Hao emerging from the lane, like a drowning man seizing a lifeline. Without a moment's delay, he flung the ball towards him. Chen Hao received the ball. Behind him, Owens was taken aback. After defending for 24 seconds down to the final 3 seconds, he believed he had succeeded in his defense. Little did he expect that, in that fleeting moment, Chen Hao struck like a silver serpent. Not only was Owens stunned, but so was the veteran Nelson. Such a maneuver was unprecedented. He realized that Chen Hao's approach was nearly identical to that of the divine left-hand, Mullen, within their own team, albeit with a more extreme flair. As the opportunity arose, Chen Hao took a moment to aim slightly, the green light of X flickering to life. He promptly raised his hand to shoot, and the ball rolled off the tip of his index finger. At that very moment, Owens, who was trailing behind in defense, lunged forward. His speed was remarkable, and as Chen Hao released the ball, he charged in. However, it was too late. Chen Hao's shooting motion was already complete. This rendered Owens' efforts futile. Yet, one could not entirely dismiss his actions. He was overly cautious of Chen Hao's three-point prowess. In his desperation, he collided with Chen Hao, infringing upon his space and ultimately causing Chen Hao to fall. It was a 3-1 situation. Meanwhile, swish, the ball went in. Chen Hao fell to the ground, only to rise immediately, turning his head to cast a playful glance at Owens, as if to say, "You? Attempting to defend against me? How amusing." The entire Western Forum erupted with excitement. This remarkable 3-1 not only propelled the Lakers ahead in the score, but also marked Chen Hao's 10th three-pointer of the match. Owens was once again reduced to a mere plaything. Chen Hao exclaimed, "Wow, 3-1. Who on this planet can possibly thwart my three-point shots? Oh, divine. Are you, today, donning his jersey while playing? It's simply unbelievable. 10 three-pointers, 10. What does that even signify?" He treats the Warriors' defense as though it were mere air. Chen Hao's performance has ignited the Western Forum. My scalp tingles. I should not refer to him as Chen Hao, but rather as Chun Ritian. Albert Ma, lost in ecstasy, roars with abandon. Gudika's lips quiver in disbelief. How could this be possible? Chen Hao's 10 three-pointers signify that he might as well run a lap around the court upside down. Yet what troubles him more is the prospect of his own humiliation. It feels as though he has once again been mercilessly torn apart, discarded without a second thought. What a farce. Owens might as well retire on the spot. Gudika, consumed by rage, erupts into a furious tirade. Old Nelson's scalp prickles as Chen Hao lands consecutive three-pointers, each shot a jolt to his nerves. He cannot fathom that his primary offensive squad seems poised to be annihilated by three-pointers. Keep in mind, the three-pointer is a tactic he has always scorned, even now. With the top offensive team, Old Nelson holds a dismissive view of the three-pointer, considering it an unreliable strategy. Yet, here stands Chen Hao, nearly sealing their fate with his sharpshooting. A 3-1, and Chen Hao has the opportunity for an additional free throw, a staggering 35 points in a single game. Chen Hao, time and again, has braved immense pressure to rescue the team, a feat that has severely agitated Hardaway's nerves. He finds it hard to believe that he himself has merely scored 31 points, while Chen Hao astonishingly amassed 35. Hardaway reflects in disbelief that he has been outperformed by someone who isn't even named Jordan, and to make matters worse, a rookie at that. Chapter 39. Carlisle, pass the ball to the player in the best form, Chen Hao. The Western Conference Forum erupted, with fans fervently chanting Chen Hao's name. The Lakers have made a stunning comeback, taking a 2-point lead. Chen Hao, with his three-pointer, has once again salvaged the Lakers from the brink of defeat. Chen Hao delivered a superlative performance akin to that of a superhero, rescuing the Lakers and sending shivers down the spines of their fans. The venerable Nelson, visibly agitated on the sidelines, stomped his feet in disbelief as Chen Hao sank 10 three-pointers, setting a new single-game record in the NBA. It was an extraordinary revelation to witness a sharpshooter exhibit such precision. A miracle reborn. 10 three-pointers. Oh my heavens. What an extraordinary touch. Remarkably, the last player to achieve 10 three-pointers in a single game was none other than Chen Hao himself. Unbelievable. Even Reggie Miller had never accomplished such a feat. Yet Chen Hao managed it twice. What more can I say? Marvin. Albert, in a state of euphoric admiration, turned to his partner, saying, "Gudika, don't forget to run a lap upside down around the court." At that moment, Gudika was oblivious to Marvin's words, his pupils dilating in astonishment. Utterly shaken by Chen Hao's repeated achievement of 10 three-pointers in one game, it was impossible not to be awestruck. What does 10 three-pointers signify in this era? A team averages around 7 three-pointers per game, yet Chen Hao single-handedly accounted for all of them. The camera panned to the bench where Dale Curry, another sharpshooter, sipped Gatorade with a look of rapture, shaking his head in disbelief. Carlisle roared in elation. What a play! Magnificent! His exuberant shouts left one wondering if his vocal cords would withstand the strain. Dunleavy, equally incredulous, could hardly believe it. We've taken the lead. We've truly taken the lead. He wiped his eyes, scrutinizing the scene, and confirmed it was real. They had indeed regained the lead. This was monumental for the Lakers. The Warriors, however, did not call a timeout. At this critical juncture, they remained composed, entrusting the ball to Hardaway to resolve the situation. He could scarcely believe that a seemingly secure victory was slipping away. Naturally, Hardaway would allow them to reclaim the lead, but victory would ultimately belong to them. He could not permit himself to be defeated in their proud offensive domain. It was simply unforgivable. Thus, in a bid to salvage dignity, Hardaway chose not to pass. Clearly letting his emotions take charge, one could say he was a bit overly enthusiastic. In basketball, the most dreaded state is indeed one of overexcitement. Undoubtedly, Hardaway's technical skills were impeccable, akin to juggling. His constant changes in direction and dribbling tricks left him unaware of his own disorientation, while Macmillan was genuinely dizzy. At that very moment, as Macmillan stumbled, Hardaway seized the opportunity to accelerate. With the pride of a beetle, he boldly challenged Chen Hao's rim protection, for which Chen Hao was well prepared. He welcomed Hardaway's approach, fearing only his absence. As Hardaway attempted a layup, Chen Hao delivered a resounding volleyball-style rejection. The Western Conference Forum erupted once more. Chen Hao had been eyeing Hardaway for quite some time, eagerly awaiting your arrival. After the basketball was swatted away, it landed in Perkins' hands. Grasping the ball, Perkins, whose stamina was nearing its limit, instinctively sought out Chen Hao. The ball was passed to him. Chen Hao received the ball. Instantly, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. 3 experience points, a testament to the trust bestowed upon him by Captain Perkins. Chen Hao was astonished to discover that defeating the Warriors came with an unexpected bonus, a delightful surprise he had never anticipated. Chen Hao, with the ball in hand, slowed his pace, exhibiting composure. He lifted his gaze and noted the timer displaying 1 minute and 36 seconds, with the Lakers leading by 2 points. This possession was particularly pivotal. It could very well be the shot that seals the fate of the game. Chen Hao, calm and composed, dribbled past the halfway line. Upon seeing Owens standing in his path, a glimmer of excitement lit up Chen Hao's eyes, for he had made 6 out of 10 three-point shots over Owens. The corners of his mouth curled upwards as he relished the challenge. Owens, feeling the pressure, grew anxious. Having finally secured a starting position, he feared that after this match, he might lose it. Before Chen Hao could make his move, Owens rushed forward, wrapping his arms around him in an attempt to foul. Preferring to concede a penalty rather than face the humiliation of being outperformed by Chen Hao, Chen Hao was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that Owens would resort to such extremes. However, in a moment of quick thinking, as Owens embraced him, he raised his hands, assuming a shooting posture. On the sidelines, old Neil couldn't help but facepalm, exclaiming, "Are you insane? Why drag the entire team down with your reckless actions?" The referee's whistle pierced the air. Owens was called for a foul on Chen Hao's three-point shot, granting Chen Hao 3 free throw opportunities. Swish, 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 he made all 3. In this match, Chen Hao recorded an impressive 38 points, accompanied by 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, showcasing a comprehensive performance that rivals that of superstars. His brilliance overshadowed not only his teammates, but also the most dazzling opponent, the illustrious Hardaway. The Warriors trailed by 5 points, prompting the veteran coach Nelson to call a timeout. This timeout should have occurred when the Warriors were merely 2 points down. However, he had faith that Hardaway could manage the situation. He believed that even if Hardaway missed his shot, the Lakers would not be able to extend their lead significantly. But that Chen Hao, he had begun to suspect that the Lakers were somehow cheating, as there must be some unspeakable secret between them and Chen Hao. Such talent could not possibly be that of a mere lottery pick. It was absurd to even entertain such a notion. Within the luxury box, the man known as Logo smiled, his lips curving into a wider grin as he pulled out his phone to dial Mr. Zhou Dajuan. "Mr. Zhou, the contract is fine. We can proceed with the signing." On the other end of the line, Zhou Dajuan exclaimed, "Really?" "Indeed, it's true," replied the Logo man. During the timeout, Coach Nelson decisively benched Owens, refraining from reprimanding him, as he deemed the young player unworthy of criticism. He could not help but compare the caliber of his rookie to that of others. Meanwhile, Nelson unleashed a tirade against Hardaway. Upon returning from the timeout, chastised Hardaway refrained from playing selfishly and opted for a more collaborative approach. However, his efforts to orchestrate plays did not yield any breakthroughs for the Warriors, as the Lakers executed their finest defensive maneuver of the match, resulting in a 24-second violation for the Warriors. With just 50 seconds remaining, the Lakers maintained a 5-point lead, leaving the Warriors teetering on the brink of disaster. Macmillan brought the ball up, still seeking out Chen Hao, who now found himself confronted by 2 defenders. In the final moments, Chen Hao was afforded the treatment befitting a superstar. In their efforts to prevent him from receiving the ball, the Warriors even went so far as to release Perkins, who had previously been the Lakers' leading scorer. Though his stamina was nearing its limits, he remained Perkins, after all. Macmillan passed him the ball, and Perkins, wide open, easily secured 2 points, sealing the game. The Warriors trailed by 7 with just 32 seconds left. Coach Nelson, holding his head in despair, chose not to call a timeout, knowing that the game had effectively ended with Perkins' effortless 2-pointer. To be precise, The Warriors were not struggling against the Lakers, but rather against the Lakers' number 23's three-pointer. Nelson glanced back at his own team, Owens, who looked utterly defeated and dispirited, then turned his gaze to the court where Chen Hao radiated confidence and authority, murmuring to himself that this player had to shoot. With a long, drawn-out final whistle, the game concluded. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed at home, narrowly defeating the Golden State Warriors by 7 points, ending their losing streak. Chapter 40. The enviable contract and a curious interlude. With 18 seconds remaining and the Warriors trailing by 7, the Beatle remained undeterred, repeatedly reassuring himself to stay calm. 7 points were insignificant. 22 seconds felt lengthy. He had once scored countless baskets within that time frame. However, the idealism of the moment clashed with the starkness of reality. Hardaway made one final attempt, penetrating deep into the Lakers' territory, yet beneath Chen Hao's imposing presence, he scarcely saw the hoop. As noted in the post-game commentary by Marv Albert, Chen Hao's performance was nothing short of explosive. He dominated the game on both ends. Without him, the Lakers would undoubtedly have faltered. The statistics corroborated Marv's assertion: 38 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. An Asian, a newcomer, who had yet to play even 10 games in his career, delivered such a remarkable performance that it left everyone astonished. The final score settled at 127-120. A single game exceeding 120 points was merely a typical occurrence for the Warriors. It must be said that it was not merely a failure on their part, but rather that their opponent possessed exceptional prowess. With 11 three-pointers, Chen Hao single-handedly decimated the Warriors. Hardaway's performance was commendable, tallying 31 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists, yet, in comparison to Chen Hao, it paled significantly. Particularly in critical moments when the Warriors desperately needed someone to step up, and the Beatle seemed to vanish as if in hibernation. In stark contrast, during crucial moments, Chen Hao delivered 4 three-pointers, amassing 12 points, along with 4 free throws, leading his team decisively. His defensive dominance was equally noteworthy. The identities of the players were also telling. One was a star-caliber point guard, while the other was an undrafted rookie. Chen Hao rendered the Beatle Hardaway insignificant, leaving him in a state of utter humiliation. After the match concluded, Hardaway descended into a deep introspection, questioning the validity of his techniques and playing style. Despite his elaborate maneuvers, they paled in comparison to a simple, well-timed strike. Could it be that he was truly mistaken? The Beatle Hardaway shook his head defiantly, asserting, "No, I am not in the wrong. Today was merely a result of his extraordinary form. If given another chance, we shall undoubtedly prevail." The bewildered Hardaway, after the match, covered his head with a towel and walked down the players' tunnel without a backward glance. Chen Hao approached, extending his hand for a handshake, yet Hardaway abruptly dashed away. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, he could only clasp his own hand. As he turned around, he fortuitously caught sight of Gold Tans, the Lakers' most fervent critic. At that moment, Gold Tans' expression was as dark as coal, his eyes fixed on Chen Hao with an intensity that suggested he might devour him whole. Chen Hao understood all too well the frustration of having squandered thousands of dollars for what promised to be a thrilling night, only to witness the Lakers not just survive but triumph spectacularly. Was this not akin to paying for one's own misery? The excitement he had brought along had suddenly lost its flavor. "What is wrong with your face?" Chen Hao remarked casually. Gold Tans, infuriated, turned on his heel and left. He could not bear to remain in that place for another moment. In the NBC studio, Marv Albert, having swiftly praised Chen Hao, turned to his partner, Gaudaka, and said, "Buddy, care to share your thoughts?" Gaudaka, his face ashen, reluctantly replied, "The Warriors' loss is not unjust. When the opposing team sinks 15 three-pointers in a night, what can you do? If given another chance, the Warriors would undoubtedly prevail." Marv teased, "You think so? When will it be my turn to express my thoughts?" Gaudaka, taken aback, questioned, "Isn't that the case?" Marv, aware that Gaudaka was attempting to change the subject, cut straight to the chase. "I want to see you run a lap on the court upside down." Gaudaka protested, "I was joking." Marv retorted, "Who was joking with you? I'm quite serious." With that, he motioned for the 2 large men beside him to each take hold of one of Gaudaka's arms and promptly escort him onto the court. As Gaudaka was led onto the court, Chen Hao happened to glance over and witnessed the spectacle of Gaudaka being carried by the 2 giants. While Marv laughed heartily in front, unable to contain his amusement, Chen Hao and Ma Wen, old acquaintances, engaged in conversation. Ma Wen laughed and said, "Chen, have you ever seen someone running upside down on a basketball court?" Chen Hao shook his head. Ma Wen, Do you see the potential now? Chen Hao followed Ma Wen's gaze, realizing that this was no ordinary running track. Gudika was being hoisted on the track. Gudika cried out in despair, questioning the existence of justice and law. Help! My hand is broken. Yet, Ma Wen did not stop. Chen Hao could hardly have anticipated that NBC would engage in such reckless behavior. It seems they have grasped the essence of capturing attention. Yet one cannot dismiss the inevitable retaliation from Gudika. Nevertheless, Chen Hao remained unfazed, adopting a philosophy of acceptance in the face of adversity. After all, it was merely a tabloid. He was confident that as he continued to shine, the challenges awaiting him would only multiply. An additional adversary like Gudika was hardly significant. It served as a lesson. One may indulge in reckless indulgence, but one must be cautious with their words, or so Chen Hao mused. Chen Hao walked back to the changing room. AC Green approached and draped his arm over Chen Hao's shoulder. Sensing something amiss, Chen Hao's instincts proved correct. Perkins, concealed behind the door of the changing room, emerged and doused Chen Hao's head with cold water. Chen Hao's performance was nothing short of exhilarating. After downing a bottle of mineral water, the Lakers' locker room erupted into applause and cheers. Ultimately, Deng Vili, holding a basketball, stepped forward to deliver the final remarks. Chen, this one's for you. Tonight, you have saved us. Chen Hao received the basketball, and the venue erupted with thunderous applause. Perkins stirred the crowd, urging for a few words, and others enthusiastically echoed his call. Chen Hao found himself at a loss. Without you, there would be no me today. Thank you. Once again, thunderous applause resonated. After the celebrations concluded, Chen Hao emerged from the changing room, draped in a towel following his shower. Chen Hao discovered a young child sitting in front of his locker. The child was holding his Lakers jersey, number 23, along with a pen. Upon spotting Chen Hao, the little one beamed with delight, quickly standing up and dashing towards him. Uncle Chen Hao, you are absolutely amazing. I admire you so much. You are far more impressive than my father. I am your fan. Could you please give me your autograph? Chen Hao, is it appropriate to speak of one's father in such a manner? Chen Hao recognized that this young lad would undoubtedly become the three-point sharpshooter, Stephen Curry, who would alter the landscape of the league in the future. He was unreserved in his admiration for Curry's talent and, with a flourish, inscribed his own name upon the jersey. Only then did Curry, with a lingering sense of attachment, follow the elder Curry, turning back repeatedly as he departed. Chen Hao felt a sense of surrealism. Having been reborn, everything had changed. To his astonishment, even his idols had become his fans. However, what brought him greater joy was the notification echoing in his mind. Ding. Recognition from Stephen Curry, 1 experience point, 3,650. Ding. Reward for defeating the Warriors, 10 experience points, 4,650. Yet, even more significant than these was the message he received from Jerry West, indicating that Lakers owner Jerry Buss wished to personally summon him for dinner. The appointment was set for tomorrow, and Jerry West inquired with remarkable courtesy whether Chen Hao had availability. Chen Hao agreed. Chapter 41. The Enviable Contract 2. After the match, it was the paradise for victors and the graveyard for the vanquished. The most frequently asked question posed to Hardaway by reporters was, "Do you now recognize Chen Hao?" The Beatle, Hardaway, was furious. "Do you think you paparazzi are human?" he exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of expletives. "That kid utterly crushed us. And you still dare to ask me this question?" With Hardaway's outburst and the reporter's relentless probing, a fervent wave of excitement surged around Chen. The narrative of an NBA mogul who, before the game, was oblivious to the mad kid only to be slapped with reality afterward was too enticing for the Los Angeles media to overlook. Clearly, they would not let this opportunity slip by. The following day, Chen Hao has once again graced the front pages of numerous sports newspapers, with captivating and striking headlines that demand attention. Single-game record of 11 three-pointers dismantles the Golden State Warriors. Beatle Hardaway. Are you now aware of Chen Hao? 30 years of prosperity and decline. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. Beatle, how is your face holding up? The undrafted player shatters records yet again, achieving an impressive 11 three-pointers and setting a personal career high of 38 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists, leading his team to a remarkable comeback against the Warriors, as the Lakers refused to face consecutive defeats. Upon encountering these newspapers, Chen Hao was utterly astonished. Was the individual depicted within those pages truly himself? Such exaggeration seemed rather extreme. In stark contrast, his rival, the esteemed Beatle Hardaway, who held the position of the Western Conference's starting point guard, was relegated to a mere small square in the lower left corner of the page. Beetle, now you are aware of Chen Hao. The overwhelming presence of the newspapers unmistakably conveyed one message: Hardaway's blatant disrespect. The arrangement of the articles appeared to declare, you are worthy of this minimal coverage. Anything beyond would be superfluous. Such was the sentiment expressed in a single phrase. The following day, Chen Hao received a call from his agent, Zhou Qi. Before dining with old BAS, he needed to finalize his formal contract with the Lakers. Following the game against the Warriors, Chen Hao's contract had expired. And if he were to continue playing for the Lakers, they must offer him a guaranteed contract. Given Chen Hao's outstanding performance during this period, this also empowered Zhou Qi to challenge the Lakers patriarch, Jerry West. The terms proposed by Zhou Qi were as follows: a 7-year contract worth $41 million, with a starting salary of $3 million, increasing to $3.9 million in the second year and $4.8 million in the third year, progressively rising thereafter. In 1995, Chen Hao would also have a player option, meaning that after 4 years with the Lakers, he could opt out of the contract at any time. While this contract was not deemed low at the time, it was also not considered high, merely moderate. It is worth noting that even the struggling former #1 pick, Larry Johnson, was earning $110 million over 12 years. The abilities displayed by Chen Hao are undoubtedly commensurate with his price. The veteran Larry Johnson remarked, "You might as well report my ID and label me as a counterfeit." Of course, that is not to say it is insignificant. In this era, even legends like Olajuwon and Jordan earn only around $3 million a year. The substantial increase in NBA salaries will not occur until 1995, when the league signs a new broadcasting contract with television networks. At that time, the salary cap will rise significantly, leading to a surge in the market value of top players. Once the free agency market opens, money will flow in abundantly. Viewing Chen Hao's 7-year, $71 million contract, it effectively translates to a 4-year deal. While it may seem that Chen Hao has made a loss in the grand scheme, he will earn more than the first overall pick, Larry Johnson. This is because Larry Johnson lacks a player option when the NBA salaries escalate. He will merely watch the money slip away. This was precisely the reason Chen Hao insisted that Zhou Qi structure the contract in such a manner. At that time, Zhou Qi could not comprehend whether there could be a team better than the Lakers, the epicenter of global talent, a prestigious powerhouse, and a perennial champion, assembling all the elements of an exceptional team. Who wouldn't desire to play in Los Angeles? Chen Hao offered no explanation. He simply stated that one could never go wrong by following his advice. Chen Hao is determined not to become the next Pippen, toiling with the heart of a vendor, yet earning the meager wages of a cabbage seller. The long-term contract with the Bulls has ensnared him, and despite being an MVP, he is bound by a child labor contract. Initially, the Lakers patriarch rejected the demands of Zhou Qi. However, as Chen Hao's performance increasingly shone, the Lakers patriarch relented and accorded him immense respect, crafting a contract that maximally accommodated Chen Hao's aspirations. Furthermore, during the signing, the Lakers arranged for a 5-star hotel to host a press conference, a stark contrast to the usual practice of merely erecting a backdrop in the arena. Chen Hao, however, expressed his reluctance, deeming it unnecessary to create a fuss and preferring not to receive special treatment. He reasoned that he could practice for 2 hours before interviews in the arena, something unfeasible in a 5-star hotel. Since acquiring the diligent reward system, Chen Hao discovered another feature. Any effort exerted, no matter the time or place, would result in progress, even if it was merely 0.1 experience points or less. Yet, as the saying goes, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Nonetheless, West informed him that this was the arrangement of owner Jerry Buss, who insisted that this was the stature befitting a future superstar. This is the advantage of being in Los Angeles, where mediocrity is shunned, and once one possesses ability, one finds the world to be extraordinarily magnificent, with everyone exuding kindness and warmth. After signing the contract and completing the photo shoot, Chen Hao also participated in a media interview, leaving him utterly exhausted, with a buzzing sensation in his head. This was more draining than playing 2 basketball games. A small consolation was that with this contract, he was no longer the impoverished youth he once was. He had undergone a transformation, transcending social class and achieving financial independence. No longer would he have to worry about where his next meal would come from. His 2 younger sisters could also enjoy a better quality of life. Once he had wrapped up these engagements, Chen Hao was escorted by Jerry West to a private suite to meet with the Lakers owner, Jeannie Buss. However, where was the promised majority owner, Jerry Buss? Instead, he found himself face to face with Jeannie Buss. Jeannie smiled radiantly at Chen Hao, causing a wave of unease to wash over him. One might think she intended to devour him. To be frank, had he known he would be dining with Jeannie Buss, Chen Hao would have declined the invitation without hesitation. He had heard whispers about her indiscreet private life, particularly her penchant for getting too familiar with young players. Chen Hao's attendance this evening was primarily due to Jerry Buss. In all honesty, he was genuinely eager to see what the esteemed owner was like. This man was remarkable, and the Lakers' current stature was inextricably linked to West and Buss. Were it not for these two, the Lakers might have become akin to the Timberwolves. Still languishing in Minnesota today, Chen Hao felt a sense of reluctance in his heart. Yet, despite his unwillingness, he acknowledged the reality of the situation after all. Jeannie Buss was a minor shareholder, and money spoke volumes. West and Chen Hao exchanged a cordial handshake. Subsequently, Jeannie Buss approached Chen Hao, engaging him in a handshake as well. However, Chen Hao was perplexed when she playfully scratched the palm of his hand, sending a ticklish sensation coursing through him. While casting him a flirtatious glance, Chen Hao found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Following this, Jeannie beckoned a makeup artist to come over, who then fussed over Chen Hao's face for a moment, before she took it upon herself to adjust his attire. With a series of enthusiastic nods, she proclaimed, "You look dashing. The way you appear now would surely captivate countless young ladies, myself included." As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Chen Hao's eyes, radiating an undeniable allure. Chen Hao hurriedly broke free, expressing gratitude. "Why are you so tense? I wouldn't eat you." Jeannie Buss continued to tease, honestly relishing the sight of Chen Hao's youthful physique. Chen Hao was uncertain about how to respond. To alleviate the awkwardness, West approached him and said, "Chen, just go up there and don't be nervous. Answer whatever they ask you. We have already communicated, and the questions won't be too outrageous." Chen Hao nodded, and just like that, he was thrust onto the stage. The expansive hotel lobby was filled with reporters, capturing the moment with incessant clicks of their cameras. As Chen Hao made his entrance, the shutters clicked continuously, nearly blinding him with flashes. He maintained a smile, though his muscles felt somewhat stiff, an unavoidable consequence of the situation. Indeed, Jeannie Buss had smoothed the way, and the reporters refrained from asking any particularly challenging questions. Consequently, the press conference proceeded smoothly, albeit consuming 2 exhausting hours of Chen Hao's time. During those 2 hours, he felt utterly drained, primarily engaging in activities he did not particularly enjoy. The reporters inquired about everything, leaving no aspect of his privacy untouched. Questions such as his zodiac sign and preferred type of partner even surfaced. After the press conference concluded, Chen Hao anticipated a brief respite, perhaps a moment to rest his eyes. However, to his surprise, he was promptly ushered into West's office. In the presence of Jeannie Buss, West, and a multitude of cameras, Chen Hao affixed his signature to the contract with the Lakers. The moment he signed, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him. Chapter 42. The Hesitant Giant, Pepsi-Cola. The pressure stemmed largely from the Lakers. As the saying goes, you seek the boss's money, but the boss demands your very soul. Chen Hao's contract is remarkably lucrative, nearly equivalent to that of a superstar, which illustrates the high expectations the Lakers have for him. Should he perform admirably, all will be well. After all, the Lakers possess ample financial resources. However, should he falter, the inevitable outcome would be his trade. The Lakers' grand press conference signifies their intention to cultivate Chen Hao's potential. Yet, the absence of owner Jeannie Buss and minority owner Zhou Qi raises questions, suggesting lingering skepticism within the organization regarding his capabilities. It is evident that such a significant transaction could not have proceeded without Jeannie Buss's approval, and her absence speaks volumes about her reservations concerning this contract. Chen Hao speculates that this endeavor may merely be a preliminary exploration on Jeannie Buss's part. Regardless of the circumstances, the funds have been secured, and now the focus shifts to performing well on the court. Moreover, the pressure from the bustling metropolis weighs heavily upon him, as countless eyes scrutinize his every move. Once an undrafted player and a temporary member of the Lakers, he has now ascended to become one of the highest-paid athletes on the team. Merely attending the press conference left him feeling drained. The mental strain is akin to driving, requiring constant vigilance. After 2 hours of fielding questions from reporters, Chen Hao finally managed to send them away, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He intended to take a moment to rest, but the evening had more in store. Later that night, Jeannie Buss invited Chen Hao and his agent to dinner. In the vast hotel dining room, they were the only 4 present, the rest of the space starkly empty. Chen Hao yearned for a peaceful meal, But Jeannie Buss appeared to have a busy agenda. As they neared the end of their meal, she discreetly signaled to West, saying, "Jerry, haven't you mentioned you had matters to attend to?" West, puzzled, pointed to himself, bewildered. "Me? I have things to handle." I was unaware. However, Jeannie Buss was resolute, and West soon grasped her intent, realizing it was time for him to depart. "Oh, right, I've finished eating. You all enjoy your meal. I have work to attend to," he said before gathering his suit and leaving. Chen Hao remained unfazed, focusing on his meal. The demands of basketball were indeed substantial. He now consumed 6 meals a day, yet still felt famished. After West's departure, Jeannie Buss turned to Zhou Qi with a smile, asking, "Mr. Zhou, how do you find Los Angeles?" Zhou, while eating, gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "It's wonderful, truly deserving of its title as the City of Angels. I absolutely love it here." Jeannie Buss continued, "I've heard that you enjoy fitness, Mr. Zhou." Zhou Qi nodded in agreement. The Hilton boasts a 5-star gym, which Mr. Zhou could certainly indulge in. "Wonderful. I shall visit later," he replied. "I believe it is best if you go now," Jeannie Buss remarked, seemingly issuing a subtle dismissal. Zhou Qi, perplexed, thought to himself how stingy Jeannie Buss seemed, inviting someone to dine yet denying them satisfaction. However, with her words laid bare, he felt it inappropriate to protest. Reluctantly, he stood and declared, "I will head to the gym." Chen Hao, who had been engrossed in his meal, felt a jolt of anxiety at the thought of Zhou Qi leaving him alone to face Jeannie Buss. His scalp prickled at the prospect, and he was loath to remain in her company. Rising from his seat, he dabbed his mouth with a napkin and said, "I will accompany you." "No, Chen, you stay. I have matters to discuss with you," Jeannie Buss insisted. Chen Hao was rather reluctant. What could possibly warrant such secrecy in front of a third party? It was as if there were something unspeakable between us. In truth, Chen Hao and Jeannie Buss had only met a handful of times, easily counted on one hand. Why was I being kept here? Did Jeannie Buss expect me to make some sort of sacrifice? I am not one to compromise my dignity, no matter the circumstances. After Jun Zhong departed, Jeannie Buss turned to Chen Hao and said, "Chen, please have a seat. This turtle soup is a distinctive delicacy from your homeland, renowned for its nourishing properties, and I specifically requested the kitchen to prepare it. You must try it. I promise it is exquisite." Chen Hao found her words quite peculiar. As Jeannie Buss spoke, she swiftly served him a bowl, placing it in front of him. He wished to decline, but found himself at a loss for an excuse. "Are you not going to eat? Don't you like it?" Jeannie Buss inquired, her expression filled with anticipation. Being treated so attentively by his superior was something Chen Hao found difficult to adjust to, though he certainly appreciated it. Nonetheless, he decided to confront the situation directly. "All right, let us cut to the chase. Why have you kept me here? Do you truly dislike my solitude so much?" Jeannie Buss, true to her background as a former bunny girl and a once popular model, displayed a rapid shift in demeanor. Initially enthusiastic, she now wore a look of vulnerability, her voice trembling as she spoke. Chen Hao felt a shiver run down his spine, rendered speechless. At that moment, Jeannie Buss let out a soft giggle, her laughter vibrant and infectious. "Ha ha, Chen, you are still so adorable." Chen Hao felt as though he was being teased, thinking to himself, "Were it not for your claim of my being your boss, I would have already taken my whip to you for such jest." However, Jeannie Buss quickly regained her composure and stated, "My father and my brother are, in fact, quite reluctant to offer you such a substantial contract." Chapter 43, The Hesitant PepsiCo. Chapter 2. Chen Hao was perplexed by Jeannie Buss's remarks. He understood well that these capitalists were all merciless and would devour others without hesitation. Had it not been for his inherent value, he would never have believed they would compensate him with such funds. However, Jeannie Buss's reaction startled him significantly. She suddenly shifted her tone, rising from her seat with palpable excitement, approaching Chen Hao and taking his right hand in hers. With fervor, she exclaimed, "But I believe you are the savior of Los Angeles, the successor to the magician. You are so exceptional, and you will undoubtedly lead Los Angeles back to its former glory. You are destined to be the GOAT, the greatest of all time. I have told my father and my brother about you. Chen Hao, a man destined to become the GOAT. I have never been mistaken in my judgment of people." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Chen Hao truly cannot endure these nauseating words. Of course, most importantly, "Jeannie, if you wish to speak, please do so without resorting to pulling and pushing. I feel as though you are taking advantage of me, yet I possess no evidence to substantiate my feelings." Chen Hao hurriedly shook off the hand of Jeannie Buss, touching the back of his head. "Thank you. Esteemed boss, for your regard towards me, Chen, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly until my last breath. Upon hearing this, Jenny Base's expression darkened. Why do you not call me Jenny? My friends and family address me as such. I dislike being called boss. From now on, you shall call me Jenny. Chen Hao felt a shiver run down his spine. Isn't this inappropriate, boss? What's wrong with it? From now on, you shall call me Jenny. Chen Hao, feeling cornered, had no choice but to comply. Indeed. He realized that in a world where one is sufficiently strong, all people could be virtuous. That is precisely the truth. I have heard that you have been staying at your teammates' homes recently. Yes, that is correct. I apologize, Chun. I did not intend to look down upon you. However, matters like these should be communicated between us. I still possess an unoccupied property in Los Angeles, and here are the keys. Without giving Chen Hao a chance to decline, Jenny Base continued, considering you likely do not have a vehicle at the moment, you may use my Maserati for now. When you find the time and purchase your own car, you can return it to me. Chen Hao was about to refuse when Jenny Base interjected. I am aware that money is not a concern for you. However, it is imperative that you understand your primary duty as a basketball player is to play the game. After all, we have a significant objective for the upcoming season. We must secure a place in the playoffs. You know that we failed to reach the playoffs last season, which is simply not in line with the Lakers' tradition. Chen Hao grasped the situation. Jeannie Buss sought to win him over. In his past life, he had often heard whispers of the internal strife within the Buss family. It seemed that, in pursuit of securing this substantial contract, Jeannie Buss must have stringent expectations, such as leading the Lakers to the playoffs. Of course, he need not feel overwhelmed by pressure. Ultimately, should they fail to reach the playoffs, it would not be the end. They could continue to strengthen the team next summer, and assuredly, next season would yield success. Chin, do not burden yourself excessively. Simply focus on what you excel at. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao mused, merely the playoffs? His ambitions soared far beyond that. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his aspirations and merely replied, I will strive to do my best. Yet, he could not shake off the weight of expectation. His desire for advancement intensified. After a lunch that felt like a distant memory, Chen Hao was dispatched for a promotional poster shoot. The day stretched on until evening, and at last, he returned to his hotel room, utterly exhausted, yearning only to collapse onto the bed and unwind. Meanwhile, his roommate and agent, Zhong Dajuan, was brimming with excitement. Chen Hao has secured a significant contract, and his agent, Zhong Dajuan, is even more elated than Chen Hao himself. This contract entitles Zhong Dajuan to a commission of 3, which amounts to nearly $2 million. This windfall has granted the financially struggling Zhong Dajuan a newfound freedom. It is hardly surprising that he is brimming with excitement, even waking from dreams with a smile. At home, his once dissatisfied wife has transformed her demeanor, now looking at Zhong Dajuan with admiration. Even when he takes longer than 30 seconds, she never complains, instead offering words of comfort, saying that it is all right, as work can be demanding, and that he will do better next time. In the past, Zhong Dajuan would have found himself unceremoniously kicked out of bed to the couch. Furthermore, she praises Zhong Dajuan for his keen insight, commending him for placing his bet wisely. Chen Hao has risen to prominence, and the assistance of his manager, Zhong Dajuan, extends far beyond mere guidance. Presently, numerous endorsements are seeking to collaborate with Chen Hao, which translates into a substantial income for him. This is particularly true in the realm of sneaker contracts, where the financial prospects are exceptionally lucrative. Chen Hao heard that both Pepsi and Coca-Cola were eager to collaborate with him, with Coca-Cola being particularly proactive and offering an exorbitant contract. In contrast, Pepsi appeared somewhat lackluster, yet still extended an offer to Chen Hao. Additionally, numerous athletes sought out Zhong Dajuan, wishing for him to become their agent, inadvertently elevating Chen Hao's prominence. Despite his fatigue, Chen Hao persevered, lifting his barbell and commencing Romanian squats. Although he had transcended social strata, his mind remained lucid, understanding that his achievements stemmed from his own capabilities. Without absolute strength, all he had could be taken away. Thus, he resolved to grow stronger, to continuously surpass his own limits. Chen Hao also discovered that once the progress bar of the diligent training system was activated, it would advance, albeit only by a minuscule increment of 0.0 something. However, even the smallest of gains is still a gain. While it may seem insignificant in a single day, over the course of a year, it accumulates significantly. This understanding was crystal clear to Chen Hao. After a rigorous training session, not only was he drenched in sweat and his fatigue alleviated, But the progress bar surged from 46,850 to 4750. He was now merely 3 points away from the next upgrade. Chen Hao exuded an air of confidence. Noticing that Chen Hao had shaken off his drowsiness, Zhou Qi approached him with a draft of the contract. "Chen, take a look at this. Here are the agreements from Coca-Cola and Pepsi. Pepsi offers 3.6 million for 3 years, while Coca-Cola proposes 12 million for 10 years. The monetary difference is negligible, but Coca-Cola demonstrates greater sincerity. I believe we should sign with Coca-Cola. They are indeed more earnest. The Coca-Cola company has informed me that the contract is ready. As soon as you have time to sign, they will issue the check immediately." Indeed, compared to Pepsi's offer, Coca-Cola's proposal radiated sincerity. A decade-long contract is a rarity. This bid is akin to the compensation of contemporary entertainment stars. However, Chen Hao, being seasoned, was not swayed by the allure of the contract. Upon hearing the figures, he merely offered a dismissive smile. Such meager sums are merely child's play. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi was momentarily taken aback. "Chen, let's not get carried away. Coca-Cola is genuinely earnest. They have extended a substantial offer." To Zhou Qi, this amount might seem considerable. Yet, Chen Hao chuckled, "No way. This is akin to buying cabbage. I would be at a loss." He was acutely aware that just a year prior, Jordan and Gatorade had struck a deal worth 18 million over 10 years. Now, with a year having passed, he would certainly not settle for anything less. Of course, one might question Chen Hao's standing. Who was he to compare himself to Jordan? Did he even comprehend who Jordan was? It is not that Chen Hao lacked humility. He recognized the gap between himself and Jordan. However, he firmly believed that given time, he could not only match Jordan, but potentially surpass him as well. Furthermore, it was 1991, a pivotal year for Coca-Cola as they sought to expand their reach into international markets. What could be more advantageous than the identity of Chen Hao? A representative from the Celestial Empire? Moreover, he was situated in Los Angeles, a global nexus of attention. Consider this. To date, Chen Hao had participated in 6 matches, 5 of which were broadcasted live. The level of interest he garnered was undeniably high. The Coca-Cola company should certainly be aware of his worth. Zhou Qi inquired, "What amount do you deem appropriate?" Chen Hao contemplated the situation, reflecting on the 10-year, $18 million contract between Jordan and Gatorade. He boldly asserted, "A 10-year, $25 million deal is hardly excessive." Zhou Qi's jaw dropped in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind?" he exclaimed. "You should convey this to them. No 10-year, $25 million agreement. No contract." Chen Hao's stance was resolute. He had no intention of becoming the next Pippin. Seeing Chen Hao's determination, Zhou Qi chose not to contest further. The following day, upon hearing Zhou Qi's offer, representatives from PepsiCo turned on their heels and departed, leaving behind a scathing remark, "Have you lost your minds over money?" They left without a backward glance. Zhou Qi presumed that the representatives from Coca-Cola would react similarly. However, after presenting the offer to Coca-Cola's representatives, he could distinctly sense their displeasure. They remarked, "Such a beverage endorsement contract has never existed in history. Do you understand what it means to average $250,000 a year? Some players Haven T even earned that much over 5 years of play. You've only had a few good games, and yet you demand such exorbitant terms." Zhou Qi stood firm, stating, "This is our price. If you do not agree, then so be it." At this, the Coca-Cola representatives softened their stance. They were keen on securing Chen Hao, having lost Jordan a year prior. They could not afford to lose Chen Hao, whose identity as a Chinese athlete was immensely valuable. However, Zhou Qi's asking price was indeed substantial. The representatives had no choice but to consult their superiors and implored Zhou Qi to refrain from engaging with other beverage brands, promising to respond promptly regarding the price. Upon exiting Coca-Cola, Zhou Qi found himself drenched in sweat, feeling utterly drained. He had not anticipated such a response from Coca-Cola, which left him astonished. Chen Hao's seemingly prophetic ability to gauge their sentiments was remarkable. He had prepared for the possibility of the negotiations collapsing, but he never expected this outcome. The next morning, to Zhou Qi's astonishment, he received a call from Coca-Cola representative Gregor. "After our meeting and thorough consideration, we have decided to accept your offer. We would like Mr. Chen Hao to become our brand ambassador." This phone call left Zhou Qi utterly shocked. He dropped the phone, hardly aware of what he was doing. Once Coca-Cola made their decision to sign, they acted swiftly, arranging to deliver the payment to Chen Hao and formalize the contract on the very same day. As long as Chen Hao inscribes his name on the Coca-Cola contract, he shall receive a substantial sum, though not the anticipated 25 million, but rather 2.5 million, 25 million to be dispersed over a decade. Nevertheless, 2.5 million is indeed a considerable fortune for Chen Hao. At the current exchange rate of 10, this equates to a staggering 25 million renminbi. What does possessing 25 million renminbi signify in 1991? During that era, a household with 10,000 yuan was considered affluent, and Chen Hao's wealth of 25 million would overshadow the presence of any celebrity. Even Chen Hao found himself exhilarated for quite some time, suddenly holding 25 million renminbi. He pondered how to spend it. What a delightful dilemma. As the holiday concluded, the Lakers were preparing to embark on a 5-game road trip. In the taxi en route to the team's assembly point, Chen Hao discovered that the car radio in Los Angeles was abuzz with news of his signing with Coca-Cola. The ugly duckling had transformed into a swan. The temporary worker for the Lakers, Chen Hao, had recently ignited a yellow whirlwind in the NBA. The Lakers presented him with a lucrative contract, and his performance garnered the endorsement of Coca-Cola, bestowing upon him a remarkable 25 million yuan endorsement deal. It is noteworthy that even Michael Jordan's beverage endorsement contract was only 18 million. I believe many, like myself, are eager to discern what kind of performance Chen Hao will ultimately deliver, and whether he is indeed overrated. Is his brilliance merely ephemeral? The radio buzzed with discussions about Chen Hao, while newspapers displayed images of his signing with Coca-Cola. What Chen Hao remains unaware of is that, in the Celestial Empire, he has become a symbol of basketball, maintaining an unwavering popularity. It is precisely for this reason that the sports PD of the Celestial Empire has resolved to initiate a broadcasting plan for the NBA, particularly focusing on the Lakers matches. The identity of Chen Hao as a figure of the contemporary era brings an unimaginable influx of attention. However, for Chen Hao, the pressure is immense. Should his forthcoming performance falter, the embarrassment would be monumental. Chen Hao is acutely aware of this fact. Thus, during the upcoming series of 5 consecutive away games, he is determined to showcase his abilities with unwavering resolve. Chen Hao's performance remains stable. During the back-to-back games on the 16th and 17th, he scored 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists, followed by 18 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists, leading the Lakers to victories over the Timberwolves and the Hawks, thereby extending their winning streak to 5 games. In these 2 matches, the Lakers rewarded Chen Hao with a substantial contract, prompting Coach D'Antoni to adjust the lineup by removing Old Curry from the starting position, allowing Chen Hao to assume the role of starting shooting guard. Although his performance in these games was not as dazzling as against the Warriors, it is understandable. Not all teams possess the extreme offensive style of the Warriors, who neglect defense entirely. Moreover, the Hawks and Timberwolves appeared to be competing with the intention of losing to gather pieces for a top draft pick, resulting in the Lakers concluding their encounters with these teams by halftime. Given this context, Chen Hao's performance remains commendable. However, during the upcoming 3-game road trip, the Lakers faced significant challenges. As the season progressed, the fatigue from back-to-back games severely impacted the team, compounded by the formidable strength of their opponents, namely the Suns, Spurs, and Bucks, all of whom are championship contenders. The Lakers, even in a normal matchup against the Suns, would likely lose by 10 points. Their previous victory against the Suns relied heavily on Chen Hao's exceptional 3-point shooting. In this matchup, he recorded 19 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal, with a 3-point shooting performance of 4 out of 10 quite commendable. Notably, during the same period, the first overall pick, Larry Johnson, has played 10 games, achieving 19 points or more only twice. While statistics are one aspect, it is Chen Hao's unwavering defensive presence that stands out. The Lakers' loss can largely be attributed to their exhaustion, as Perkins even suffered cramps by the end of the game. Additionally, their opponent, Kevin Johnson, approached this game with a vengeance, delivering an impressive performance characterized by audacious 3-point shots, which, as Zhang aptly put it, seemed like reckless attempts. On the other hand, the Spurs presented a formidable challenge. Coincidentally, they encountered a star player whose style is specifically designed for offensive bombardment. Standing at 7 feet tall, he moves faster than many guards, allowing him to swiftly return to the defensive end after an offensive play to deliver crucial blocks. The Lakers, known for their explosive offense, found themselves forced into a half-court game, where they lost all advantage. In the recent match, the inadequacies of the Lakers' main players, Perkins and AC Green, in terms of offensive prowess, were starkly highlighted. During this game, Chen Hao managed to maintain the team's dignity with an impressive 6 three-pointers out of 10 attempts. He delivered a commendable performance, scoring 24 points along with 6 rebounds and 6 assists, earning him the title of the Western Conference Player of the Week. Following this, the Lakers faced the Bucks in the 5th game of a back-to-back series. While the Bucks are not considered a formidable team, the Lakers, weary after 5 consecutive away games, displayed a lack of enthusiasm, with Perkins suffering from a severe cold. In this encounter, Chen Hao's three-point shooting percentage declined to a mere 29, resulting in a loss to the Bucks. This defeat can be attributed to the Bucks' remarkable form after a 3-day rest, as they exhibited an effortless scoring ability with 7 out of 8 players reaching double figures. Following their victory over the Lakers, the Bucks coach expressed dissatisfaction, lamenting the loss of a crucial opportunity. Chen Hao, feeling disheartened by this 3-game losing streak, faced the harsh reality of his first significant professional setback. The experience of this consecutive loss was excruciating, and as the Lakers' struggles continued, various critics began to emerge. Among the most egregious was Chen Hao's staunchest critic, Gadika, who, after the Lakers' defeat to the Bucks, accused Chen Hao of being a fraud, claiming that Coca-Cola had suffered significantly due to him. Captain Perkins, noticing Chen Hao's distress, offered words of comfort, reminding him that the regular season is long, comprising 82 games, and that losses are a normal part of the journey. He urged Chen Hao to remain relaxed, assuring him that a 3-game losing streak is not the end of the world, and that they could certainly reclaim victory in their next encounter. Chen Hao, I have yet to express my thoughts. One can imagine the immense pressure on Captain Perkins. However, the individual bearing the heaviest burden is undoubtedly Coach Dunvali. In a sprawling metropolis like Los Angeles, should the team succumb to a series of defeats, the primary accountability falls squarely on the shoulders of the coach. Presently, with the Lakers facing 3 consecutive losses, the ominous toll of Dunvali's dismissal echoes louder than ever. In truth, what instills greater trepidation in Dunvali than the current losing streak is the looming challenge ahead, as the Lakers, after a brief respite of 2 days, are set to journey to Boston to confront the formidable Celtics, led by the legendary Larry Bird. The predicament is manifold, however, during this stretch of 5 consecutive away games. Chen Hao has gleaned some rewards, having unlocked the coveted 50th level. His prize is an S-grade defensive skill known as Deathly Entanglement, with the system progress bar now reflecting 170. Chapter 45. Gadika. Chen Hao is nothing short of a fraud, and Coca-Cola is suffering significant losses. Level 50 offers not only the primary skill, Deathly Entanglement, but also a supplementary skill, an epic 3-point experience card. Skill description. Utilizing the 3-point experience card will elevate the 3-point shooting accuracy to 80 for a limited duration of 3 minutes. Chen Hao was utterly astounded, as if his jaw had dropped in disbelief. This is remarkable. It shouldn't be too terrifying. Curry's 42 3-pointers are already formidable, but what does 80 signify? It feels as though one is wielding a sniper rifle while playing basketball. Although the time constraint is merely 3 minutes, it is more than sufficient. With this auxiliary skill, Chen Hao can score rapidly, rescuing his team from peril. During any 3-minute span in the game, his shooting prowess becomes invincible. This auxiliary skill serves as a crucial complement to his 3-point shooting ability of 45. As the season progresses, Chen Hao increasingly recognizes the utility of this rating. However, it resembles Duan Yu's 6 Meridian's Divine Sword. When luck is on his side, he is impeccable, yet during unfavorable times, he may only hit 1 out of 10 attempts, rendering his performance perpetually inconsistent. With the acquisition of this extraordinary 3-point experience card, even on a night when his shooting touch eludes him, he can recalibrate his accuracy within those 3 precious minutes. This is perfectly suited for Chen Hao, as he rises to prominence. It is not merely due to his growing fame, but rather the substantial contract bestowed upon him by the Lakers, particularly the lucrative 10-year deal from Coca-Cola. Chen Hao realizes that he is no longer an inconspicuous presence on the court. Opponents have begun to target him deliberately, especially evident in matches against the Spurs and Bucks. The game against the Bucks was particularly pronounced, as their defense was specifically designed to thwart Chen Hao's 3-point attempts. They allowed him to drive to the basket at will. Consequently, his 3-point shooting percentage plummeted during that match. As the season advances, this aspect will undoubtedly be magnified. With this enhancement, Chen Hao feels a sense of reassurance. Yet his desire to grow stronger remains fervent. After all, the auxiliary skill lasts only 3 minutes, while a game spans 48 minutes. not merely 3. Chen Hao firmly believes that mastering a greater array of skills is essential for stability. His apprehensions were validated during the encounter with the Boston Celtics. When discussing the Celtics, one cannot overlook the term archrivals. What constitutes an archrival? According to Wikipedia, it refers to a persistent and enduring rivalry, long-term adversaries, natural opponents, and fated contenders. The Boston Celtics and the Los Angeles Lakers epitomize this illustrious rivalry within the NBA. They may concede a second place, but no one dares to claim the first. The animosity between the two franchises traces back to the late 1950s, peaking during the era dominated by Magic and Bird. Presently, the Celtics and Lakers remain at the pinnacle of NBA championship rings, ranked first and second, respectively. For both teams, each encounter resembles a fierce battle, akin to a gladiatorial contest within an octagonal cage, with only one emerging victorious. This is not an exaggeration. Although Magic has retired, it was only in 1991. Trash talking has become commonplace, and when adversaries meet, engaging in physical confrontation renders the need for banter unnecessary. A lack of bloodshed would be an embarrassment to label it the Green and Gold War. Over the past decade, during these fierce clashes, the Lakers and the Celtics have incurred the highest fines in the league. Even though Magic and Bird maintained a close friendship off the court, it did little to mitigate the animosity between the teams. Thus, when Chen Hao and his teammates arrived at the TD Garden in Boston, the cacophony of boos and curses was incessant. BLA, fraudulent yellow-skinned monkey, tonight, your true colors shall be revealed. Prepare for your exposure. Are you a yellow-skinned monkey hired from a circus to perform? Nonsense. How come you weren't run over on the road? Truly. One should neither be astonished nor skeptical of the relentless barrage of insults from the fans. It was far more extreme than one might imagine. The reason lies in Boston itself, a locale notorious for its deep-seated racial discrimination. In the NBA, where African Americans hold a place of respect, even the revered Bill Russell, the Celtics' foundational figure, faced derision from local fans. Even after retiring, Russell was obstructed from having his jersey honored. Today, with the Celtics' core figure, Larry Bird, being Caucasian, conditions have improved slightly. It is, therefore, evident how Chen Hao, being of Asian descent, would be received in such an environment. Upon Chen Hao's appearance, numerous fans of the Celtics hurled debris in his direction. During his warm-up, a considerable number of Celtics supporters vociferously berated him from behind, unleashing a torrent of invective. Undoubtedly, this cacophony of insults infused the atmosphere with palpable tension and a sense of foreboding even before the match commenced. This intangible pressure subtly weighed upon the visiting Lakers player's psyche. The veteran Curry, in particular, refrained from making eye contact with the Celtics fans, his anxiety unmistakably manifesting itself. During warm-ups, he inexplicably recorded several airballs. Ironically, despite his evident trepidation, he approached Chen Hao to offer words of comfort, saying, "Chen, there's no need to be upset. This is Boston, and the fans here can be quite uncouth. We need not stoop to their level." Upon hearing Curry speak to him, Chen Hao, however, could not discern the words. Removing his earplugs and exclaiming, "What? What are you saying? Speak louder. I can't hear you." His words echoed with a fervent intensity, prompting Curry to swiftly cover Chen Hao's mouth, fearful of what might ensue. Chen Hao found it quite peculiar. Captain Perkins approached him, patting Chen Hao on the shoulder, and remarked, "Chen, do not take it to heart. This is simply how it is when playing in Boston." Chen Hao was bewildered, for the cacophony in the arena rendered him unable to hear a single word. Perkins continued to chatter in Chen Hao's ear. "Hey, you're new here and Haven Tea played in Boston before, so let me tell you, the most terrifying aspect of this place isn't the Boston fans." However, Perkins' words abruptly ceased as he noticed the taunts from the crowd had diminished, replaced by an overwhelming wave of applause. The fervent fans of the Boston Celtics in the TD North Garden were bestowing their highest honors upon the true sovereign of the arena, the unequivocal legend of the NBA. The King of Kings, Larry Bird. At that moment, Chen Hao fortuitously turned his gaze and caught sight of the legendary Bird. Coincidentally, Bird, while jogging into the arena, also lifted his eyes and met Chen Hao's gaze. Their eyes locked. In that instant, a spark crackled in the air. Bird, known for his seriousness, entered the court in a state of combat readiness. Moreover, Bird had a peculiar fondness for his wife adorning herself in yellow pajamas, a habit cultivated over many years. The sight of yellow invigorated him, embodying the age-old adage of being stirred by the color yellow. Chapter 46. Toying with Larry Bird, Gadika was astounded. Do not misconstrue that Chen Hao had offended Bird. Such was not the case. Bird regarded all his opponents with the same disdain, viewing them merely as contenders for second place, all destined to be vanquished. The Lakers, as the arch-rivals of the Celtics, were particularly loathed, akin to adversaries meeting with intense animosity. Furthermore, in recent times, Chen Hao's exceptional performances, coupled with the exorbitant contract offered by Coca-Cola and the relentless promotion, clearly indicated that both the Lakers and Coca-Cola were grooming Chen Hao as their centerpiece. As the Celtics, sworn enemies of the Lakers, could not allow such a scenario to unfold. A young core? Let them become utterly lost in the TD North Garden of Boston. The term lost echoed as the most prevalent slogan in the arena. Bird's gaze was lethal. Even veteran Curry, standing beside Chen Hao, couldn't he help but lower his head, unable to withstand the piercing intensity of Bird's eyes. With his head bowed, old Curry briefly turned to glance at Chen Hao, and was astonished to find Chen Hao locked in a stare with Bird. He couldn't help but gulp, wondering how on earth Chen Hao dared to do so. Will Chen Hao be overwhelmed tonight, both mentally and physically? Of course, it is not that the esteemed Curry looks down upon Chen Hao. Rather, the opponent this evening is none other than the formidable Boston Celtics, the reigning kings of the court. Although Chen Hao is undoubtedly formidable, he remains a novice. Currently, the Lakers roster cannot be compared to that of the Celtics. Admittedly, the Celtics are not at their peak form anymore. However, to assume that they have completely fallen from grace would be a grave misjudgment. Many fans of Larry Bird argue that the Bird post-injury is merely a diminished version of his former self, akin to Michael Jordan's second stint with the Wizards, an era they prefer not to revisit. Critics have disparaged Bird, claiming his wings have been clipped. Yet, this season, he continues to deliver impressive statistics of 20 points, 9 rebounds, and 6 assists, showcasing his all-around prowess as a core player for the Celtics. It is precisely due to Bird's tenacity that the Celtics achieved a remarkable record of 56 wins last season, securing the second place in the Eastern Conference and fourth in the league overall. Their offensive efficiency ranked third, while their defensive efficiency also placed them third, highlighting their balance in both offense and defense. Naturally, it is not solely Bird who has contributed to such accomplishments. Presently, the Celtics boast an exceptionally talented rookie, known for his remarkable plays against Jordan, the rising star Lewis. For the Lakers, who are in desperate need of a victory to reverse their losing streak, this match promises to be a fierce battle. Prior to the game, Dunleavy harbored little hope and prepared for a potential fourth consecutive defeat, urging his team to remain relaxed and to avoid excessive mental pressure, reminding them that they are competing against the Celtics and should focus on showcasing their own abilities. As the long whistle sounded, the stage was set for an epic showdown. Starting lineups: Lakers, McMillan, Chen Hao, Perkins, AC Green, Divac. Chen Hao has been elevated to the starting position. While Dang Whaley's coaching abilities may not be the most remarkable, his understanding of human relationships and insight into leadership dynamics are unparalleled. At this juncture, with the owner offering Chen Hao a lucrative contract, is it not an indication of intentional guidance? Thus, this game holds particular significance for Chen Hao, marking his inaugural start in his professional career, providing him with compelling reasons not to falter. Should he lose, what will the public's perception of him be? As the match commenced, the tip-off between the Celtics and Divac was officiated by Chief Parrish, who regarded Divac with a glint of envy. The Lakers have been rather frugal regarding their center position. Although approaching 40, the Chief still holds his own against Divac, who has yet to gain any advantage over him. The Chief, a paragon of self-discipline, appears rejuvenated, matching Divac's intensity as if he were a decade younger. Tonight, fighting on home turf against the Lakers and directly facing Divac, the Chief soared, delivering a resounding slap that sent the ball into the hands of Celtics guard Balleg. Balleg swiftly advanced with the ball. In truth, Lewis ought to express gratitude to Chen Hao, had it not been for Chen Hao's intervention that incited a butterfly effect in this world. Lewis might have succumbed to his heart condition long ago. In the original timeline, this individual met his demise due to cardiac issues. This evening, Dang Whaley's decision to start Chen Hao also serves another purpose: to have Chen face the pivotal player, Lewis. Presently, within the Lakers roster, there is no defender as exceptional as Chen Hao. Dang Whaley's intentions are clear. If Chen Hao can effectively contain Lewis to some extent, the Lakers may stand a chance. However, if he fails? Upon noticing Chen Hao in his path rather than the Lakers' captain Perkins, Lewis sneered disdainfully, uttering, "Are you sure? You think you can guard me?" Chen Hao did not engage in idle chatter with him. He immediately initiated physical contact, exerting intensity to exhaust Lewis, sticking to him like adhesive. Lewis struggled to break free from Chen Hao's tenacious defense, unable to receive the ball. He thought to himself, this kid's defense is incredibly oppressive. Just as Lewis found himself at a loss, the legendary Larry Bird made his move without the ball. Despite his back injury, Bird's mind remained sharp. He knew precisely where his strengths lay. Utilizing a teammate's screen, he evaded the relentless Perkins and surged forward. Perkins, sensing the impending danger, urgently called out to the unseasoned AC Green to switch. AC Green responded swiftly, but in that fleeting moment, space opened up for Bird. Had Bird's back not been severely injured, this possession might have concluded differently. Bird is the type who, if given even the slightest hint of space, can strike with precision. Seeing Bird not take the shot, AC Green let out a sigh of relief, thinking, thank goodness. However, at that moment, with the ball in his hands, Bird suddenly hesitated, feigning a drive to the right. AC Green was deceived and quickly shifted to cut him off. Little did AC Green know that Bird's move was a ruse. Once again, space for a shot emerged. AC Green lunged towards him, but it was too late. The basketball glided effortlessly from Bird's fingertips and swished through the net with a crisp sound. The commentator, Gadika, raised his arms in triumph, exclaiming, perfect. AC Green had been toyed with. Bird's shot was exquisite. Tonight, the great Larry was poised to dominate the Lakers on his home turf. Did you think Bird's triumph ended there? No, the psychological warfare was just beginning. After scoring, he cast a disdainful glance at AC Green, accompanied by an infuriating smirk. Reveling in his moment of glory. Do not doubt that the stitches along his mouth, totaling 56, were a result of his incessant banter. Who is guarding me? Who the hell is defending me? Can someone show some intensity? AC Green, known for his good temper, felt his fists clench, barely restraining himself from charging at Bird. Chapter 47. Toying with Larry Bird, Gadika was astounded. Even Marvin Albert could not help but exclaim that, aside from Michael, Bird's scoring was the most challenging to defend against. An enigma to decipher. Hearing his partner's observation, Gadika felt a pang of regret. Undoubtedly, Dunleavy was Chen Hao's surrogate father. If Chen Hao were to face Bird tonight, the game would take on a new level of intrigue. Once Chen Hao matched up against Bird, he would likely suffer both physically and psychologically. Even if this was merely a diminished version of the legendary Bird. Do not question why. Simply acknowledge that he is Larry Bird. Albert was immediately displeased. Was it truly necessary to belittle someone in such a manner? Undeniably, while he acknowledged the prowess of Larry Bird, he did not believe that Chen Hao was lacking in any way. After all, one was a novice and the other a legend. Chen Hao, no matter how exceptional, deserved time to establish himself rather than being subjected to rigid standards. Gadika, after your last humiliation, didn't it awaken any realization within you? Chen Hao is not to be underestimated. He possesses considerable talent, particularly in the realm of defense. I do not believe Bird would find it easy to contend with Chen Hao, Marvin replied. Gadika doubled over in laughter, observing the bewildered expression on his partner Marvin's face as though he were a fool. On the court, after Bird scored, he taunted AC Green, who, enraged, was ready to retaliate, but Chen Hao intervened just in time, urging him not to act impulsively. Bird glanced at the approaching Chen Hao and, deep down, held a certain admiration for his mental fortitude. However, his expression betrayed disdain and provocation as he commenced his theatrics. Has Los Angeles truly fallen into decline? Is there truly no one left? Anyone can be dubbed a future star. Even West's eyesight seems to have diminished. And what of that old fellow, Bass? Is he worried that no one will take an interest in his daughter? It seems you've taken a shortcut. There is a distinction in the art of trash talking among different individuals. When Gary Payton engages in such banter, it is not mere trash talk. It is the dirtiest of tactics, filled with vulgarities. In contrast, Bird's trash talk is devoid of profanity, yet it cuts deeper than words laced with obscenities. After Bird's verbal onslaught, AC Green redirected his ire towards Chen Hao, prompting Perkins to swiftly intervene between the two. Perkins had experienced Bird's trash talk firsthand. It could render a person utterly despondent. Currently, Chen Hao is of paramount importance to the Lakers. Without him, the team would struggle immensely. It is evident that, in Chen Hao's absence, Kevin Johnson would be uncontested. Perkins held this belief, yet the Boston Celtics fans present did not share his sentiment. Suddenly, the Boston supporters erupted, mocking. Hey, blonde monkey, aren't you supposed to be a formidable defender? Show us what you've got, Larry. Larry will demonstrate to you what true offense looks like. Chen Hao's lips twitched, not due to being taken aback, but rather from disappointment in Bird's current performance. If this is what constitutes a legend, then that legend is rather undervalued. While Bird's scoring was indeed impressive, to Chen Hao, the movements of the big bird resembled a slow-motion replay. He held no concern for Bird's passing. He was confident that he could effectively counter Bird's plays. To be candid, prior to facing Boston, Chen Hao had harbored considerable expectations for Bird. After all, Bird was the man renowned for redefining the technical standards of basketball. Yet, what he presented was far from remarkable. It is undeniable that Bird's back injury had hindered him, but the decline was alarmingly evident. The contrast was stark, and Chen Hao felt he could easily dominate him. This was not a matter of arrogance on Chen Hao's part. It was merely a matter of his exceptional defensive prowess. As for Bird attempting to show off in his presence, that was inconsequential. He could easily respond in kind with a well-placed shot. Although Chen Hao was not inclined to flaunt, there were times when one was compelled to do so, was there not? The Lakers held possession. Guard Mike McMillan brought the ball up, and Reggie Lewis immediately advanced to defend. Lewis was quick and adept defensively, and under his pressure, McMillan stumbled dangerously close to a turnover. McMillan protected the ball, attempting to evade Lewis with a behind-the-back move. Lewis merely chuckled. The maneuver was futile. He could not surpass him. Indeed, McMillan could not get past Lewis. However, seizing the moment, he passed the ball to Old Curry. The Celtics had devised a keen strategy to defend against Old Curry's positioning. Upon receiving the ball, Old Curry feigned a move, yet the opportunity eluded him. The ball was passed to Perkins, who also found no chance to score. The ball was then directed to AC Green, yet he too was unable to capitalize. The ball returned to Perkins, who once again held it. With only 4 seconds remaining in the 24-second shot clock, he had no choice but to attempt a shot himself. Unfortunately, his ability to create his own shot was rather mediocre, and under the Celtics' defense, his limitations became glaringly apparent. Where was Chen Hao during all this? He stood in the corner, casually enjoying a moment of respite, embodying his role in the Lakers' tactical setup as a defensive specialist. Offensively, he occupied the corner, creating space. Defending him was Bird, not because the Celtics were wary of Chen Hao's scoring ability, but rather to safeguard Bird from excessive fatigue. As Perkins attempted to drive, Bird promptly relinquished Chen Hao to assist in the defense. It must be said that the Celtics had prepared thoroughly, demonstrating a profound understanding of the Lakers' tactical characteristics. In the corner, Chen Hao found himself unguarded, leaving his opponents with little to fear. Perkins noticed the paint was crowded with defenders. Swiftly, he sought out the corner. Spotting a teammate clad in the same colors, and without hesitation, he passed the ball. However, upon realizing it was Chen Hao, he inwardly cursed, "Oh no. Chen, no basket." Initially, Perkins had mistaken him for the veteran Curry. Meanwhile, Bird, observing Perkins' pass, contemplated rushing out to defend, but upon seeing it was Chen Hao, he swiftly turned to his teammates, exclaiming, "No. Rebound." Bird's conviction was unwavering. Chen Hao, brimming with confidence, received the pass and took a shot, his hand slicing through the air as the basketball rolled off his fingertips. As the ball left his hand, Chen Hao immediately pivoted, raising both arms in premature celebration. The sphere soared from his fingertips, piercing the air before crashing into the hoop with a resounding swish. The decibel level at the TD Garden in Boston plummeted instantaneously. The camera focused on Bird, who turned in astonishment to regard Chen Hao, now audibly roaring in triumph. "Who's guarding me? Who the hell is guarding me? Is it you?" Chapter 48. Toying with Bird. Gadika stunned. The corners of Bird's mouth twitched, and veins bulged on his forehead. He was accustomed to dishing out criticism. Yet unexpectedly, he found himself outplayed by the young Chen Hao. He remained silent, but his eyes reflected a fiery intensity, as if he were ready to devour anyone in his path. Chen Hao chose to disregard it. "Chen Hao, let me go? What an international joke. Have you heard of the legendary three-point experience card? Surprisingly, it's quite effective, though its duration is disappointingly brief, merely a few minutes. Nevertheless, Chen Hao is aware that with hard work and the aid of the system, success will eventually come." He then turned, surveying the stands, and placed his hand to his lips, signaling for silence. The meaning was unmistakable. "Quiet down, please." On the bench, Campbell's eyes nearly bulged out. His lips trembled in disbelief. How dare Chen? Indeed, the booing from the crowd not only persisted but intensified, erupting like boiling oil splashed with a single drop of water. One might think a championship game was underway. "Who does this yellow-skinned monkey think he is? Larry, crush him, Make him understand the meaning of respect. Such arrogance, such audacity. I have never witnessed anything like it. It's infuriating. I truly wish to confront him. The Celtics fans erupted, unable to fathom that in the TD Garden on Boston's North Shore, in the presence of the king of trash talk, Bird, Chen Hao would dare to act so audaciously? It is no exaggeration to say that even Bird's lifelong rival, Magic Johnson, would never have the gall to do such a thing. Unlike Magic, who is known for his amiable demeanor, Chen Hao would not afford any courtesy to those who insult his fans. Marv Albert, the commentator for the game, had his mouth agape in astonishment, his pupils quaking in disbelief. His partner, Gowdy, was seething with anger. He admitted that he had been taken in by Chen Hao's bravado. This kid dares to show off in front of Bird. He must be courting disaster. Bird may be aging, but he is far from done. The wrath of the king of trash talk is a burden no one can bear. This is bound to be entertaining. The camera panned to Bird, who quickly composed himself, suppressing his fury with a wry smile. It seemed the night would indeed require some exertion. As the king of trash talk, Bird understood well that posturing alone would not suffice. To boast effectively, one must first secure victory in the game. The Celtics regained possession. Lewis, cool and collected, became the target of Chen Hao's taunts, attempting to provoke him. Are you afraid to even take a shot against me? Catch the ball. One-on-one with me, and you will experience true despair. Though Lewis appeared unfazed, he was determined to teach Chen Hao a lesson. His arrogance was excessive, and one might mistake him for the Rookie of the Year. Lewis was not a brash individual, but as someone who had bested Jordan 4 times. He certainly possessed a competitive spirit. Positioned at the right side 45-degree angle, he called for the ball, ready to engage Chen Hao in a duel. Chen Hao did not merely step beyond the three-point line to defend. Instead, he retreated to the extended free throw line, watching as Lewis feigned a shot. Go ahead. Take the shot. Do you have the capability? Lewis felt a sense of indignation, which only solidified his determination to challenge Chen Hao one-on-one. His teammates approached to set a screen, but he waved them off, signaling them to step aside. Observing Lewis's intent to confront Chen Hao, the Boston fans erupted with enthusiasm, as if fueled by an invigorating surge of energy. Crush him, shatter him, let him be humbled. Go on, Reggie, unleash your fury, and teach him a lesson. Show him that this is Boston, not Los Angeles. The Celtics supporters shouted hoarsely, their fervent hopes resting on Lewis delivering a decisive blow to Chen Hao, stripping him of his arrogance and instilling a sense of reverence. Chen Hao's provocation of Lewis is not without reason. He possesses a profound understanding of Lewis's characteristics. Lewis is not a ball-handling virtuoso, but rather leans towards an off-ball playing style. Furthermore, his dribbling skills are comparable to those of a young Thompson, albeit slightly inferior. Once Lewis becomes overly ambitious and attempts to engage him in a one-on-one challenge, his relentless pursuit can easily ensnare Lewis. Chen Hao appeared wild, yet his thoughts were remarkably clear. Lewis truly arrived, and upon observing Chen Hao's slender frame, he mistakenly assumed that Chen Hao possessed little strength. However, when he leaned against Chen Hao and attempted to sit on him, he was astonished to find that he could not do so. The first attempt failed. Chen Hao shouted, "Put in more effort. Have you not eaten?" Lewis attempted again, but still could not succeed on the second try. Chen Hao shouted with fervor, urging for more effort. Not enough, still insufficient. He was panting and reached out to seize the ball, applying pressure on Lewis. Lewis felt a sense of suffocation, attempting to rely on the rebound to pivot and shake off Chen Hao. Yet, at the very moment he released the ball, Chen Hao seized the opportunity, striking with lightning speed and precision, swiftly snatching the basketball from Lewis's grasp. Lewis was taken aback after an intensive training period during the off-season. His one-on-one skills had significantly advanced, earning him much praise this season, especially when facing a lanky player like Chen Hao. He was confident in his abilities, a near certainty. Yet, now, nothing seemed to work. On the sidelines, Lakers coach Dunville was exuberantly animated, for he knew that the player Chen Hao had just thwarted was indeed the future linchpin of the Celtics. It was hard for him to contain his excitement. Chen Hao skillfully executed a cut, and Perkins, akin to a ravenous wolf, lunged forward to retrieve the errant ball. Upon scanning the field and noticing the absence of defenders, Perkins swiftly accelerated, initiating a fast break. Lewis faltered, hastily pursuing him. Bird, positioned on the perimeter, quickly retreated to fortify the defense. However, the Celtics were outnumbered with only 2 players, while the Lakers boasted a trio: Perkins, Chen Hao, and McMillan, all surging forward. The sole obstacle standing in Perkins' path was Bird. Bird steadfastly focused on Perkins. It must be noted that while his athletic prowess had waned due to a back injury, he was still a former member of the all-defensive team, possessing considerable defensive acumen. As Perkins barreled into the paint, lifting the ball, Bird positioned himself to draw a foul. Yet, Perkins was unfazed, opting instead to launch a high arc pass just before contact. Realizing the impending disaster, Bird swiftly turned. In midair, Chen Hao fully extended his body, catching the ball, and, alongside the towering Bird, executed a thunderous dunk over him. The resounding impact echoed as Chen Hao hung effortlessly from the rim, distorting it under his weight. Chapter 49, Fighting? An exploration of master-level combat skills. Chen Hao did not act with intention. His legs, propelled by inertia, were perilously close to colliding with the face of the large Bird. In a reflexive gesture to shield his own visage, Chen Hao leapt over him. Damn it! The large Bird muttered under his breath, humiliated to have been outmaneuvered by a mere child. He forcefully swatted away Chen Hao's legs. Chen Hao found a suitable position and descended. As soon as he landed, a surge of fury engulfed him, and he swung a fist the size of a sandbag, clearly intending to strike Chen Hao. Observing this threatening demeanor, Perkins swiftly intervened, positioning himself between the two men to prevent any harm from befalling Chen Hao. "You seek your own demise," roared Big Bird. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lewis promptly embraced Big Bird around the waist, urgently pulling him away. "Larry, calm down. Remain composed." At that moment, the referee also approached, effectively averting the impending conflict. Big Bird was subsequently charged with a technical foul. Chen Hao stood at the free throw line. As he bent down to retrieve the ball, he noticed Bird's chest heaving violently. With a mischievous quip, he remarked, "Your head is filled with the scent of my prowess." Bird was momentarily taken aback, then his veins bulged, as if he were about to explode with rage. Perkins stood frozen, a chill running down his spine. "Chen, how dare you?" he stammered. After all, they were up against Bird, and this was his territory. Such humiliation. Would they even be able to leave this arena unscathed? Yet, it must be said that Perkins felt a flicker of secret delight. This was Bird's domain, typically reserved for the great man himself to show off. Chen Hao's audacious retort against Bird was an extraordinary rarity. Truth be told, even the legendary Magic Johnson had never achieved such a feat. While others might cower before Bird and the fervent Boston fans, Chen Hao was an exception, having experienced life anew. He faced such grand stages with the nonchalance of someone who had brushed with death. It was, after all, nothing of consequence. At that moment, Chen Hao was utterly unafraid. The Celtics fans trembled with indignation. Having witnessed a dunk over Bird was one thing, but now he was flaunting his bravado right before him. Yet, the crux of the matter was that Chen Hao had succeeded. The fans, frustrated by Chen Hao yet unable to eliminate him, fell into a state of despair. Marv Albert had not anticipated such a commotion upon Chen Hao's arrival. He exclaimed, "Oh my God! Tonight, the infamous TD Garden in Boston had encountered a formidable challenger." Utica's expression darkened. He had been proven wrong once again. Just as he had stated that Bird's fury would overwhelm Chen Hao, he now witnessed the latter gaining the upper hand, while Bird found himself on the defensive. This twist in the narrative was beyond his wildest imagination. He could not fathom that an Asian player could assert himself in such a legendary arena. While he contemplated this internally, he refrained from voicing it aloud. Marv inquired, "So, what is your take now?" Utica, with a scowl, replied, "I stand by my earlier words. Bird's wrath, he cannot withstand. He must be regretting this. After all, this is Boston." Chen Hao stood at the free throw line, greeted by a cacophony of boos. Undeterred, he interpreted the jeers as applause, confidently sinking the free throw. After scoring, he raised his right hand to his ear, mimicking a megaphone, urging the crowd to amplify their disdain. The boos reached a new crescendo, the sound nearly piercing through the eardrums. Larry Bird's eyes widened in astonishment. He was genuinely taken aback by Chen Hao's audacity. As the king of braggadocio, Bird had witnessed countless displays of arrogance, many of which had become trademarks in the NBA, often originating from him. In the realm of ostentatiousness, he claimed the second spot, for none dared to challenge him for the first. Yet, Bird had to concede that Chen Hao's gesture was not only stylish and innovative, but also infuriatingly effective. What astonished Bird even more was that Chen Hao was merely a rookie. Having encountered numerous promising newcomers, Bird had seen players excel, whether in grand or subtle ways. But none had combined skill with such an unabashed display of bravado as Chen Hao. It was infuriating. Much like his longtime partner, Chief Parrish, Bird felt a twinge of irritation at this young Asian upstart audaciously challenging him. The chief, resembling a prehistoric giant, regarded Chen Hao with contemplation, fidgeting with his elbow, which was eager for action. Meanwhile, the entire Lakers squad was left in disbelief. How did Chen Hao dare to act so boldly? Perkins wanted to weep, realizing the ramifications of Chen Hao's antics would fall on him. Divac trembled slightly. The Chief's iron elbow was notorious in the NBA. A legend circulated that whenever the Chief's iron elbow made an appearance, it inevitably sought blood. Though Bird was seething, he remained silent. Signaling to the Chief to initiate the play, his demeanor deceptively calm. If one thought Bird would not retaliate, they were gravely mistaken. When provoked, Bird often responded with ferocity, determined to bring his adversaries to their knees in submission. However, it was clear that he was indeed incensed. Fans along the sidelines relentlessly shouted at Bird, urging him to take down the yellow-skinned monkey, demanding he teach Chen Hao a lesson. Bird heard their chants, but remained composed as he moved with the ball, showing no urgency to attack. He passed the ball to Lewis, granting him an opportunity, yet Lewis faltered. Upon a glance, it was Chen Hao who had just made an error. Lewis, lacking confidence, relinquished the ball. It spun thrice before ultimately finding its way back into the hands of Bird, who, with a mere flick, rendered Perkins off balance. With a deft sidestep, Bird charged towards the Lakers' interior, confronting the help defense of Divac. With effortless grace, he executed a delicate layup, seamlessly placing the ball through the hoop. It must not be said that Perkins' defense was particularly poor. Rather, the looming threat of Bird's shooting was so formidable that Perkins dared not neglect his mark. However, to perceive Bird solely as a large shooter due to his scoring prowess would be a gross misjudgment. He is, in essence, a prolific scorer. It can be asserted that apart from possessing average athleticism, Bird is a player with nearly no deficiencies. When one views Bird's basketball highlights, it often appears that his gameplay is simple, evoking a sense of unpretentiousness. This simplicity is attributed to Bird's exceptional basketball IQ. He consistently identifies the most straightforward and effortless avenues to score. After his basket, Bird specifically sought out Chen Hao, casting a piercing glance in his direction before trotting back on defense. This time, Bird refrained from incessant chatter. He is not one to engage in endless banter, reserving his words for the moments of utmost despair and helplessness, when he strikes with precision. Presently, Bird awaits that opportunity and occasion to score over Chen Hao. At such a moment, it would be the perfect time to revel in his triumph. Chapter 50, Fighting? A mastery of combat skills awaits. The Lakers have possession. Within the muscular confines of the Celtics' interior, Perkins located Chen Hao, who had managed to break free into space. Chen Hao seized the ball with unwavering confidence, launching a three-pointer to retaliate against Bird. Lewis could only raise his hands in compliance, serving as a mere backdrop. It is not to say that Lewis lacks defensive prowess. He is renowned for having blocked Jordan 4 times, showcasing his exceptional defensive skills. However, Chen Hao possesses an extraordinary ability. The divine three-point experience card is indeed a remarkable asset. To him, the hoop appears as vast as the ocean. Furthermore, while Chen Hao may not be the quintessential scorer, he is an unparalleled expert in movement, tireless and elusive like a live eel. Lewis simply cannot keep up. Additionally, other Lakers players are providing screens for the scorching hot Chen Hao. Although Lewis boasts impressive height, long arms, and swift lateral movement, a typical prodigy, it is no coincidence that Jordan fell victim to his blocks. Most offensive leaders from other teams find themselves stifled in his presence. Yet, Chen Hao is different. He stands taller than Lewis, possesses a greater wingspan, and moves even more swiftly. Lewis is left bewildered. Lewis, what is this? As Chen Hao successfully scored, he directed his frustration towards the visibly dejected Lewis, exclaiming, "Who is defending me? Who the hell is defending me? Is it you?" Lewis's expression darkened considerably, feeling as though he had been outmaneuvered, and he contemplated retaliating against Chen Hao. In truth, Chen Hao's words were aimed at Bird, who was not far away. Upon hearing this, Bird's forehead tensed with visible veins. In the ensuing play, Bird made his move, successfully scoring against Perkins. Chen Hao followed suit with a three-pointer, further emphasizing the difference between 3 points and 2, as the former exceeds the latter by 1. Chen Hao's shooting touch was remarkably on point, leading the Lakers to an 8-point advantage as they entered the second quarter on the Celtics' home turf. During the Lakers' frail rotation phase in the second quarter, Chen Hao's presence notably altered the Celtics' defensive strategy, resulting in a fiercely contested match. Undoubtedly, Chen Hao emerged as the standout player for the Lakers in the first half, netting 6 three-pointers for a total of 18 points. His exceptional performance drew the ire and scorn of Celtics fans. However, Chen Hao remained unfazed, fully aware that the essence of competitive sports lies in winning. A victory makes everything sweeter, while a loss would validate the derisive remarks of his detractors. Yet, throughout the evening, Chen Hao faced repeated fouls from Lewis, whose intentions were clear: to disrupt Chen Hao's rhythm. Team captain Perkins even confronted Lewis, nearly igniting a conflict. Although a physical altercation was ultimately averted, the tension between the players escalated. Naturally, Lewis's frustration stemmed from the fact that he was held scoreless in the first half. Yes, the Celtics' second leading scorer, Lewis, was shut out by Chen Hao, finishing the half with 0 points, 3 turnovers, and 3 fouls. He hardly saw any action in the second quarter, leaving him feeling despondent, as he perceived this game as a nightmare that threatened to diminish his value. His attempts to score one-on-one were thwarted repeatedly, leading to multiple errors, even on cutting plays. The lack of competent guards meant the ball rarely reached his hands, compounded by Chen Hao's adeptness at obstructing his passing lanes. Time after time, Lewis found himself in open positions, only for either the guards to miss him or for Chen Hao to effectively block the passing route. Thus, Lewis's performance was marked by considerable frustration and struggle, with his aggression manifesting in numerous fouls against Chen Hao, not without reason. At first, Chen Hao did not take it seriously. After all, playing basketball involves some degree of physical contact, does it not? He did not perceive it as a significant issue. Moreover, to speak of fighting, Chen Hao haha. In this match, it should be noted that the Lakers performed beyond expectations. Logically, they should have swept through effortlessly. However, unfortunately for them, they were up against a legend. In the first half, Chen Hao scored 18 points while Bird tallied 17. Similarly to Lewis, the Lakers chased male deity. The ever-virgin AC Green found himself at the receiving end of a kick. As the halftime whistle blew, AC Green turned to Perkins and inquired, "Captain, in the face of undeniable talent, does my abstinence hold any merit?" Perkins sighed, offering no words but a comforting pat on his shoulder. He speculated that Bird's aggressive performance that night was incited by Chen Hao. It is understandable, in the realm of the King of Kings. To boast is simply intolerable for someone with Bird's profound pride. If I don't erupt, do you think I'm a sickly cat? In truth, Bird had long been seeking an opportunity to retort against Chen Hao, but had yet to find it. Moreover, facing an underwhelming team like the Lakers, the ongoing battle before halftime left Bird quite irked. Thus, as the second half commenced, the Celtics head coach instructed Lewis to find his rhythm, fearing the young man might retreat into himself post-game. Yet, under Chen Hao's relentless pressure, Lewis found himself running amok, with no chances presenting themselves. With 24 seconds on the shot clock, and the countdown nearing 20 seconds, Lewis still found no opportunity. Bird shook his head, demanding, "The ball, give it to me." He reached out for the ball from the guard, Bagley, who complied. Positioned at the three-point line, at a 45-degree angle, Bird received the pass. Noticing this, the chaste male deity Green rushed to defend him, trembling with trepidation, as he had been intimidated by Bird's shooting prowess. As Green approached, Bird was forced to drive right. However, Green's lateral movement stymied him. Bird executed a back dribble and switched hands, changing direction once more. Green's defense during this exchange was commendable. He stayed closely glued to Bird, preventing him from ascending for a shot. With only 2 seconds remaining, Bird realized time was slipping away. Green, witnessing the impending shot, felt a flicker of joy. Yet, it became evident that with a scorer of Bird's caliber, one cannot revel in success until he has unequivocally faltered. As the clock dwindled, Bird leaped, utilizing Green as leverage, and executed a shot amidst the confrontation. What seemed like a desperate attempt was anything but, while it may have appeared fortuitous to others. For Bird, it was merely a fundamental skill. Green was called for a foul. The ball was still in play. Leaning against Green, Bird forcefully converted the 2-1 opportunity. Right from the onset of the second half, Bird's assertive play leveled the score. Instantly, the TD Garden in Boston erupted with fervor. With the basket secured, Bird, brimming with excitement, taunted the disheartened Green, "Keep it up. You almost had me there." Green was utterly disheartened. He ultimately could not escape the humiliation inflicted upon him by the towering Bird's words. As the second half commenced, the impact of the Birds' play sent shockwaves through the Boston Celtics, rekindling the fervor of the Green team's fans. The chants of "Beat LA" reverberated through the arena. "Oh, Yellow-skinned monkey, weren't you once so formidable? How is it that you've been reduced to this? Prepare to be trampled. Your fate is sealed. I assure you. Even the arrival of Jesus cannot alter this. The bird stepped up for a free throw, while the Celtics supporters behind the basket unleashed particularly venomous tirades towards Green. Were it not for the security personnel maintaining order, Chen Hao believed these fans might have resorted to hurling beer cans. Chapter 51. Fighting? A mastery of combat skills awaits you. Chen Hao, brimming with pride, knew that the Lakers had struck at the very core of the Celtics' vulnerabilities. Amidst the jeers of the fans, he successfully converted a free throw, a move intended to incite the Celtics supporters. As soon as the ball left his hands, he turned away with an air of bravado. No way, the Celtics fans exclaimed, yet the ball thundered through the net with a crisp swish. But this was merely the beginning. In the first half, it was Larry Bird who valiantly bore the weight of the team, enduring the Lakers' relentless onslaught. However, during the third quarter, Bird faced a formidable challenge, compounded by his back injury and the intensified defense from Perkins upon his return. One could only speculate what transpired in the restroom when Dunleavy pulled Perkins aside for those few minutes. Regardless, in the early stages of the third quarter, the once unstoppable Bird seemed to vanish into thin air. At the peak of the Lakers' lead, it had swelled to a staggering 13 points. The 1990s were a far cry from the modern small ball era. A 30-point deficit at halftime was hardly a concern then. Yet, in this day and age, such a gap loomed large. Many Celtics fans fell silent, heads in hands, witnessing Chen Hao dominate their home court while feeling utterly powerless. A sensation akin to swallowing a fly, distasteful and maddening. They understood that if the game continued on this trajectory, a collapse in the third quarter was imminent. Though they were not incapable of accepting defeat, after all, it was just a regular season game. Even the formidable Chicago Bulls could not claim victory in all 82 matches of the season. However, losing to anyone was acceptable, except for the Lakers. Lewis was acutely aware of this, wishing to alleviate some of the pressure on Bird. However, it was only the third quarter, and Bird was already gasping for breath. Beads of sweat cascading down like raindrops, while he struggled to run, supporting his waist with one hand. Lewis felt a deep sense of guilt, berating himself for his inadequacy in shouldering the team's burdens. Resolute in his resolve, Lewis took a breath and declared to himself that he could not allow the situation to persist. In this moment, he needed to rise and take charge. This was his team, and he could not bear to witness their defeat. Determined, Lewis set his sights on confronting Chen Hao to reclaim some respect. But Chen Hao was like glue, sticking close to him, leaving Lewis with no opportunity. After navigating 2 screens, he finally managed to receive the ball, only to find Chen Hao immediately closing in. A bitter sense of despair washed over Lewis. This relentless opponent seemed to haunt him without respite. To make matters worse, Chen Hao taunted him, declaring, "Don't bother trying. You can't compete with me." The more Chen Hao insists, the more Lewis feels compelled to prove himself. The chief intends to come forward and set a screen for Lewis. But brother, that's forced. Basketball is not merely a one-on-one contest. However, Lewis waves his hand dismissively, saying no need. Chen Hao, his arrogance is quite pronounced. Let him experience what true despair means. Without hesitation, he unleashed a death grip. Lewis dribbled the ball, veering left in an attempt to bypass Chen Hao, who remained motionless. A spark of joy ignited in Lewis's heart. Yes, I've done it. As he reveled in his triumph and contemplated his next move, Chen Hao's hand swiftly emerged, delivering a precise slap that dislodged the ball from Lewis's grasp. The play was impeccably clean, free from any foul. The ball was captured effortlessly by Perkins, stabilizing the situation momentarily. With a forlorn expression, Lewis raised his hands. Appealing to the referee, "He hit my hand." The referee, unfazed, responded with a look that suggested, "How shameless can you be? A mistake does not equate to a foul. Is there truly someone who expects a whistle for such a triviality?" At this moment, Chen Hao approached silently, his lips parched, yet he gestured a 6 towards Lewis, who instantly comprehended the implication. It was his 6th turnover of the match. Unable to defend effectively and failing to score, the frustration nearly suffocated Lewis. Trembling with anger, he clenched his fists. Never before had he felt such an urge to strike someone. Damn it! The big bird, feeling despondent, was about to take a breather and light a cigarette in the corner when Perkins seized the ball. Noticing the Celtics' sluggish defense, he pressed forward with urgency. The aging big bird, burdened by his years, had no choice but to jog back, enduring the strain of such exertion at his age. Chen Hao, undeterred, pressed forward. recognizing this as an opportunity to widen the gap in the score. Should the Lakers maintain such a level of performance throughout this quarter, they could very well conclude the game ahead of schedule. Furthermore, he yearned to silence the Celtics fans, whose incessant jeering had indeed repulsed him. Otherwise, his behavior would not have been so uncharacteristic. The legendary Bird may have lost his speed, yet his teammates were swift in their positioning. The Lakers found themselves compelled to engage in a half-court battle. The ball was passed 5 times before it ultimately found its way into Chen Hao's hands. As the entire team sought to capitalize on the scorching hot form of Chen Hao bore the weight of responsibility without hesitation. However, he soon realized that Lewis had elevated his defensive intensity to a new level in this round. The defensive maneuvers were aggressive, teetering on the brink of fouls. And with the referee remaining silent, Lewis became increasingly relentless. His eyes gleamed with ferocity as he resolved, "Yellow-skinned monkey, I will not allow you to score, even if it means toppling you." Thus, as Chen Hao held the ball in a threatening posture, feigning a shot, Lewis charged forward with determination. This time, he aimed directly at Chen Hao, and should Chen Hao leap in midair only to be met with such force from Lewis, the outcome could be dire. This was no longer merely a game. It had become a confrontation. Lewis brimmed with confidence, yet he could never have anticipated that Chen Hao's move was merely a ruse. Lewis exclaimed in frustration, "Utter nonsense." A feint. Chen Hao pivoted to the side, causing Lewis to lunge in vain. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, he promptly adjusted his stance and gave chase. After skillfully maneuvering past Lewis, Chen Hao deliberately slowed his pace, intending to create the illusion of a rear-end collision. Lewis, indeed, fell for the ruse, but this time, he was truly relentless. Chen Hao was indeed knocked down by Lewis. However, before he fell, Chen Hao managed to toss the ball into the air. Chen Hao fell to the ground, and simultaneously, the ball swooshed through the net. The whistle blew. Chen Hao completed a remarkable 2-1. Ma Wen and Albert erupted with exhilaration, as the prodigious basketball talent Lewis found himself utterly defenseless before Chen Hao. He was, after all, the future of the Green Army. This marked his 7th turnover in the match. After scoring, Chen Hao remained seated on the floor, triumphantly raising his arms in celebration. Once his teammates helped him up, he couldn't resist taunting Lewis, shaking his head and exclaiming, "Ineffectual. Completely ineffectual. What use are you?" Lewis, unable to contain himself, snapped back, "What are you saying? Step up for a one-on-one. I'll take you down." Driven to the brink of madness by the humiliation, he lost his composure entirely. Chen Hao, unfazed by Lewis's reaction, ignited a complete meltdown in him. As the saying goes, trouble never spares the family. This individual even resorted to insults about family. Chen Hao felt it was necessary to demonstrate to him what true martial prowess entailed. Before Chen Hao could make a move, Lewis charged forward and forcefully shoved him, exclaiming, "I will take you down." Chapter 52. What nonsense. Unable to win in the game, nor in a fight. Chen Hao, good code. I was not going to trouble you, but now you have taken the initiative. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his massive fist, charging at Lewis's face with an air of lethal intent, as if he intended to devour him whole. Instantly, Lewis panicked, his body involuntarily retreating. Perkins, witnessing the scene, thought to himself, "This is bad." He quickly rushed in, firmly holding on to Chen Hao, urging him to remain calm. However, he soon realized that he could barely restrain Chen Hao. As the onlookers noticed the escalating physical conflict, they surged forward to intervene, positioning themselves between the two. The exuberant Celtics fans reveled in the unfolding drama, their excitement palpable. Given the current state of their team, securing a victory over the Lakers seemed a daunting task. Yet, if this situation took a turn, the outcome was anyone's guess. While they might struggle on the court, when it came to a brawl, especially in Boston, they were ready to unleash their ferocity. No one would escape unscathed. Go for it. Beat them down. Crush them. They hollered, eager for a spectacle. After taking a couple of steps back, fueled by the fans' fervor, Lewis felt compelled not to appear cowardly before his fellow townsfolk. As the heir apparent of the Celtics, the team's future, and Bird's successor, he could not back down. He too raised his fists, shouting at Chen Hao, "Come on. You want to fight?" He charged forward. Just as Perkins pulled him back, Chen Hao began to regain his composure. This was a basketball game, not a brawl. Moreover, he recalled that in his previous life, Lewis had succumbed to a heart condition at a young age, and the thought of potentially delivering a fatal blow made Chen Hao uneasy. That would lead to serious legal repercussions. But Lewis, undeterred, lunged at Chen Hao, throwing a punch aimed squarely at his face. Damn! With Lewis striking first, It meant that he could now claim self-defense. Even if he were to accidentally kill Lewis, he could merely be accused of excessive self-defense. At that moment, Chen Hao decided to unleash his full combat prowess. He forcefully pushed Perkins aside and deftly dodged the incoming attack by tilting his head. Simultaneously, he delivered a powerful right hook that connected with Lewis's jaw, causing a spray of warm blood to erupt forth. Lewis, momentarily dazed and seeing stars, struggled to maintain his footing. Chen Hao did not relent. He seized Lewis and executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. No one anticipated that Chen Hao would be so ruthless, turning aggressive at the first opportunity. The first to react was Bird, shocked to witness one of his own being laid out on home turf. How could this be? When it came to brawling, Bird had neither lost nor feared. He immediately rushed in, taking advantage of Chen Hao's momentary distraction to grapple him from behind, shouting to his teammates, "Get in there, brothers. I've got him restrained. Take him down." Chief Parrish was already displeased. Big Bird had issued commands. Immediately, he swung his massive fist, aiming directly at Chen Hao's face. Just then, he was embraced from behind. Turning his head, he saw it was Big Bird. "Ah, so you've arrived too, Big Bird. Do you think you can overpower me with sheer numbers? Let us see who truly prevails." The Celtics fans were elated at this sight, envisioning Chen Hao's front teeth being knocked out, bloodied and dazed on the ground. "You, yellow-skinned monkey, are finished tonight. Our wrath is beyond your endurance." However, to the fans' astonishment, Chen Hao seized Bird, who had embraced him, and executed a perfect over-the-shoulder throw, slamming him onto the advancing chief. A resounding crash echoed, as both Big Bird and the chief found themselves sprawled on the ground, having assumed the classic posture of an over-the-shoulder throw. Simultaneously, Chen Hao kept moving with quick, agile steps, twisting his body, his right thumb brushing his nose as he let out a howl, reminiscent of Bruce Lee's signature style. At that moment, all action ceased. Big Bird grimaced in pain, clutching his back, yet he refrained from crying out. Beneath him lay the chief, his nose crushed from the impact. The Celtics fans at the North Shore TD Garden were left dumbfounded. This was entirely different from what they had envisioned. In less than 5 seconds, Chen Hao had single-handedly taken down 3 members of the green team. Among them, Lewis, who had been the first to strike, lay unconscious in a pool of blood. Suddenly, the North Shore TD Garden fell into a profound silence, all present rendered speechless. To be honest, true clashes between the Celtics and the Lakers have never lacked for brawls. In '84, Rambis was locked in a chokehold, igniting a massive conflict. In '87, even Magic Bird joined the fray in a communal boxing match. Moreover, in the subsequent decade, such altercations continued. Fans would not forget the infamous elbow from Arteist, later known as Meta World Peace, delivered to Paul Pierce. How to articulate it? The battle between the Lakers and the Celtics would be incomplete without brawls, akin to the absence of Jerusalem in the West. Of course, in fighting, there are victors and vanquished. That is only natural. There are no eternal champions, right? It is accurate to say so, since they have fought. Being beaten is also a part of the game, is it not? They have faced defeat before and felt no fear. Historically, the Celtics have had more victories than losses in brawls, and they have never been defeated on their home turf. Yet this time, they lost, and the defeat was absolute. This time, they truly felt fear, for the loss was devastatingly severe. Chen Hao faced 3 opponents and emerged victorious. It can be said that this was an exceedingly humiliating defeat for the Green Army. Amidst the silence of the arena, a roar echoed. Murder. All Green Army fans were left with a singular thought. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. How could such a formidable adversary exist in this world? The atmosphere above the TD Garden in Boston was suffused with an overwhelming sense of frustration. How does one characterize such a night? Being utterly dominated by their most despised rivals, whether in sport or in conflict, is it not akin to paying for one's own torment? In truth, it was not only the Green Army's supporters who were astounded. The Lakers players were equally taken aback. Campbell's body trembled incessantly as he muttered, How dare he? Even Teague, who had always harbored disdain for Chen Hao, was rendered speechless, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets in disbelief. He felt a wave of relief that he had refrained from any egregious actions towards Chen Hao during practice, had it come to blows. He questioned whether he would even be able to continue playing. The seasoned Dunville was not faring much better, his face reflecting sheer horror. Meanwhile, Chen Hao remained composed. Observing Lewis sprawled in a pool of blood, noting that he could still roll, a sign that a heart attack had not struck him. Thus, he felt reassured. Chapter 53. What is this? Unable to win and play, nor in a fight. Does Chen Hao bear any fault? What transgression could he possibly have committed? It was merely an act of justifiable defense, provided, of course, that no one met their demise. If a life were lost, the situation would become exceedingly grave. The chief's mouth is shaped like an O. Is this young man truly so ferocious? Yet, he is branded as a resolute warrior, a fierce guardian wielding a blade before the emperor. In a scenario where someone dares to defile the emperor's dignity, one would expect action. Otherwise, the fans would unleash their scorn post-match. However, faced with Chen Hao's unparalleled prowess, even the chief quakes in apprehension. Nevertheless, the chief steels himself, throwing wild punches into thin air with reckless abandon. The great bird recalls the situation, but upon witnessing the chief's theatrical display, he buries his head and chooses to play the role of the ostrich. Chen Hao's recent shoulder throw genuinely startled Bird, who understood all too well that joining the fray would merely result in his own demise. Enduring a single thrashing from the newcomer was bearable, but receiving a second was simply intolerable for the esteemed player. Amidst the momentary bewilderment of both parties, the referee intervened, promptly issuing a penalty that expelled all those involved in the altercation. Chen Hao was also ejected. He felt utterly innocent. "Referee, hear my defense." Yet, the official paid him no heed. Upon looking up, he noticed the Lakers were in the lead. Moreover, he single-handedly replaced 3 members of the Celtics. One might say he emerged unscathed from that exchange. This was indeed an extraordinary feat, observing the Celtics head coach in a fit of exasperation. Accompanied by the relentless boos from the crowd, he realized that this moment was a resounding triumph. As Chen Hao shed his garments, he strode unperturbed into the players' tunnel. In times past, Lakers players traversing the sacred confines of the North Shore TD Garden would undoubtedly face a barrage of refuse and beer cans hurled by the fervent Celtics fans. And in more egregious instances, they would be met with spittle. Yet, on this occasion, Chen Hao encountered none of that. The seemingly fierce Celtics supporters stood in silent awe, scarcely daring to breathe, as they watched him make his way to the locker room. At this moment, the once boisterous fans resembled docile lambs, too timid to utter a sound. Even a formidable figure like Lewis, a professional athlete with a background in boxing, found himself unable to withstand even a single round against Chen Hao. One could only imagine the fate of an ordinary person who dared to provoke him straight to the ICU. Without question, they had come to a swift realization. Their demeanor shifted dramatically from the belligerent bravado displayed before the match. Chen Hao was perplexed, wondering why there was not a single sound. He had braced himself for the spittle that might come his way. Of course, he was not devoid of reason. Unlike Ah Tai, who might charge at the fans in a fit of rage, he considered himself a civilized individual, incapable of such behavior. Yet, the Celtics fans remained utterly silent. Chen Hao was taken aback. Had this group truly transformed? Before the match, they had been fierce, each one brimming with an intimidating demeanor, as if they were ready to devour someone. Ma Wen was genuinely anxious. He feared that Chen Hao might lash out at the fans. Yet, to his astonishment, the Celtic supporters were utterly silent. Yes, profoundly silent. It was as if they couldn't even muster a sound. He gasped, "Oh my God!" In his recollection, Chen Hao was the first and only man in NBA history capable of rendering this arena completely mute. Gudika's lips trembled. He could hardly believe that the seemingly harmless and genteel Chen Hao possessed such formidable fighting prowess. The thought of Tyson crossed his mind. In an instant, Lewis collapsed to the ground. Had he received such a blow, he would likely be frolicking with the divine now. He shivered, recalling his earlier disparaging remarks about Chen Hao. He realized that sometimes one must tread carefully with their words, particularly regarding their assessments of Chen Hao, which required utmost caution. Chen Hao has been ejected from the game. The match continues. However, the Celtics fans remain shaken, still reeling from the shock that Chen Hao just delivered. To put it plainly, they are frightened, genuinely fearful of inadvertently provoking Chen Hao's temper, which could lead to him storming out of the player tunnel to unleash another bout of fury upon them. Observing Bird, Lewis, and Chief assisting each other back to the locker room, they collectively gasp at the sight. This memory is one they would rather forget. On the court, with Chen Hao absent, both defense and offense have faltered significantly. Yet, with 3 key players missing from the Celtics lineup, the Lakers maintain a comfortable lead in the score. Chen Hao's martial prowess has undeniably boosted the Lakers' morale. The newly substituted Campbell, feeling emboldened, thinks to himself, "If Chen Hao can do it, why can't I?" The Celtics are nothing special. As it turns out, confidence can be empowering, but arrogance can lead to downfall. Campbell suffers a humiliating rejection. How can Chen Hao do it so effortlessly? He wonders to himself. Nevertheless, the Celtics are unable to mount any significant offense without their three main players. On the Lakers' side, with Green and Perkins providing solid support, they ultimately secure a resounding 21-point victory over the Celtics without breaking a sweat. As soon as the game concludes, all the Lakers rush towards their locker room, anxious that Bird and his crew might come looking for trouble with Chen Hao. They fear that he might be left to fend for himself, and that would lead to serious complications. The Lakers desperately need Chen Hao. If it were Teague who got injured, it would be unfortunate, but manageable. However, Chen Hao is irreplaceable. They simply cannot afford to lose him. Consequently, after the game, ESPN reporters can only manage to interview Deng Weili. Clearly more interested in the details of Chen Hao's fighting skills than the game's outcome, a reporter inquires. Has Chen Hao trained in martial arts? How is he able to incapacitate two individuals with a single punch? Deng Weili casts a sideways glance at the reporter, scrutinizing his press badge, clearly questioning the reporter's competence. Upon confirming that he is indeed from ESPN, Deng Weili shrugs and says, I have no idea. What I can assure you is that Chen Hao did not initiate the altercation. Lewis attempted to confront him, and then both Lewis and Bird went down immediately. I suspect they were feigning injury, without a doubt. While Deng Weili witnessed the entire sequence of events involving Chen Hao striking Lewis, he would never admit to it. The reporter presses on, asking if Chen Hao possesses some mysterious Eastern power, as it seems impossible for one shoulder throw to have such an effect. Deng Weili waves his hand dismissively, pondering whether this is a legitimate post-game basketball interview. Inside the Lakers' locker room, Perkins and the others immediately check on Chen Hao, inspecting him for any signs of injury. Once they ascertain that he is unharmed, Perkins breathes a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, he is astonished, saying, Wow, Chen, I didn't realize you were such a skilled fighter. One move, and you took down that ruffian Larry. Truly impressive. You know that, right? After numerous battles with Larry, this was the most exhilarating experience yet. It was truly delightful. The aging bachelor AC Green chimed in, Indeed. Teach me your ways sometime. I have long been irked by that Bird. Everyone in the locker room turned to him. AC Green, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched the back of his head and chuckled. It's quite normal to fight while holding a ball. Meanwhile, Teague lingered outside the door, hesitant to enter. He swallowed hard, thinking, Goodness, how brutal. It's fortunate I stopped when I did. Otherwise, I might be missing some body parts right now. According to the Lakers' original plan, after tonight's game, they were scheduled to play again in 2 days. They could easily spend a night resting in Boston before departing. However, following the interview, Dunleavy dashed back to the locker room, instructing the players to gather their belongings immediately and prepare for a flight to Los Angeles that very night. He had no desire to linger in Boston, fearful of any unforeseen incidents. On the other side, Larry Bird refused to attend the post-game press conference. I still have a bandage wrapped around my head, he protested. Yet, the reporters were relentless, sensing that this was an opportunity too significant to miss. Their professional instincts told them that something monumental was about to unfold. With determination, they headed toward the Celtics' locker room. Left with no choice, Bird reluctantly agreed to participate. At the press conference, the once vibrant Bird seemed diminished, as if the vigor had been knocked out of him by Chen Hao's punch, leaving only a sense of defeat and desolation. Before the reporters could pose their questions, Bird declared, I think I may need to retire. This statement bewildered the journalists. The news was utterly unexpected. Just before the new season began, they had interviewed him about his retirement plans, and he had been full of life, confidently dismissing the notion. Retirement? Are you joking? I have not even considered it. I feel as though I am only 18. But now? The reporters questioned if Bird had been dazed by Chen Hao's punch, asking, Larry, are you sure you're all right? Perhaps you should get checked out. Naturally, Bird was fine and assured them that he was more lucid than ever. His statement was not a result of Chen Hao's blow or the Celtics' loss. He understood that tonight's game had been a challenging affair. His feelings of despair and loneliness stemmed from witnessing a lifelong rival seemingly discover the key to rebuilding. While glancing at his successor, Lewis, who was still quite immature, Bird felt a deep sense of inadequacy. He looked at Lewis, momentarily lost in thought, pondering. This physique isn't bad at all. How could one punch have rendered me so ineffective? Larry, are you listening? As the reporter posed a question, Bird snapped back to reality, responding with, Oh, what did you say? The reporter inquired, What prompted your desire to retire? Was it tonight's game? Bird sighed, appearing to age a decade in an instant. I loathe to admit it, but I must confess, I am growing older and feel increasingly weary, especially after tonight's match. The reporter gasped, for Larry Bird, the legendary icon of basketball, had always embodied confidence, a figure who confronted everything and everyone with unwavering resolve. It was rare to witness him so self-aware. The reporter pressed on, "What is your assessment of Chen Hao?" At the mere mention of Chen Hao, Bird grimaced, seemingly in need of dental work following the game. "He is the strongest from the class of '91. I believe surpassing Jordan is well within his reach." Larry Johnson, the celebrated rookie, remarked, "Bird, you're out of line." Indeed, there was a rationale behind Bird's statements. Having faced defeat tonight, he was inclined to collect some interest. In the NBA, a particular kind of harm exists, known as the killing with kindness, Bird mused. "Aren't you quite formidable? If so, I shall expose you, allowing the entire world to scrutinize and study you, rendering you unable to escape." Bird's calculations were astutely resonant. Chen Hao has indeed become a sensation. No, it would be more accurate to say he has exploded onto the scene. The following day's newspapers, without exception, all featured him on the front page headlines. Los Angeles, in particular, went to the extreme, boldly and emphatically praising Chen Hao with prominent headlines. "Chen Hao, what a farce! Unable to surpass in skill, nor in strength, who else is left?" The reporters from Angel City have finally celebrated the new year, indulging in dumplings for once. It is worth noting that since the retirement of Magic Johnson, the Lakers have been consistently dominated by their perennial rivals, the Celtics. The struggle for survival has been arduous, almost insurmountable. Yet, this time, due to Chen Hao's remarkable boxing prowess, they have finally sung their victory song, reclaiming a semblance of dominance. It must be said, the sensation of yielding and submitting, of calling out for a superior, is oddly gratifying. The fans in the realm of the Lakers erupted in ecstatic cries. Initially, Lakers patriarch West was apprehensive that Chen Hao's antics might jeopardize his skyrocketing popularity. However, witnessing the overwhelming demand for Chen Hao's merchandise, he realized his concerns were unfounded. Presently, Chen Hao's popularity has not waned. Rather, it has surged. According to the latest sales data, he has eclipsed Magic Johnson, becoming the most sought-after player in Lakers jerseys. Such popularity is nothing short of explosive. As Chen Hao's fame soared, he simultaneously garnered a reputation as a formidable figure, earning the label of a villain from the public, suggesting that he is not to be trifled with. Fans humorously referred to Chen Hao as a fighter whose potential was hindered by his basketball career. Amidst the playful banter, this match further solidified the fans' belief that the Lakers' choice of him was undoubtedly a wise one, with bright prospects on the horizon. In the Chicago Bulls locker room, Michael Jordan had just completed his training session and was seated for therapy. After reviewing the game, while still undergoing treatment, he casually picked up a newspaper nearby. To his surprise, the headline did not feature him. How could this be? After winning the championship last year, Jordan was elevated to legendary status, enjoying unparalleled popularity and being the unequivocal star of the NBA. Making headlines was as effortless as the basic necessities of life. However, what troubled him was the apparent absence of his name in the headlines lately, replaced instead by that of Chen Hao. Chen Hao. Who is Chen Hao? This name seems rather peculiar. Is he of Asian descent? Are these journalists simply idling away? Does an Asian merit such coverage? To my recollection, there appear to be no Asians in the NBA. Can they indeed play basketball? It's not that Jordan is arrogant. Rather, he is not a person of hubris. Yet, nowadays, the NBA lacks not only Asians, but even individuals of Asian descent. Moreover, the presence of Caucasians is quite scarce. It creates a perception that basketball is predominantly a sport for African Americans, and individuals from other ethnic backgrounds seem ill-suited for this endeavor. Jordan, intrigued, wonders if there is truly some mysterious Eastern prowess inherent in Asians. He resolves to investigate. To his astonishment, upon delving into the matter, he is taken aback. Observing the bloodied visage of Bird, he chuckles. "Huh, Big Bird, look at you now." This young man piques his interest. He eagerly anticipates a meeting with him. However, upon reviewing the schedule, he finds it still too early, dampening his enthusiasm. The once prominent rookie, Larry Johnson, is left in tears. After a hard-fought victory, he feels invigorated. Spurred on by Chen Hao, achieving the best performance of his career with 30 points and 10 rebounds, a significant double-double. Finally, he believes it's his turn to bask in the limelight. Chen Hao, let me tell you who truly reigns supreme from the 1991 draft. But upon opening the newspaper, he is dismayed. pondering if anyone remembers that the 1991 #1 pick was Larry Johnson, not Big Mama. Chapter 55. Barkley. Who is Chen Hao? I do not know him, nor do I need to. Barkley reflects on the absurdity of a rookie being utterly dominated by an undrafted player, a remarkable occurrence in NBA history. How does Big Mama respond? In reality, he was not a bust but rather the Rookie of the Year. Yet, in stark contrast to the luminous Chen Hao, he fades into the background as merely a supporting character. Fighting may provide a fleeting thrill, but it cannot be a daily pursuit. Oh, no. How could one resort to fighting? NBA Commissioner Stern, in a serious tone, convenes a meeting with Chen Hao. Despite his busy schedule, Stern is genuinely concerned about the situation. He is striving to elevate the NBA brand internationally, and this incident is merely a minor hiccup before they fully penetrate the market. Stern, are you deliberately opposing me? I am not, David. You know me. I merely acted in self-defense. Chen Hao interjects. Before Stern can respond, Chen Hao continues, if I truly wanted to fight, Larry and his companions would be in the ICU right now. You know, had I not pursued basketball, I could have easily become a combat athlete. In that moment, I believe my approach was rather restrained. Stern replies, just because you didn't kill anyone doesn't mean it was restrained. He was rendered speechless. The lad possessed quite the tongue, yet, irrespective of the circumstances, engaging in combat is fundamentally wrong. Thus, as a matter of formality, he shall be suspended for 2 matches, serving as a lesson. Additionally, please ensure the fine is settled. Chen Hao let out a sigh of relief. The penalty was relatively lenient. However, while a suspension could be acceptable, the fine was truly burdensome, an astonishing $5,000. In this day and age, what does $5,000 signify? That amounts to 50,000 RMB. Back in 1990, 50,000 was a considerable sum, enough to purchase a courtyard residence in the capital of our nation. It is worth noting that Chen Hao's second short contract, lasting merely 10 days, was also valued at $5,000, and with one powerful blow, that amount has vanished. Chen Hao entered the office of the Lakers general manager, feeling despondent. Across the desk sat West, his demeanor exceedingly grave. However, Chen was preoccupied with the matter of $5,000, lacking any real comprehension of its significance. Throughout the ordeal, he had never perceived himself as having erred in any way. After all, it was they who instigated the conflict, and when the confrontation ensued, it was they who faltered. Must he remain stationary and endure their assaults simply because of his own strength? What kind of logic is that? Upon seeing Chen enter, Stern gestured for him to take a seat. Chen, without hesitation, plopped down. It was at this moment that Stern began to speak. Chen, as you know, we are the Los Angeles Lakers, a prominent team in a major market, not a rough-and-tumble squad like the Pistons from Motor City. We do not condone fighting. Do you realize that we are the team that garners the most attention nationwide? Half of our games are broadcast live across the country. Engaging in brawls in front of a national audience is simply unacceptable. Chen Hao wished to defend himself, yet West was the first to laugh. However, the group of fools in Boston was an exception. Well, very well, splendidly done. I adore this. Chen Hao, before your arrival, I noticed your furrowed brow. I presume it is due to your displeasure regarding the fines. Worry not, for I shall request that the team cover the expenses. After all, facing Boston is an inescapable duty for every Angelino. West's smile is nearly reaching his temples. Chen Hao, what a delightful turn of events. Naturally, even if the team does not contribute financially, I would not mind investing my own money. West replied with great enthusiasm. Yet, no matter how spirited West was, he could not change the past. During his playing days, he often found himself in fierce confrontations with the Celtics, suffering more defeats than victories, once even being pinned down and humiliated by them. When it comes to tenacity, the Lakers of West's era were no less fierce than the Celtics. They were a team that faced repeated defeats, whether in games or brawls, characterized by a combination of inexperience and a love for the game. Now, however, the Lakers have acquired Chen Hao. With a single punch, he vanquished the Celtics. Could there be a more exhilarating experience? West was utterly enamored. He envisioned Chen Hao's fist obliterating the Celtics dynasty. Furthermore, this very display did not diminish his popularity. On the contrary, it enhanced it. So what wrong could Chen Hao have committed? He was merely acting in self-defense. Perhaps realizing that his grin was somewhat mischievous and overly self-satisfied, West, well aware that hubris often invites misfortune, cleared his throat and adopted a more serious demeanor. Ahem, but let this not become a precedent. Off you go. Your suspension conveniently grants you a few days of respite. Take the time to rest well. However, remember to schedule your training. Chen Hao exited the general manager's office, instantly revitalized, his earlier despondency dissipating like mist. However, he had barely taken a few steps when someone called out to him, "Chen, please wait a moment. I need to speak with you." As Chen Hao turned his head, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, pleasant yet not overwhelming. Before his eyes stood a stunning beauty, adorned in formal attire with cascading golden waves of hair. Aunt Jenny, in her youth, had graced the cover as a bunny girl, and her figure remained striking. The knee-length skirt and fitted blazer accentuated her exquisite form, momentarily captivating Chen Hao and leaving him momentarily dazed. With the click of her high heels echoing softly, Jenny approached Chen Hao. It was uncertain whether her actions were intentional or not, but as she stood before him, she casually swept back her hair, a few strands brushing against the tip of Chen Hao's nose, eliciting a ticklish sensation. The lingering scent of her shampoo was delightful. This alluring siren, Jenny, truly knew how to embody and exude the allure of mature femininity to its fullest extent. Chen Hao once harbored doubts that Jenny was flirting with him. He inquired, "Boss, did you call for me?" "What do you mean by boss?" "Just call me Jenny, as my friends and family do." Jenny seemed somewhat displeased upon hearing Chen Hao refer to her as boss. "All right, boss," he replied, despite her earlier request. "You said not to call you that." "Yes, boss," he reiterated. Jenny approached Chen Hao primarily out of concern for his well-being, inquiring if he had sustained any injuries. She reassured him regarding the fines, stating that the team would handle it. "Thank you, boss," Chen Hao replied. "Please, just call me Jenny." "Fine, boss. If there is nothing else, I'll head to practice," he stated. "Hold on, would you? Are you truly all right? Shall I assist you with a quick checkup?" With that, Jenny took his hand, her fingers brushing against his arm in a playful manner. Chen Hao swiftly dodged, questioning why words had escalated to physical confrontation. When Chen Hao encountered such a scene, he felt it unnecessary to linger any longer. He hastily freed himself from Jenny's grasp and fled in a panic. Watching Chen Hao escape in such haste, Jenny stamped her feet in frustration. However, this only intensified her desire to conquer him. Jenny muttered to herself, "Damn it, I'm soaked again." Clutching her Chanel handbag, she made her way directly to the restroom. The incident involving Chen Hao has been resolved adequately. For him, a mere 2-game suspension is of little consequence. However, for Bird and others, the situation has become quite troublesome. Chapter 56. Barkley. Who is Chen Hao? I do not know him, nor do I need to. Strictly speaking, Chen Hao acted in self-defense, as it was Lewis who initiated the confrontation, with Bird serving as an accomplice. Lewis received a 7-game suspension and a fine of 20,000, while Bird faced a 4-game suspension and a 10,000 penalty. The Chief's unorthodox punches proved effective, resulting in only a 1-game suspension and a 2,000 fine. Yet, post-match, he was mercilessly ridiculed by fans, branded as a coward, and questioned for his absence when he was needed. He became an object of derision among the supporters. Bird, too, found himself in a difficult situation. Fans mocked him for resorting to fighting when he was unable to excel in the game, and to his dismay, he discovered that he was equally inept in brawling. Reports suggested that Bird even made a trip to the hospital afterward. It can be said that he left no impression in this match. The most unfortunate party was Lewis, who faced ridicule from fans. They taunted him, questioning why he would provoke Chen Hao without any awareness of his own limitations. He was overwhelmed, outnumbered, and nearly defeated, leading to the question of whether he had any sense of self-respect left. Following this defeat, Lewis hastily enrolled in a combat class through his agent, realizing that in this era, one cannot thrive in basketball without a modicum of fighting skill. Consequently, numerous journalists began to speculate that Lewis was unfit for his role, advocating for his trade and a complete rebuild of the team. The rumors of his potential departure intensified, and Lewis felt a profound sense of urgency. All thanks to Chen Hao. Lewis vowed, "Chen Hao, you are finished. You will not withstand my wrath. Next time, I will ensure you regret it." Little does he know that when he learns of Chen Hao's exceptional combat prowess, his expression will be quite telling. The destination he yearns for is merely the beginning for Chen Hao. The incident involving Chen Hao's brutal confrontation with the Celtics has stirred considerable commotion within the NBA, and the repercussions have yet to dissipate. Nevertheless, life must go on. The Lakers have embarked on their journey, commencing a trip of 3 consecutive games in the Eastern Conference. Chen Hao has been suspended for 2 games. Although he has a 3-day break, he chose not to rest, but to accompany his team on their expedition. However, he later regretted this decision, wishing he had remained in Los Angeles. The team's performance was undeniably disheartening. How can one express it? Losing to the Magic is a bitter defeat. If they can lose to the Magic, who else could they possibly lose to? It seems there is no one left. It is essential to recognize that the Magic are fiercely determined to contend for Shaquille O'Neal this season. For those who may not grasp this, it is akin to the Spurs deliberately underperforming to secure Victor Wembanyama. While it appears that the Lakers are merely missing Chen Hao, his three-point shooting and perimeter defense are irreplaceable. Old Curry has returned. However, his defensive capabilities are paper-thin, better left unmentioned. The situation is painfully evident, as the Magic excel in their perimeter play, leading to the Lakers being thoroughly overwhelmed. This compelled the Magic's head coach to call a timeout, urging his players to maintain their composure. If they continued to play this way, victory would be within their grasp. It is crucial to remember that winning is not our primary objective. The Magic played cautiously, yet the Lakers simply could not find the basket. From Perkins to the bench player Campbell, none performed adequately. Old Curry, renowned for his shooting, returned from injury but managed to score only 1 three-pointer while exhausting 8 attempts. Even his eldest son, Stephen Curry, who was present at the game, covered his face in disbelief, unable to watch. Not only did they fail to score, but defensively, they allowed Anderson from the opposing team to rack up 35 points, marking a season high for him. To protect Old Curry, Dang Wheelie was forced to conceal him. Yet without Chen Hao's formidable perimeter defense, no one else could fill that void. The Magic's Scott, alongside Anderson on the perimeter, also managed to score an impressive 28 points. Scott has grasped the coach's intentions and has restrained his offensive desires. In the past, he would have taken no fewer than 20 shots in a game. Yet he achieved his 28 points with fewer than 14 attempts this time. Ultimately, the Magic triumphed over the Lakers with a score of 99-89. Following this match, the Magic stood at 6 losses and 3 wins, gradually drifting away from their pursuit of Shaquille O'Neal. After the game, the Magic's head coach expressed his frustration at their victory, questioning how they had managed to win at all. It was utterly disappointing. And yet another piece of the Shaquille puzzle had slipped away. Perhaps it was a remark made by his eldest son after the game against the Magic that ignited a spark within Old Curry. In the subsequent match against the Heat, he experienced an extraordinary resurgence. His three-point shooting was remarkable, hitting 4 out of 8 attempts, achieving an impressive accuracy of 50. Furthermore, he unleashed a personal season high of 21 points. Yet, despite this achievement, the Lakers ultimately suffered a disheartening defeat to the Heat by a margin of 10 points. While Old Curry may have scored a season-best 21 points, the points conceded during his presence on the court undoubtedly exceeded 30. The Heat employed a singular strategy, utilizing screens to target Old Curry. He was directly singled out. Once his defense, as fragile as paper, was breached, the Lakers' rim protection proved woefully inadequate. It is commendable that Divac manages to fulfill his designated responsibilities, but expecting more from him is simply unrealistic. AC Green, too, does not possess particularly exceptional talent. His defensive coverage is minimal, offering scant support, leaving nothing more to be desired. Once again, the Lakers face defeat. Chen Hao has completely transformed. Are you truly still not selecting weaker opponents? To be honest, it is quite challenging to identify teams that are inferior to the current Magic and Heat. Chen Hao even found himself questioning the reliability of his own memory. He distinctly recalled that, even in his absence, the Lakers should have managed to scrape into the playoffs this season. How could this be? Upon further reflection, he realized that in the original timeline, the Lakers had not yet parted ways with Worthy. It seemed that the current Lakers were lacking a key star player, which could certainly explain their struggles. The unfortunate news was that after a 4-game winning streak, the Lakers had suffered 2 consecutive defeats. However, there was a silver lining. Chen Hao, who had been suspended for 2 games, was poised to make his return in the next match. The fervent fans of the Lakers were practically beside themselves with excitement. Their need for Chen Hao was palpable. After all, statistically speaking, the Lakers had not lost a single game with him on the court. In stark contrast, without Chen Hao, the Lakers had yet to secure a victory this season. Chen Hao was also eager to play. However, he found himself unable to do so. The pace of his progress was excruciatingly slow. Merely relying on training to accumulate experience points yielded minimal results, leaving him in a state of insatiable thirst. It seemed the system was equally anticipating Chen Hao's return. Upon the lifting of his suspension, he received a task from the system to avoid a third consecutive defeat and to lead the Lakers out of their predicament. The reward was a modest 2 experience points, while the penalty loomed larger at 4 experience points. Essentially, this task required him to triumph over the Philadelphia 76ers in the final match of the Lakers' 3-game road trip in the Eastern Conference. Indeed, it entailed overcoming the team famously known for its air pig, the 76ers. To be frank, the 76ers were often regarded as a mediocre team. Nevertheless, one should not underestimate them. The media had previously remarked that any team boasting Charles Barkley should never be taken lightly. Chapter 57. Barkley. Who is Chen Hao? I do not recognize him, nor do I need to. The media's praise is not unwarranted. Beneath Jordan, he is regarded as the second best. Barkley is a basketball player who, aside from lacking a championship, seems to have no flaws. His unique style of play has even birthed a genre of its own. He is akin to a more agile version of the Fat Cat and possesses a formidable mid-range shot. As far as Chen Hao knew, had it not been for a severe injury in '94, who knows how things might have unfolded? Would Jordan have fared well against him? That remains a different discussion. It is not certain that Jordan could have matched Barkley's prowess. Last year, Barkley ranked second on the MVP list, while Jordan was third. When compared to Jordan, Barkley's individual abilities were indisputable. Perhaps his leadership fell slightly short, and he undeniably lacked a touch of fortune. Hence, the media, often critical, deemed Barkley the second best, beneath Jordan. Such is the narrative. Barkley, you might say that, so feel free to elaborate. Naturally, when facing Barkley, Chen Hao was not one to shy away. If he could opt for an easier mode, why would he deliberately impose challenges upon himself? Chen Hao originally intended to lead the Lakers into a quagmire without attracting any notice. After all, while Barkley is indeed formidable, the current state of the 76ers is marked by utter chaos within their management. To Chen Hao's knowledge, the 76ers have not even made it to the playoffs this season. As the season progressed, the 76ers were careening toward disaster, finishing with a mere 35 wins out of 82 games. The Lakers, with their overall strength, should be able to triumph over the 76ers. Now, it seems that Dunville, in his folly, has allowed his misguided confidence to provoke Barkley even before the game has commenced. How should one put it? Chen Hao believes that if Dunville were not to pursue a career as a super orator, it would surely be a waste of talent. At a press conference, when asked about the numerous fans calling for his resignation, Dunville appeared bewildered, questioning, resignation? Why would I resign? The reporter interjected. You lost to the Heat and the Magic. Who else could you possibly lose to? The Magic and the Heat are at the bottom of the league standings. Dunville, with an air of arrogance, scoffed, that is because our strongest player has yet to take the court. He spoke cryptically. The reporter, puzzled, inquired. Are you referring to Magic's return? Dunville shook his head. No, I am speaking of Chen Hao, who is set to make waves in the upcoming game against the 76ers. The reporter was taken aback, nearly exclaiming, Dunville, are you jesting? Undeniably, Chen Hao's recent performances have been remarkable, transforming from an ugly duckling into a beautiful swan. In the NBA, his identity as an Asian player is indeed striking. However, one must not forget how few games Chen Hao has played thus far. This season, the number is so scant that one could count them on a single hand, rendering the data sample exceedingly small. Just 10 days prior, it was uncertain whether Chen Hao would even step onto the court. Yet now, Dunville proclaims him to be their savior, claiming that Chen Hao can lead the Lakers out of their predicament. The reporter pressed, Are you certain you are not joking? Dunville replied, Of course not. Just watch. In his first game back, he will guide us back to victory. As he spoke, a radiant smile blossomed on his face, bursting forth like a chrysanthemum in full bloom, exuding confidence and certainty that Chen Hao is indeed the Lakers' savior. The reporter, eager to inquire further, asked, What fuels your confidence? Ultimately, the reporter remarked, But your upcoming opponent is the Philadelphia 76ers, led by Barkley. They are currently on a 6-game losing streak, and Barkley has mentioned that he will use a victory to set his team back on course. Do you truly believe that with the addition of Chen Hao, you can seize victory from Barkley's grasp? Before the reporter could finish, Dunville could not contain himself, letting out a laugh. Barkley? Amidst the discourse, a palpable air of disdain permeated. Naturally, Deng Weili had his retort, asserting their prowess despite our mere 2 consecutive defeats, while they languished in the depths of a 6-game losing streak. The implication of their strength seemed rather exaggerated. Furthermore, which respectable team would ever endure such a prolonged losing streak? When a reporter inquired if Barkley was facing any issues, Deng Weili confidently replied that Barkley was indeed formidable, undeniably strong. However, he added, "I believe Chen Hao will effectively contain him." What? Upon hearing this news, the airborne marvel Barkley appeared utterly bewildered, pondering for several minutes. Chen Hao? Who on earth is that? I have no knowledge of him, a mere unknown whose name I have never even heard. Just as the reporter intended to enlighten Barkley about Chen Hao, he waved his hand dismissively, deeming it unnecessary. Being publicly labeled by Deng Weili, in front of a national audience, as a second-tier player who could be stifled by an Asian upstart, Barkley felt an overwhelming sense of disrespect and profound irritation. It mattered not to him who this individual was. He had no desire to know. Nonetheless, he vowed to reduce him to mere dust. As I, Sir Barkley, proclaim. Not even the arrival of Jesus could alter that outcome. Chen Hao only learned of this news before the competition. He was momentarily speechless. That old man Deng Weili truly knows how to stir things up. Is he deliberately creating difficulties? Chen Hao is utterly innocent. I haven't uttered a single word, yet I find myself embroiled in this situation. Even the most formidable centers would likely steer clear of Barkley's ample posterior. Chen Hao, I am unworthy of such blessings. Chen Hao once harbored doubts that Deng Weili harbored feelings for Barkley's ample posterior, a notion he found perplexing, leading him to believe that such inclinations were being unjustly imposed upon him. Chen Hao felt a sense of helplessness. Why provoke him for no reason? It wasn't that Chen Hao feared Barkley. Rather, it was more prudent to focus on completing the task at hand, which offered greater value. The 76ers were undeniably weak. Yet in the face of a rampaging Barkley, Chen Hao was uncertain whether his fully developed defensive prowess would be sufficient to contain him. That evening, in Philadelphia, at the Spectrum Center, the pre-game verbal sparring between Chen Hao and Barkley has stirred quite the commotion. However, the Philadelphia fans remain unimpressed. They have their own grievances to express. After enduring a 6-game losing streak, do you expect us to spend our hard-earned money only to suffer further? The Philadelphia fans are understandably displeased. Barkley, too, is increasingly frustrated. He has his own sentiments to share. Initially reluctant to play for Philadelphia, he finds himself tethered to the team, unable to sever ties, even though the affection has long faded. With his pride as high as ever, Barkley faces a string of defeats. Most significantly, during the contract year, when discussions about an extension arise, the 76ers remain obstinate, refusing to trade him or provide assistance. Barkley yearns for support, yet the management remains unyielding. Naturally, the Philadelphia management has their own counterarguments. What do you mean we haven't provided you with help? We've paired you with Hawkins, a guard averaging nearly 20 points per game, and yet you're still underperforming. Can you blame us? Both sides are at odds with one another. To make matters worse, at this very moment, Lakers coach Dunleavy mocks Barkley. Nonsense. Am I not a man of stature? Chapter 58. Do not miss the spectacle of exceptional pig slaughtering. Despite Barkley's imposing physique and rough demeanor, he is far from a mere thug. On the contrary, he boasts a prestigious university education, with both emotional and intellectual intelligence firmly intact. He certainly wouldn't resort to direct confrontation, charging at the Lakers bench with fists the size of sandbags to strike Dunleavy. Barkley understands that, at the end of the day, basketball players must let their performance on the court do the talking. Thus, his objective for the evening is crystal clear: to thoroughly dominate and wreak havoc upon the so-called Asian player mentioned by Dunleavy. Chen Hao's first impression of Barkley was that his head must have been polished, for how else could it shine so? Amidst the cheers, Chen Hao was the first to spot Charles Barkley sprinting out from the players' tunnel. This was the first time Chen Hao had encountered the living legend. Barkley quipped, "Was I previously a ghost?" Chen Hao, please do not misunderstand. I have only encountered Barkley through television and mobile devices in the past. Chen Hao possesses a distinctive presence, being the sole individual of Asian descent in the entire arena. As Barkley enters, he strides directly towards the Lakers' half of the court. Who dares to call out Chen Hao? Barkley exclaims, brimming with bravado. Receiving no response, he scans the crowd before making his way directly to Chen Hao. Beside Chen Hao, Perkins, anxious to protect him from harm, stepped forward and positioned himself in front of Chen Hao. However, upon seeing the robust and formidable Chen Hao, Perkins felt a pang of trepidation, swallowing hard. "Charles, what are you intending to do?" he inquired. Instead of responding to Perkins, Charles directed his attention toward Chen Hao, inquiring, "Are you Chen Hao?" Chen Hao stepped forward, inquiring, "What is it?" His gaze fixed firmly on Barkley, exhibiting no inclination to evade. With his mastery in combat skills, he felt an unshakable confidence. To be candid, Chen Hao was not intimidated by anyone. From his recollection, Barkley was not a fool. He would engage in a brawl at the slightest provocation. Conversely, this bulky figure, resembling a hefty pig, possessed considerable shrewdness. Indeed, as Chen Hao anticipated, Barkley rattled on with an array of threats, ultimately conveying that it was still not too late to beg for mercy. He even suggested that their team doctor summon an ambulance, warning that tonight Chen Hao would be utterly overwhelmed. Not even Jesus could save him now. Chen Hao heard not a single word. He merely felt an itch in his ear. His right pinky finger slipped into the auditory canal, seeking relief. Observing Chen Hao's wandering gaze, which avoided meeting his own, Barkley assumed that Chen Hao had been frightened by him. Afraid, are you? Now, if you call me grandfather, I shall go easy on you. Barkley continued to boast. Still reveling in his moment, Chen Hao felt a wave of boredom and chose to disregard him, casually passing by while muttering that he needed to dig out some earwax. Barkley was taken aback. After putting on a show, he realized that the other person was not even listening and had completely ignored him. Barkley's anger surged. His jaw clenched and fists tightened. Nonsense. Was my position as second in last year's MVP race merely a result of being pampered? He recalled just the other day, facing off against the rookie Larry Johnson, who had shown such submissive enthusiasm, practically begging for his attention. Yet now, Chen Hao was indifferent to him. In this moment, Barkley found himself confused, questioning whether Chen Hao was the true number one or if it was the rookie. Tonight, you are doomed, Asian fellow. Seething with rage, Barkley spat out these words before strutting back to the 76ers bench, where he downed a bottle of Gatorade in one go. Damn it. Dang Villy underestimated him. Now, even the most insignificant players looked down on him. After all, he was Barkley, the second best after Jordan. Tonight, I want to let you off easily. I refuse to be called Barkley. A long, piercing whistle echoed. Players from both teams took their positions at center court. The battle was about to commence. The Lakers' starting lineup remained unchanged, with Chen Hao still among the starters. As for the 76ers, well, aside from Barkley and Hawkins, the rest were of little value. Akin to CBA players. Not to mention the opposing center, even the soft-hearted Divac felt like a mere shadow of greatness. Divac approached and jokingly asked, "Hey, buddy, are you awake for the game?" Remarkably, Divac succeeded in winning the tip-off for the Lakers, marking a rare first this season, and the Lakers launched their attack. Chen Hao remains a pivotal anchor, stationed in the corner, creating space and crafting opportunities for his teammates. As McMillan takes the stage, he executes a somewhat flamboyant drive, distributing the ball to the stoic heartthrob, AC Green. Green executes a thunderous dunk beneath the basket. With a resounding crash, Green hangs from the rim, causing it to warp dramatically under his force. Chen Hao was taken aback, not by Green's thunderous dunk, but by Barkley's defense against him. How can one describe Barkley's defense? It cannot be said to be entirely absent. He relied on mere glances. Once surpassed, Barkley made no attempt to pursue. Instead, he scratched his ample backside, placed his hands on his hips, and watched as Green ravaged the hoop, as if the play had no bearing on him whatsoever. Chen Hao was speechless. Really? Is this even possible? Wasn't I meant to shine? This is how I am made to shine. What can be said about Barkley's defense? It isn't that he is incapable of defending. Rather, his defensive prowess is contingent upon his mood. When he is in high spirits, his defense reaches a commendable level. But when he is not, you know how it is. In such moments, he can only rely on his presence. This bears a striking resemblance to the later years of Carmelo Anthony. However, instances of Barkley being in good spirits are rather infrequent. Throughout a season, having a few such games is already considered a lot. The most absurd part is that despite Barkley's glaring defensive inadequacies, he perceives himself as an exceptional defender, claiming to surpass Larry Bird. Bird might retort, "Do I even have a defense? And what about you?" This scenario is akin to Barkley being unable to extract even $10 from his pocket while still believing he possesses a fortune of 10,000. Nevertheless, this characteristic of Barkley allows him to focus intensely on offense, maximizing his attacking potential. The 76ers have possession. Young Hawkins has truly grasped the essence of a guard's role. Upon crossing half court, he directly seeks out Barkley. He has mastered Lu Wei's skills from the national team to perfection. After all, ensuring the comfort of the star player is essential for one's own success. Isn't it? Barkley is now holding the ball beyond the three-point line, rather than employing the familiar post-up style. In truth, many misunderstand Barkley, believing he merely parks himself in the low post. which would be a waste of his considerable physique. In reality, early in his career, Barkley preferred face-up attacks. With the ball in hand, he gestured with his left hand, directing traffic. Green, who was defending him, assumed Barkley was about to pass. However, Barkley suddenly exploded into a drive, distinguishing him from many other adept penetrators. Barkley's approach is devoid of flashiness. He relies on sheer power and simplicity, lacking even the triple threat stance, let alone other feints. Chapter 59. Do not miss this opportunity, a masterclass in dominance. With a couple of sharp thuds, the sound of the basketball crashing against the wooden floor reverberated. Chen Hao turned to see Barkley, with one hand on the ball, breaking past Green's tight defense and penetrating into the Lakers' paint. At the outset, Dunleavy did not assign Chen Hao to guard Barkley. Instead, he matched him up against the opposing guard, Hawkins. Hawkins, averaging nearly 20 points, owes much of his success to his three-point shooting, boasting an impressive 39% shooting percentage this season. Such a player requires vigilant supervision. Once he and Barkley synchronize, the 76ers become a formidable force. What can be said about Green's defense? With fervent determination and an unwavering spirit, one can effectively contend against average talents. However, when faced with the likes of Barkley, the scenario shifts dramatically. With a single, decisive step, Barkley effortlessly overwhelms Green, rendering him as immobile as if he were nailed to the floor. After bypassing Green, Barkley surges forward with unrelenting momentum. Divac, stationed at the Lakers' rim, raises his arms in a futile attempt to ward off the impending onslaught, exclaiming in vain for restraint. In an instant, his bravado wanes, replaced by a dawning realization of his own limitations. The speed at which Barkley approaches is simply astonishing. Ignoring Divac entirely, he instills an oppressive sense of dread. The once defiant Divac, poised to intercept, falters and instinctively shields his head, hoping to evade the inevitable. Yet, it is too late. Barkley's explosive speed and vertical leap defy the typical attributes of a power forward. One might even liken him to a guard. With a thunderous dunk that reverberates through the arena, Divac is sent reeling. Even at his peak, the legendary gorilla would struggle to match such prowess. This moment ignites a fervor within the spectrum in Philadelphia. Barkley's electrifying dunk emerges as one of the few highlights enticing fans to watch the 76ers this season. The initial impact of Barkley's dunk also elevates the commentary of Gadika, who raises his arms in exhilaration, exclaiming, "Bang! Charles with the slam, sheer dominance." Tonight, Charles finds his rhythm swiftly, exuding an aura of lethal intent, clearly incensed. Observing his demeanor, one cannot help but anticipate a catastrophic breach of the Lakers' paint. In the current NBA landscape, no one possesses the capability to thwart an enraged Charles. None, whatsoever. Gadika's partner, Marvin Albert, swallows hard, marveling at Barkley's extraordinary display. To the uninitiated, it might appear as though he is an otherworldly being, with such size, speed, and vertical leap. Truly, it is a spectacle to behold. Chen Hao felt a shiver run down his spine. The current demeanor of Barkley seemed as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. He recalled a post he had encountered in his previous life, which articulated the reasons why Jordan is considered the greatest of all time, asserting that even LeBron James was unworthy of carrying Jordan's shoes. At the time, Chen Hao found this assertion somewhat exaggerated, yet the post was captivating. It stated that the 1990s were an era of divine rivalry, with Jordan emerging as the ultimate vanquisher of the gods, thus earning him the title of the GOAT. Chen Hao now wishes to return and express his appreciation for this post. Indeed, even a team as lackluster as the 76ers conceals a legend like Barkley. The 76ers, are you being polite? Following Barkley's successful shot, the referee called a blocking foul on Divac, granting him an additional free throw. As Barkley released the rim, he descended gracefully, proceeding to the sidelines where he animatedly waved his arms towards the air, showcasing his biceps to the camera. Subsequently, he approached Chen Hao with a teasing expression and exclaimed loudly, "Is this how boldly you speak? When it comes to real conflict, you hide behind your big brother like a timid turtle? I had thought you were formidable, but it seems you merely chatter." Barkley's words echoed loudly, eliciting uproarious laughter from the Philadelphia fans at the sidelines, their mockery ringing out incessantly. Chen Hao was perplexed. How could your ear have heard me chattering when I hadn't uttered a single word from beginning to end? Chen Hao felt utterly wronged. However, he was no fool. He didn't let idle gossip provoke him to the point of resorting to violence. Seizing the opportunity when Barkley missed his free throw, Chen Hao utilized his remarkable wingspan to secure the rebound. As the ball found its way into his hands, he didn't hesitate to make a play. In midair, he swiftly spotted McMillan making a sneaky dash and promptly delivered the pass. The ball reached the front court, and McMillan, evading the defense with ease, effortlessly scored with a layup. The score stood at 2-2. Chen Hao's remarkable play left a profound impression on Deng Weili, who couldn't help but exclaim, "What a fantastic shot." Behind him, Carlisle noted on the tactical board the phrase, "broad vision." Marvin Albert also marveled at Chen Hao's core strength, stating that executing such a move mid-air was truly impressive. Such a pass is beyond the capabilities of most defenders. One cannot help but admire the discerning eye of Coca-Cola. Their judgment is indeed sharp. Gadika interjected, "Are you implying something?" Yet, he too had to concede that it was an excellent play. Meanwhile, Barkley, feeling rather envious, feigned disappointment and directed his remarks at Chen Hao, saying, "Is the ball that hot? Are you afraid to handle it yourself? You think you can defend against me? Are you a circus monkey here just to amuse us?" As he spoke, he deprived his teammate Hawkins of the opportunity to dribble the ball across half-court, opting instead to take control himself. The Lakers maintained their familiar defensive strategy, with Green matched up against Barkley and Divac protecting the rim inside. Chen Hao primarily focused on defending Hawkins' three-point shots, although Barkley's style of play is aggressive, suggesting that he could penetrate the entire Lakers' defense. Dunleavy did not hastily assign Chen Hao to directly match up against Barkley. Dunleavy had his reasons. The game lasts for 48 minutes, not just a single minute, and he did not believe that Barkley could maintain such relentless aggression throughout the entire match. Chen Hao, at this moment, must conserve his energy to unleash his three-point shot. In such a pivotal clash of titans, it is imperative to reserve his secret weapon for the crucial moments. He certainly does not wish to employ his ace as if it were an ordinary maneuver that would undermine its very essence. The consequence of Deng Weili's approach was evident when Barkley, upon receiving the ball, recognized the same defensive scheme. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. Having learned from his previous misstep, Green was now wary of Barkley's drive, ensuring he was not easily outpaced. However, Barkley had already gained a half-step advantage. For a beast like Barkley, that half-step was more than sufficient. With a resounding thud, he accelerated further. Having previously suffered a significant setback, Divac was on high alert. Determined to assert his presence, he resolved that if Barkley were to charge at him, he would feign a fall to draw an offensive foul. Divac's appearance may not be appealing, but his strategy was rather clever. As the towering Barkley approached for a collision, he suddenly executed a swift change of direction, evading Divac. Divac's mouth formed an O shape, his pupils dilated in disbelief. This was astonishing. Chapter 60. Do not miss this opportunity. A spectacular display of dominance, this hefty player exhibited an agility and physique that belied his size, leaving spectators in awe. Even Chen Hao could not help but gasp and swallow hard, not merely due to Barkley's innate talent, but because this individual was truly formidable, capable of even clashing with his own teammates. Having shaken off Divac, he barreled towards the basket, and one of the 76ers, towering center, Shaquille, stationed beneath the rim. Barkley soared over Shaquille for a resounding dunk, completely disregarding his teammate. Chen Hao once thought that if Barkley were truly insane, he could take on 9 opponents single-handedly. However, it must be said that Barkley's current style of play is indeed of a monstrous caliber, compared to his more traditional techniques. This approach is far more exhilarating and stimulating to the senses. The fans who witnessed Barkley live were unable to contain their excitement, fervently chanting his name. Barkley, filled with pride, trotted over to Chen Hao and began to taunt him, pointing directly at him and shouting, "You claim you can handle me? Tell me, what do you intend to use? Your head? Come on. If you have the courage, try to defend against me." Chen Hao paid no heed to the boorish Barkley, merely offering a smile and maintaining his silence. This left Barkley perplexed. The lad certainly possessed a remarkable capacity for restraint. I shall observe with great interest as the esteemed pig grandpa unleashes havoc in your restricted area, and see if your composure remains intact. The 76ers retreated. Having learned their lesson, the Lakers were compelled to settle into a formation. McMillan advanced the ball past half-court. The 76ers' interior defense was considerably contracted. However, the space occupied by Chen Hao drew ample attention from the 76ers, leaving him with no opportunities. McMillan passed the ball to team captain Perkins, who attempted a mid-range shot. The basketball struck the front of the rim. Barkley leapt into action, seizing the rebound with fervor. Hawkins approached, seeking the ball, but Barkley paid him no mind. Pressing forward with remarkable speed, the charging Barkley resembled a wild boar, full of vigor. McMillan was the first Laker to retreat, yet upon witnessing Barkley's relentless advance, he merely glanced and extended a hand in a futile gesture. As he bypassed McMillan, Barkley found himself in open space. He recalled the jubilant celebration he envisioned following a thunderous dunk, complete with rehearsed lines. Indeed, who else could it be? The three-point line lay beneath his feet, while he stood firmly on the two-point line. Unbeknownst to Barkley, Chen Hao had stealthily approached from his diagonal rear. Though Barkley moved with swiftness, Chen Hao matched his pace, if not exceeding it. Observing the overzealous Barkley, Chen Hao remained unfazed, as if he were an immovable force. Barkley, poised at the free throw line, bent his knees and propelled himself upward, ready to unleash a ferocious dunk, as if he bore a vendetta against the rim, intent on dismantling it. Yet, at that moment, Chen Hao surged forth unexpectedly, startling Barkley, who wondered when the lad had caught up without his notice. However, excitement soon overcame Barkley, thinking, "Ah, you wretch. Choosing the path of hell when heaven was open to you. You slender reed, what else could this be but a death wish?" With arms outstretched like a coiled rope, Barkley exuded immense strength. Despite Chen Hao's lean stature, he possessed formidable power of his own. In midair, Barkley channeled all his strength into his right hand, aiming to obliterate Chen Hao with this strike. Yet, what Barkley could never have anticipated was that his fierce onslaught would come to an abrupt halt upon encountering Chen Hao's hands. Not only that, the overwhelming force caused Barkley to lose his balance, sending him crashing backward. With a resounding thud, Barkley's posterior met the ground intimately. Meanwhile, although Chen Hao stumbled slightly, he managed to regain his footing. The Spectrum Center fell into an eerie silence, as disbelief washed over the spectators, all wearing expressions of incredulity. In the end, was it still Marvin? Albert was the first to react. He tore at his throat, screaming in astonishment, "Oh my God, what have I just witnessed?" Charles was blocked. Charles's dunk was denied. Chen Hao! He leapt to block Charles's thunderous dunk. Goodness! Charles's dunk was thwarted. What an astonishing moment for the top plays of the day, nay, even for the month. It was a cataclysmic clash, reminiscent of Mars colliding with Earth, and ultimately, Chen Hao emerged victorious. Had I not been present, I would scarcely believe it to be true. In the end, he stood there, utterly flabbergasted. Meanwhile, Marvin was somewhat composed, especially in contrast to his partner, Gudica, whose eyes were nearly bulging from their sockets in disbelief, his throat visibly constricting. The individual he had long dismissed, this Chinese player, had audaciously blocked the formidable Charles Barkley, and in such a fashion. In my recollection, Chen Hao was indeed the first to achieve such a feat. Deng Weili was left utterly dumbfounded. This lad was reckless. That was the aerial powerhouse, Charles Barkley, not some trivial player. Realizing Chen Hao was unharmed, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Charles Barkley, having fallen to the ground, wore a vacant expression, his previous bravado evaporating. He could never have anticipated that the lanky Chen Hao could chase him down and thwart his dunk. Humiliated in such a manner, Barkley pondered over the incident for quite some time. It was indeed a first for him. Humiliation, frustration. In an effort to conceal his dismay, he sprang to his feet. However, upon rising, he was met with the mocking gaze of Chen Hao, who shook his head and said, "You're not as formidable as you claim, are you? Or perhaps you're craving hot pot? This evening, I'm in a good mood. I could treat you to a few extra meals." Barkley was rendered speechless, his blood pressure soaring to unprecedented heights. At that moment, he resembled a frenzied wild boar. Yet, the onslaught against Barkley was far from over. The ball ricocheted off him. The Lakers regained possession. McMillan brought the ball up, and the 76ers had already established their defense, forcing the Lakers into a set play. The ball was passed around 5 times, yet opportunities remained elusive. With only 4 seconds left on the 24-second shot clock, the ball reached Perkins. He sought to create an opening, moving toward the free throw line. But inexplicably, Barkley, typically lackadaisical in defense, suddenly became zealous, actively assisting in the defense, startling Perkins. One-on-one was manageable, but facing a double team could lead to a costly turnover. Just as it seemed a mistake was imminent, Perkins spotted the unguarded Chen Hao in the corner. Without hesitation, he passed the ball to him. As Chen Hao received the ball, only a second remained. He took a moment to aim at the basket. In the past, such a shot would have been dismissed by Barkley without hesitation. However, Upon realizing that the one holding the ball was Chen Hao, Barkley instinctively pivoted, his rotund form twisting in a sudden burst of movement, and leapt into action. Chapter 61. Barkley. I've been outplayed. This kid truly possesses talent. Do not be deceived by Barkley's rugged appearance and hefty physique. His exterior may suggest a lack of finesse, yet he is remarkably astute. Otherwise, he would not have secured a steadfast position with TNT after retirement, becoming the star commentator and a pivotal figure in the program. It is said that while Barkley remains a constant, the guests come and go. Jordan advised caution regarding Chen Hao, and although Barkley feigned indifference, he had indeed perused Chen Hao's scouting report, aware of his exceptional three-point shooting accuracy. Having been humiliated moments ago, if Chen Hao were to score another three-pointer, it would feel akin to being stabbed in the chest. Barkley, determined to thwart him at all costs, lunged forward. Yet, given the vast space afforded to Chen Hao, even Barkley's efforts were too late. With a three-point shooting percentage of 45, one could easily appreciate the gravity of the situation. The basketball glided from Chen Hao's fingertips, soaring through the air, and with a resounding swish, it found its mark in the net. The shot was successful. Barkley's attempt to intervene proved futile. He merely served as a backdrop to Chen Hao's triumph. The ball went in. Chen Hao gestured a three-point shot to Barkley, then blew on his right hand, indicating that his shooting touch was scorching hot. This infuriated Barkley, who stomped his feet and twisted his ample hips, demanding the ball. Give me the ball. I shall unleash my fury upon him. While his sister-in-law could tolerate it, Barkley could not. Historically, it was the venerable pig who oppressed others. He had never been subjected to such relentless torment. Being invited for hot pot was one thing, but now he was being humiliated. Was he to lose all dignity? Hawkins was reluctant to comply, questioning why he should facilitate the dribbling past half court. Yet, there was no escaping the fact that Barkley was the star of the team. Hawkins dared not deny him the ball. Barkley was seething with rage as he brought the ball forward, and Green, this time, decisively positioned himself on the three-point line, denying Barkley any opportunity to accelerate. Upon recognizing Green, Barkley's enthusiasm waned. He dismissed him. You are no match for me. Green, feeling slighted, retorted. You tell me to move aside, and I shall? How humiliating. Observing Green's refusal to budge, Barkley signaled to Hawkins, You, come here and set a screen for me. Hawkins pointed to himself, incredulous. As a guard, why should he set a screen? Shouldn't it be Barkley who sets the screen for him? Not happening, he declared. Yet he still scampered over, compelled by the situation. Chen Hao directly approached Barkley. Upon seeing Chen Hao, Barkley was exceedingly pleased, chuckling with delight. He flashed a broad grin and began to showcase his skills, dribbling incessantly between his legs while tauntingly inquiring whether he should pass to Chen Hao's left or right. Chen Hao could not comprehend the audacity of Barkley, believing he could take on himself. Was it due to his ample posterior? A deathly entanglement, one might say. Chen Hao regarded him with a serious demeanor, asserting, You cannot surpass me. Ah, Barkley, what a jest this is for today. With that, he dribbled the ball and swiftly charged forward, aiming to penetrate Chen Hao's right side. One must admit, Barkley's initial move was indeed swift for an ordinary opponent. This first step could spell disaster. However, Chen Hao was well prepared, anticipating the maneuver and effectively blocking him. Barkley, how intriguing. With another sudden change of direction, typically, such a combination would be enough to outpace 90 players in the NBA. A quick shift in front, attempting to maneuver to the right. Against Chen Hao, Barkley seemed slightly complacent, perhaps sensing that his intentions were anticipated. As he executed his change of direction, Chen Hao seized the moment, swiftly reaching in to snatch the ball away. Barkley was taken aback, realizing in shock that the ball had been stripped from him. When was the last time that had happened? His expression was one of utter disbelief. In that moment of confusion, Chen Hao leaped towards the now uncontrollable ball, reclaiming it just before it could escape, and promptly sent it forward. At this juncture, the astute McMillan had already sprinted ahead. McMillan effortlessly capitalized on the opportunity, scoring an easy basket. The score read 4-7, with the Lakers in the lead. If Barkley's anger was at a level of 50 moments ago, it surged to a staggering 120 following the theft of the ball, nearly spilling over. Hawkins, with the ball in hand, approached, but before he could cross half court, Barkley charged at him, demanding the ball. Hawkins glanced at the coach on the bench, as if to inquire, Aren't you going to intervene? Should we continue playing? The 76ers coach was at a loss. He still had to cater to Barkley's whims, after all. What could he do about Barkley's antics? It wasn't as if he could reprimand him. Reluctantly, Hawkins relinquished the ball. As he brought the ball up, Green approached. Barkley still insisted on having Hawkins set a screen for him. The 76ers management was furious. Was Barkley's mind filled with nothing but gluttony? What on earth was he doing? Clearly, he had a favorable mismatch against Green, yet he sought out a more complicated play. Were they to have him act as an undercover agent on their team? Chen Hao faced Barkley, who arrogantly proclaimed, "Your previous success was merely a stroke of luck. I was careless. This time, I shall unleash my full strength against you." Chen Hao, are you truly so immature? You ought not to challenge me. Chen Hao was not entirely mistaken. During this period, Barkley was indeed lacking in maturity. However, as he later matured, he found himself facing the fully developed prowess of Jordan, which ultimately led to his lifelong quest for a championship title being in vain. Barkley admitted, "I am immature." How audacious. Are you attempting to teach a seasoned veteran his trade? After struggling to temper his anger, he erupted once more. This time, he eschewed flashy maneuvers and relied solely on brute strength, using sheer force to dominate Chen Hao. "You scrawny pup. I will overpower you." Barkley sought to assert his dominance from the three-point line, intent on overwhelming Chen Hao. Goody chuckled, realizing that Chen Hao was in dire straits. After a series of setbacks, Charles was ready to play earnestly. If he continued this way, Chen Hao would merely be a stepping stone. Remarkably, Marvin refrained from countering Goody's comment, aware that in the current NBA, few could withstand Barkley's formidable presence. When that imposing figure made his entrance, the game was his to command. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Dunbelai could not help but feel anxious for Chen Hao, simultaneously hurling trash talk at Barkley. "Charles, that's not sportsmanlike. Isn't that bullying?" Barkley retorted, "I am indeed bullying. Did you think it wasn't obvious?" The 76ers fans at Spectrum were entertained, cheering, "Yes, Charles, do just that. Overwhelm him. Crush that yellow-skinned player." Chen Hao's consecutive standout performances left the 76ers fans in attendance feeling frustrated. They longed for someone to stand up and show Chen Hao what he was truly up against. The most capable candidate for this task was undoubtedly Barkley, the MVP runner-up. Just a little insight. Chen Hao, you speak as if you have claimed the MVP. Barkley, with his robust physique, unleashed all his might in the initial strike, and his stance suggested he intended to devour Chen Hao whole. Chapter 62. Barkley, I've been bested. This kid truly possesses some talent. It must be acknowledged that Barkley's formidable posterior is indeed renowned in the NBA, with that forceful impact. Chen Hao found himself momentarily unsteady. Nevertheless, he stood firm against Barkley's initial assault, though he felt a distinct pressure in his grip. "Chen Hao, that damn fat pig." Barkley was stunned. How could Chen Hao possibly remain standing? He trembled in disbelief. How could this be? It defied all logic. That kid was as slender as a bamboo pole, yet possessed such immense strength? Not just him, but everyone else was equally astonished. The arena fell into a profound silence. The fans, without exception, wore expressions of utter shock, their mouths agape in the shape of an O, their pupils dilating as if in an earthquake. Boudica leaned forward. Unable to contain his anticipation, the imagined scenario of Chen Hao being crushed never materialized. Instead, Chen Hao boldly confronted Barkley's thunderous assault. This was absurd, scientifically impossible. Marvin and Albert could not help but raise their arms in exhilaration. He had defended against it. Chen Hao had blocked Charles. In this clash of strength, Chen Hao showed no fear against Barkley. Deng Weili turned away, covering his face in disbelief. Yet, to his astonishment, he realized Chen Hao had withstood Barkley's might. Amidst the shock, he thought, well done. However, it was not over. Having failed to overpower Chen Hao the first time, Barkley swiftly launched a second assault, bellowing, "Here it comes again." Chen Hao suspected that the corpulent pig's ample rear must be attributed to some additional component, exhibiting such formidable strength that he could barely withstand it without exerting his utmost effort. While it was not beyond Chen Hao's capacity to resist the second attempt, basketball should not be such a crude sport. It is not a combat endeavor. Barkley still intended to overpower Chen Hao. Last time he was unable to succeed. But this time, Barkley exerted a full 120 of his strength, showing no intention of relenting. Chen Hao appeared to be ready to confront, but when Barkley approached, he suddenly pulled back his chair. As Chen Hao abruptly withdrew the chair, Barkley found himself utterly unprepared for such a maneuver. Caught off guard, he sat down with excessive force, unable to counter the sheer magnitude of the unexpected shift. Consequently, Barkley tumbled to the ground, and the referee called a traveling violation against him. Frustrated and disheartened by the fall, Barkley, refusing assistance from his teammates, rose from the floor with determination and strode directly towards Chen Hao, indignantly exclaiming, "You are cheating." Chen Hao raised his hands in confusion, shrugging his shoulders, uncertain of what Barkley was truly saying. "You fool." Barkley swung his massive fist, appearing ready to strike. When it came to fighting, Chen Hao felt invigorated. Reflecting on his previous encounter with Bird, he believed he had not performed to his potential, so he meticulously reviewed the footage. After that experience, he was convinced that if another altercation arose, he would undoubtedly excel. Should Barkley wish to test him, Chen Hao felt confident he could satisfy Barkley's expectations. Perkins, concerned for Chen Hao's well-being, quickly stepped in front of him, saying, "Charles, can you not play fair? If you can't win at basketball, must you resort to violence?" Barkley retorted, "What do you mean I can't win? The game has just begun. I haven't even gotten serious yet." At that moment, beads of sweat dotted Barkley's forehead. "Stop boasting. I know you well enough." Barkley exclaimed, "Seriously, can you not speak for once?" Just then, the referee approached, inquiring whether they would resume the game. Reluctantly, Barkley returned to his half of the court, pondering how to reclaim his pride after a series of setbacks. In a surprising turn, he made an astonishing decision. Calling out to Hawkins, "Shall we switch our defensive assignments?" Hawkins, initially thinking Barkley was jesting, soon realized he was serious. Barkley stubbornly assigned Green to defend Chen Hao instead. Chen Hao was equally perplexed by Barkley's antics. Was Barkley truly an undercover agent? Standing at 2.06 meters, Green found himself matched against the 1.91-meter Hawkins beneath the basket. Everyone wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Deng Weili glanced at the 76ers bench, seeking to comprehend the intentions of their head coach. The 76ers coach responded, "I cannot fathom either. You ask me? Who should I ask?" He too was baffled by the inexplicable behavior of the player known as Flying Pig. The stoic figure of AC Green felt deeply insulted. After all, he was a part of the trio hailed alongside Worthy and Magic as the Lakers' formidable triumvirate. Magic quipped, 110? Is someone trying to provoke the big three here? McMillan dribbled forward, delivering a swift pass. The ball reached the stoic AC Green, who positioned himself against Hawkins, nudging his way inward. Although Green's offensive prowess was rather unremarkable, his defensive skills were formidable. However, pitting a power forward against a guard in the low post was tantamount to handing out easy points. Hawkins was about to experience the raw power of a 30-year-old virgin. Aware that he could not effectively defend, Hawkins resorted to a foul, but it proved futile. Green nearly hung on Hawkins as he successfully completed a layup. The ball swished through the net, followed by the sound of a whistle. Green was awarded an additional free throw, bringing the score to 4-10, subtly indicating the Lakers' intent to widen the gap. This time, Barkley had learned his lesson, opting not to target Chen Hao directly, but rather chose to navigate the situation differently. Ultimately, however, Barkley remained distrustful of his teammates, persistently believing he could single-handedly turn the tide. Deng Weili capitalized on Barkley's tendencies, decisively orchestrating a defensive strategy. Thus, the Lakers' interior was fortified by a wall of muscular giants. Chen Hao occasionally finds himself in sync with Barkley, who exhibits an astonishing ferocity. Despite the crowded paint, he charges forward with the tenacity of a man wielding explosives, forcing his way into a shot against Green amidst the chaos. The ball veers off course, striking the front of the rim. Divac chuckles, finally poised to secure a rebound. Otherwise, even a victory would lack significance. Yet, just as he prepares to leap, a dark figure emerges from the shadows, none other than the formidable Barkley. Utilizing his exceptional leaping ability, he snatches the rebound and, with a powerful thrust, executes a thunderous two-handed slam dunk. The resounding crash reverberates through the Spectrum Arena, igniting a fervor among the crowd. Green, the stoic defender, feels an overwhelming sense of despair. The sheer athleticism is beyond comprehension. In that fleeting moment, he realizes that even a life of celibacy until 50 would not suffice to thwart such prowess. Unyielding and domineering, the basket nets the ball. Barkley, reveling in his prowess, saunters over to Chen Hao, proclaiming with bravado, "Prepare yourselves. I am just getting started." Chen Hao remained silent, merely gesturing towards the empty scoreboard on the court before declaring, "We are currently in the lead." Barkley was nearly exasperated to the point of despair. It is undeniable that when it comes to offense, Barkley is indeed formidable. However, when he is in peak physical condition, it remains a challenge to contain him. Nonetheless, for every point he scores, he tends to concede an equal number on the defensive end. Particularly tonight, During defensive possessions, he seemed to wilt. Thus, in a quintessential moment of the 76ers game, while Barkley's points soared, the team found themselves trailing by 12 at the end of the first quarter, with the Lakers seemingly poised to dominate. Chapter 63. Barkley. I've been outmatched. This kid truly possesses something special. As the halftime whistle blew, in stark contrast to Barkley, Chen Hao appeared more akin to a seasoned veteran with a decade of experience, while Barkley resembled an inexperienced rookie. At halftime, Barkley had amassed 18 points, but had also committed 6 turnovers. Given his stature, one might expect that any other newcomer would have been benched by the coach under such circumstances. Of those 6 turnovers, 3 were at the hands of Chen Hao, with 1 being blocked and 2 resulting from steals. It became evident to Barkley that avoiding direct confrontations with Chen Hao was prudent. Otherwise, at this rate, Chen Hao would easily push Barkley's turnovers into double digits. If a plus-minus metric were to be applied, Barkley's would undoubtedly reflect a staggering -18 or worse. In the first half, Chen Hao scored 15 points, all from 3-point shots, making 5 out of 9 attempts without a single turnover. Additionally, he recorded 1 block, 2 steals, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists, showcasing a remarkably comprehensive performance. Throughout the game, Chen Hao exhibited no reckless behavior, while Barkley, visibly agitated, repeatedly sought confrontation, prompting multiple warnings from the referees, ultimately resulting in a technical foul for Barkley. He entered the game with a determination to win, knowing that losing was not an option. After trailing by 12 points at halftime, he returned for the second half with unyielding resolve. He immediately aimed to overpower Green in the paint, a task that proved challenging for Green, who was nearly overwhelmed by Barkley's imposing presence. As Barkley twisted and leaped for a thunderous dunk, Chen Hao emerged from the periphery, executing an impeccable block that sent Barkley's dunk crashing against the backboard. The Spectrum Center fell into a stunned silence, with fans' mouths agape in disbelief. To block Barkley even once is a moment to boast about for years. To do so twice in one game is nothing short of miraculous. Marvin remarked that, to his recollection, this was the first instance of Charles being blocked twice in a single match, undoubtedly a blow to Barkley's ego. Frustrated, he pondered, when did this mixed-breed player emerge? How did I not notice? His irritation was palpable, while Green, the stoic embodiment of discipline, bore the brunt of Barkley's frustrations. As Barkley attempted to close the gap, Green could only grimace at the sight of Barkley's imposing figure. Yet, the harder Barkley pressed, the more ferocious his attacks became. And by the midpoint of the third quarter, the 76ers had fallen behind by as much as 21 points. Meanwhile, Chen Hao added 2 more 3-pointers to his tally, bringing his total to 21 points. The gap continued to widen, prompting Barkley to reflect on his efforts. Despite his relentless pursuit, his score had only climbed to 30 points, leaving him exhausted and still trailing significantly. He wondered if his technique was flawed as he glanced at Chen Hao, who appeared unfazed and still dry. This realization sparked a change in Barkley, who then attempted to emulate Chen Hao by shooting 3-pointers. However, after 2 consecutive airballs, Utica erupted in frustration, questioning what the fat pig was doing. It was infuriating for Utica, as he had hoped Barkley would create some challenges for Chen Hao, allowing him to salvage his reputation. Instead, Barkley seemed to have lost his bearings and began recklessly shooting from beyond the arc. While a successful shot would be commendable, missing repeatedly only compounded the frustration. It was difficult to blame Utica for his anger. After all, did Barkley even have a basket? Indeed. However, the majority of his shots were mid-range rather than 3-pointers. Of course, Barkley was notoriously poor at shooting from beyond the arc, yet that did not deter him from treating himself to several attempts at 3-pointers in each game. This season, with a 3-point shooting percentage falling below 30, he averaged 4 attempts per game. Such accuracy and frequency of attempts in this era can only be described as explosive. Sitting in the VIP box, the general manager of the 76ers erupted in exasperation, exclaiming, "This blundering fool," before storming out, questioning whether it was even worth watching the game anymore. It was utterly unbearable. After 2 consecutive air balls, Barkley nonetheless continued to indulge himself with a 3rd attempt from beyond the arc. Chen Hao made a remarkable lateral move and executed his 3rd block against Barkley. Enraged, Barkley immediately pursued him. In his attempt to catch up from behind, Barkley committed a foul against Chen Hao, extending his arm to push him aside. At that moment, Chen Hao was in a state of equilibrium, and Barkley's forceful shove caused him to lose his balance entirely. He was subsequently stripped of the ball. However, the referee failed to call the foul. Chen Hao felt a twinge of frustration. Barkley, who had been repeatedly thwarted, finally managed to turn the tide. Stealing the ball from Chen Hao, he was immensely pleased, laughing heartily. Although the means were somewhat unsavory, the referee's silence rendered it a legitimate play, did it not? This effectively leveled the playing field for the rookie. Following the steal, Barkley immediately transitioned into a fast break, sprinting down the court as if leaping in flight. After the theft, Chen Hao noticed the referee had not blown the whistle. Instead of voicing his discontent, he promptly pivoted to pursue Barkley. This gluttonous pig thought he could escape after infringing upon him, but not on his watch. Chen Hao pressed the accelerator to the floor, propelling himself forward with lightning speed. As the rapidly advancing Barkley glanced sideways, he caught sight of Chen Hao pursuing him from behind. A sly thought crossed his mind. He has blocked me 3 times. Does he dare to attempt a 4th? How foolish. Barkley was utterly incredulous that Chen Hao could possibly block him again. In this world, no one has ever managed to block me 4 times in a single game, he scoffed. Ironically, when Chen Hao had blocked him for the 3rd time, Barkley had made a similar proclamation. No one has ever blocked me 3 times in a single game. Yet this time, Barkley was genuinely prepared, determined to avoid another rejection. He resolved to execute a swift move, leaping high to perform a one-handed slam dunk, leaving no opportunity for Chen Hao. Barkley was exceedingly pleased with his jumping ability and speed. I'm not bragging. I am simply favored by the heavens, he thought, convinced that even if Chen Hao stood in front of the hoop with both hands raised, he would shatter the defense and demonstrate his prowess. Just as Barkley was about to dunk, he felt an immense force surge from behind. Chen Hao had firmly pressed down on the basketball, pinning it forcefully against the backboard. Though Barkley was fast, agile, and had impressive vertical leaping ability, Chen Hao surpassed him in all aspects. Faster, more explosive, and with a height that seemed insurmountable. With a resounding thud, the backboard trembled violently as Chen Hao's large hand maintained a vice-like grip on the ball. Barkley, once again, was sent flying by Chen Hao's forceful play. After the previous collision, the referee had remained silent, and this time, silence reigned once more. As Barkley lay on the ground, he turned to see Chen Hao, whose eyes were as wide as saucers, astonished. This is utterly unfathomable. 4 times tonight. I have been blocked 4 times. In that moment, Barkley wished for a fissure in the earth to swallow him whole. The humiliation was unbearable. Chapter 64. Barkley. If it weren't for my brother, he would treat me to 4 hot pot dinners in one night. The whispers of the crowd echoed in his ears. Oh my God. What on earth? Is this real? He just blocked Charles with a thunderous rejection. 4 times, tonight. My heavens. Is this truly Charles? It can't be. But it is. With the way Chen Hao is playing tonight, even Jordan would be in trouble. The horror of being blocked 4 times in a single evening was almost unbelievable, especially by none other than Charles Barkley. Did Chen Hao truly possess some mysterious Eastern power? Charles felt utterly overshadowed, unable to compete against Chen Hao. Was last year's MVP ranking merely a promotional gimmick? Do not be misled by the exaggerated reactions of the fans. Such scenes are indeed exceedingly rare. It is not merely about being blocked. Even being overshadowed by a block is a rarity for Barkley, let alone experiencing such an embarrassing rejection. This is undeniably a bit excessive. One might even contend that this surpasses the infamous moment when Lewis of the Celtics recorded 4 blocks against Jordan. It is simply outrageous. In truth, not only the fans, but also Chen Hao was astonished, considering Barkley's remarkable leaping ability and speed in conjunction with his physique. He is akin to a future version of the formidable Fat Tiger. Chen Hao possessed an unparalleled talent for combat, and even then, he merely held his ground against his opponent. Had it not been for his height and wingspan, he doubted he could have achieved such a feat in truth. Had Barkley paused ever so slightly mid-air, emulating Jordan, he might not have been able to block him. As he landed, Chen Hao held the ball single-handedly, only to find that nearly everyone around him was left in stunned silence, with the exception of McMillan, who had already made a sneaky advance. Seemingly aware that Chen Hao would inevitably attempt to block him, Chen Hao seized the ball, executing a sweeping pass that traversed the entire court. McMillan received it, effortlessly scoring 2 points with a layup, widening the gap to 23 points, while Chen Hao added yet another assist to his tally. At this juncture, the match had essentially entered garbage time. However, the embattled Barkley was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. He rushed to reclaim the ball, striving to salvage his dignity. For him, the outcome of the game was inconsequential. What mattered was the humiliation he felt after investing so much effort into preparing for this match, only to face such a disheartening result. Barkley muttered to himself, This is absurd. That kid truly possesses talent. Why was I not forewarned? Curse it. I let my guard down. In this moment, he recalled Jordan's warning. He had watched footage of that young player and sensed his prowess. Yet, in the next instant, Barkley's perception shifted as Chen Hao approached him, tauntingly whispering, "Charles, I had no idea you were such a fan of hot pot. Would you like some more? I still have plenty." Infuriated, Barkley clenched his fists, unaccustomed to such indignity, but then noticed the referee nearby. Were he to retaliate, he would be facing a hefty fine. And that brash young man seemed to have some backing. Barkley was no fool. It became evident to him why Jordan held this Asian player in such high regard. They were cut from the same cloth. Contemplating this realization only deepened Barkley's frustration. Although the game was not officially over, it was clear to all that the contest had concluded. During the latter half of the third quarter, numerous Philadelphia fans began to exit the arena. As the fourth quarter unfolded, the Lakers found their rhythm, extending their lead to over 30 points, with the maximum gap reaching 33 points. Thus, the game drifted into garbage time. What was astonishing was that, despite the dire circumstances, Barkley remained on the court, with his pride at stake. He sought to score some points, attempting to project the illusion that while the 76ers lost, Barkley himself had not. However, his desperate attempts to pad his stats appeared rather unseemly. This behavior incited the 76ers fans to turn against him. Whenever Barkley touched the ball in the fourth quarter, the crowd erupted in boos. Some of the more extreme loyalists among the 76ers fans openly expressed their disdain, shouting, "Do you have no shame? You disgrace. Refund our tickets." Barkley managed to reach a season high of 45 points, yet this only positioned him as a pariah in the eyes of the spectators. The fans had every reason to be incensed. They could accept a loss, but at the very least, they expected their team to go down fighting. Instead, they felt as though they had paid to witness Chen Hao's dominance over their star player, leaving them questioning the integrity of the event. It was as disconcerting as being plagued by flies, a distressing ordeal for which one pays dearly. The most egregious aspect was that Barkley had audaciously reset their lower limits. The most infuriating development came from the 76ers management, which that very evening declared that there were no untouchables. Anyone could be traded, including their star player, Charles Barkley. Unbeknownst to Chen Hao, his consecutive 4 hot pot dinners had effectively dismantled the 76ers. The prolonged sound of the final whistle resonated through the arena. The game had concluded. The Lakers triumphed with a resounding score of 124-100, securing a significant victory after 2 consecutive defeats. Undoubtedly, Chen Hao was the greatest contributor to this match. Statistically, he recorded 26 points, 4 assists, 4 rebounds, 4 blocks, and 3 steals, boasting the highest plus-minus on the team. He single-handedly accounted for all 7 of the Lakers' three-pointers. Although he did not emerge as the highest scorer for the Lakers, this honor went to Perkins with 27 points. He held the highest plus-minus at 31, far surpassing Perkins' 10, leaving him in the dust. After the game, Chen Hao represented the Lakers in the post-game player interviews. When a reporter inquired, he first offered his congratulations on their decisive victory over Philadelphia following 2 losses, remarking on how they had regained their momentum. "Chen Hao, thank you." Reporter, "Could you enlighten us on how you managed to achieve 4 consecutive blocks against Charles Barkley in a single game?" Chen Hao nodded and remarked, "Perhaps he simply craves hot pot. I might as well let him indulge to his heart's content. I wonder how he finds the taste." The reporter burst into laughter. He then inquired, "After this match, do you believe you will return to the right track in the competition?" After the match, the Lakers' locker room was filled with an exuberant atmosphere, dispelling the previous gloom. Chen Hao returned to find his teammates dousing him with water in celebration, fully aware that he was the primary architect of their victory in this game. The stoic male idol even thoughtfully requested the game ball as a memento to present to Chen Hao. Chen Hao perceived the ascetic male idol as somewhat exaggerated, yet he thought to seize the opportunity was worthwhile. The status of the team, Tigger, had diminished further. The Lakers' head coach, Deng Weili, exuded an air of confidence as he returned to the locker room. Without even reflecting on the game, he eagerly ushered Chen Hao and Perkins to the press conference. At the press conference, he strode with purpose, moving swiftly and with palpable energy. Chapter 65, Barkley, if he weren't my brother. He would treat me to 4 hot pot dinners in one night. How should I put it? Chen Hao found the experience of this press conference rather unsatisfactory, feeling as though the true hero of the victory was Deng Weili. Prior to the game, it was this individual who had caused trouble for himself. Afterwards, Deng Weili at least managed to maintain a facade akin to Chen Hao's. Nevertheless, following this match, Deng Weili had ultimately secured his position as head coach. A reporter inquired of Chen Hao, "I recall that during your appearances with the Lakers, it seems they have never lost. Are you their lucky star?" Chen Hao had yet to formulate a response to the question at hand when Deng Weili abruptly seized the microphone. He exclaimed, "What was it that I said? What was it that I said? I stated that losing is merely a temporary setback. Our strongest player has yet to make an appearance, and with him, defeat is an impossibility." Beside him, Perkins remarked, "I ought not to be in the car. I belong beneath it. I am not the captain." On Chen Hao's forehead, a myriad of dark lines etched themselves, and at times he found himself perplexed, uncertain whether Deng Weili was genuinely supporting him or merely inciting trouble. "Those who mocked and derided us, where are you now? Come forth and queue to offer your apologies." Deng Weili continues to cast shadows over Chen Hao. Chen Hao also regarded these journalists as unscrupulous. How absurd it was that a reporter would ask, "How many consecutive victories do you believe his efforts can bring you?" In the past, Deng Weili would have refrained from speaking much, but given the current situation, with the score at 13, he felt compelled to make a grand statement. It would be peculiar for him to remain humble. Thus, Deng Weili proclaimed, "As long as we set our minds to it, we can continue to win." It seemed that Deng Weili was becoming somewhat overconfident. However, the journalists found themselves unable to counter his assertion. Such is the nature of the NBA. Winning is the ultimate truth. As long as one achieves victory, even the most nonsensical remarks will be regarded as profound. It is indeed a league where only the victors thrive. Chen Hao is left wondering whether Deng Weili's harsh words will lead to repercussions. As victors, the Lakers bask in their unrestrained elation, while the 76ers, as the vanquished, find themselves in a particularly dismal state. Following the game, during the press conference for the 76ers, Barkley perceives that every question posed by the journalists is a pointed jab directed at him, leaving him flustered. "Charles, do you think you need to lose some weight? 4 hot pot meals in one evening must be quite hard to digest, right? Charles, do you truly have such a fondness for hot pot? Are you not feeling a bit overwhelmed now?" Barkley responds, "I have no idea what you all are talking about." One reporter further inquires, "Tonight, I noticed you were clenching your fists multiple times. Are you upset about the loss and wanting to confront Chen Hao?" Barkley forces a laugh. No. Despite my robust physique, I am a civilized man. I do not resort to violence. Moreover, Chen Hao is my brother. How could we possibly come to blows?" The reporter presses, "Really?" Barkley, feeling exasperated, retorts, "Why don't you believe me? If he weren't my brother, would he treat me to 4 meals in one night? Enough already. I need to excuse myself." With that, he hurriedly departs. Barkley laments, "Am I truly so shameless?" Finally escaping the torturous post-game interviews, Barkley descends to the basement. Eager to find a place to unwind with a few drinks and some fruit platters, seeking solace from the memories that relentlessly haunt him. Once in the car, his phone begins to ring. Barkley's immediate thought is, "Am I being traded?" Upon answering, it is Jordan on the line. "Charles, from now on, do not claim that you are my friend in public. I have no friends like you." Barkley feels utterly baffled, "But I settled my gambling debts. The last time we had fruit platters, I treated. What is wrong with you?" Jordan quips, "For hot pot meals, and you're not worried about overindulging." As Barkley attempts to respond, Jordan abruptly hangs up. He feels as if a sharp stake has pierced him, with Jordan adding salt to his wound. The discomfort is palpable. He mutters to himself, "Tonight, I need 2 fruit platters." His lips twitch as he reflects, "You have a sharp tongue, McCall. But why call me at this hour just to mock me?" Barkley exclaims in frustration, "What kind of people am I surrounded by?" The following day, Chen Hao has once again garnered significant attention. Previously, he was already quite popular, but after a single evening of dining with the airborne celebrity Barkley, indulging in 4 sumptuous hot pot meals, his fame has skyrocketed even further. The slender figure of Chen Hao, alongside Barkley for an entire night, has certainly raised eyebrows and captivated the public's imagination. This has transformed the rigid perceptions that people held about Chen Hao, despite his lean physique. Beneath this exterior lies a formidable talent, as noted by the media. The following day, Barkley awoke in a modest hotel room, immediately requesting a newspaper from the front desk. It wasn't he that he had a particular penchant for learning. Rather, he was curious to see how the media would extol his recent scoring accomplishments. His reaction to the external adulation was somewhat akin to a player confronting detractors online. However, as he perused the paper, flipping through its pages no fewer than 10 times, he ultimately discovered a small mention of his season high score tucked away at the very bottom. What does it mean that Barkley is merely a numbers-driven player incapable of leading a team to victory? What does it signify that Barkley is obsessed with hot pot? In an instant, he found the allure of the previous night's company diminished. From that moment on, Barkley resolved that post-retirement, he would become a journalist, writing as he pleased. What nonsense is this? An MVP, second only to the rookie Chen Hao, utterly overwhelmed. Is overwhelmed an acceptable term to use? I scored 45 points. Why is that not mentioned? A superstar unable to lead his team to victory? Barkley retorts, what about my teammates? Who do I have by my side? Not a single capable player. Hawkins interjects with gratitude. Thank you. You are the one who has rendered your teammates ineffective. Yet, amidst all these reports, what truly disheartened Barkley was the management's decision to place him on the trading block overnight. The implication was clear, they intended to part ways with him, signaling a rupture between Barkley and the 76ers. This infuriated him. When he was achieving success, everyone was cheering. Now that he faced adversity, they had turned their backs. Did he wish to lose? Certainly not. Well, very well, if this place does not welcome me, there shall be another that will. With my prowess? In no more than 3 days, or at most 5, and certainly not exceeding half a month, I shall depart from this wretched place. Yet, this is not what disheartens Barkley the most. Rather, it is the realization that he once held great value, but ever since the match against the Lakers, his standing has plummeted. A week has passed, and not a single team has shown interest in making an offer to the 76ers. This has plunged Barkley into a state of despondency, prompting him to declare an injury and sit out the games. This season is destined to be an unpleasant one for him. In contrast, Chen Hao has garnered a commendable reputation. However, he remains indifferent to such accolades, focusing instead on his rewards. Chapter 66, The Glide, who nearly declared that Chen Hao was unworthy even to carry his shoes, compared to vanquishing Barkley. This is the genuine benefit. Nevertheless, defeating Barkley has also allowed the Lakers to regain their momentum. Throughout the remaining matches in November, the Lakers have emerged victorious in every game, achieving an impressive 5-game winning streak as they enter December. Chen Hao continues to uphold an impressive record, having never lost a game while representing the Lakers. In his 9 appearances for the team, he has secured victory in all 9 matches. Currently, the Lakers boast a commendable record of 9 wins and 5 losses, a performance that has surpassed expectations. Consequently, the team has surged from the bottom of the Western Conference to a commendable 3rd place. This development signifies that with Chen Hao's return, the Lakers have regained their momentum. As December approaches, the Lakers are scheduled to face the Magic on the 3rd. Chen Hao led the team to a resounding victory, triumphing with a score of 124-99, a remarkable 25-point margin that avenged their previous defeat. In this match, Chen Hao showcased his exceptional talent, sinking 6 out of 9 3-point attempts and amassing a total of 21 points. During the last encounter against the Magic, the opposing team had shown leniency, yet the Lakers still succumbed to defeat. However, with Chen Hao's return, they decisively overwhelmed the struggling Magic, rendering them utterly powerless to resist. The game concluded after 3 quarters, leading to an appreciative visit from the Magic's head coach, who personally expressed gratitude to Chen Hao, exclaiming, "Thank you. Thanks to you, we have gathered another shard of the shark." Chen Hao's remarkable journey continues, as he has been honored as the Rookie of the Month for the Western Conference in November. In stark contrast, the former number 1 pick finds himself overshadowed, with his aspirations for recognition appearing increasingly bleak. As the new season unfolds, a month has passed since Chen Hao's rise to prominence, yet the former top pick has not earned a single Rookie of the Week accolade. Frustration mounts as he laments the decisions of the Hornets management, questioning why he was not selected by an Eastern Conference team, which might have afforded him multiple Rookie of the Week honors. Now, he finds himself with nothing to show for his efforts. The former number 1 pick thinks, "Chen Hao, I despise you." On December 5th, the Lakers face off against the Hornets in a highly anticipated match. This time, Chen Hao and the former top pick meet again, and the latter is eager to reclaim his standing. However, the reality is harsh. Comparisons reveal stark disparities. Regardless of the era, the former number 1 pick is not without merit. Yet Chen Hao's brilliance renders him comparatively lackluster. In this matchup, Chen Hao dominated in scoring, rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks, ultimately sealing the victory with a near game-winning shot, leaving the former top pick utterly exasperated. Although this contest may be seen as an easy win, Chen Hao reaped significant rewards, with his experience points rising to 7,110. He cannot help but feel that this progression is somewhat sluggish and yearns for more substantial achievements. Having grown accustomed to larger victories, he finds smaller ones lacking in satisfaction. The former number 1 pick retorts, "Am I being impolite? When did I become insignificant?" Of course, the NBA season consists of 82 games, and no team can maintain a streak of victories indefinitely. On December 8th, the Lakers suffered a defeat at the hands of the Portland Trail Blazers, the current leaders of the Western Conference. The Blazers, despite not securing a championship in the past 2 years, have reached the finals, and many media outlets proclaim that this year belongs to them. For the Lakers this season, what lies ahead? Advancing to the playoffs should not merely be regarded as a task, but rather as an aspiration. On this particular night, Chen Hao found himself inexplicably unwell, suffering from a bout of gastrointestinal distress that sapped his energy, rendering him listless during the match. His form was evidently lacking. Following the principle of conservation of character, it is worth noting that over the past half-month, Chen Hao's three-point shooting percentage had soared to an impressive average of 51. However, due to his current ailment, his performance faltered, with his three-point accuracy plummeting to 32. In truth, even this figure is not particularly poor. Nevertheless, with the Lakers' limited strength, they desperately required Chen Hao's extraordinary three-point shooting to alter the course of the game. This necessity is acutely felt, especially when facing the formidable Portland Trail Blazers, who have firmly established themselves as the top team in the Western Conference since mid-November. After a fierce battle lasting 3.5 quarters, the Lakers succumbed to the surging Rockets by 10 points. Although the Lakers' 10-game winning streak was abruptly halted, media outlets remarked that, despite their defeat, the Lakers could hold their heads high as they exited the Western Forum. This match has been dubbed by Chen Hao's fans as one where the Lakers lost. But Chen Hao did not. In reality, the Blazers' victory over the 8th-seeded Lakers is hardly a source of celebration. Conversely, if the Blazers were to lose, that would indeed make headlines, as it is well known that they are vying for the championship this season. Yet, the Blazers' core leader, Clyde Drexler, was quite pleased to have ended the Lakers' winning streak. He remarked, "See, I told you all before the game, don't hype it up, don't hype it up. Look where the Lakers are now, soaring high just to come crashing down." How does one describe Clyde Drexler? He is a man of unyielding honesty, straightforward in his speech, never one to mince words. When his wife was interviewed and asked what kind of person he is, she recounted, for instance, "If I ask him to help gather the laundry, he will only collect the clothes, leaving the socks out to dry. If I ask him to wash the dishes, he will indeed wash the dishes, yet the pots and pans will remain languishing in the sink. And when I ask him to bring me a green onion while cooking, he will bring me exactly one green onion. If I then question why it's just one, he responds with, 'You said one. How am I to know you wanted more? Why blame me now?'" Of course, to put it more charitably, Clyde is a man of steadfast honesty, but one could also say he lacks emotional intelligence. In this instance, Clyde also expressed his irritation before the game, stating, "I heard you all talking about a certain Chen Hao who could take me on. Honestly, that made me quite angry. Remember, I am the unrivaled guard in the West, not some Charles Barkley. Do not compare a rookie to me. That truly frustrates me." Barkley responded, "Thank you, NMSL." In truth, from a young age, Deng Weili never allowed Chen Hao to match up against the glider, as he had a significant role in the offense, along with his tendency to falter. The primary responsibility for defending the glider fell upon Perkins and McMillan. It is easy to imagine the outcome of their efforts. The glider has also proclaimed that comparisons should be made between him and Jordan, insisting that he should not be discussed alongside rookies, lest he be provoked. As for Chen Hao, any comparison can wait until he reaches the all-star level. Had this transpired in Portland, with the Trail Blazers emerging victorious, the fans would undoubtedly have celebrated the glider's remarks, especially after triumphing over the recently formidable Lakers. However, to boast so brazenly on the Lakers' home turf, belittling Chen Hao repeatedly and asserting that he is unworthy of comparison, is a grave affront. He nearly implied that Chen Hao is not even deserving to carry his shoes. Chapter 67 allowed the glider to experience what suffocating defense truly means. Arrogance. The glider is undeniably arrogant, a sentiment echoed by all Lakers fans. This fellow's hubris has driven the loyal supporters of the Lakers to the brink of exasperation. Chen Hao felt that the glide was indeed somewhat arrogant. What was so remarkable about it? Was there not a single formidable team in the West? How could he be consistently subdued by Jordan, who has won 2 consecutive championships and possesses 6 rings, while he has but one, and that was merely acquired through circumstance? Moreover, The sixth-seeded Lakers lost to the first-seeded Trailblazers by 10 points. Should that even be considered a loss? This was articulated by Marv Albert during his exchange with Gudica. Upon examining the records of both teams this season, it is unreasonable to expect the Lakers to achieve much more, especially given that before this season commenced, the renowned media figure Gudica remarked that without a major trade, he would be astonished if the current Lakers roster made it to the playoffs. Now, with 1/5 of the season completed, it remains uncertain whether they will advance to the playoffs, yet the Lakers currently stand as the sixth in the West. Yes, they lost indeed. They lost to the first seed. However, this is not particularly alarming. The first seed has even succumbed to the 16th. Did not the defending champions, the Bulls, despite having Jordan, also lose to the Timberwolves? The Bulls were the primary favorites to win the championship, while the Timberwolves languished at the bottom of the league. Admittedly, the Glide led his team to victory over the Lakers, scoring 38 points, but what can be said about his 5 turnovers? How do we justify nearly 30 attempts for those 38 points? And what of his shooting percentage hovering around 40? To put it plainly, the Glide has indeed displayed a degree of arrogance. The Trailblazers' triumph over the Lakers can largely be attributed to the formidable performance of their bench. What can be done when their second unit can deliver results comparable to that of the starters? Such depth is truly rare in the league. This means that, for the entire 48 minutes of the game, the Lakers faced the Trailblazers' utmost combat effectiveness. In comparison, even with their starters on the floor, the Lakers not only failed to gain ground but also fell behind by several points. The Trailblazers' success against the Lakers primarily stemmed from their bench, with 7 players scoring in double digits, showcasing the profound depth of their roster. The Trailblazers' victory was also significantly influenced by their coach's adept management of rotations, which ultimately led to the Lakers' defeat. To be succinct, the Glide's win was largely independent of his individual performance. It was primarily the achievement of their coach, Adelman. What kind of coach is Adelman? His philosophy can be encapsulated in one word: egalitarianism. Here, egalitarianism does not refer to ineptitude, but rather to a balanced approach. Adelman's coaching style resembles a central air conditioning system, promoting an equitable distribution of opportunities. In this era, his obsession with this philosophy is unmistakable. One cannot dismiss its efficacy, for it has indeed propelled them to the top of the West. The victory over the Lakers was facilitated by their bench's ability to perform at a starter's level, which ultimately led to their conquest of the Lakers. Chen Hao was exceedingly incensed. Indeed, his ire was palpable, for the task assigned by the system was straightforward. If he could vanquish the Trailblazers, he would be rewarded with a mysterious prize. Now, alas, that enigmatic reward had vanished, leaving Chen Hao relieved not to have incurred any penalties. Had he faced deductions, he might have unleashed a torrent of curses. Furthermore, he did not believe the Lakers had truly lost. The team desperately needed him. Should he falter, the Lakers would undoubtedly suffer a reversal of fortune. This predicament had forced Chen Hao to seize a rare moment of respite, only to see the once narrow score gap suddenly widen. It was indeed a remarkable turn of events, as Chen Hao had only played for 36 minutes, which contributed to the team's swift collapse. Moreover, the current Lakers bore a significant distinction from the defending champion Bulls, who relied heavily on their star players. What was this difference? The Zen master could push Jordan, Pippen, and Kukoc for over 40 minutes without them faltering, yet Coach Dunleavy could not afford such luxury. Perkins, for instance, was prone to exhaustion, while the ascetic Green also had his limitations. Although he appeared disciplined, his prowess lay primarily in defense. His offensive capabilities were not particularly formidable. In truth, the entire Lakers team relied heavily on Chen Hao as a pivotal point of space. Had he not consumed something amiss that day, the outcome might have been markedly different. Had Chen Hao been tasked with guarding the Glide, the results could indeed have been transformed. Of course, this remains a mere hypothesis. However, before long, the opportunity to validate this assumption would present itself. On December 25th, coinciding with Christmas Day, the two teams would face each other once more. Prior to the match, Chen Hao received a revenge task from the system to avenge the Trailblazers. The reward for this endeavor was 3 experience points, while failure would incur a penalty of -6 experience points. In essence, should he fulfill this task, a reward would await him. Conversely, failure would render all his efforts over the preceding days futile. Since their defeat to the Trailblazers, the Lakers had recorded a dismal 3 wins and 5 losses, placing them 8th in the Western Conference, with the Dallas Mavericks trailing closely behind, just half a game away. In other words, should the Lakers falter against the Mavericks, They would soon find themselves outside the coveted top 8 in the West, due to the previous defeat of the Lakers against the Mavericks. Should both teams find themselves with identical records, the Mavericks would be positioned ahead. Although the Lakers are teetering on the brink of falling out of the Western Conference's top 8, the fervent fans of the Lakers remain inexplicably confident. That evening, the Staples Center was brimming with supporters, many brandishing signs proclaiming Lakers championship. It is evident that despite the Lakers' recent mediocre performance, even bordering on disappointing, the fans are still filled with anticipation for the current season. The camera panned to the Lakers owner, Jeannie Buss, who was seen sharing lighthearted banter with her father, Jerry Buss, indicating his satisfaction with the season thus far. How could he not be pleased? With minimal expenditure, they have become the most popular team in the league, coupled with respectable performance and minimal criticism from fans. What does this signify? It translates to tangible financial success. Spending less equates to earning more. While Chen Hao commands a significant salary, the value he brings is immeasurable. Jerry Buss believes he has found the face of the Lakers. He attributes all this success to Jeannie Buss, recalling that it was her recommendation that led to signing Chen Hao. Meanwhile, his son, Jim Buss, wore a troubled expression, feeling as though he was losing his father's trust and unable to share in the joy. Jim reflected on how this young man could be so exceptional. How did Jeannie manage to discover such a treasure? It is no exaggeration to assert that Chen Hao's performance has ignited a whirlwind across the league, a phenomenon that has persisted since the season's onset. If this continues, Jim fears that the Lakers will inevitably belong to Jeannie. Thus, he silently prays for Clyde the Glide Drexler to perform admirably that night. Otherwise, he would have to make his companion don Drexler's jersey for bed. Chapter 68. Clyde experiences the essence of stifling defense. Clyde Drexler, unaware of Jim Buss's thoughts, would surely dismiss any such concerns if he were informed. Confident in his team's victory, he exuded an assurance that surpassed even that of the Lakers fans. Prior to the game, during an interview on the sidelines, he remained his usual candid self, questioning why they were scheduled for a Christmas showdown. If they were to partake in such a prestigious event, he argued, they ought to face a worthy opponent. The Los Angeles Lakers, in his opinion, were hardly formidable. He suggested that if a Christmas game were truly warranted, they should compete against the Chicago Bulls instead. Facing a team like the Lakers felt like a waste of time, and he would prefer to be home celebrating the holidays. Alas, this evening, the Lakers fans would likely be left feeling as if they had ingested something unpleasant. During the interview with the glider, he remained blissfully unaware that 3 individuals nearby were glaring at him with malicious intent. Chen Hao pointed at the glider and remarked, "Do you see that? The one being interviewed is called Xiao Huan, our target for tonight. This is how we shall proceed." Chen Hao articulated his plans, subsequently turning to gaze at Perkins and the ascetic young man, Green, beside him. Upon Chen Hao's conclusion, the 3 exchanged knowing smiles, evidently pleased with his arrangement. Chen Hao directly excited the abstinent male god Green with a series of powerful dunks and emphatic slams during the warm-up. Even before the match commenced, the fans were tantalized by Green, their faces flushed with excitement, reaching a crescendo of fervor that was almost overwhelming. Chen Hao gazed at the dark lines etched upon his forehead, pondering how the foreplay had unfolded. When the moment of truth arrived, would he truly be able to endure for even 3 minutes? Chen Hao extended a grand greeting. Chen Hao was dribbling and shooting effortlessly, displaying a commendable state of form. At that moment, Jeannie Buss approached without any hesitation. She playfully slapped Chen Hao's rear end, prompting him to turn around in surprise. "Who is this?" he wondered, taken aback by her boldness. Upon recognizing her, he inquired, "Boss, what instructions do you have for me?" Chen Hao fell silent, pondering the matter of salary. What if he could opt for a monthly arrangement? He contemplated this notion deeply. Jeannie Buss feigned irritation, chiding him. "Didn't we agree not to call me boss? Call me Jenny." "Very well, boss," he retorted playfully. "Still calling me that?" "No more, boss." Despite her initial annoyance, Jenny found herself at a loss. Ultimately, she leaned closer to Chen Hao and whispered softly, "Relax and release any tension. Although this is the Christmas showdown, our opponent is merely the Trailblazers. It's acceptable to lose, just avoid injury. Of course, should we miraculously emerge victorious, there shall be a reward." She deliberately emphasized the last words, making them resonate. "Chen Hao, is she trying to seduce me?" Nearby, Little Bass grew anxious. "Father, look at Jenny. You only asked her to build a good rapport with the players, not to resort to seduction. She is practically clinging to him." Old Bass merely smiled and remained silent. Chen Hao's teammates gazed at him with a mixture of intrigue and admiration, their expressions conveying a sense of "you've truly impressed us." Tig, however, was consumed by envy. Spitting in disdain, "What a pretty boy." But it is worth noting that Tig has been entirely marginalized. Should he continue to be overlooked, he may find himself playing in Europe next season. Chen Hao's affectionate demeanor did not escape the notice of Glide, who let out a huff. "Why has he become so popular lately?" he mused. It turns out it's because of Jenny's little puppy, such a pretty boy." As he uttered these words, Glide's nostrils flared with disdain. Upon hearing Glide's remarks, his companion, Porter, stifled a yawn. Having to work overtime during Christmas is truly a hardship, especially against the Lakers, a rather feeble team. It's utterly uninteresting. Now we have to witness them flaunting their affection. Honestly, it's more nauseating than swallowing a fly. Beside him, the Trailblazers' small forward, Myrich, chimed in with his own complaints. Who could disagree? "What do you think, Drake?" Glide replied, "It can't get any worse." Porter proposed, "How about we spice things up a bit? Myrich, hurry and share your idea. Each of us puts up 500. And whoever can dunk over that Asian player first tonight takes the pot. What do you say?" Myrich's eyes lit up. "Sounds great." Glide, however, interjected, "Boring. But if you're offering me money, I can't refuse." Tonight, at the Grand Western Forum, stars gathered in a dazzling display. The long-absent Magic re-entered the spotlight, albeit in a new role as a commentator. Together with Marv and Gutica, he prepared to provide live commentary for the game. Before the match commenced, the trio engaged in conversation. Typically loquacious, Magic found himself unusually silent, consumed by concern for the Lakers' prospects. He understood Glide all too well. Should that fellow triumph at the Lakers' home court, especially in his presence, his jaw would likely reach his temples in triumph. NBC had seemingly cracked the code for drawing in viewers by inviting Magic to commentate. Initially, Magic had declined the invitation, but the offer from NBC was far too generous to resist. Now, however, he regretted his decision upon seeing the lineup. Gutica observed the quiet Magic and prodded, "Come on. Share your thoughts on the game." Magic lifted his gaze, smiled, yet remained silent, fully aware that Gutica was being intentionally provocative. He sensed that the Lakers might have a chance at victory, though he was far from certain. Gutica retorted, "What do the Lakers have to win with? Their heads?" Typically, Marv would interject at this point, but tonight he found himself at a loss for words, as the Trailblazers undeniably boasted superior players, a more complete roster, and a balanced strength. As their conversation continued, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling 3 minutes before the game. The players began their preparations. The Trailblazers' starting five consisted of Porter, Glide, Myrich, Buck, and Divac. The composition of the Trailblazers, or rather, the historical configuration of the team, remains largely similar, characterized by a dynamic backcourt duo complemented by a cadre of muscular giants. This has long been the signature strategy employed by Adelman throughout his tenure in the NBA. Meanwhile, the Lakers maintained their veteran lineup, featuring McMillan, Chen Hao, Perkins, Green, and Divac, as both teams take their positions at center court. The atmosphere in the Western Forum erupts with fervent cheers, reaching a crescendo even before the game has commenced. Naturally, the crowd is not solely comprised of Lakers supporters. Many have gathered to witness the potential misfortunes of the Lakers. What level are you at, fighting for the 8th seed in the West, yet still engaging in a Christmas showdown? Is it merely because of your inflated ego? Or perhaps due to the size of your fan base? Stern, indeed. Chapter 69, letting the Glide experience what suffocating defense truly feels like. The clash is imminent. The referees signal for both teams to assume their positions at center court. The Glide approaches, nostrils flared in arrogance, completely disregarding Chen Hao. Chen Hao merely chuckled, offering no further words. The glider descended directly beside Perkins, and with a playful tone, he remarked, "You are far inferior to your junior. This evening, victory is assured for you. It would be more fitting for your junior to seek me out instead. Surrender. And I promise to toy with you lightly." The junior referred to by the glider was undoubtedly none other than last season's Finals MVP, Michael Jordan. Perkins ground his back teeth in frustration, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, the straight man." Meanwhile, Magello, standing alongside Chen Hao, exuded even greater arrogance. "To insult you on your home turf, in front of your loyal fans? After the game, do remember to provide me with an experience report. I am genuinely curious to know what that sensation entails. It is truly regrettable that I shall never have the opportunity in this lifetime." Chen Hao paid no heed to Magello, his focus entirely fixated on the basketball. He understood that barking back at a mad dog only proved oneself to be the lunatic. Moreover, even in the absence of any tasks, Chen Hao was resolute in his desire not to lose. The bitterness of defeat was unbearable, and he had no wish to endure it, especially in front of his fellow townsfolk. For the past 10 days, every meal had been tainted with a sense of bitterness. Beep. The referee blew the whistle, tossing the ball into the air, signaling the official commencement of the match. Divac, for once, displayed a rare boldness, passing the ball directly to Perkins. Just as he prepared to celebrate, he was astonished to see the glide spring forth with the agility of a gazelle, claiming the ball for himself. The glide commenced the game with unrestrained vigor. Each time he faced the Lakers, his performance was nothing short of explosive, leading the media to jest that he lived to feast, sleep, and battle the Lakers. The moment he seized the ball, exhilaration coursed through him. It was showtime, and he was determined to demonstrate that not everyone was his equal. Indeed, no one was worthy of comparison. As the glide's inner monologue unfolded, he prepared to unleash his speed and charge through the Lakers. What he did not anticipate was that as he positioned himself for the ball, Chen Hao had similarly read the trajectory. Aware of the glide's intent to intercept, Chen Hao devised a cunning strategy akin to the mantis stalking its prey. He lay in wait, and as the glide attempted to bring the ball down, Chen Hao swiftly executed a steal, capitalizing on the glide's misstep. "Good play," the Magic exclaimed, raising his arms in triumph. Initially believing the Lakers were defenseless, he found his team's momentum bolstered by Chen Hao's steal, leaving him quite satisfied. He began to think that the Trailblazers were not so formidable after all. Green received the ball and, with keen eyes, spotted McMillan, passing it to him. McMillan seized the ball, pressing the accelerator as he took advantage of the Trailblazers' momentary unsteadiness, easily scoring 2 points. The game commenced with a score of 2-0. The glide, undeterred by the early setback, displayed no signs of disappointment, merely chuckling to himself, promising not to underestimate his opponents again. With that thought, he returned to the front court, ready to engage in the offense. As the Trailblazers regained possession, Porter brought the ball across half court. The glide immediately approached, noticing Perkins defending him with a dismissive expression, declaring, "I'll say it again, let your junior take me on. I have no respect for you." Seeing Perkins remain unresponsive, the glide continued his taunts. It must be said that while the glide was indeed a talented athlete, his mouth was exceedingly foul. Initially, Perkins was unfazed. Being outmaneuvered by the glide felt no different than being surpassed by a junior. However, the glide's taunts persisted. "How pitiful are you to be outdone by a junior?" Perkins longed to retort, "That junior is named Jordan. Why don't you try surpassing him? You'd find yourself thoroughly outmatched." The glider is truly cunning, for when Perkins, distracted by his verbal provocations, faltered, he made his move. A swift step, indeed, a singular, decisive step that cast Perkins aside as he surged toward the basket. Only when Perkins regained his composure did he bellow, "Damn it, are you cheating?" The glider chuckled, "Hey, all's fair in war. Who can blame me?" One might wonder why he is called the glider. Because this individual is anything but human, I assure you. No insult intended. He is indeed a machine. Upon hearing the term glider, one might comprehend that during the quiet hours of the night, he indulges in covert snacking, for such abdominal strength is simply unattainable otherwise. He truly glides, and given his trajectory, a breathtaking slam dunk is undoubtedly in store. However, tonight, Chen Hao seems to have set his sights on the glider. And I mean it. He is genuinely targeting him. The glider possesses remarkable speed, yet he is still reserving his strength, for in his view, facing off against the Lakers, a rather feeble team, necessitates no full effort. Even the likes of Magic Johnson are unnecessary. "Thank you." The glider acknowledges. His speed is indeed impressive, and many Lakers fans in attendance realize the gravity of the situation upon witnessing the glider's demeanor. They know they are up against a formidable adversary. Yet, while the glider's speed is commendable, Chen Hao's pace surpasses it. In an instant, he reaches his maximum velocity. If the glider's acceleration over 100 meters is 5 seconds, then Chen Hao accomplishes it in nearly 3. As the glider leaps into the air, he believes that apart from Jordan, no one can rival him. Jordan is capable. But is he present? No, he is not. Therefore, under Jordan's shadow, I reign supreme. The glider, indeed, is brimming with confidence. Little did he know that in the next moment, Chen Hao launched himself into the air, yes, soaring, wielding his nearly 3-meter wingspan, and with a resounding slap, he pinned the basketball against the backboard. The glider was astonished, momentarily mistaking Chen Hao for Jordan. However, that would be erroneous. Even Jordan may not have accomplished such a feat. Turning to confirm, he realized it was Chen Hao, who was now grinning triumphantly at him. Just as the glider thought he could dominate the rim at will, Chen Hao emerged, brandishing his terrifying 2-meter-3 reach, and with a single motion, he slammed the basketball against the backboard. The glider had been entirely focused on dieback and green in the paint, neglecting the serpent-like presence of Chen Hao lurking behind him. From the outset, Chen Hao had fixated on the glider like a predator, and it was evident that this match would not end well for him. The atmosphere in the Western Forum was electric, utterly charged with excitement. This is what they call the second best beneath Jordan? The glider exclaimed, "Who are you cursing?" To which Barkley retorted, "I suspect you are directing that at me. However, I possess no evidence." Chapter 70. The glider on the brink of a hemorrhagic stroke due to elevated blood pressure. Giudicca was profoundly dissatisfied with the glider. What on earth was Drexler doing? Could he not maintain a semblance of normalcy? His carelessness was undeniable. Ultimately, Giudicca remained skeptical, doubting whether Chen Hao truly had the capability to block the glider, attributing it merely to the glider's apparent negligence. But was it truly as simple as negligence? In reality, even when it came to layups, not to mention dunks, Chen Hao had an abundance of prerequisites at his disposal. Furthermore, with his height and wingspan advantages, it was effortless for him to chase down and block the glider. And that was not the end of it. He successfully executed the block. Chen Hao immediately passed the ball to Green, who then relayed it to Perkins, who was charging towards midfield. Perkins, contemplating an opportunity to showcase his skills, was surprised to find that his teammate, McMillan, was also vying for the spotlight. McMillan had already surged towards the basket, leaving Perkins perplexed as to why McMillan's scoring had recently skyrocketed. It seemed he had learned to take advantage of the situation. Without hesitation, Perkins passed the ball to McMillan, who effortlessly made the layup, securing an easy 2 points. The score stood at 4-0. Naturally, Perkins recognized that the credit for this play largely belonged to Chen Hao. Without his defensive prowess and block, such an opportunity would not have arisen. Perkins pointed towards Chen Hao, giving him a thumbs up. The atmosphere in the Great Western Forum erupted in excitement. McMillan spread his arms wide, welcoming the cheers that had long eluded him throughout his years in the league. However, his elation was short-lived as the crowd began chanting Chen Hao's name, Chen Hao, Chen Hao, echoing throughout the arena. Fans buzzed with excitement. Awesome. Incredible. Chen Hao's stunning defensive plays have made it clear to the Trailblazers that winning here won't come easy. This is Los Angeles. The crowd taunted, "What makes you so great? Glide." I ask you, what makes you so great? I'm not impressed. Calmly. They reminded themselves that the game had only just begun, predicting even more thrilling moments to come. Tonight, the spotlight was firmly on Chen Hao. Of course. The game spanned 48 minutes, and while Chen Hao's 2 exceptional defensive plays were significant, they would not single-handedly defeat the Trailblazers. That would be unrealistic. Initially, Glide might have shrugged off a turnover, but being thwarted by Chen Hao's relentless chase-down block was a different matter entirely. Self-proclaimed as the second best after Jordan, how could he endure such treatment? This was the NBA, not a lesser league. Every star was a formidable competitor. It could be said that once one reached the status of a star player, pride was inevitable. Their essay saying, every NBA player sees themselves as the protagonist in their own Jordan-esque story. Glide was no exception. With nostrils flaring in anger, he found it intolerable to be treated with such disdain by someone he deemed beneath him. Enraged, he rallied the Trailblazers for a comeback. Initially, Coach D'Antoni aimed to preserve Chen Hao's energy, knowing the Lakers desperately needed his three-point shooting and was reluctant for him to confront Glide head-on from the start. However, Chen Hao countered, "If I don't guard him, who in our team will handle him?" Deng Weili remained silent, surveying the room. His gaze fell upon Perkins, who hastily lowered his head, clutching his knee. Then he glanced at Green, who was simply drinking water. As for the others, Deng Weili chose not to acknowledge them at all. You expect McMillan to defend against the glider? Surely, you cannot be serious. Deng Weili, very well. Chen Hao is certainly not concerned about his physical stamina. What, do I have issues with my endurance? Allow me to clarify. My combat skills are at their zenith, enabling me to engage in high-intensity battles for 3 continuous hours. When confronted with Chen Hao's defense, had the glider been Barkley, he would have undoubtedly exclaimed, "Step aside. Let me take him down." Even if Chen Hao were not present before him, he would instruct his teammates to set screens, ensuring that Chen Hao is brought within his line of sight. However, the glider does not operate in this manner. Such an approach is not characteristic of him. Barkley, are you insinuating something? Are you calling me foolish? Chen Hao, I have not. Although the glide is indeed proud, after 2 rounds, he recognizes that this young man, Chen Hao, is no ordinary player, with impressive height, reach, and athletic prowess. If he were to play aggressively, he could certainly hold his own. But the game has only just begun, and I have yet to unleash my full potential. Should my attempts fail, it would undoubtedly lead to ridicule. Thus, he opts for a more cautious approach. Upon observing Chen Hao, he immediately signals for a substitution. Buck enters to perform a pick and roll. Although Buck may be shorter, standing at only 2 meters, he possesses remarkable strength in the paint. This strategy has become a signature move for the Trailblazers, with a screen set. The glide faces no pressure against either Perkins or Green. However, this time is different. Seeing Chen Hao obstructed, the glide remains undaunted, as he confronts both Green and Perkins, feeling confident in his ability to manage the situation. Yet, contrary to his expectations, both Green and Perkins swiftly converge to double-team him. While the glide's one-on-one skills are unquestionable, facing such a double-team tests his passing ability. Allowing him to engage in a one-on-one duel is feasible, but asking him to distribute the ball could spell disaster. His passing lanes are completely blocked, prompting him to leap in search of an opening. Chen Hao once again burst onto the scene, making a stunning interception. He had been waiting for this moment with the glider for quite some time, and he finally seized the opportunity. Jeannie leaped up from the bench, and to an onlooker, it might seem as though she had just sat upon a scorching iron. With her hands raised high, she fervently called out Chen Hao's name. The audience murmured in disbelief, questioning, "Isn't that Chen Hao's old flame?" Little Bass remarked, somewhat annoyed, "Pay attention." Meanwhile, Old Bass wore a broad grin, exclaiming, "Good, good, very good." Not far away, West stood in a daze. To be honest, the hefty contract awarded to Chen Hao was largely due to his Asian heritage, and achieving such results was commendable. If he could deliver such performance at that price, it was hardly a loss. Although publicly he claimed Chen Hao was comparable to Magic Johnson, it was merely a facade. He truly did not see Chen Hao as the cornerstone of a rebuilding project, which explained West's indifference when the 76ers announced Barkley was on the trading block. However, he no longer held that view. If Chen Hao were paired with a star player, wouldn't the Lakers be formidable? West resolved to contemplate the potential pairing of Chen Hao and Barkley seriously. If such a combination could indeed flourish, who would emerge as the leader? Chen Hao, a rookie, versus Barkley, who fancied himself second only to Jordan, yet Chen Hao had never tasted defeat since joining the Lakers. West found himself in a quandary. Chapter 71. The soaring pressure of a potential hemorrhage. McMillan, as always, made him feel as though he were a common person suddenly graced with the illusion of stardom. For upon scoring, he was met with an overwhelming chorus of cheers. To be honest, throughout his life, even during high school, he had never experienced such a cacophony of support. For a moment, he felt somewhat euphoric. Despite previous experiences, he couldn't help but subconsciously identify with Chen Hao. The Lakers had an unprecedented 6-0 start. Even the typically serious West was waving his arms in excitement, realizing he had made the right choice in selecting Chen Hao. Previously, he had doubted whether choosing Chen Hao as the cornerstone of the rebuild was a mistake, but now it seemed he had overthought it. There was no issue at all. Yet, West still harbored concerns. Given Chen Hao's lanky physique, devoid of much muscle, would he not be prone to injury? West raised an eyebrow in uncertainty. But what of Jeannie? Jeannie? Jeannie, are you all right? Prior to this, she had merely licked her crimson lips, her eyes sparkling with excitement, having just made a brief trip to the restroom. Now, she was practically ready to sprint to the Lakers bench in a frenzy. What on earth was happening? Even Old Bass, her father, was at a loss. Composure, composure, he admonished. Jeannie, as a young lady, you must maintain your composure. How many times must I tell you to be poised? Where's your restraint? Old Bus was quite troubled, pondering over what his daughter might have eaten tonight. The game had only just begun, yet she had made several trips to the restroom. In confusion, he asked, "Jenny, did you eat something wrong tonight?" Instantly, her already flushed face turned an even deeper shade of red as she lowered her head in embarrassment. How could she possibly divulge such a matter? It was too difficult to articulate. However, this unspoken shame added an intriguing allure to Jenny, whose beauty was already remarkable. Jenny had her reasons for her excitement. Initially, she had chosen Chen Hao and was willing to offer him a contract. Many questioned her judgment, suggesting she was foolish, implying that she was merely enamored by Chen Hao's looks, claiming he made it to the Lakers only through her influence. In truth, that was far from the case. Jenny had once witnessed Chen Hao training at 4 in the morning, and she believed that someone who worked so diligently deserved a chance. Thus, she recommended him to West. Although she had not explicitly stated her desire to secure Chen Hao, West understood her intentions. West remarked, "Since you've made the recommendation, how could I deny him an opportunity?" Consequently, Chen Hao found himself on the Lakers roster. Although it was merely a 10-day contract, during that brief period, Chen Hao seized the opportunity with unwavering determination. Jenny felt a surge of emotion, repeatedly asserting, "Gold will always shine. Gold will always shine." The game continued, and the Trailblazers now had possession. Glide was irate, intent on taking it to Chen Hao. It must be said, Glide was indeed formidable. He nearly got past Chen Hao on 2 consecutive attempts, but failed to break through. Frustrated as the 24-second shot clock dwindled, he passed the ball to his teammate Porter, who immediately attempted a three-pointer. The shot fell short, ricocheting off the rim. Underneath, Green, with knees bent and legs springing like coiled springs, leaped impressively to snatch the rebound. It was undeniable that the ascetic male god possessed remarkable leaping ability, and before Divac could react, Green had already completed the play. After securing the ball, Green wasted no time. Before the defense could close in, he passed it to Chen Hao, who accelerated swiftly. However, the Trailblazers' defense was equally quick, anticipating that Chen Hao would drive to the basket, leading them to converge under the hoop. In this era, no one expected a fast break to result in a three-point attempt. In today's vernacular, one might wonder, who do you think you are? Yet, Chen Hao defied expectations, launching a quick counterattack for a three-pointer. Observing Chen Hao's maneuvers, one cannot help but acknowledge his proficiency in three-point shooting. However, during a fast break, rather than aggressively attacking the rim, he opts for a three-pointer, which undeniably captivates the spectator's visual senses. Deng Weili, upon witnessing this, immediately shouts no, no, no from the sidelines. Gesturing emphatically, his demeanor suggests a desire to don the coach's attire and charge onto the court himself. The eyes of the magician nearly bulge out in disbelief, clearly indicating his perception that Chen Hao's actions are rather irrational. After all, shooting a basketball is akin to solving a complex mathematical problem for his teammate. A daunting task indeed. As the glider retreats to the paint, he observes Chen Hao preparing for a three-point shot during the fast break and wonders, what on earth is he thinking? Has he lost his mind? Who does he think he is? Without hesitation, he pivots and calls out to his teammates, urging them to box out and secure the rebound. Chen Hao, with an air of delight, dared to allow me to attempt a three-pointer. Is this not an invitation to score? One must appreciate a three-point shooting accuracy of 45. I observed as Chen Hao deftly applied pressure with his wrist, sending the basketball gliding gracefully from the tip of his index finger. The ball traced a beautiful arc in midair before crashing through the hoop with a resounding swish. This sound resonated like a slap to the face of the glider, whose expression turned somewhat grim. The score was now 9-0, and the atmosphere in the Great Western Forum erupted into a frenzy. Jenny's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Deng Weili danced on the sidelines, repeatedly exclaiming, "Yes, yes, yes." The magician, with his mouth agape in disbelief, marveled at the astonishing shot, exclaiming, "An incredible basket." Chen Hao never anticipated that his one shot would elicit such a tremendous reaction. The fans' response was akin to witnessing a spectacular dunk that left everyone in awe. Observing their reaction, Chen Hao felt perplexed, as if he were witnessing something utterly bizarre. However, he quickly came to terms with the situation. In this era, the three-point shot was not as prevalent. The game was played at a notably diminutive scale, with fewer three-pointers attempted and more emphasis on interior play. Such a chasing three-pointer was indeed a rarity in these times. The opposing coach, Adelman, found himself in a state of bewilderment. Was this truly the same Lakers team from last season that he had easily managed? Even with Westbrook last season, they had not exhibited such formidable prowess. What had transformed the Lakers into such a formidable opponent? Was it merely the addition of an Eastern player that rendered them so challenging? The game's onset was in stark contrast to his pre-match expectations. He had envisioned a straightforward performance, finishing the first quarter with ease, sealing the game by halftime, and returning home to celebrate the festivities. Yet, to his astonishment, he found the Lakers to be exceedingly tenacious. He contemplated calling a timeout for adjustments. However, Glide, with an air of nonchalance, gestured for him to remain seated, as if to convey that everything would be fine with his presence. Adelman let out a sigh of relief. After all, they were not without Drexler. Despite this reassurance, Adelman could not shake the anxiety that gripped his heart. Chen Hao's three-pointer sparked a thrill within him, even more so than when Perkins scored himself. For Chen Hao, it was merely routine, yet Perkins reveled in the moment, exclaiming with glee as the score reached 9-0. "Isn't this a promising night?" he boasted, strutting towards the gliding player poised for an offensive play. With audacity, he taunted, "You're worthless, my junior. Chen Hao can handle you single-handedly. From this night onward, you shall taste the bitterness of defeat here." Perkins, filled with arrogance, nearly drove the glider to the brink of fury, his teeth gritting in frustration as he questioned, "What gives you such confidence?" Taking a deep breath to rein in his emotions, he articulated each word with precision, stating, "Let me reiterate, do not compare me to mere nobodies. The only one worthy of matching me is Jordan. Only Jordan. Chen Hao, are you polite? Barkley, are you polite?" Perkins even mimicked the expression of the glider, imitating his mannerisms, and mocked him, challenging him like Jordan did, showcasing his prowess. "Why don't you just disappear?" Perkins' reaction, however, utterly enraged the glider. "Give me the ball. I shall crush these scoundrels." Perkins found it amusing, yet ultimately, it was Chen Hao who bore the brunt, for he was now responsible for guarding the glider throughout the game. The glider seized the ball and began to take on Chen Hao one-on-one. The glider taunted, "The warm-up is over. The match has officially commenced. I shall soon make you aware of the disparity in our abilities. Getting past you is as effortless as crossing a street in the morning." With that, the glider suddenly sprang into action, veering left, pressing the accelerator, and accelerating directly towards Chen Hao, who stood firm. The glider smirked, this is somewhat intriguing." He executed a flamboyant behind-the-back maneuver, gliding past Chen Hao effortlessly. "Is that all you've got? I haven't even begun to take this seriously." Such is the cost of arrogance. After bypassing Chen Hao, an opening emerged, and unlike Barkley, who bulldozed towards the basket with brute force, the glider possessed a finesse in scoring that could rival even a peak Jordan with a slight twist of the wrist. He often required only the slightest margin of shooting space to score. Before the ball was even released, the glider let out a roar. It seemed that the mere sound of his shout could will the ball into the basket. Seeing the glider play this way, Goudica let out a shout, "Exactly." However, before he could finish his words, he choked, silenced by his own astonishment. In that moment, Chen Hao, emerging from the glider's blind side, swiftly intervened and snatched the ball away from him. "Chen Hao, allow me to introduce Death Grip." With this skill, combined with Chen Hao's towering height and impressive wingspan, he undoubtedly becomes a nightmare for all offensive players. Chen Hao, without hesitation, asserted that in a one-on-one confrontation, any scorer aspiring to best him must seriously evaluate the robustness of their own scoring prowess. The glide was momentarily taken aback. "Steal? A steal? How could this happen to me again?" The game had barely commenced, and already, I found myself at a loss. Yet, it was the fervent shouts of Adelman from the sidelines that jolted the glide back to reality. Upon witnessing Chen Hao steal, he swiftly seized the ball and initiated a fast break, leaving Adelman alarmed, urging, "Stop him. We cannot allow him to score again." With his extensive coaching experience, he was acutely aware that for a lackluster team like the Lakers to begin a game in such a manner, succumbing to an 11-0 deficit was not merely a matter of embarrassment, but posed a potentially devastating blow to morale, especially since earlier, the glide had confidently pounded his chest, vowing, "I've got this, I can handle everything." Yet, the outcome was far from what he had promised. The glide understood that he had lost face, and thus sought to redeem himself. The glide, Mirotic, and Porter were fervently pursuing Chen Hao from behind, encircling him with three defenders, leaving no opportunity for a three-pointer. The glide remained resolute, confident that should Chen Hao attempt a layup, he would surely be met with a formidable challenge. All anticipated that Chen Hao would falter. Deng Weili wore a grave expression, while Jennifer appeared pale. Magic Johnson exclaimed, "We're in trouble." Goudica chuckled, "Chen Hao is courting disaster." The atmosphere in the Western Forum plunged into silence. However, just as everyone braced for Chen Hao's impending mistake, he astounded them all, transforming despair into brilliance. In the midst of the throng, it seemed as though he possessed eyes at the back of his head, as he deftly tossed the ball behind him. Upon releasing the ball, Chen Hao immediately spread his arms in celebration. The glide pondered, "Is this kid out of his mind? What is he doing?" Mirotic and Porter mirrored his confusion. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they turned in alarm. Lo and behold, the ascetic idol green had already leaped into the air, claiming the ball mid-flight, and executed a thunderous dunk. Chen Hao had complete faith in the athleticism of the ascetic idol, though he may lack in other areas. His physical prowess was undeniable. After all, this 30-something-year-old bachelor had been hitting the gym daily, and his strength was certainly reliable. With a resounding clang, Green hung from the rim, sealing the score at 11-0. As he descended, he pointed at Chen Hao and bellowed, "Great pass." The exuberant ascetic idol then approached Chen Hao to bump chests, exuding such excitement that one might think he had cast aside his vows of abstinence. Chen Hao was perplexed by whether the male idol was indeed celibate. The restraint seemed arduous. Without a mother figure, it would suffice to engage with a male counterpart. The forum in the vast West was abuzz, an exquisite sensation indeed. Deng Weili radiated a smile as brilliant as blooming chrysanthemums, his lips curving toward his temples. In contrast, assistant coach Carlisle remained remarkably composed. Meanwhile, Jenny sprang from her seat as if scorched by a fiery iron, leaping to applaud Chen Hao. Their eyes met, and she felt as though jolted by electricity, her body turning weak. Oh no, the urge to visit the restroom struck again. Old Bus, adorned in sunglasses, nodded vigorously. Chen Hao was left wondering whether the boss was there to flaunt his coolness or to watch the game. Adelman, in a fit of exasperation, called for a timeout. What an international farce. The Western Conference champions, the favorites for this season's title, found themselves battered and bruised from the outset. What about their dignity? An 11-0 scoreline compelled the Trailblazers to pause, undoubtedly releasing the pent-up frustrations of Lakers fans who had endured a fortnight of anguish. The Lakers' loyal followers still vividly recalled the disdainful expression and those derisive remarks made by the Glide at the press conference a mere 2 weeks prior. "Do not bring any nobodies to challenge me." Furthermore, his pre-game comments, declaring that only Jordan was his equal, reflected a profound lack of respect for both Chen Hao and the Lakers. Undoubtedly, these affronts had deeply stung the Lakers supporters. It is no exaggeration to say they had long awaited this moment. Chapter 73, a moment of reckoning. Is this enough? Cried the Lakers fans. Not enough. More. I want more. This was hardly sufficient. They would not rest until the Glide's hairline was pushed back by at least 5 centimeters. An enmity had been forged. It was a matter of survival. Either he would perish, or they would. Perkins was also caught up in the excitement. He had never witnessed the Glide so humiliated. In the past 2 years, every encounter between the Lakers and the Trailblazers had seen the latter emerge victorious. Even the match a fortnight ago had been no different. At last, they could exhale a sigh of relief. The celibate male idol also reveled in the moment. Feeling that his years of restraint had been worthwhile, he fantasized about a life devoid of intimacy. Could he play basketball forever? Old Bus, too, was exhilarated by the turn of events. Such a narrative of overcoming adversity never goes out of style. As the owner, he had invested minimal resources while reaping tremendous rewards. What business could find greater joy than this? Perhaps even the championship was attainable? After all, some teams, despite winning titles, still faced financial losses. Let alone for Jeannie Buss, who felt as though the dam had burst tonight, with the flow of excitement seemingly unending. Chen Hao, am I to blame? Jenny, not you. Am I to blame then? Some rejoice while others lament. The elation of Lakers fans is matched only by the despondency of their critics. A prime example is Goldstein, who has become utterly despondent. On Christmas Day, in celebration of the Lakers' overwhelming defeat at the Western Forum, he rallied a group. This evening, he gathered 10 young models to accompany him to the game, filling the front row completely. He has been absent from the Western Forum for quite some time, primarily because the Lakers have been on an impressive winning streak. As a staunch critic of the Lakers, he is no fool. Attending their games during a period of triumph would only serve to torment himself, wouldn't it? Goldstein, my money does not come from the wind. The home team has been winning consistently, and just 2 weeks ago, he finally saw an opportunity. Christmas Day against the Trailblazers. The chance has arrived. The Lakers' winning streak was halted by the Blazers. This time, he couldn't help but praise. Whoever scheduled this match is a genius. He envisioned a visual feast for the evening. However, less than 3 minutes into the game, his expression turned dark. What on earth is happening? An opening surge of 11-0 left the Trailblazers utterly defenseless. This is nothing. Curse it. I am the Lakers' staunchest critic, not their lucky charm. Goldstein began to think that perhaps if he had not attended, the Lakers might not have fared so well. In comparison, Glide was suffering even more. He had made bold proclamations, dismissing the Lakers outright, even disregarding them as a team, or even as people. Now look, they are being relentlessly pursued. Furthermore, his arch-nemesis, Magic Johnson, is also attending the game tonight, and Glide can see the grin on his face, as if his jaw might drop to the floor. Glide knows all too well that if they do not win this game, he will be left to endure the post-game taunts from Magic, the outcome surely to be disastrous. Losing to Jordan is one thing, but to succumb to a rookie from Asia whom he looks down upon? What an international farce. We are of the same caliber. Thus, Glide is resolute. This game must be won, regardless of the circumstances. Does Glide have any other choice? He found himself with no alternative but to fight for his dignity. Undeniably, the Trailblazers are currently a more formidable team than the Lakers, boasting a superior roster, greater completeness, and an even more potent strength. Their numbers and depth are impressive, and on paper, the Blazers prevail decisively. However, basketball transcends mere statistical comparisons. It hinges upon on-court performance. Throughout NBA history, there have been numerous teams with illustrious lineups that ultimately succumb to defeat. The outcome of a game is profoundly influenced by the team's state and execution. The Lakers' early surge of 11-0 was crucial for them, significantly elevating the morale of their players. They began to perceive the Trailblazers as merely ordinary. Fueled by this momentum, the Blazers found themselves struggling to close the gap, ending the first quarter at 31-20, with the Lakers maintaining an 11-point lead. Observing a glimmer of hope for victory, Coach Dunleavy decided to shorten his rotation during the Trailblazers' strong phase, intensifying their efforts. He was resolute in his determination to win this game. Dunleavy's decision was not without rationale. Securing a victory in this match would bolster confidence more than a series of 3 games. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The key concern was whether the owner was watching from the sidelines. A loss on their home turf in front of the owner could jeopardize his job. He was acutely aware of the precarious state of his position. Having previously overseen a lackluster performance from the Lakers, this was his opportunity for self-affirmation. Consequently, in the second quarter, Perkins found his rhythm, contributing 12 points in that period, allowing the Lakers to maintain a 10-point lead by halftime. As the half concluded, Gudica was astonished, and not only he. All the Lakers supporters present were equally shocked. How could the team regarded as the top seed in the West, the presumptive champions of the season, be performing so poorly? Doubts arose as to whether the Trail Blazers' championship status was merely a fade. Magic Johnson couldn't help but chuckle, remarking that this was nothing of significance. "Oh, I must mention Drexler," he said. "You know I typically refrain from criticizing others, but I must assert that the Glide simply does not belong in the same echelon as Jordan. In comparison, he falls short." Upon hearing this, Drexler's anger flared, veins protruding on his forehead. If they had been leading, Magic would have merely smirked. Yet, they found themselves trailing by 10 points at halftime. However, that was not the main issue. The real concern lay in Drexler's meager performance, having scored only 8 points on 10 attempts, alongside 3 turnovers, all of which were attributed to Chen Hao's handling. Such inefficiency, even a super water dispenser would fail to meet the standard, let alone the self-proclaimed second to Jordan Glide. This evening, Chen Hao's presence rendered Glide quite passive, resulting in frequent errors and a series of missed shots, which consequently distracted him defensively and led to several notable blunders. He was easily bypassed and suffered humiliating moments. Those unaware might mistake him for Barkley rather than Glide, as Glide is known for his defensive prowess, unlike Barkley who whimsically imagines himself as a defender. Thus, Marvin jestingly remarked that this version of Drexler must be a counterfeit. It seems he has been possessed by Charles. In contrast, Chen Hao far surpassed Glide. Chapter 74. Turning the tide when the building is on the brink. In the first half, he achieved 4 3-pointers out of 7 attempts, totaling 14 points along with a fast break. This marked the second highest score for the Lakers in the half and the third overall. Furthermore, he maintained 0 turnovers, alongside 3 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, effectively filling the statistical columns. He stood out as the most remarkable player on the court, with a presence even stronger than Perkins, the team's leading scorer. Previously, in a game where Chen Hao suffered from food poisoning, his inability to shoot threes left the Lakers in a precarious position. Now, however, they were thriving. This positive momentum revitalized the Lakers, making them almost unrecognizable compared to last season's underperformers. With top-tier 3D players, Chen Hao's influence has enabled the Lakers to function more cohesively as a unit. Nonetheless, the Trailblazers are still a formidable contender for the Western Conference title this season, and defeating them with ease remains a significant challenge. Moreover, the Lakers starters have played extensively, and the experienced Adelman is aware that such gameplay poses a considerable strain on their stamina. Typically, one would expect their energy levels to dwindle by the latter part of the third quarter. The opening phase of the fourth quarter would then present an opportunity for them. Indeed, as Adelman anticipated, during the latter half of the third quarter, the Trailblazers narrowed the gap to just 2 points, 68-70, propelled by an 8-0 scoring run, hinting at a potential collapse for the Lakers. Magic's expression darkened as the Lakers starters, having performed admirably, could not be expected to do more. Undeniably, the Trailblazers are the superior team. The camera panned to Adelman, who wore a satisfied smile, radiating confidence, reminding everyone that if they continue to play this way, it would be a wonder if they could be considered our rivals. With their stamina waning, it would be intriguing to see how they intend to secure a victory. The glider exhaled in relief, having salvaged some dignity. Had the game been snatched away by the Lakers, he feared he would have been burdened with guilt for an extended period. Perhaps even his confidence would have suffered. But now, with just 2 points separating them and only 30 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the glider resolved to execute this play to perfection. As they were merely 2 points shy, he felt a surge of exhilaration and seized the opportunity to make a move. Against Chen Hao's defense, he attempted a quick maneuver, believing he had evaded him, and took the shot. Little did he anticipate that Chen Hao's ability to navigate around screens was so exceptional. After circumventing the obstruction, Chen Hao managed to disrupt his shot. What should have been a surefire basket forced the glider to pause mid-air before releasing the ball. In that moment of suspension, he had to tighten his core to maintain balance. For an average player, such a pause might have resulted in a successful shot. However, he was up against Chen Hao, who possessed both height and wingspan, and whose leaping ability rivaled that of the glider. Had it not been for a slight obstruction caused by the glider's teammate, Chen Hao would have blocked the shot outright. Though the glider evaded Chen Hao's pursuit with his extended hang time, the prolonged suspension depleted his strength, resulting in a complete airball. The rebound was promptly seized by Green, who quickly glanced ahead to see that Chen Hao had already raced down the court. Without hesitation, he flung the ball to Chen Hao, who found himself with an open lane for a layup. Yet, he opted not to take it, instead choosing to attempt a three-pointer in transition. Upon witnessing this decision, Deng Weili began to voice his disapproval. Magic Johnson furrowed his brow, clearly unconvinced that this was a judicious choice. Goudica remarked, "This is reckless. Having the opportunity is one thing, but being overly hasty is a mistake." Adelman, observing Chen Hao's selection, couldn't suppress a smirk. He thought, "He.s. anxious, very anxious. For such a shot to succeed would be a rarity. Does he think he.s. Reggie Miller? Even if he makes it, we suffer no loss. You've rushed it. If he misses, then Drexler's error doesn't count, and we retain possession. It's an egregious miscalculation." Yet, in the following instant, Adelman's expression darkened as the ball swished through the net. This unexpected turn of events left him dumbfounded. How could that possibly go in? Such luck. Throughout the sequence, Jenny had maintained her enthusiasm, arms raised in anticipation of a celebration. As Chen Hao scored, she exhibited no semblance of restraint, akin to a figure seated upon a searing iron plate. Springing up from her seat with remarkable swiftness, with a voice strained from fervor, she called out Chen Hao's name, her eyes brimming with fervent admiration. Goudica, with his mouth agape in astonishment, found himself at a loss for words. Such a remarkable shot could only be described as a resounding slap to the face of disbelief. "Magic," he exclaimed, overwhelmed by the sheer incredibility of the three-pointer. He was undoubtedly the next Reggie. Meanwhile, Deng Weili erupted in his usual chant of yes, yes, yes. For him, regardless of the method, any score was a commendable achievement. The glide, however, wore a grim expression. As Chen Hao retreated to defense, he begrudgingly muttered, "Lucky shot." Chen Hao merely smiled and remained silent, then quietly retreated defensively. With a 5-point deficit and just 25 seconds left in the third quarter, the Trailblazers began to waste time. They failed to capitalize on this opportunity. The glide's mid-range attempt fell short once again. Adelman, wishing to manipulate the situation, pondered the poor shooting touch. Was passing the ball truly a death sentence? Had he lost his mind? Adelman inherently disdained this star-centric style of play, as it jeopardized the team's chemistry. As a small consolation, the glide's failure to score left the Lakers with just a little over a second remaining. Adelman held little faith in the Lakers' ability to conjure any magic. The glide, yet to find the net, felt even more despondent. Previously, he could accept missing a shot due to Chen Hao's interference, but being obstructed by Perkins was simply unacceptable. What was this? Truly frustrating. Perkins remarked, "Are you being polite?" The Glide, in his low spirits, also doubted the Lakers' potential for mischief and relinquished his defensive efforts. Yet, countless instances had shown them that as long as the game continued, anything was possible. In the Lakers' backcourt, Chen Hao received the ball and surged forward with remarkable speed. Upon seeing Chen Hao at the ball, Gadika couldn't help but adopt a sarcastic tone, questioning what he could possibly achieve in such a short span of time. However, Chen Hao was ready to prove him wrong. There was indeed much he could accomplish. As Chen Hao dribbled the ball towards the half-court, he launched a shot. Naturally, no one anticipated that Chen Hao could succeed. It seemed an act of desperation, a reckless attempt. Scoring? What a fanciful notion. It was utterly impossible. However, in a remarkable twist, the basketball soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc before plunging into the hoop with a crisp swish, confirming the score. Deng Weili erupted in ecstatic exclamations of yes, yes, yes. His excitement was palpable. He had previously believed that if the Lakers could maintain their lead without being overtaken in the third quarter, victory was assured. He was acutely aware that if the Lakers could endure until this point, the management would surely weigh their options carefully. He mused that as long as the Lakers did not lose by more than 5 points in this quarter, he would emerge victorious. Everything seemed to be under Deng Weili's control. Even in defeat, he could manipulate public sentiment to suggest that while the Lakers lost, the coach had not. To his astonishment, the Lakers not only avoided losing, but also led by 8 points at this juncture. Yes, 8 points. Deng Weili was brimming with arrogance. At the start of the game, he had hesitated to meet Jerry Buss's gaze. Now, as the third quarter concluded, he felt an overwhelming urge to dance before Jerry Buss, vying for his attention, nearly shouting, "Look, look, we're leading. Over here, over here." He was on the verge of calling out, "Hurry, bring the truck full of cash to renew my contract." Yet, Jerry Buss and Jeannie Buss paid him no mind, their eyes fixated on Chen Hao. Deng Weili had indeed been invigorated, while Chen Hao remained composed, scoring 6 consecutive points to extend the lead once more. It was Deng Weili who, in his fervor, bellowed, "Who else? I ask you, who else?" It seemed he had forgotten his earlier lamentations of despair, questioning the team's capabilities. Now, he had swiftly altered his tune. Jerry Buss expressed satisfaction with the player's performance. Yet he questioned Deng Weili's significance. Did he think Jerry Buss was oblivious to the game? Jeannie Buss, with her eyes gleaming with excitement, wore an infatuated expression. Jerry Buss felt as though the years he had invested nurturing his team were about to be overshadowed, leaving him with an uneasy feeling. One could hardly blame Jeannie for her exuberance. How could one describe it? Tonight, as the game progressed, the Lakers had surpassed all expectations. Despite the fans proclaiming that victory was certain, it was merely a hopeful wish, for deep down, they harbored little hope, wishing only for a loss that was not too humiliating. They were determined not to be defeated by more than 30 points, and if the players performed well, it would signify victory, especially against their adversaries, the Trailblazers. Little did they know that the Lakers, in a surprising turn of events, managed to overturn the deficit. Leading by 8 points by the end of the third quarter, Adelman was taken aback. Just moments ago, he felt disheartened as they trailed by 8 points. Was it truly destined to be a disappointing night? The Glide was also bewildered, questioning how, after merely a couple of plays, the situation had shifted so drastically. Suddenly, the gap had widened back to 8 points. Honestly, it was rather discouraging. After exerting tremendous effort to close the score, they found themselves once again trailing within less than a minute. Goody was left speechless, exclaiming in disbelief, "What is happening here?" Meanwhile, Magic was elated, urging his team not to let up, warning that this Lakers squad was not to be underestimated. Marv exclaimed, "This is the most terrifying scoring explosiveness I have ever witnessed." I could scarcely comprehend what transpired. Chen Hao's 2 3-pointers had a strategic impact on the Lakers, considering that the team played with maximum intensity in this match. Chen Hao's 2 goals provided some respite for the Lakers. How should one articulate this? Despite the Lakers holding an 8-point lead, this advantage was earned through the relentless efforts of the entire team. As the third quarter concluded, Chen Hao had played for 32 minutes, the highest in the team, while Perkins followed closely with 30 minutes and Green, the third, logged 29 minutes. To triumph over a formidable team like the Trailblazers, the Lakers had no choice but to exhaust their main players. There was simply no other option. Not to mention Perkins, even the disciplined Green, a paragon of self-control, appeared thoroughly exhausted. Upon returning to the bench, he slumped onto the seat, devoid of energy, and tilted his head back to guzzle an entire bottle of Gatorade in one go, shivering with relief. Sweat like raindrops poured from Perkins, who was grasping his knee and gasping for air, leaving a sizable wet patch on the floor beneath him. "Are you okay?" D'Antoni clapped to encourage the players. Inquiring about Perkins. "Who okay?" Perkins could hardly articulate his response. Chen Hao, observing nearby, genuinely feared that he might not catch his breath and could collapse at any moment. "Are you truly okay?" Chen Hao's countenance was grave, contemplating the challenges that lay ahead. His concern was not unfounded, as the main players had exerted themselves throughout the match, a departure from the usual rhythm of play. This exemplifies the strength of the Trailblazers. Their formidable roster enables them to sustain a consistent intensity for the entirety of the game, unlike the Lakers. The starters might engage fiercely in battle, but once their energy is depleted, they falter. This explains why, despite trailing at halftime, Adelman remained confident. He encouraged his players, assuring them that they were performing admirably and that such exceptional plays from the opposition would not persist. Adelman reiterated that their key players had nearly completed 3 quarters, and the 4th quarter would present their opportunity to seize victory. His assessment proved astute. As the 4th quarter commenced, within a mere 2 minutes and 1 second, Dunleavy opted to rest his starters by substituting in Chen Hao, Perkins, and Green. Green, a mere blue-collar player, lacked the requisite capability. It is unclear whether Dunleavy's judgment was misguided or if he sought to demonstrate his coaching prowess to the owner, opting to deploy Teague, who had been inactive for half a month. Teague was taken aback by the call-up, questioning the reality of the situation. Chen Hao could not comprehend Deng Weili's actions. His expression was one of utter bewilderment. Was this individual attempting to stir trouble? It was rumored that Deng Weili intended to deploy Teague, a decision that Carlisle vehemently opposed. "Boss," he stated, "I believe we should refrain from using Teague. Campbell is undoubtedly a superior option." Campbell, brimming with anticipation, was eager for the opportunity. Yet, Deng Weili merely cast a sidelong glance at Carlisle, who persisted, "Teague's defense is woefully inadequate. We must fortify our defenses during this crucial period. Campbell is the ideal choice." Deng Weili, however, waved dismissively, "Are you instructing me on how to manage this team? Who is the head coach here, you or I?" "Teague, you shall play." Carlisle found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, the outcome was, as you might expect, disastrous. Teague recognized his tenuous position with the Lakers. His singular aim now was to seize every available minute on the court, striving to showcase his abilities in hopes of securing a more favorable opportunity elsewhere. Winning games and fostering teamwork were far beyond his considerations. Chapter 76. A desperate bid to save a crumbling edifice. Coach Zhou Qi once remarked that a team does not exist for your sake. Rather, it is your presence that the team requires. Teague had fundamentally misconstrued his purpose from the outset. His lackluster performance was a direct affront to Deng Weili, embodying a lack of defensive effort that was frankly astonishing. His eyes wandered as he neglected even the slightest defensive posture. It was a wonder he managed to defend at all. After 2 consecutive lapses in coverage, fortune smiled upon him with the presence of an aloof yet formidable opponent. Otherwise, those instances could have easily translated into points against them. Green, visibly displeased, spread his arms in exasperation towards Teague, exclaiming, "Have you left your defense at home?" Teague, brimming with disdain, retorted, "What do you care?" On the sidelines, Carlisle buried his head in his hands. Chen Hao cast a glance at Deng Weili, who remained unfazed, thinking to himself, "This is troublesome." As expected, they were struck with a consecutive 4 points, reducing the gap to just 4. Observing the grim expression on old boss's face and the crowd's fervent chants of "We need Chen Hao," Deng Weili, however, was intent on asserting his presence. Although he called for a timeout, he chose not to substitute the main players, instead opting to chastise Teague. "Defense? What about your defense?" he reprimanded. Teague merely nodded in acknowledgement, yet the message seemed to pass through one ear and out the other. "Defense? What on earth is that? Do I need to defend?" he muttered to himself as he re-entered the fray. In less than a minute, they equalized the score. The crux of the problem lay with Teague. Ideally, if Teague could score, it would alleviate some pressure, but instead, he squandered opportunities, carelessly relinquishing the lead. Old Ba frequently glanced towards the Lakers bench, causing Deng Weili to grow anxious. West continually loosened his tie, projecting an air of determination that left no doubt he intended to take the court himself. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, Deng Weili called for a timeout without hesitation. Teague was benched, and the starters returned to the game. This moment became pivotal in the match. Previously, it had been established that the Lakers' ability to contend with the Trail Blazers hinged entirely on a full rotation of their starters, and fatigue was a significant concern. This was a substantial test for the Lakers. Nevertheless, upon re-entering the game, Chen Hao found himself at the three-point line, drawing a foul and stepping to the free throw line. It must be noted that the Trailblazers' wariness of Chen Hao's three-point shooting had reached a peak. A mere feint from beyond the arc sent Buck into a panic, losing his balance as Chen Hao seized the opportunity to draw a foul. Chen Hao's remarkable play stabilized the situation. However, the Lakers faced a significant test of endurance. With 2 minutes remaining, Adelman could no longer remain passive and substituted in the key players. Thus, both teams entered the final moments of the decisive battle. Fans in the Western Conference Forum were thrilled, as the Lakers' stamina was severely challenged, yet through the unity of their players, they managed to carry the game into the last minute. With 58 seconds remaining, the score stood at 96-96. At this juncture, Magic Johnson remarked that tonight's Lakers had truly impressed him. This season, they exhibited a refreshing new identity, and he held great expectations for their future. This transformation was largely attributed to the addition of Chen Hao, which he deemed remarkable, expressing his anticipation for what lay ahead. He further noted that regardless of the final outcome, the Lakers had not faltered in their contest against the Trailblazers, acknowledging that the core player, Perkins, was visibly struggling with cramping. Given that the Lakers were already at a disadvantage compared to the Trailblazers, losing a key player would spell disaster. Gudica commented on the absence of Perkins, suggesting that without him, the Lakers' hopes for a miracle were extinguished. Marvin, however, expressed dissatisfaction, asserting that the game was not yet over and that Gudica's remarks were irresponsible. Gudica retorted that if the Lakers could secure a victory without Perkins, he would gladly concede. With 58 seconds left, the Lakers called for a timeout to substitute out the cramping Perkins. The substituted Perkins, feeling dejected, insisted to the team physician, "I'm fine. I can still play. I assure you, I'm all right." On Chen Hao's forehead, a myriad of black lines appeared. "Brother, if no one supports you, you can hardly stand. And yet you still wish to engage in a quarrel. Take a break." Perkins, disbelieving, retorted, "Let go, and I shall stand on my own." Divac, who was assisting him, bluntly remarked, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm utterly exhausted." Playing alongside a center like Divac, constantly running back and forth, is no less taxing than with Perkins. "Just let go." In an instant, Perkins collapsed. He felt quite embarrassed, exclaiming, "That was an accident. Let us try again." Chen Hao approached, gently patting his shoulder. "Take a break. I'll handle the rest." His voice was soft yet resonant. Had he uttered these words a month prior, he might have faced scorn. However, after more than a month of competition, Chen Hao had, almost imperceptibly, cultivated a sense of trust and an inexplicable reassurance among his peers. Perkins hesitated, contemplating a response, but ultimately conceded, "Then it's in your hands." Chen Hao nodded in silence. This is undoubtedly a momentous occasion. Without a doubt, the cornerstone of the Lakers is now Perkins. Chen Hao proves to be quite effective. However, whether in three-point shooting or defense, he primarily plays a supportive role. In crucial battles, Perkins remains the Lakers' foremost choice. Yet now, at this critical juncture, with Perkins incapacitated, Chen Hao has ascended to become the unequivocal first choice for the Lakers. Naturally, whether he can shoulder the monumental task of reversing the situation will determine his future standing within the team and whether he can earn their trust in such decisive moments. The pivotal question of whether he is the primary choice will ultimately be resolved in the final 58 seconds. The camera pans to Lakers patriarch Jerry West, who maintains his stoic demeanor. Old Bus nudges West's shoulder, playfully urging him to smile. "Aren't you tired of being so serious all the time?" As the game progresses, Old Bus is exceedingly pleased, stating without exaggeration that tonight, he and his Lakers are the greatest victors. He anticipates that even if the Lakers were to lose, the headlines would proclaim, "Lakers, though defeated, remain glorious. The future is bright." What more could he desire? Furthermore, the Lakers' salary this season ranks among the lowest in the league. Jeannie chimes in, "Indeed, Jerry. Yet, Little Bus counters, let us not deceive ourselves. A loss is a loss. That kid you speak of isn't anything extraordinary." It is then that West remarks, "Jim, you are correct. This is indeed a critical moment that tests a star player's mettle." Initially, Little Bus thinks to himself, "It's rare for Jerry to speak so sweetly tonight. It merits commendation." But then he questions, "What do you mean by testing a star player's mettle? Is he really a star?" Little Bus adamantly refuses to concede this point, even if Chen Hao is impressive. Acknowledging him would jeopardize his own claim to the team's legacy. Little Bus cannot abide by this. Thus he retorts, Don't hold on to false hopes. He is no star. Our opponent is Drexler, the most formidable shooting guard in the West. We stand no chance. Chapter 77. The buzzer beater against the Portland Trail Blazers. The Glide is on the verge of despair. The atmosphere in the Western Forum Arena is somewhat subdued. To be honest, as the game has unfolded, Lakers fans are quite content, facing none other than the Trail Blazers, the top team in the West. With the score tied after the last 58 minutes of play, the outcome was entirely unexpected for them. The current roster of the Trail Blazers is exceptionally formidable. Merely a week prior, the reigning champions, the Chicago Bulls, faced off against the Portland Trail Blazers and suffered a defeat, losing by 12 points. In that match, the Bulls triumvirate, Jordan with 38 points, Pippen with 22, and Kukoc with 21, combined for a staggering 81 points, yet they still fell short by 12 points. It is noteworthy that when the Bulls' entire squad performs at their peak, their probability of victory soars to an impressive 90. Nonetheless, they still face defeat, underscoring the Trail Blazers' immense strength. Furthermore, this season, the Trail Blazers have achieved a sweep over the Bulls, having triumphed in both encounters. While this is merely the regular season and does not definitively indicate anything, it certainly highlights the prowess of the Trail Blazers. You are aware, of course, that the tyrant from Chicago, Michael Jordan, would never permit himself to be bested by the same opponent twice. Yet, they were indeed defeated. Presently, the Lakers have reached a stage that exceeds all expectations, and they should be elated. However, it must be acknowledged that this is basketball. This is competitive sport. Regardless of the opponent, who desires to lose when victory is within reach. No one wishes for defeat. As it stands, the score remains tied. As Magic Johnson once remarked, while he recognized the improbability, he found himself harboring an insatiable desire for victory. Naturally, his words were met with disdain by Goodrich, who questioned how the Lakers could possibly win. Goodrich's unwavering faith in the Trail Blazers is not without justification. The Blazers have the Glide this season. In the final 2 minutes of a game with a margin of 5 points or less, there exists a man of remarkable resilience. Oh no, the most formidable man. Indeed, it is he, not Jordan. Do not be swayed by the abundance of Jordan's clutch highlights and overlook the Glide's immense composure under pressure. This is not to suggest that the Glide possesses superior clutch capabilities compared to Jordan. Rather, it is his exceptional ability to find space during critical moments that sets him apart. He plays with remarkable intelligence, consistently locating openings to deliver decisive blows against his adversaries. His capability, combined with his astuteness, results in clutch performances that often surpass even Jordan's efficiency. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed with the Trail Blazers in possession. Porter advanced the ball past half court and immediately passed it to the Glide. With the Glide in control, Chen Hao swiftly positioned himself before him. Recognizing the scenario, the Glide promptly called for a pick and roll. This exemplifies the Glide's intelligence. Had it been Jordan in this situation, faced with such a significant setback against Chen Hao, he would have disregarded the outcome, determined to retaliate forcefully, playing until his opponent conceded. The Glide, however, adopts a different approach. When faced with an insurmountable challenge, he skillfully evades confrontation. A solid pick and roll ensued, effectively trapping Chen Hao. Chen Hao found himself blocked, with an opponent behind him. The Glide, seizing the moment, deftly maneuvered past his center teammate's shoulder. Tonight, he had already lost face. Winning the game was his final veil of modesty. No matter what, this match had to be secured. Accelerating to the right, the Glide realized the significance of this play, and DeMarcus, aware of its importance, dared not remain stationary and moved up. The Glide feigned a shot, and the towering DeMarcus, falling for the ruse, lunged forward, an ill-fated decision. Yet, the Glide's feint was merely a deception. With a mischievous grin, he performed a quick gesture, evading DeMarcus and driving straight to the hoop, soaring into the air. He executed a thunderous dunk, the resounding crash echoing throughout the arena. Hanging from the rim, the Glide reveled in his excitement, dispelling the crowd's gloom with that powerful slam. He jubilantly waved his arms toward the cameras on the sidelines, roaring defiantly, "Who else? Who else? Damn it, who else?" The forum for the Western Conference fell into a hushed silence. Truth be told, the fans of the Lakers had been thoroughly humiliated. Such arrogance, did their mothers know? Yet, what could be done? Wasn't it true? With 40 seconds remaining, the Trail Blazers led by 2 points. But the battle was far from over. The Lakers regained possession. Lacking Perkins as an offensive anchor, the Trail Blazers' strategy was clear: simply contain Chen Hao's space. As for the others, they could be left unattended. At this critical juncture, the limitations of Coach Dunleavy's abilities were glaringly evident. He was outmaneuvered by Adelman, and the ball never reached Chen Hao. Macmillan penetrated deep into enemy territory, only to encounter a wall of defenders. In the ensuing chaos, he hurriedly passed the ball, which fell directly into the Glide's grasp. The Glide successfully intercepted. Should the Trailblazers manage a comeback tonight, Macmillan would be conspicuously absent from their celebratory feast. The others would hardly dare to partake without him. West recognized the profound deficiencies in their lineup. They had allocated too little funding to the backcourt. With 30 seconds left, the Glide stole the ball, putting the Trailblazers ahead by 2 points, and began to control the tempo. He understood that if they scored again, victory would be assured. Thus, he remained unhurried, deliberately bringing the ball past half-court. Chen Hao stepped up, his feet firmly planted on the three-point line, ready to defend, yet he did not recklessly engage. A foul at this juncture could spell doom for the Lakers. This season, Glide's free throw success rate soared to an impressive 90, making his presence at the charity stripe akin to gifting points. As the shot clock dwindled to 15 seconds, Glide began to move, albeit with a hint of impatience. He reverted to his familiar strategy, calling for a pick and roll. Chen Hao found himself ensnared, unable to escape, forced to watch as Glide penetrated the defense unimpeded. However, this time was different. Divac and the help defense from Green managed to thwart Glide's layup attempt. Or did they? It appeared so, yet Glide, defying gravity, leapt into the air, one hand clutching the ball, seemingly poised to shoot, but instead executed a deceptive feint. Divac and Green fell victim to the ruse. Realizing too late that Glide had already released the ball, the basketball descended into the net amidst the despairing gazes of Lakers fans. Glide's shot, as Gudica remarked, could very well be the dagger that ended the contest. Indeed, it was remarkably decisive. This shot left the Lakers with merely 10 seconds on the clock, trailing by 4 points. Divac, landing first, watched the ball slip through the net, his expression one of utter dejection, akin to a wilted eggplant. While Green's demeanor was scarcely better, they both understood that the game was beyond salvage. On the sidelines, Adelman beamed with a radiant smile, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum, exclaiming with fervor, "We've got this." In Chapter 78, the buzzer beater against the Portland Trailblazers, Glide was on the verge of despair. The focus shifted to Dunleavy, whose face was etched with frustration. He even forgot to call for a timeout, despite having one at his disposal. With 10 seconds remaining and trailing by 10 points, he recognized the futility of their situation. Gudica commented, "It's over. There will be no miracles." The Magic Man expressed a tinge of regret, acknowledging that failure is but a part of success, urging them to remember these painful moments, for the future of the Lakers would be infinitely bright. Despite the loss, the Lakers held their heads high that night. Old Bus wore a grim expression. Who among these passionate men relishes defeat? None, indeed. He leaned towards West and whispered, "Do not concern yourself with the cost. Should an opportunity arise, bolster the team at any expense." Old Bus despised failure, abhorred it, for being the Lakers. They could not afford to falter, not even once. Jeannie Buss's countenance paled, not from the defeat, but from concern for Chen Hao, recalling the night she had witnessed him. After a loss, alone in the gym, practicing until the early hours of the morning, she felt a deep ache. Fans of the Western Conference Forum, many of whom departed with heavy hearts, despite the Lakers' honorable defeat, could not shake off the bitter taste of losing in such a manner. It was merely a hair's breadth away. Just that slight margin made all the difference. Curse it. No one relishes defeat. No one at all. On the court, every player of the Trailblazers surged forward like a tide, rushing to celebrate their anticipated victory. To them, it seemed the Lakers were doomed. 10 seconds left. Down by 4 points. Do they believe themselves to be Jordan? They had no chance. In this moment, the Glide was revered, akin to a deity in their eyes, comparable to Michael Jordan himself. The Glide basked in the adoration of the multitude. Not only did he score crucial points that set the tone of the game, but he also remained unabashedly proud, his tail held high in the air. Frankly, this arrogance was quite irksome. He donned an expression that suggested he viewed everyone else as beneath him, exuding an air of superiority that proclaimed his dominance. He broke free from his teammates, tearing at his jersey, challenging anyone. Who else? Who the hell else? Seemingly unsatisfied, he taunted the Lakers fans in the Western Conference Forum, pressing his right hand to his ear, roaring, "What did you just say? Louder, louder. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Shout out." Why aren't you shouting now? Come on. The referee, holding the ball, anticipated a timeout from the Lakers, yet they did not call for one. Chen Hao approached to request the ball, but the referee initially declined. With a whistle, the Trailblazers players showed no reaction, as if the game had already concluded. The referee ultimately decided to let it go. Chen Hao took the ball and passed it to Green, urging him to make a swift throw. The ascetic male deity was momentarily taken aback. What exactly did Chen Hao intend to do at this juncture? The game seemed lost, its conclusion already apparent, although he was reluctant to admit it. He could not deny the undeniable truth. With merely 10 seconds remaining and a 4-point deficit, even if a miraculous dunk were to occur, victory was unattainable. What was the point of exerting further effort? Despite these thoughts, the ascetic male deity complied, delivering the ball directly back to Chen Hao. Chen Hao seized the ball and, without hesitation, accelerated with all his might. At that moment, it was Adelman on the sidelines who first grasped the situation. "What are you doing? Don't you realize the game has concluded?" However, upon witnessing his players still reveling in celebration, he shouted, "The game is not over yet. Quickly stop them." The glider, upon observing this, smirked, thinking, "What more do you intend to do at this juncture? Your fate is sealed." He too pressed on the accelerator and pursued. Chen Hao was remarkably swift, and the glider was no slouch either. However, just as the glider drew level with Chen Hao, he executed a sudden halt, immediately launching into a 3-point attempt. What was he thinking? The glider's words hung unfinished in the air. The basketball rolled off the tip of Chen Hao's index finger, soaring through the air in a graceful arc before crashing into the hoop with a crisp swish. The ball was in. In an instant, the glider's dark complexion drained of color, his gaze momentarily frozen, a tightening sensation settling within him. A dreadful premonition took root deep within. The explosive nature of that score was terrifying. The 4-point deficit had evaporated to just 1 point with 7 seconds remaining. 1 point. Yet, the glider's shock lasted but a fleeting breath, as he reminded himself to remain calm. This kid's 3-point shot was indeed precise. With 7 seconds on the clock and possession in their hands, all they needed was to successfully execute the inbound pass, and the Lakers would be forced to foul. Given his 90 free throw accuracy, the outcome for the Lakers was bleak. They were doomed. Nevertheless, the glider was engulfed in unease. He could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort, yet it lingered persistently. He repeatedly urged himself to remain composed, but his anxiety only intensified. At that moment, Adelman should have called a timeout, yet he chose to let his players resolve the issue, confident they knew what to do. In such critical moments, he preferred not to give the Lakers an opportunity to strategize. The Trailblazers executed the inbound pass, the ball landing in the glider's hands. As he received it, with his knees bent at a perfect 90 degrees, Chen Hao opened his arms wide like a ravenous wolf ready to pounce. He charged forward, utilizing both hands with unwavering determination, confident that his actions, which might challenge the referee's judgment, would go uncalled. In this crucial moment, the referee understood the necessity for players to resolve the situation on the court, especially in the Lakers' home arena. Chen Hao relentlessly pressed forward, applying pressure and urgency. The glider, increasingly exasperated, teetered on the brink of error. Meanwhile, Chen Hao continued to taunt fiercely, declaring, "You are nothing extraordinary. I can defend against you. Come on, if you dare. Hit me. Who cares about being second to Jordan? In my view, you are not even worthy to fetch Michael's shoes." Chen Hao remarked. In truth, the glider felt nothing. Yet in the end, Chen Hao unleashed his trump card. "Dare you not? You perennial underachiever." These words struck at the very core of the glider's pride. How outrageous that this novice would dare to look down upon him. He was determined to tear him apart. In an instant, the glider lost all reason. And as the ball descended, Chen Hao recognized his opportunity. In that fleeting moment, he acted with the swiftness of lightning. With a single deft motion, he snatched the ball away, and in that instant, with merely 2 seconds remaining in the game, a spark ignited in Chen Hao's eyes. Like a ravenous wolf pouncing on its prey, he dashed toward the basketball, seizing it with urgency. After a brief adjustment, just before the final buzzer sounded, he released the ball, leaving the glider stunned and motionless. Chapter 79. The glider's unprecedented humiliation. The glider had come prepared for this evening. Intending to stir up chaos in Los Angeles, believing the city would be devoid of witnesses, allowing him to act with impunity. However, he miscalculated. With neither the magician nor worthy present, this hallowed basketball court was graced by the presence of Chen Hao. The basketball swished through the net with a crisp sound. As every player on the Lakers bench and journalists on the sidelines, armed with cameras, surged toward Chen Hao, contrasting sharply with the despondent glider, who wore a face of defeat. This moment was captured by reporters and etched into history. The once arrogant Mediterranean man, who had always looked down upon Chen Hao, self-proclaimed as the strongest man beneath Jordan, now appeared utterly deflated, his spirit seemingly drained, resembling a forlorn stray dog. This night, his chances against Chen Hao were exceedingly slim, at last. In the final 50 seconds of the match, the glider, gasping for air as if drowning, surfaced momentarily. Yet, he was swiftly thrust back beneath the water by Chen Hao, leaving him no opportunity to resist. The Western Forum erupted like a boiling cauldron. Even the seasoned Bus, known for his composure, raised his arms in exhilaration, roaring with fervor. Chen Hao's decisive shot sent Old Base into a frenzy, as if he were enveloped in an unprecedented grand celebration. The exhilaration was palpable. Jenny Base clasped her hands together at her chest, her eyes sparkling with delight, repeatedly murmuring a single name. Handsome, undeniably handsome. Merely gazing upon him had left her utterly captivated. What should she do? In her fluster, she instinctively crossed her legs, fearful of an uncontrollable reaction. Glide, momentarily dazed, stood frozen in place, his emotions tumultuous and unresolved. Chen Hao's pivotal 2 3-pointers struck him like a sharp stake to the heart. Post-game, the Lakers fans, frenzied with ire, hurled curses and mockery his way, akin to sprinkling salt upon an open wound. The pain elicited a sharp intake of breath from him, and ultimately, Glide departed the court, supported by his teammates. In a pivotal moment, Chen Hao scored 6 consecutive points, turning the tide and avenging the humiliation he suffered from a loss to the Trail Blazers a fortnight ago. This evening, he made it abundantly clear that he is a man of principle, unaccustomed to being indebted to others. If you challenge him, he will respond in kind, and he will repay any grievances tenfold, leaving no debts behind. Trail Blazers coach Adelman noticed that the Glide's composure seemed to have shattered, prompting him to rush over and offer consolation. It is understandable. Even a player of Jordan's caliber could falter under pressure. And now it seemed another formidable force had emerged in Chen Hao. Observing Chen Hao, surrounded by a throng of admirers, Adelman couldn't help but muse on the emergence of prodigious talent in every generation. In just his inaugural season, Chen Hao's performance was remarkable, leaving Adelman to ponder the heights he might reach in the future. Incredible and unbelievable, the climax of the game unraveled in the Western Conference, as Chen Hao executed 2 3-pointers within 10 seconds, retaliating against the Portland Trail Blazers. Tonight belonged to him. The Magic Man roared with unrestrained fervor, momentarily doubting his own eyes, rubbing them vigorously to confirm the reality of what he witnessed. He leaped from his seat as though he had been scalded by a hot iron. My goodness, 6 points in 10 seconds. Could a mere mortal achieve such a feat? Marvin's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in disbelief as he shouted, "Tell me, is this real? Please, is this truly happening?" Among the 3 NBC hosts, the expression on Goodic's face was the most captivating. They were overtaken? Just like that? He struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. The Lakers had surged ahead to clinch victory over the Trail Blazers. Even after the game, he had prepared a summary praising the Lakers' commendable performance while acknowledging the Trail Blazers as the stronger team. Losing to them was no shame. They were simply too young. But now, the Glide's team had succumbed to defeat in such a humiliating manner. A role reversal where Chen Hao made the Glide experience the bitter taste of defeat for once. The Lakers celebrated exuberantly on the court, with even the ailing Perkins enduring his pain to join the jubilation. In that moment, the frustrations of the past half-month vanished into thin air. In stark contrast, Lakers' most ardent critic, Goldtans, appeared utterly drained, slumped in his seat, staring blankly at the arena's ceiling, lost in thought. The 10 alluring companions who had accompanied him to the game were dismissed with a wave. Leave. Spending tenfold for this misery is a burden only I can truly understand. Goldtans lamented, "Drexler, you are nothing." The Glide had his retort as well. Am I to blame? I too am a victim. Although Goldtans was reluctant to admit it, he had no choice but to acknowledge that this season, even without Magic Johnson and Worthy, one should not underestimate the Lakers. Doing so would come at a heavy cost. This was all due to the presence of the Asian player Chen Hao in the team. Goldtans still found it hard to believe that this young man could consistently perform so well. We'll see about that. He spat in the direction of Chen Hao, who was surrounded by reporters, before slinking away in defeat. Undoubtedly, Chen Hao was the primary contributor to the Lakers' victory that night. Delivering a game-winning shot with 2 3-pointers in the final 10 seconds, achieving the highest score of the game, filling the stat sheet, and boasting the best plus-minus rating. Most importantly, he had genuinely troubled the glide. Unsurprisingly, he became the focal point of an ESPN interview post-game. The reporter congratulated him, saying, "You secured tonight's victory, and also achieved your first career game winner. How do you feel right now? The night of a victory is always splendid." Chen Hao replied as he took the microphone. The reporter then inquired, "At this moment, do you have anything to say to your opponent?" Chen Hao let out a sound and then remarked, "I wish to convey to Drexler that when the heavens unleash rain, calamity befalls mankind." The reporter stood speechless, seemingly questioning whether he was instructing a glider on its duties. 10 minutes later, the reporter relayed Chen Hao's exact words to the glider, who, having collected his thoughts, had been discussing the recent defeat with poise, asserting that it was merely one match, and in his eyes, it was all the same. However, upon hearing Chen Hao's original statement, the glider angrily threw down the microphone and stormed out of the interview room. Chapter 80. The Chen phenomenon sweeps across every corner of the land. Larry Johnson, the esteemed #1 draft pick, was once again disheartened. He had longed to participate in the Christmas showdown, but the New Orleans Hornets, being a smaller market team, were lacking in performance, and no matter how the schedule was arranged, they would not be selected. Yet, the emergence of the rookie Chen Hao ignited a tinge of envy in him. However, upon learning that the Lakers' opponent was the Trail Blazers, his spirits lifted. This was no Christmas battle. It was a guillotine awaiting the unsuspecting. The league had certainly orchestrated this to temper the soaring momentum of Chen Hao. He anticipated that Chen would falter on the grand stage of the Christmas matchup. Before the Lakers versus Trail Blazers game commenced, Larry's demeanor was one of glee, taunting. "Ah, Chen Hao, who would have thought you would also have your day of disgrace before a global audience? How delightful." Yet, as the game began, Larry's disposition soured considerably. To put it bluntly, he was exceedingly displeased. What on earth is the glider doing? The second best beneath Jordan? Is this title merely a promotional gimmick? How could he be so easily neutralized? This is absurd. In the end, Chen Hao executed a last-second shot to decisively defeat the Trail Blazers. In a fit of rage, Larry struck the television with his fist, resulting in a jolt of electricity that left him disheveled and stunned. The following day, having survived the shocking encounter, Larry perused the newspapers, which were filled with news of Chen Hao. Among the most prominent headlines was the account of how Chen scored 6 points in the final 10 seconds to clinch victory over the Trail Blazers, as well as the incident where he schooled the glider. The media continued to pursue the glider, inquiring about his furious outburst. The glider flatly refused to answer, but the keen-eyed reporters noted that overnight, his hairline had receded significantly. Losing this game had clearly taken a toll on him. The confrontation with the Trail Blazers elevated Chen Hao's reputation to unprecedented heights, and the whirlwind he had stirred in the nation showed no signs of abating. Following this match, Chen Hao also garnered his 5th Western Conference Player of the Week award, while the same accolade was claimed by Michael from the Chicago Bulls. Jordan. Many have begun to stir, pitting Chen Hao against Jordan, with the media's wicked intentions clear in their aim to elevate and subsequently undermine Chen Hao. When Jordan was inquired about his thoughts on the rising Chinese prodigy Chen Hao, who has recently matched your brilliance, he chuckled heartily, evading the traps laid by reporters. He remarked that Chen Hao is an exceptionally talented young man, and he eagerly anticipates the opportunity to compete against him. When pressed for any advice or opinions he might have for Chen Hao, Jordan waved his hand dismissively, stating he has already triumphed over the glider. What more could I possibly offer him? With that, Jordan laughed once more. The glider, in jest, remarked, "Have I offended you?" What then is the most immediate benefit of Jordan's praise for Chen Hao? Chen Hao's popularity has soared dramatically, drawing increasing attention to this rising star. His acclaim has reached astonishing heights, propelling him into the top 5 of the Western Conference. As the renowned online novel author Tu Do once eloquently expressed, terrifying indeed. Following the match against the Trail Blazers, by January 1992, the Lakers exhibited remarkable consistency, dazzling the public as they ascended to 4th place in the West. It is noteworthy that prior to the season's commencement, many believed that merely reaching the playoffs would be a commendable feat for the Lakers. Yet, here they stand, firmly established in 4th place. The current Lakers inspire a wealth of speculation and imagination. However, for Chen Hao, beyond these accomplishments, what holds greater significance is his experience level rising to 10, unlocking his dribbling skills, an area that had long presented a challenge for him. This improvement arrives at a most opportune moment. Those who play understand that for taller individuals, Dribbling can be a critical flaw. The victory against the Trailblazers has caused Chen Hao's experience to surge, reaching level 10, thereby unlocking his next skill set, elevating his dribbling from a previous score of 60 to 80. What does this signify? In the contemporary NBA, Kyrie Irving boasts a dribbling score of 93, Stephen Curry 90, LeBron James 83, and Kevin Durant 79. Thus, Chen Hao's dribbling skills now surpass those of Durant. This realization invigorates Chen Hao's ambitions. If he continues to progress at this pace, it will not be long before he emerges as an exceptionally talented athlete. Yet, he feels a tinge of discomfort, as he recognizes that after reaching level 10, the next threshold, 220, presents even greater challenges. Nevertheless, he remains content, understanding that without the system's assistance, achieving a satisfactory level through personal practice would require 3 to 5 arduous years. Given his current rate of advancement, it is akin to a meteoric rise. Chen Hao is thriving with the Lakers, basking in the limelight. With a lucrative contract in hand and the owner's favor, numerous media outlets have captured moments of the Lakers owner inviting Chen Hao to dinner, just the two of them. In truth, Chen Hao would rather decline 1,000 times than accept such an invitation. He wishes to avoid entangling himself with this alluring figure, as he cannot bear the thought of being made a fool. Yet, each time, Jean's excuse revolves around discussing the future direction of the team and potential recruits. Chen Hao feels compelled to attend, as it directly impacts his own interests. Despite the Lakers' current impressive record, he is acutely aware that their roster possesses significant flaws if they aspire to advance far in the playoffs. Just consider, Divac is the starting center, McMillan is a lackluster guard, and both Perkins and Green are only marginally competent. It is fair to assert that, should the Lakers reach the playoffs, fortifying the lineup is an urgent necessity to avoid an early exit. With the owner expressing such sentiments, Chen Hao reluctantly accepts the invitation. However, upon arrival, he immediately regrets it, as Jean spends the evening discussing life, aspirations, and personal interests, even mentioning her fondness for horseback riding. Chen Hao is utterly perplexed. When discussing the suitable stars for signing, what does your fondness for horseback riding truly signify? Otherwise, it pertains to Western history or perhaps those whimsical notions of astrology that appeal to girls. Chen Hao found it exceedingly tedious, deeming it less enjoyable than lifting weights. Chen Hao's concerns are indeed valid. Since January, the Lakers have achieved an impressive record of 8 wins and 1 loss, but as they approached mid-January, they faced setbacks. On the 18th, the Lakers succumbed to the Jazz, followed by another loss to the Kings on the 20th. The game against the Jazz exposed the Lakers' deficiencies in height and agility within their interior defense. Divac was thoroughly taken apart, while Green found himself questioning his very existence, repeatedly asking, "Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going?" Despite the combined efforts of Divac and Green, they were unable to contain Malone, who erupted for a staggering 38 points, marking a new season high. In Chapter 81, Malone stands as the first rookie to be selected as an All-Star since Jordan. It is erroneous to label Dwayne Wade as perpetually second best. Malone, exclaiming, "Is this reasonable? Where do you place me?" embodies the essence of the perpetual runner-up. People remember him merely as the mailman who doesn't work on weekends, yet prior to Jordan, he ranked second in all-time scoring, astonishingly, throughout his career. He never clinched a scoring title. Is he not formidable? Certainly, he is. It is merely a matter of comparison. After all, he was pitted against Jordan. Malone's silence speaks volumes. For 3 consecutive years, Malone has been tantalizingly close to the scoring title, only to be thwarted by Jordan. In the exaggerated 1989-90 season, Malone averaged 31 points yet failed to secure the scoring crown. Essentially, Malone has been relegated to the role of Jordan's perennial second. Malone remarked, "What gives you the right? Durant, you are nothing." Hence, Malone's scoring prowess is undoubtedly underestimated. Indeed, if such a premier power forward were paired with a capable point guard to facilitate his scoring, it would be akin to providing him with a personal advantage. Fortuitously, the Jazz had Stockton, an exceptional passer, at their disposal. In this match, the stoic Green was mercilessly overwhelmed, left dizzy and disoriented, while Malone feasted in the paint, with Divac proving utterly ineffectual. Malone, with his sinewy physique, refrains from engaging in brute force. He either scores effortlessly or relies on mid-range shots. Moreover, the era's infuriating rule prohibits double-teaming before the ball is received, rendering any subsequent attempts to contain Malone futile. If Divac were to falter even slightly, Malone would have already capitalized on the opportunity, leaving Divac scrambling to catch up. The Lakers' defeat against the Jazz starkly highlighted their inadequacies in height within the paint. Following this loss, former Laker James Worthy staged a dramatic revenge, scoring 38 points against his old team. Worthy proclaimed, "You traded me? You had the audacity to trade me? In days to come, should you regard me with disdain? Today I shall render you incapable of reaching my heights." It is not that the illustrious Worthy is overwhelmingly formidable, but rather that this gentleman's off-ball movement is truly exquisite, leaving Green utterly bewildered, while the stoic male deity finds himself rather out of his depth. The assistance provided by Divac is, indeed, rather limited. Thus, in 1992, the Lakers encountered their first instance of consecutive defeats. Fortunately, 3 days later, returning to their home court, the Lakers avenged themselves. This time, Carlisle played a pivotal role in their retribution. In this encounter, the Kings faced the Lakers with an identical strategy, an exact replica of the previous game, employing the same tactics, nearly causing the stoic male deity Green to be outmaneuvered once more. Matched against a master of off-ball play like Worthy, Green appeared to be a mere offering. One wonders what thoughts preoccupied Dunleavy's mind, seemingly resistant to adjustments. Amidst his moment of indecision, Carlisle placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, suggesting, "Why not let Chen Hao give it a try?" At that moment, Dunleavy experienced a sudden revelation, though he still questioned, "Can this truly work?" Yet, as the Lakers' deficit threatened to swell to nearly 20 points, Dunleavy had no choice but to gamble on a desperate measure. This adjustment proved to be a stroke of genius. As Chen Hao took on the challenge of defending Worthy, the latter found himself effectively neutralized. What followed was a disaster for Worthy. He missed all 6 attempts from the field, scoring not a single basket during the flow of play, managing only 2 points from free throws. Technically speaking, Chen Hao did not commit a foul. Perhaps it was the sight of Worthy on the verge of tears that compelled the referee to reluctantly call a foul against Chen Hao. With a 20-point deficit due to Worthy's silence, and unable to ignite any other offensive spark, the gap was swiftly erased. By the end of the third quarter, thanks to Chen Hao's buzzer-beating three-pointer, the score was tied. The Kings' management must have been filled with regret, as they once had the opportunity to sign Chen Hao. He had even undergone 2 tryouts with the Kings, yet they ultimately chose not to acquire him. They even relinquished their second-round pick at the 13th position, preferring to let him go rather than offer him a chance. At that time, the Kings' management derided Chen Hao, insisting he was ill-suited for the NBA, urging him to abandon his dreams and settle for a mundane job at a gas station. Now, witnessing Worthy's passive demeanor against Chen Hao, the Kings' management could only lament. If only we had acted differently back then. They were filled with bitterness, regretting their choice. Worthy, facing Chen Hao, who is, admittedly, more handsome, though it is hardly a matter of mere looks. Confronted by Chen Hao, who was taller, faster, longer, and notably more tenacious, he found himself comprehensively outmatched. The Kings had invested heavily in signing Vasi, nurturing him as the cornerstone of their franchise. In essence, Vasi was the nucleus around which the current Kings team was built. Most of the Kings' offensive strategies revolved around him, and should he falter, it would be akin to the team losing a limb. As the final whistle blew, the Lakers achieved an astonishing 20-point comeback, averting a 3rd consecutive defeat. Vasi felt a profound sense of discontent and distress. It was not that he could not bear the loss. After all, the Kings were not an elite team, and losing was a natural part of the game. However, succumbing to his former team, particularly in such a manner, left him feeling utterly powerless. His spirits were low after the match. He refrained from exchanging handshakes or embraces with his former teammates, instead returning to the locker room with his head bowed. It is worth noting that, in a gesture of gratitude, the Lakers had showcased a short video dedicated to Vasi before the game, expressing their thanks. Yet, Vasi could not find joy in it. Losing to another team would have stung far less than this defeat to his former team. The feeling was akin to watching his predecessor prosper while he himself faced setbacks, a sentiment that weighed heavily on him. As the team began to find its rhythm, the Lakers continued to secure victories, earning multiple selections for the Western Conference Player of the Week. Furthermore, Chen Hao, as an Asian player, became the first rookie since Jordan to be selected for the NBA All-Star Game in his debut season, marking a historic milestone as the first Asian to achieve this honor. This accomplishment elevated the excitement surrounding the team to an entirely new dimension. Chen Hao has been elected as the Rookie of the Year, a decision that seemed inevitable. The first overall pick, Larry Johnson, was left in tears in the restroom. However, Chen Hao found little joy in this accolade. After 20 days had passed, his experience growth remained sluggish. 120, and the prospect of receiving his next reward felt distant. This was largely due to the system, which had not presented any substantial tasks during this period. After a long wait, Chen Hao finally secured a significant assignment just before the All-Star game. And this task was tied to performance. The objective, to lead the Lakers into 5th place in the Western Conference before the All-Star game. The reward for this endeavor, 8 experience points. This reward took Chen Hao by surprise. He realized that half a month of rigorous training had not yielded as much. And now, a single task was sufficient to outweigh the previous week's efforts. Chen Hao could hardly contain his joy. He had every reason to be elated. The efficacy of his three-point shooting was undeniable. However, as the competition intensified, he increasingly found himself under scrutiny. Presently, numerous NBA teams have begun to strategize against him. During a previous match against the Kings, they attempted to assign a dedicated defender to shadow him throughout the game, clearly indicating their intent. If you excel at three-point shooting, we shall deny you the opportunity to receive the ball and see how you respond. In Chapter 82, the mailman remarks that his selection for the All-Star game is attributed not to his prowess, but rather to his status in Los Angeles. It is rather exaggerated. Yet some teams have resorted to double-teaming him, and had it not been for the current regulations prohibiting early double teams, Chen would undoubtedly have faced significant challenges. The treatment he encounters now bears resemblance to that of a certain Stephen Curry in the annals of basketball history. Chen's meteoric rise has rendered him exceedingly popular, leading to an influx of endorsement deals, ranging from athletic shoes and automobiles to helmets and undergarments. His remarkable achievements have incited envy, prompting others to seek ways to temper his burgeoning fame. Yet, beyond the accolades he has amassed, Chen yearns for further growth. For one must cultivate their own strength to overcome adversity. He recognizes that leading his team into the 5th position in the Western Conference before the All-Star game presents a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, apart from the path to success, what choices does he truly have? He is left with no alternative but to succeed. Currently, the 5th position in the Western Conference belongs to the Utah Jazz, the illustrious team boasting the legendary duo of Karl Malone and John Stockton. The Lakers trail the Jazz by a mere 0.5 games. And with 3 games remaining before the All-Star break, both teams are set to clash in a pivotal face-off. Chen Hao understood that to accomplish the task at hand, they could not afford to lose any of the 3 matches. The Jazz appeared to share this sentiment, fiercely competing to prevent the Lakers from gaining an advantage. After the Lakers secured 2 consecutive victories, the Jazz responded by triumphing over the Spurs and the Suns, both formidable teams. Presently, the Jazz are a mere half game behind the Suns, who occupy the final playoff spot in the Western Conference. Should they conquer the Lakers, they would ascend to 4th place in the West before the All-Star game. This matchup against the Jazz is a true clash of titans for both teams. Interestingly, Chen Hao, as a rookie, has entered the All-Star game, clinching a last-minute victory to secure a starting position over the season's star, Karl Malone. Had he not outperformed Malone, Chen Hao might not have made it to the All-Star roster, especially if selections were left to coaches. This situation has left Malone feeling considerable resentment, even bordering on hatred. It is difficult for Malone to suppress such feelings. In the 1989-90 season, the ascetic idol AC Green narrowly edged out Malone for a starting All-Star position by a mere 1,000 votes. That season, Malone's individual statistics overwhelmingly surpassed those of the ascetic idol, averaging 31 points and 10 rebounds, while Green managed only 13 points and 9 rebounds. Nevertheless, Green's popularity with the Los Angeles Lakers and his charismatic persona garnered him a loyal following, enabling him to secure the starting role in the All-Star game at Malone's expense. This incident has lingered in Malone's mind as a profound blemish on his career, marking his first and only selection as an All-Star reserve. Since then, Malone has relentlessly reminded himself daily, every hour, and every moment to strive for greatness, vowing never to be relegated to the status of an All-Star reserve again. Not even once. That year, Malone opted not to attend the All-Star game, citing injury as his excuse, and chose to abstain completely. It is evident just how furious Malone is. Consequently, from that moment onward, he resolutely demanded more from himself, transforming into a veritable embodiment of a muscular demon. Finally, the following year, he achieved his long-desired selection as a starter for the All-Star game. He believed that this success would lead to a continuous streak of triumphs. However, Little did he know that after savoring just 1 year of glory, tragedy would strike once more. This year, he found himself once again overshadowed by Chen Hao. In truth, one cannot entirely fault Chen Hao, for it is an undeniable fact that Malone's performance this season has slightly declined in comparison to the previous one. Moreover, the Jazz, the team Malone represents, has not fared well either. The critical period for All-Star voting, from mid-December to mid-January, saw Malone sidelined due to injury. Meanwhile, Chen Hao shone brightly during this time, earning 6 Western Conference Player of the Week awards and 1 Player of the Month accolade, his excellence evident to all. Ultimately, the blame cannot rest on Chen Hao. It must be placed upon Malone himself. Yet, he does not see it that way. He believes Chen Hao has stolen his limelight, and thus, he harbors a deep-seated animosity towards him. With old grievances still unresolved, new ones have compounded. On the night he learned he had once again been excluded from the All-Star starting lineup, Malone found himself alone in the gym, training relentlessly until the early hours of the morning, ultimately collapsing from exhaustion. He harbors a profound disdain for the Lakers and their players who thrive on popularity. Prior to the game against the Lakers, he sardonically remarked in an interview about the allure of playing in Los Angeles, lamenting that teams like his, from smaller markets, lack the protection of a larger umbrella and must run recklessly to survive. He further stated that, while there are disadvantages in Salt Lake City, it also possesses its own merits. Here, the spotlight may not shine as brightly, but they play authentic basketball, the kind that embodies true grit, devoid of any underhanded practices. When discussing the current NBA sensation Chen Hao, Malone dismissively claimed he is merely a player riding the wave of popularity, attributing his attention to his Asian heritage. He contended that had he been black, his performance would be considered unremarkable. This statement left the reporters in shock. Do Malone and Chen Hao have a long-standing feud? Why such disdain for the latter? So far this season, Chen Hao has averaged an impressive 24 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block per game, filling the statistical columns with extraordinary moments that, without exaggeration, could be deemed explosive in the annals of NBA rookie history. Yet, Malone maintains his stance. The reporters sensed that a captivating spectacle awaited them in the upcoming showdown between the Lakers and the Jazz just before the All-Star game. The Lakers, facing the Jazz in a back-to-back scenario, were undoubtedly at a disadvantage, fatigued from travel. On February 5th, at 4 a.m., the entire Lakers squad arrived in Salt Lake City, preparing for their imminent clash with the Utah Jazz. What can one say about the city of Salt Lake? To assert that Los Angeles is the epitome of fun and popularity, one must conversely acknowledge Salt Lake City as the most mundane and unexciting urban expanse. What renders it so uninspiring, you may ask? It is widely recognized that Wilt Chamberlain is the most celebrated Lothario in the league. Upon arriving in any city, he would clandestinely venture out to seek female companionship. However, Salt Lake City stands as an exception, where he was compelled to remain in his hotel room, indulging in solitary pursuits. With no bars or nightclubs to speak of, when Karl Malone first arrived in Salt Lake City, he found himself restless, consumed by thoughts of women. Thus, he took to the streets, exploring every nook and cranny of the city. The sole establishment he discovered was a cinema, owned by the Jazz's proprietor. Malone lamented his fate, contemplating a trade. Yet, bound by contract, he found escape impossible. This predicament is arguably what contributed to the impressive musculature Malone later developed. Deprived of romantic escapades, he redirected his pent-up energy into rigorous workouts, exhausting himself daily to quell his thoughts. Chapter 83, Malone Ascends. Salt Lake City speaks for me. One might wonder how Malone achieved such remarkable physique. Was it sheer discipline? Not entirely. It stemmed from the harsh reality of Salt Lake City, where, apart from self-discipline, the interminable nights were truly challenging. This is a city steeped in religious fervor, a veritable sanctuary of restraint. The absence of female companionship was not merely a source of discomfort for the players. The most daunting aspect was the Jazz's home ground, the Energy Solutions Arena. One might think, without women, at least one has one's own hands for solace, right? Yet, being of considerable stature, one could manage on their own. Surely, teammates could lend a hand if the need arose, right? The real terror lies in the Jazz's home arena, the Energy Solutions Center. The altitude poses a significant challenge to all athletes. For any superstar, resolving issues here is no small feat. The Utah Jazz has thus far played 20 home games this season, losing only 2, which translates to an impressive home winning percentage of 90. To falter here? It is not entirely unforgivable. This season, Michael Jordan, leading the Chicago Bulls, also faced defeat in Salt Lake City. The Lakers are set for a back-to-back showdown against the Jazz, a highly anticipated confrontation. However, the Lakers are not favored. Experts widely predict a grim outcome for them. What assets do the Lakers have to secure victory? Their heads? Prior to the All-Star break, the Lakers are destined for a significant loss. Typically, the Lakers are no match for the Jazz, and this season, their record may be somewhat inflated. In this encounter, the Lakers seem devoid of prospects, with the only lingering question being whether Chen Hao can deliver a performance of convincing merit. The position of All-Star starter has once again been snatched away from Malone, and he will not let this go unchallenged. Just wait and see. Chen Hao's debut wall is about to arrive. Local newspapers in Salt Lake City uniformly express such sentiments. And as Chen Hao flips through them, he feels a profound sense of malice. The entire Jazz fanbase in Salt Lake City eagerly anticipates witnessing Chen Hao's downfall. Ready to revel in his misfortunes, Green is in a foul mood. Each time he arrives in Salt Lake City, he is weighed down by a heavy heart. Chen Hao inquires, "Bro, are you alright?" Upon hearing this, Green momentarily falters, instinctively responding, "Don't pass the ball to me. I want to go home." Chen Hao notices that the stoic male god's legs are trembling. Chen Hao was aware that prior to the expedition to Salt Lake City, Green had requested sick leave. Yet it was denied by Deng Weili. Green sought out West, who also granted no approval. Consequently, Green had no choice but to muster his resolve and embark on the journey. "Chen Hao, my brother, is it really necessary?" It would merely be a matter of being thoroughly defeated by Ma Long. Green let out a sigh and remarked, "If it were only about being defeated, that would be acceptable." Chen Hao was bewildered by the brutal beating he had just endured. At that moment, Perkins approached and remarked, "AC fears being ruthlessly assaulted by Malone. Ever since he snatched Malone's position as a starter in the All-Star game all those years ago, every encounter with AC has resulted in a relentless onslaught. Just imagine. Malone's arms are thicker than AC's thighs. How much can AC withstand?" Chen Hao let out a sound, not out of anxiety, but rather in exhilaration. Wasn't his fully developed fighting talent finally about to find its purpose? He was eager to take action. Perkins, mistaking Chen Hao's excitement for nervousness, reassured him, "There's no need to be overly anxious. I'm here for you. Rest assured, my friend, I've got your back." He patted Chen Hao on the shoulder. Chen Hao gazed at Perkins with a sense of perplexity. It was not a matter of doubting Perkins' loyalty. Rather, given his slender frame, he found it more prudent to place faith in his own fists. Green promptly exposed Perkins, chiding him for his bravado, reminding everyone who had been the loudest yet was the first to flee last time. McMillan felt a surge of anxiety as he contemplated his impending matchup with Stockton. Renowned as one half of the formidable Utah duo alongside Malone, Stockton may appear innocuous, yet those in the know are well aware of his myriad of subtle antics. When he clashed with Malone, it was no mere skirmish, it was a genuine brawl. Chen Hao felt immense pressure. The competition had yet to commence. Yet he was already beset by trepidation, especially in such a high-stakes, back-to-back scenario. However, the Los Angeles Lakers simply could not afford to lose to the Utah Jazz tonight. The desire for vengeance was one aspect, while fulfilling their duty was another. Regardless of the motivation, Chen Hao was resolute in his determination not to succumb to defeat. Malone was undeniably formidable, yet he was not a pushover, easily manipulated by others. That evening, there were still 30 minutes remaining before the game began. Chen Hao and his companions made their entrance. Typically, attendance at such events is sparse. However, the Energy Solutions Arena in Salt Lake City was filled to capacity. When Chen Hao appeared, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of boos, a sound so thunderous it seemed capable of piercing eardrums. Although the Jazz fans here may not resort to personal attacks as their counterparts in Boston do, the overwhelming hostility undoubtedly took a toll on the player's psyche. McMillan trembled visibly. When the veteran Curry attempted to warm up with three-point shots, he missed 2 in a row, showcasing a dismal shooting touch. Oh, it was hardly commendable. In contrast, Chen Hao, visiting Salt Lake City for the first time, was exhilarated. He relished the challenge and found the prospect of showcasing his skills on their home turf to be an exhilarating experience. Chen Hao contemplated. At this moment, the Energy Solutions Center arena erupted with a chorus of cheers reminiscent of a roaring tsunami. Amidst the fervor, the Jazz players made their entrance. Leading the way was Malone, a formidable presence. Upon stepping onto the court, Malone immediately sought out Chen Hao's figure. Upon spotting him, he cast a fierce glare in Chen Hao's direction and raised his elbow in a menacing gesture. While it is widely recognized that Malone's mid-range shot from 0 degrees is unparalleled, perhaps less known is that his elbow, equally renowned, serves as a formidable weapon. Having claimed countless souls on the court, Malone's posture was steeped in provocative intent. Chen Hao merely chuckled, twisting his neck from side to side. If Malone truly intended to resolve matters through force, Chen Hao would harbor no fear whatsoever. In fact, he looked forward to it with anticipation. Despite Malone's imposing stature, he was not a professional fighter, whereas Chen Hao possessed unparalleled martial prowess. In a nutshell, one should never challenge a professional with amateur skills. In this confrontation, both parties held clear objectives: victory. Furthermore, there was considerable animosity between them, leading to an absence of pleasantries or cordial greetings. As the whistle blew, the battle commenced. From the outset, the intensity surged to its peak, and the atmosphere was charged with tension. Divak's jump ball was unsuccessful, granting possession to the Jazz. The ball found its way into Stockton's hands, who dribbled past half-court. Malone positioned himself low, backing into Green to receive the ball. Stockton passed it to him. Green exerted every ounce of strength to fend off Malone, who simply turned with a sly grin and delivered a subtle elbow. The expression on Green's face suggested he was on the verge of calling for an ambulance. Chapter 84. The Ascendant. Malone, commanding Salt Lake City. Green seemed ready to roar murder. Yet, the referee remained silent. Perhaps Malone had mastered the art of evading the referee's gaze with finesse. Green felt as though he had lost a kidney, clutching his side as he helplessly watched Malone drive through, soaring over Divak for a thunderous dunk, exuding an intimidating aura. Naturally, the Energy Solutions arena erupted with fervor from the very beginning, akin to a boiling pot of oil suddenly splashed with water, resulting in an explosive reaction. The score stood at 2-0. Chen Hao helped Green to his feet. Green, grimacing in pain as he clutched his waist, managed to respond, "I'm okay." However, his lips were pale, and his voice trembled, prompting Chen Hao to worry that Green might succumb to his injuries. Fortunately, Green was indeed fine. Though the pain was undeniably real, the Lakers now had possession of the ball. McMillan approached with the ball, seeking out Chen Hao. The Jazz had devised specific strategies to counter Chen Hao's defense. As soon as Chen Hao received the ball, his opponent closed in on him, leaving him with no opportunity to maneuver. However, with keen eyes, Chen Hao quickly spotted Perkins during the first round. Strictly speaking, Perkins was not a master of ball handling. Yet he excelled in off-ball movement. With a swift cut, he evaded Edwards, who was defending him, and made a direct dash towards the basket. Chen Hao immediately recognized this opportunity. In fact, he was quite suited to play the point guard position. His height provided him with an expansive view of the court, enabling him to identify open spaces that other smaller guards might overlook, much like this instance. Seizing the moment, Chen Hao forcefully pushed the ball with one hand, delivering it straight into Perkins' grasp. Deng Weili remained unfazed, but his assistant Carlisle jotted down a note, remarking on Chen Hao's impressive height and vision. At this moment, Perkins found himself with a clear path to the basket. Although the Jazz had the formidable center Ayton guarding the rim, standing at a towering 24 meters, Perkins dismissed him with ease, thinking, "Too slow, you're nothing more than a slow-motion replay." Ayton recognized the need to help, but his body could not keep pace with his awareness. Perkins surged past him, driving straight to the hoop. Perkins believed that avoiding Ayton would ensure his success. Little did he anticipate that Malone would emerge from the sidelines. Malone's primary targets that night were Chen Hao and Green, yet he found it convenient to take a shot at Perkins as well. While Malone could not block Perkins' shot, he was not attempting to. His focus was on the player. With an outstretched elbow aimed directly at Perkins' chest, he collided forcefully with him, showing no pretense of restraint. Perkins was sent sprawling to the floor, clutching his chest in agony. The referee, unable to overlook this blatant foul, promptly issued a technical foul. Malone, indifferent, danced mockingly in front of Perkins, as if to say, "You think you can take off from here? Not a chance, not in this lifetime." Malone's behavior was indeed excessive, prompting Chen Hao to rush forward. Shoving Malone aside to protect Perkins, he shouted at Malone, "Don't go too far." Typically, Chen Hao might not have taken offense at someone provoking him, but he would not tolerate such treatment of his teammate. While others might fear Malone, Chen Hao was undeterred. Malone understood that while he could push boundaries, crossing the line into physicality could result in fines, or worse, being ejected from the game, jeopardizing their chances of winning. Thus, after being pushed aside by Chen Hao, he merely raised his hands in a gesture of surrender for the referee to see, shrugging as if to say, Why the rush? Your turn will come soon enough. As he spoke, Marlon broke into a menacing and cruel grin. When Marlon elbowed Perkins, Chen Hao stood not far away, fully aware of the perilous nature of Marlon's actions, which clearly transcended the realm of basketball. To his knowledge, merely 2 weeks prior, the smiling assassin Thomas had fallen victim to a similar fate at the hands of Marlon. That brutal elbow had left Thomas with a lacerated head, resulting in a rush to the ICU and a staggering 47 stitches. This time, Perkins was merely fortunate. Having avoided a blow to the head, had it connected, the outcome could have been dire. Marlon was not playing a game. He was committing an act of violence. Witnessing this scene, the ascetic idol Green turned pale, his lips devoid of color, fear etched across his face as his pupils quivered uncontrollably, muttering in terror, "Murder! Murder!" It was the first time Chen Hao had encountered such a reaction from the usually composed Green. To put it plainly, the only individuals with any grievances against Marlon were Chen Hao and Green. However, targeting Perkins in such a ruthless manner seemed utterly unjust. This egregious act ignited a profound fury within Chen Hao. Why direct such wrath towards me? Seeking to inflict suffering on others. What kind of man does that? Chen Hao has risen to prominence, yet he maintains a facade of tranquility. With the assistance of Chen Hao and Green, Perkins rises, clutching his ribs in evident agony. Perkins, known for his toughness, is urged by Deng Vili to take a break if necessary. However, Perkins staunchly refuses, expressing his determination to protect his younger teammate, even as he becomes the first to be elbowed. If this continues, how can he fulfill his role as captain? No, I must fight on. Yet, as Perkins approaches the free throw line, the pain in his ribs is overwhelming, rendering his movements ineffective. Having been elbowed too harshly, he misses both free throws entirely, eliciting a chorus of boos from the audience. The game persists, with the Jazz now in possession. Stockton advances the ball swiftly and single-handedly. Despite his unassuming demeanor, many viewers might think they could perform just as well if they donned his jersey. Such a notion is profoundly misguided. Stockton exemplifies the adage of a wolf in sheep's clothing. He possesses the skills but chooses to downplay them, opting to utilize his right hand exclusively for dribbling when he could easily employ his left. His style may lack flair, yet it is undeniably effective. Observing him play, one might think he is not doing much, yet by the end of the match, he quietly accumulates 17 or 18 points along with a substantial number of assists. McMillan's wariness towards Stockton is not without justification. With just a quick stop and a single-handed dribble, Stockton leaves McMillan behind. Stockton finds himself in a position to shoot, boasting a commendable shooting percentage, yet he opts not to take the shot himself. Instead, he instinctively identifies his teammate in need. In Chapter 85, The Bloodbath in Salt Lake City, one might wonder how Malone could be even more formidable than I am. The title of Assist King is not merely a gift given for making a phone call. Stockton's passing is impeccably timed and precisely aimed. There is a reason he holds this title. His accuracy is remarkably high. Even though Green anticipates Stockton's pass to Malone and predicts its trajectory, he remains powerless to intercept it. While he may graze the ball with his fingertips, it still eludes his grasp. Many assert that merely accumulating assists qualifies one as an assist leader, yet Stockton excels not only in assist totals but also in his assist-to-turnover ratio, leading both his team and the league. His performance starkly contrasts with that of the second-ranked Kidd, whose assists appear almost trivial by comparison. To illustrate, Stockton surpasses Kidd by 500 assists while committing 200 fewer turnovers, rendering Kidd's contributions seemingly inconsequential. The passing accuracy of this individual, Stockton, is unparalleled in history. Chen Hao anticipated that the pass would be directed towards Malone and made his move accordingly. However, his attempt at a precise cut was in vain, for Stockton's passing angle was exceedingly elusive. The ball slipped right past the tips of his fingers. What could be done? Of course, Chen Hao was not without a strategy. His focus was intently on Karl Malone. He resolved that if the ball were indeed to reach Malone, he would ensure that Malone would find it impossible to capitalize on it, even if it meant incurring a penalty. Regrettably, the clever Stockton was a master of deception, leading everyone to believe he would pass to Malone. Indeed, Stockton did pass to Malone, but to another Malone, Jeff Malone. One should not underestimate Jeff Malone, in a strict sense. The Jazz were not merely a duo but a trio of stars. Beside Stockton stood not just one Malone, but two. To the left, Karl Malone, and to the right, Jeff Malone. Jeff Malone epitomizes the classical shooting guard, possessing an impeccable mid-range shooting touch that rarely misses its mark. His skill has significantly contributed to the Jazz's rising stature in the league. As the ball found its way to Jeff Malone, he executed a flawless shot, striking the target with unwavering precision. 4-0. This evening, the Jazz were determined to triumph over the Lakers, and following the basket, their retreat to defense was remarkably swift. After the opponent scored, Chen Hao swiftly executed a quick restart from the baseline. Nevertheless, even in this urgency, McMillan managed to bring the ball past the halfway line, while the opposing team effectively retreated to their defensive positions. Naturally, aside from the 24-meter-tall Eaton, all other players had already established their positions. Seizing the opportunity before Eaton could settle, McMillan initiated an offensive play, executing a drive and dish that found Chen Hao. Chen Hao received the ball, and Edwards, standing before him, immediately spread his arms wide to confront him. Chen Hao found himself without opportunities, yet the observant Chen Hao managed to spot the stoic male idol, Green. This evening, the seemingly composed idol appeared somewhat timid as he held the ball. In truth, he could have effortlessly taken 3 strides to the basket. However, instead of seizing the moment to score, he anxiously sought the shadow of Marlon, fearing that he might suddenly emerge from the corner and deliver an elbow to him. It was merely a game. There was no need to exert oneself excessively. Yet, unbeknownst to Green, Marlon was stationed in a help defense position, his focus entirely directed toward Chen Hao. He had resolved that the moment Chen Hao attempted a layup, he would deliver a discreet elbow. Unwilling to let this young man usurp his position as an all-star starter, Marlon, who had not made an appearance in the NBA 2 years prior, felt a profound sense of frustration. Now, he faced the prospect of taking another sick leave. He perceived this as a loss of $100 million. Marlon thought to himself, what if I give Chen Hao a couple of elbows? Just as Green was caught in a moment of distraction, Ayton arrived to assist in the defense, leaving Green with no opportunity. Ayton remarked, I may be old, but I am not finished yet. The dynamics on the court shifted rapidly, leaving Green with no choice but to pass the ball back to Chen Hao. Chen Hao glanced at the timer, with less than a second remaining on the 24-second clock, compelled to take responsibility. As soon as Chen Hao grasped the ball, Edwards, who was defending him, lunged forward without hesitation, denying him any opportunity. Chen Hao hastened his shooting pace, yet the ball struck the front rim. The rebound was claimed by Malone. Stockton called for the ball, leisurely dribbling past half-court as he orchestrated a UCLA pick and roll. With a precise bounce pass, Stockton assisted Malone, who effortlessly scored with a layup. Following the basket, Malone raised his fist and struck his chest twice, casting a challenging glance at Green beside him. Are you intimidated? Is this just the beginning? How did someone like you manage to secure a spot in the All-Star starting lineup? The stoic figure of Green felt a surge of frustration. Yet he could only suppress it, for he genuinely feared the formidable Malone. He pondered whether he could survive the impact of Malone's elbow, uncertain if he would even make it to the ICU for treatment. Chen Hao, however, perceives the situation differently. While Malone's thunderous dunks undoubtedly send adrenaline surging through the veins of fans, Chen Hao is acutely aware that the challenge posed by the Jazz is largely attributable to Stockton. This individual possesses an exceptional intellect. His passing skills are nothing short of remarkable. He consistently identifies the most opportune moments and delivers the ball to his teammates with impeccable timing, striking the opponent with devastating precision. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. Many guards can indeed execute similar passes. What sets Stockton apart from the average guard is his unparalleled steadiness. His propensity for minimizing errors is extraordinary. He rarely misses, which directly translates to fewer rebounds. With reduced rebounds, how can one initiate a fast break? The inability to launch a counterattack drastically escalates the difficulty of the game. In most basketball contests, fast breaks serve as a primary scoring avenue, accounting for at least 30% of points. Once this avenue is curtailed, reliance on half-court offense becomes inevitable. When engaging in half-court play, if the basket remains elusive, it is akin to handing victory to the opponent on a silver platter. Chen Hao has come to understand why the Jazz's home victory rate this year is so formidable. With Stockton and the suffocating atmosphere of their home court, it is no surprise that Jordan faltered here. As the first quarter approached the 5:36 mark, the Lakers found themselves trailing by a daunting 8 points. Experts have noted a crucial insight. When facing the Jazz, one must not allow them to seize control from the very beginning. It is imperative to maintain the initiative if there is to be any hope by the fourth quarter. In the previous game, the Bulls faced a similar fate against the Jazz, leading from the start until midway through the third quarter. However, Once the fourth quarter arrived, the Bulls crumbled. And even Jordan could not salvage the situation. Observing Chen Hao, Malone chuckled with satisfaction, taunting him mercilessly. Is your all-star starting position merely a result of a promotional offer? How can you be so easily defeated? It's as if the game was over within half a quarter. A team built on spectacle can only be a team of spectacle. Chen Hao remained silent, fully aware that the situation was precarious. Victory in this competition was not merely desirable, it was imperative. He had no other choice. He understood that if the match continued in this manner, the Lakers would be left with little hope for survival. In a moment of clarity amidst the chaos, an idea struck him. Chapter 86, The Blood Battle in Salt Lake City. How could Malone be even more audacious than I? There is a saying, only through magic can one defeat magic. With Malone's audacity, it was time for him to experience the formidable prowess of my fully developed combat skills. The Jazz had possession of the ball. Before Chen Hao could make a significant move, Malone, brimming with impatience, approached eagerly. Stockton, with the ball in hand, initiated a pick and roll. A strategy familiar to all who know the Jazz. It has been their hallmark for decades. The relentless execution of this tactic has not only persisted through the years but has also evolved into an essential element of NBA strategy, underscoring the timelessness of this approach. In this instance, Stockton set a screen for Edwards, while Chen Hao found himself positioned before Stockton. Yet, the sequence was far from over. Stockton subsequently signaled for Malone to set another screen. After two successive screens, Chen Hao now faced Malone directly. Malone, seizing the moment, leaned against Chen Hao. Reaching out for the ball, Chen Hao found the situation intriguing. The opportunity had finally presented itself. What further piqued Chen Hao's interest was the fact that he had yet to unleash his own magic. Malone was the first to reveal his formidable elbow strike. Not only intending to use his magic against Chen Hao, but also eager to employ his own form of sorcery. During the positioning process, Malone forcefully leaned back while simultaneously turning, delivering a powerful elbow directly to Chen Hao's chest. Malone laughed, a cruel smile gracing his face as he taunted. I will make this quite enjoyable for you, softy. Chen Hao could ascertain that Malone was not merely playing against a ball, but rather targeting a person. With such a deliberate elbow strike, one would either face death or at the very least, a concussion, especially if it landed on the head. In Chen Hao's recollection, the general nearly lost his life due to a vicious blow from Malone's elbow. Fortunately, timely rescue averted any mortal danger. However, this incident significantly impaired the general's cognitive abilities, rendering him somewhat akin to an individual suffering from dementia. Had it not been for Chen Hao's swift reflexes, he might have found himself in the same precarious position as the general. Chen Hao, endowed with remarkable combat instincts, deftly evaded the strike. Nevertheless, even with such agility, the force of Malone's elbows still inflicted considerable pain, causing Chen Hao to grimace. In the future, spectators would likely exclaim in horror, "Murder!" A tempest of outrage soon erupted on a certain forum. Chen Hao is no pushover. When Malone was in the first year of junior high, it is no wonder that he has now reached the age of 15. As Malone's elbow struck, Chen Hao took the opportunity to tumble. Grasping the fabric of Malone's jersey while internally roaring, "Come here." In the act of pulling, Chen Hao exerted a rotational force. The robust and sturdy Malone was yanked as if he were a mere chick, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. Simultaneously, as he fell, Chen Hao positioned his legs in a scissor-like fashion around Malone's neck, while Malone's face collided with the wooden floor. There was a dull thud, and it can be conservatively estimated that Malone's front tooth may have been lost, even though he had landed on the wooden surface. Chen Hao's grip was unyieldingly fierce. He positioned his legs firmly atop Malone's head, pressing his face deep into the wooden floor. Malone's hands flailed desperately against the ground as he howled in agony. His voice hoarse with desperation. "Help! Murder!" A muffled cough echoed through the arena, plunging the Energy Scheme Center into an eerie silence. Over the years, particularly within the realm of combat sports, nay, in the realm of underhanded tactics, Malone had been thoroughly dominated. To their recollection, this was an unprecedented moment for him. The so-called smiling assassin from the Pistons was but a mere novice in comparison to Malone. Yet now, he found himself being schooled by a newcomer hailing from Asia, a descendant of the land where Bruce Lee was born. Did he possess some enigmatic Eastern prowess? Everyone was left in stunned disbelief. It was Stockton who first regained his wits, realizing that Malone appeared to be on the brink of unconsciousness. If Chen Hao continued to exert this pressure, the consequences could be dire. Though the scissor hold seemed innocuous, it could silently suffocate a man, inducing a rapid onset of oxygen deprivation. Stockton rushed forward, forcefully pushing Chen Hao off Ma Long. As Chen Hao momentarily withdrew from Ma Long, the latter resembled a drowning man, desperately inhaling oxygen. For a fleeting instant, Ma Long felt as if he might perish from asphyxiation. Was this lad truly so ruthless? He had encountered ferocity before, yet never had he witnessed such intensity. Typically, upon seeing his robust physique, intelligent individuals would avert their gaze, but now, the slender Chen Hao had made him suffer tremendously. Haunted by the experience, Ma Long felt a lingering dread, having narrowly escaped death, as he greedily gasped for air, almost succumbing to oxygen deprivation. Throughout his life, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that he had never faced such a significant setback in the current NBA landscape. Chen Hao was the first to dare treat him in such a manner. Despite the past, Ma Long resolved to seek retribution once he recovered. Just then, the referee approached, and with a whistle, called an offensive foul. Ma Long's mouth formed an incredulous ah shape. He pointed at himself, questioning the referee in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? I was nearly killed, and I'm being called for an offensive foul?" The referee glanced at Ma Long and then at Chen Hao, who, with both hands raised, signaled to the referee that he was an innocent bystander. The referee mused, such a good person could not possibly harm anyone. Surely, it must have been an accidental trip that caused Ma Long's fall. Ma Long, with a history of transgressions, had certainly elbowed others in the NBA before. Despite his 2 missing front teeth and a mouth stained with blood, the referee had seen such ploys countless times, where one employs underhanded tactics only to feign victimhood. "Am I not aware of your reputation? Your elbows can indeed be lethal. Thankfully, nothing serious has occurred this time. Regardless, you were in the wrong." Ma Long felt a strong urge to retaliate against the referee. "Go ahead, try it," the referee challenged. Ma Long hesitated. Had he been as dim-witted as JaVale McGee, he would not have scored so proficiently. He attempted to articulate his case to the referee, but his words fell on deaf ears. Meanwhile, the seemingly unscathed Chen Hao stood before Ma Long, spreading his hands in a self-reflective manner, muttering to himself, "Was that elbow really so significant? Is that all? And what of my scissor kick? If I can't breathe, that's merely a warning. The next time, it could be fatal. You dare threaten me?" Ma Long seethed with rage, his fists clenched like boulders, ready to charge forward. Chen Hao is truly unafraid of Ma Long's powerful strikes. Should they come, he has the option to counterattack, evade, or even resort to a strategic fall to the ground, potentially leading to his expulsion from the match. The manner of Chen Hao has become excessive. Alas, the referee has once again made a misstep, the sharp whistle piercing the air as a warning is issued. What an outrage! With fury, Ma Long clenches his fist, the referee's gaze fixed upon him, scrutinizing his every movement. In this critical moment, Ma Long's thunderous action comes to an abrupt halt, and at this juncture, Stockton steps forward. Hastily, Stockton pulls the bloodied Ma Long away. Seething with anger, Ma Long stomps his feet. He may disregard the words of others, but Stockton's counsel remains paramount. Chapter 87. The Blood Battle in Salt Lake City. How is it that this rascal Ma Long exhibits even more audacity than I? This is indeed a profound humiliation. He confides in Stockton, expressing how utterly outrageous the situation is. At this moment, the brawny Ma Long, resembling a wronged spouse, seeks solace in Stockton's ears. Chen Hao would not relent. He continued to unleash his magical prowess. As Ma Long exited the stage, he waved farewell to him, asserting, "I may not surpass you in underhanded tactics, yet when it comes to combat, you cannot outmatch me." Carl, truly fortunate, made a swift escape. Ma Long forcefully shoved Stockton aside, intent on confronting Chen Hao to exchange blows. Upon seeing this, Stockton thought to himself, "This is disastrous." He immediately intervened, attempting to restrain Ma Long. But how could one man succeed in such a daunting task? As Chen Hao observed the impending success of his scheme, he eagerly awaited for Malone to take action, hoping that the referee would subsequently eject him from the game. Malone had already incurred one technical foul, leaving him on the brink of another. Without Malone, the Jazz would struggle to pose a significant threat. Just as victory seemed within reach, Jazz coach Sloan intervened, restraining his star player and guiding him to the bench to regain composure, undoubtedly also to staunch the bleeding. Chen Hao felt a tinge of regret, as though victory was within his grasp, yet just beyond reach. Nevertheless, during the latter half of the first quarter, taking advantage of Karl Malone's absence, the Lakers managed to rally their spirits, equalizing the score to 25-25. At last, they had triumphed over the initial hurdle. However, Lakers fans unanimously believed that the true victor was Chen Hao. Indeed, the audience shared this sentiment. Who was Karl Malone, after all? A notorious brute on the court, infamous for his record number of technical fouls, averaging one every 5 games. In the face of Golden State's Draymond Green, he must still bow in deference. He was once the bane of Michael Jordan, leaving the smiling assassin bloodied. Within the league, every player who encounters him cannot help but shake their heads. Among the NBA's infamous trio of villains, Malone, Oakley, and Mahorn, Malone reigns supreme in terms of filthiness. His reputation for dirty plays well established. He is known for his reckless abandon, with bloodshed being a common occurrence. However, tonight, Malone met his match in Chen Hao. What astonished everyone was that Chen Hao utilized Malone's own tactics against him. A true case of retribution in kind. The impact was devastating and profoundly humiliating. In this moment, people began to realize that beneath Chen Hao's slender physique lay a formidable fighting spirit. Within a mere few months, he had taken down notorious figures like Barkley and Malone. Fans could not help but exclaim in awe. How terrifying. What delighted the fans even more was the evident disdain Malone harbored for Chen Hao, yet he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate, relegated to merely glaring from the bench. He attempted several times to plead for a chance to play, but Sloan held him back, fearing Malone's reckless antics might disrupt the game. He urged him to remain calm. Yet, with another technical foul, Malone would face ejection. A 7th technical foul would lead to a suspension. The first quarter came to a close. Chen Hao's teammates flocked to congratulate him, offering enthusiastic thumbs up. Deng Weili patted Chen Hao on the shoulder, remarking that fighting is undesirable, except when it comes to battling Malone. Perkins was straightforward in his approval, while Green erupted into hearty laughter, feeling quite at ease. Chen Hao, your scissor kick is incredible. Can you teach me? As the second quarter resumed, it became apparent that the Jazz did not boast the depth of a bench like the Trailblazers. Their financial resources were primarily invested in their starting lineup. This allowed the Lakers to maintain a close score, tied at 39-39, awaiting the return of their key players. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Sloan waved his hand decisively. The bleeding Malone donned his gear and entered the fray. After a cooling-off period of half a quarter, Malone regained his composure and heeded Sloan's advice. The bloodied elbow is merely a means to an end, not the objective. Tonight, our goal is victory. That kid is trying to provoke you, don't fall for it. Initially, the agitated Malone scoffed. Coach, you're overthinking it. That kid can't possibly be that clever. His IQ isn't high enough. However, he soon realized the truth. His absence transformed the Jazz as if they were an entirely different team. With Malone present, the Jazz played one way. Without him, they were a completely different squad. Consequently, the Lakers managed to equalize the score. Malone, feeling restless, acknowledged his earlier misjudgment. That young player indeed possessed some skill. In the first quarter, Chen Hao exhibited remarkable accuracy, sinking 3 three-pointers with astonishing precision. At this moment, Malone began to regard Chen Hao, slender and tall, as a worthy adversary. Malone chuckled. Now this is getting interesting. Having learned from his earlier mistakes, Malone returned to the game noticeably more subdued, seemingly having regained his wits. He even managed to draw an offensive foul. His theatricality, however, was somewhat excessive. Chen Hao hadn't even made contact with him when Malone's body appeared to fly backwards several meters like a kite with a severed string. As he fell to the ground, Malone sprawled out, hands open, shouting at the referee, "He's trying to kill me." The absurdity of his words, combined with his toothless grin, created a comical scene. The referee, startled, nearly dropped his whistle. Malone had certainly never witnessed a player demand a foul with such audacity. Stockton, unable to watch, covered his face in disbelief, lamenting, "How did I end up with this teammate?" The Jazz fans at the Energy Solutions Arena fell silent, feeling insulted by Malone's antics. This is absurd, they thought, as they felt their intelligence was being mocked. Green, the stoic figure, couldn't help but burst into laughter, nearly doubling over. Malone felt the embarrassment wash over him. His performance was indeed overly dramatic, and he struggled to maintain his composure as Chen Hao approached him, questioning, "Is this how tough guys play?" Malone, taken aback, felt a rush of heat to his face. However, due to his dark complexion, it appeared a deep shade reminiscent of liver. "This young man is utterly infuriating. I. He swung his fist, which was as large as a sandbag. Chen Hao raised his head, unperturbed. He feared not the strike of Malone, but rather the absence of it. Once that punch landed, a significant portion of tonight's mission would be accomplished. Chen Hao was inwardly roaring, "Strike! Hurry and strike!" To provoke Ma Long, Chen Hao even spat out, "I bet you dare not." Ma Long glanced at the referee, who was watching intently, took a deep breath, and was about to blow the whistle. He tightened his grip, feeling deflated. He thought to himself, "I shall endure." Chen Hao felt a sense of disappointment. Malone was not merely a brute with brawn and a simple mind. This evening was destined to be a fierce battle. Both teams had their main players back, and the conflict intensified. Despite the Lakers and the Jazz being separated by a mere 0.5 wins, the disparity in their rosters was substantial. The Lakers' current success was largely attributed to their relatively lenient early schedule, primarily consisting of easy victories. In contrast, the Jazz had faced an exceptionally challenging beginning, compounded by Malone's one-month absence. Thus, halfway through the season, the Jazz found themselves positioned fifth in the Western Conference. Under normal circumstances, they would have secured at least the third spot. In the second quarter, Chen Hao sank 2 3-pointers and, on the defensive end, effectively contained Edwards. Yet the Lakers still trailed by 8 points. Nevertheless, the Lakers' morale surged, and both teams continued to battle fiercely. With the Jazz unable to extend their lead and the Lakers unable to narrow the gap, this stalemate persisted until the fourth quarter. For both sides, a single victory was equivalent to 2, and neither team was willing to concede, especially with the scoreline as it stood. The intensity reached its peak. With 8 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, both team star players returned to the court. The score was 78-70, with the Lakers still behind by 8 points. The game pressed on, with the Jazz in possession. Employing their signature UC strategy, Stockton passed the ball back to Malone, who deftly sidestepped Green. In truth, that single move was sufficient against Green. He refrained from fouling Malone, but for Malone, mere scoring was not enough. He felt compelled to unleash his iron elbow. Under the scrutiny of a high-powered lens, Malone's elbow strike left Green's jaw nearly dislocated, instantly transforming his expression. When it came to physicality, Malone was unmatched. Few dared to claim superiority. Cleverly evading the referee's gaze, he escaped unscathed, charging towards the basket. Ignoring Divac's attempts at rim protection, he powered his way through for a dunk. Meanwhile, Green, struck by Malone's elbow, experienced a moment of dizziness, collapsing to the floor, on the verge of losing consciousness. When Chen Hao previously assisted him, he noticed that Green's arm was twitching slightly. He couldn't help but gasp. This was not merely a game of basketball for Malone. It was evidently an act of violence. If Chen Hao had not been there to support Green, Green would have struggled to stand on his own. Malone is truly despicable. And even more so, after releasing his grip and helping the Jazz extend their lead to 10 points, he could not resist the urge to taunt Green, saying, "Oh, you can still stand? Well, you won't be so fortunate next time." Green resembled a wounded little bride, utterly unable to meet Malone's gaze, completely under his thumb. Despite Malone's fierce demeanor, he is, in fact, one who preys on the weak. Knowing that Chen Hao is not easily intimidated, he chose to target the more vulnerable Green. The stoic and temperate Green serves as the perfect foil to highlight Malone's aggression. D'Antoni was compelled to call a timeout. Is Green truly soft? In the presence of Malone, he indeed appears so. Yet, beneath that exterior, he possesses an indomitable spirit, refusing to be sidelined by minor injuries. With a crooked smile, D'Antoni inquired, "Are you all right?" Green, with a lopsided grin, replied, "I am still okay." Chen Hao's forehead was marred by dark lines, a clear indication of the severity of the situation. The strike from Ma Long was undeniably ruthless. This act incited the ire of the entire Lakers team, particularly that of Chen Hao. The Lakers now possessed the ball. As Chen Hao approached, he executed a 3-point shot that struck home. The moment the ball left his hands, he raised his arms in jubilant celebration. Casting a defiant glance at Malone, the entire Jazz team stood in stunned silence, their collective gaze shifting towards Edwards, as if to say, "Why didn't you put more effort into your defense?" Edwards felt a surge of frustration. "What do you mean I didn't try hard enough? I exerted every ounce of strength I possessed, yet it simply wasn't enough to reach him. The man is taller and longer than I am. Despite my utmost effort, I couldn't even block his view. Are you really blaming me for this?" Chen Hao scored against Edwards, reclaiming 3 points for the team. This was not merely a simple 3-pointer. It served as a retort to Malone's earlier foul, significantly boosting the morale of the Lakers. Morale, how can one describe it? It is invisible and intangible, yet its presence is undeniably real. The impact of morale, whether present or absent, is profoundly significant and critical to a team's performance. But the drama does not end here. In the subsequent defensive play, it was Chen Hao once more. Stockton brought the ball forward, maintaining his composure as he passed to Jeff Malone in the low post. Confronted by Perkins, Malone felt a surge of indignation for his brother's earlier foul. Though it was the fourth quarter, he was invigorated, almost electrified. Yet, facing Perkins posed a considerable challenge for Malone. With limited space, he quickly returned the ball to Stockton, who began to reorganize the play. In that fleeting moment of passing, he sensed something amiss. Although Chen Hao appeared to have his back turned to Jeff Malone, his mind was meticulously calculating, eagerly awaiting the moment Jeff would pass the ball. The instant Jeff released the ball, Chen Hao sprang into action. Indeed, he moved with remarkable agility. With a swift lateral dive, he executed a perfect slap, effortlessly intercepting Jeff's pass. Jeff was momentarily taken aback. What astonishing reflexes! In truth, Jeff's pass had been delivered with considerable speed. However, it was unfortunate for him that he was facing Chen Hao, whose reaction time was equally impressive, but more significantly, Chen possessed an extraordinary wingspan. Once he anticipated the play, it became exceedingly difficult for most to evade his grasp should he decide to intercept. After the steal, Chen Hao did not pause to control the ball. Instead, he swiftly flung it to the awaiting McMillan, who had stealthily advanced into the front court. McMillan, unencumbered by defenders, effortlessly scored 2 points. The score now stood at 75-80, a mere 5-point deficit. After making the basket, McMillan pointed towards Chen Hao, signaling his appreciation. He jogged over, eager to commend Chen with flattering words. Great play. It's a pleasure to play alongside you. I almost question whether you truly belong in the small forward position. In my eyes, you are undoubtedly the greatest point guard. Chen Hao, young man, widen your path. After being relentlessly pursued for 5 points, Jazz head coach Sloan furrowed his brow. He rose to request a timeout, but Malone waved him off, indicating that it was unnecessary and a waste of a timeout, asserting, "Aren't I here? They won't get past me." Sloan realized, indeed, they still had Carl. Everything would be fine. Yet, in the next possession, the Jazz faltered once more. Stockton brought the ball up, and with a grand gesture, commanded the others to step aside, declaring it a one-on-one with Malone. In essence, it was a pick and roll with Malone. The Lakers executed their defense flawlessly. The crooked-mouthed Green maneuvered in front of Malone. Malone received the ball and faced Green one-on-one. Although Green had suffered defeat before, his jaw dislocated, and had even shown a hint of intimidation in words, facing Malone again instilled fear in him. However, this time he did not back down. Despite the risk of another elbow to the face, Green pressed closely against Malone, denying him a shot opportunity. What left an impression beyond Malone's muscular physique was his deft skill, often referred to as a mid-range sharpshooter. Malone feigned a shot, causing Green to overcommit. Comparatively, Malone was on an entirely different level. Green had put forth great effort, yet he was still outmatched. Malone successfully executed a fake shot, driving straight towards the Lakers' paint. Noticing the absence of Divac guarding the rim, he grinned, gazing at the hoop within arm's reach. With a mighty roar, he channeled all his strength into his right arm, prepared to unleash the full potential of his muscles and demolish the hoop. Chapter 89, Evil Conquers Evil. Defeating Magic with Magic 2. Malone, growing impatient, bellowed die, just as he was about to launch his assault on the rim. However, he suddenly sensed a tremendous force surging from behind, catching him off guard. Instantly, he felt as though a weight of 1,000 pounds pressed down upon him, rendering him immobile, like a rocket that had abruptly halted mid-flight. Bang! The camera mounted on the backboard trembled lightly as Chen Hao soared in for a colossal block against Malone. The ball struck the backboard with a resounding thud, bouncing back. The visual impact was staggering. The arena fell into a profound silence, everyone stunned, their expressions unified in disbelief, jaws agape in astonishment. Someone gasped, "Wow!" and the arena erupted in cheers. Numerous devoted fans of Malone gasped in astonishment, their expressions akin to those witnessing an extraterrestrial encounter. The Jazz bench was filled with substitutes who exchanged bewildered glances, questioning the reality before them. Even Sloan, seasoned in witnessing grand spectacles, momentarily lost his breath, swallowing hard at the sheer absurdity of the situation. The referee's mouth formed enough disbelief. Deng Whaley wiped his eyes, doubting his own vision, and turned to glance at his assistant coach, Carlisle, only to find him with his jaw dropped in astonishment. In that moment, Exuberance overtook him as he danced and leaped upon the wooden floor, utterly unrestrained. As for the decorum expected of the head coach of the illustrious Los Angeles Lakers, that was irrelevant. He resembled a little girl who had just received her cherished toy. To be candid, Malone had already displayed his fierce elbows, leading Marvin to believe the Lakers were out of the running. Consequently, in Gudika's assessment, the game was on the verge of entering garbage time. Typically inclined to oppose Gudika, Marvin uncharacteristically refrained from dissent, for he realized that if the Lakers failed to respond, the game would indeed be over. He held little faith in their ability to recover. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chen Hao executed a steal, followed by an assist, a three-pointer, and a remarkable chase-down block, all of which dramatically altered the course of the game. Marvin sprang from his seat as though pricked by a searing iron, arms raised high in exhilaration, exclaiming, "What have I just witnessed? What have I just seen?" Chen Hao's chase-down rejection of Malone was nothing short of phenomenal. Was today truly Sunday? Had the postman taken the day off? This was a block that dazzled the very essence of my vision. Chen Hao has proven himself, demonstrating a remarkable ability to defend the power forward position. His performance is astonishing. The match is not yet concluded, and Chen Hao is resolute. The camera pans to Gudika, who appears utterly stunned, recognizing the extraordinary nature of Chen Hao's play. With a quiver in his voice, he exclaims, "How did he do that?" Even Ma Long is taken aback. "I was blocked? Was I really blocked?" he questions, grappling with disbelief. The spectators are incredulous, and even Ma Long struggles to accept the reality of the situation despite its authenticity. Yet, a part of him remains skeptical. How explosive is Ma Long's physical prowess? To put it succinctly, even a formidable opponent would regard him with deference. In his presence, others seem diminished. Ma Long's eyes reflect shock as he gazes at Chen Hao, still unable to comprehend the moment. Chen Hao, seizing the opportunity, taunts Ma Long, mimicking his demeanor with an air of arrogance. "Is hot pot delicious?" The tension escalates instantaneously, and Ma Long, ready to confront Chen Hao, raises his colossal fist. The referee, sensing the brewing conflict, rushes in, whistle still in his mouth. It is not an exaggeration to say that at the slightest movement from Ma Long, the referee would intervene. Ma Long is visibly agitated, his body trembling, on the brink of an outburst. Chen Hao waits for this eruption. However, in the end, Ma Long manages to compose himself. "Referee, he has committed a technical foul. He has humiliated me," he laments, turning away to address the nearby official, hands spread wide in a gesture of grievance, resembling a wounded party in distress. Chen Hao is also taken aback by this fellow, Ma Long. At this moment, Chen Hao finally comprehended that despite Ma Long's robust physique and impressive skills, he was ultimately a paper tiger, imposing yet feeble at heart. There is a reason why he is consistently subdued by Danzi year after year. This individual, in essence, tends to prey on the weak while shying away from the strong. He can intimidate someone like Green, but that is where his prowess ends. As Chen Hao subtly revealed a hint of menace, Ma Long immediately faltered. While Ma Long continued to chatter, Perkins swiftly seized the moment, regaining control of the ball and promptly locating the opportunistic McMillan. The ball was dispatched in an instant, allowing McMillan to score effortlessly. The deficit now stood at 3 points. Sloan hastily called for a timeout. Chen Hao's remarkable dual offensive and defensive performance injected suspense into the match, leaving a profound impact on Ma Long. He demonstrated unequivocally that he is not merely a celebrity athlete as Ma Long had suggested, nor is his selection for the All-Star team solely attributed to his Asian heritage. Conversely, it is Ma Long himself who has inadvertently substantiated his own limitations. In critical moments, he faltered. Sloan, visibly agitated, allowed the game to slip away, even accepting a 20-point deficit, but he could not abide the team, which had once held the lead, being overtaken, especially by a squad that should have been inferior to his own Lakers. Gripping his tactical board, he pounded on the seat and shouted at Ma Long, "Carl, can you be tougher?" Ma Long hesitated, contemplating, "Am I not tough enough? What kind of joke is this? Is sending Green to the ICU the definition of toughness?" Yet, reflecting on his recent exchanges with Chen Hao, he recognized his own lack of tenacity, bowing his head in shame, fists clenched, and vowed to respond. Sloan, satisfied with his provocation, nodded approvingly and patted Ma Long on the shoulder, affirming, "Well done, Along. I believe in you. You are the finest player on this planet." He then reiterated to the others the importance of remaining calm, urging them not to become anxious, while reassuring them that everything was under control. He encouraged them with fervor. "Come on, let's go. Why does Stockton rank among the top 3-point guards in history? because he is remarkably steady and possesses an innate understanding of how to play the game. Whenever the Jazz needed him, he consistently emerged as the savior. As the deficit narrowed to 3 points, he remained unflustered, showcasing his composure. His medal was not merely a product of chance. He initiated a play using Malone's screen, found an opening, and took a mid-range shot, which he executed flawlessly. In that moment, Green and McMillan miscommunicated, leaving Stockton nearly unguarded. This shot significantly dampened the Lakers' morale, akin to being doused with cold water. With a 5-point gap, the Lakers were still without possession. Stockton orchestrated the tempo, continuing to play efficiently. In Chapter 90, using evil to combat evil, defeating magic with magic, Stockton once again demonstrated his mid-range prowess. Not only is he steady, but he is also cunning and plays with remarkable acumen. This time, Green stepped up intentionally, but his efforts proved futile, as his speed was inadequate. Taking advantage of Green's momentary advance, Stockton swiftly released the ball, hitting the target with precision. Once again, the reputation of Stockton as a clutch player with a big heart is not mere hyperbole. In critical moments for the Jazz, he remains their most trusted ally. As the team scored, Sloan finally breathed a sigh of relief, unable to contain his applause for Stockton, exclaiming, "Well done. I love this performance." Thanks to Stockton's exceptional display, the Lakers' rapid offensive momentum was effectively curtailed. Even Chen Hao couldn't help but give Stockton a thumbs up, generously showering him with praise in front of Malone, declaring, "You are remarkable. Truly the best point guard in the NBA." Stockton, upon hearing this, felt quite pleased, as he shared the same sentiment. However, Chen Hao's next remark was far superior to your dim-witted teammate. The dim-witted teammate he referred to was, of course, Malone. Initially, Malone had intended to retort, "What's the matter? Are you afraid?" But in that instant, the barely contained fury within him surged. What does he mean by dim-witted teammate? I am the true leader of Salt Lake City. In the past, Malone would never have envied Stockton, but tonight, after being repeatedly outdone by Chen Hao, he found it increasingly intolerable. A pang of jealousy struck him. He thought to himself, "I will make you aware that I am the second best in the NBA, just behind Jordan." The Energy Solutions arena erupted once more in fervent chants of Stockton's name, while Malone felt as if he were a jar of vinegar overturned. Chen Hao's eyes sparkled with realization. After all, were Utah's dynamic duo not invincible? In this moment, Chen Hao felt an immense gratitude towards the conversation, for the insights on basketball were truly exceptional. In his past life, Chen Hao had once heard Kobe share an intriguing anecdote, stating that to effectively guard a particular player, one must lavish praise upon their teammates, thereby unsettling the player's equilibrium. This strategy proved to be remarkably effective, and furthermore, Chen Hao made a targeted move towards Ma Long as McMillan approached with the ball. He did not linger, but rather stepped forward to the top of the three-point arc, extending his hand to demand the ball. "Pass it to me." Chen Hao spoke calmly, his voice not loud, yet undeniably assertive. Without a moment's hesitation, McMillan passed the ball to him and immediately darted to the corner, concealing himself as if to smoke a cigarette. Chen Hao dribbled the ball, and Edwards immediately raised his arms in anticipation. Divac moved forward to set a screen, but Chen Hao decisively dismissed him. Instead, he called upon Green, who was matched against Malone, to come forward. The Jazz's interior was fortified by Ayton, making it imperative for Malone to step out. However, in a bid to conserve energy for offensive plays, Malone chose to remain idle, merely standing with his hands on his hips. The notion of simply setting a screen and shooting without further strategy is laughable. In this era, such a lackadaisical approach is indeed frowned upon. Malone's indolence was palpable. As Chen Hao glanced over, he realized that this was precisely what he had hoped for. Without hesitation, he executed a screen and rose majestically, launching a three-point shot. What an international farce it would be to leave him wide open for a three-pointer, especially with a shooting percentage of 45. The ball was released. Chen Hao immediately raised his hands in jubilation, turning to celebrate prematurely. Observing Chen Hao's display, Ma Long naturally felt disdain, turning away to bellow at his teammates. Rebound. This sentiment was not uniquely his. Nearly everyone present shared it, including Deng Weili, who also voiced his disapproval. However, Chen Hao's shot soared through the air, crashing into the basket with a resounding swish. Ma Long's face turned a deep shade of maroon, his gaze momentarily blank, feeling a disquiet that anyone would experience when faced with such humiliation. The Energy Solutions center fell into a hushed silence. Deng Weili began his enthusiastic yes once more. Sloan, arms outstretched, rushed to the sidelines, vociferously questioning Ma Long. What are you doing? His inquiry echoed loudly. Ma Long, already lacking presence, felt even more diminished. Although Sloane refrained from voicing further criticism, his internal grievances were plentiful. How was I to know he would shoot? Like Sloane, Stockton was equally perplexed by Ma Long's inaction. He approached with outstretched arms, demanding, Carl, why didn't you go up? You know he has the shot. Stockton's questioning stemmed from his own rigorous expectations, both for himself and his teammates. Yet Ma Long bristled at the insinuation, feeling unjustly burdened. I've taken on all the dirty work. Now, when one shot is missed, everyone lays the blame at my feet. Is that it? I refuse to accept this. Although he recognized the validity of Stockton's criticism, Ma Long remained irked, retorting sharply, mind your own business. Take care of yourself first. The reason for the prolonged partnership between Ma Long and Stockton, culminating in their achievements in 97 and 98, was not without its complexities. Lingering tensions remained in their collaboration. Stockton, bewildered, questioned himself, did I say something incorrect? Surely, I was not mistaken. Chen Hao observed intently, contemplating. This is an opportunity. Yet, he underestimated the ferocity of Malone, who truly exhibited an unrestrained ferocity. Indeed, there was a complete absence of rationality. Stockton advanced with the ball, and beneath the basket, Malone positioned himself firmly against Green. Bellowing at Stockton, pass me the ball. Malone's desire to prove himself was palpably urgent. As he received the ball under the basket, he roared, I shall crush you. In his fervor, he aimed to overpower Green, mistakenly perceiving him as an easy target. However, with Divak's presence, Green was no longer a mere soft target. Prior to this moment, Chen Hao had discreetly advised Divak, when Malone isolates Green, you must intervene without hesitation. He will not pass. Divak, somewhat skeptical, nonetheless complied with Chen Hao's counsel. Indeed, this time, it proved fortuitous. Divak's help defense was perfectly timed. When Malone lifted the ball, he refrained from shooting. Divak's colossal hand loomed, leaving Malone with no choice but to back down. Failing to shoot now meant a traveling violation. Just as he hesitated, Green seized the moment, executing a swift steal that sent the ball crashing into Malone and subsequently out of bounds. At this juncture, it was not merely Stockton and Sloane. The Jazz fans at the Energy Solutions Arena began to voice their discontent, even questioning Carl. What on earth are you doing? Such inquiries were perilous. Malone retorted, if you think you can do better, then go ahead. If not, stop complaining. Stockton shook his head in disbelief. Sloane loosened his tie, prompting observers to wonder if he intended to change into a jersey and join the fray. Malone erupted in frustration, exclaiming, is the entire world conspiring against me? Chen Hao could be disregarded. That fellow seems to possess some skill. Sloane dares not provoke him. Yet, what is Green even worth? He has usurped my position as a starter for the All-Star game, and now leaves me utterly humiliated. I shall make you pay dearly. Chapter 91. The reluctant messenger Malone, the aloof and ascetic god, Green, remains perplexed about his supposed transgressions. Or perhaps he has committed none at all. After all, he merely attempted a layup. Why, then, did Malone elbow him? He is genuinely at a loss. With a mere 4-point deficit and the Lakers in possession of the ball, Chen Hao once again finds himself at the arc, engaging in a pick and roll with Green. This time, Malone obediently approaches, with Chen Hao's impeccable shooting accuracy. It would be folly for Malone to remain passive. Though he is reluctant, he has no choice but to comply. Chen Hao's three-pointer was something that Ma Long had certainly experienced. Sloane let out a fierce roar, and Ma Long did not wish to endure further ridicule. After all, a superstar has a reputation to uphold, does he not? It seemed that Chen Hao was aware that Ma Long would not apply excessive pressure on him. Thus, as the pick-and-roll unfolded, Chen Hao appeared to anticipate the screen, drawing sufficient defensive attention before executing a precise pass. The ball found its way to Green, who was making his way towards the paint. How should one describe this? Green is an excellent finisher, and the opportunity for a quick score presented itself immediately. However, Ma Long was not having it. He thought, what? Do you think I grew up eating dirt? It was one thing for Chen Hao to take advantage of him. But now Green was involved. While a sister-in-law might endure, Ma Long could not. As Chen Hao passed the ball to Green, he swiftly turned to give chase. However, Malone positioned himself too high, and Green, not lacking in speed, was in a prime position. Malone's actions were utterly unnecessary. Everyone was aware that Green would undoubtedly score. All efforts were in vain. Eaton, too, was stationed well forward, but the stoic male deity Green effortlessly sidestepped Eaton and drove for the basket. As the ball was released, Green watched it fall gracefully into the net, preparing to celebrate. Yet, at that moment, Malone galloped in, exerting his utmost strength in an attempt to block Green's shot. Alas, it was too late. He could only manage to interfere with a hasty gesture. Marvin, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Carl, what on earth are you doing? This is completely unnecessary." Gutica, too, was baffled. But in the next instant, the truth became evident to all. Malone's intent was never to block the shot, but rather to deliver an elbow to his opponent, though the ball went unblocked. As it descended, he raised his elbow, targeting the crown of Green's head with malicious intent. Witnessing Malone's brutal elbow, Green's mind momentarily short-circuited. His eyes filled with dread as he attempted to evade the blow. Yet, it was too late. A sharp crack echoed through the arena and under the high-powered lens. It became clear that Malone's elbow nearly dislodged Green's head from his body. Subsequently, Green's body crumpled as if his bones had been removed, collapsing to the ground in a heap. The referee, witnessing this from a close distance, was left stunned. Was Malone attempting to commit murder? In that instant, he momentarily forgot to blow the whistle. Chen Hao observed the situation with acute clarity. He was the first to react, immediately rushing over to forcefully shove aside Malone. Subsequently, the players from the Lakers and Jazz joined the fray, leading to a chaotic exchange of shoves between both teams. The scene became tumultuous, igniting a powder keg of tension. Given the escalating circumstances, a large-scale brawl appeared inevitable. Chen Hao did not join the fray in a timely manner. Green was convulsing, his body temperature plummeting, on the verge of rolling his eyes back. At that moment, the team doctor rushed in, and after half a minute of unconsciousness, Green gradually regained consciousness. Chen Hao finally exhaled in relief. To be honest, the usually ascetic male idol had taken good care of him, and in Chen Hao's heart, he held a great respect for this older brother figure. Green had done nothing wrong. He merely attempted a layup. This evening, upon encountering Marlon, Green was indeed acting submissively, readily admitting defeat. But Marlon? In that moment, he seemed intent on taking half of Green's life. Was he deliberately bullying the docile? Utter nonsense. Chen Hao sprang into action, determined to confront Marlon. Divac, sensing the impending disaster, immediately wrapped his arms around Chen Hao. But he was no match for Chen Hao's strength and found himself dragged along for quite a distance. "Calm down. Chen, calm down," Divac shouted, bewildered by Chen Hao's overwhelming power as he struggled to hold him back. How could Chen Hao remain calm? They had already crossed the line by bullying their own. Even if he wished to maintain his composure, it was utterly impossible. At that moment, Marlon was shielded by his teammates, spreading his hands in a defensive gesture as he fervently explained to the referee, "I didn't do it on purpose. I merely brushed against him. I truly didn't mean it." Marlon feigned indignation, yet the referee had been quite lenient this time. Had this been in Los Angeles, Marlon would likely have been called for a flagrant foul and ejected from the game. Whether he could even exit the arena afterward would have been uncertain. Yet Marlon seemed reluctant to incur another technical foul, for he had already received one earlier, and another would lead to his expulsion, something he certainly did not wish to see. By provoking Chen Hao, Marlon was continuously testing his limits. Realizing that arguing with the referee would yield no results, Marlon turned to see Chen Hao charging toward him with fierce determination. Startled, Marlon stammered, "What do you want?" Although he spoke bravely, he was retreating with each word, pulling two of his teammates in front of him as a shield. In a desperate bid to maintain his bravado, he exclaimed, "Don't pull me back. Don't pull me back. I am going to crush his confidence." Edwards, with a furrowed brow, remarked, "Carl, have you not noticed that my high-quality jersey has already been torn by you?" Who was truly pulling whom? As Marlon retreated, he found himself backed against the player's tunnel, and without hesitation, he dashed inside, already resigned to his ejection. Chen Hao ultimately did not manage to teach Ma Long a lesson, for he was confronted by a multitude of people. However, he took note of Ma Long's elbow, a blatant act of aggression, and vowed to himself that should he encounter Ma Long again, he would not hesitate to mark his forehead. As for Green, he was promptly carried off on a stretcher by the team physician and taken directly to the locker room. According to the medical staff, Green had suffered a mild concussion and could not continue in the match. Although the absence of Green was felt, the Jazz sorely missed Ma Long. The Jazz desperately needed him, while the Lakers were not entirely reliant on Green. Following this, Chen Hao unleashed his frustration upon the Jazz, activating his extraordinary three-point shooting skills. He executed both offense and defense with remarkable prowess, akin to the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe to reap the rewards of the game. Within a mere 3 minutes, he propelled the Lakers to an 8-point lead, scoring 12 points consecutively, including 3 three-pointers, 2 steals, and 1 block. His performance was explosive, prompting Marvin to exclaim, "Quick, quick. Come witness a miracle." Ultimately, Sloan had no choice but to initiate a double team against Chen Hao in the second half. This strategy only made it easier for the Lakers, who swiftly secured victory. As the final buzzer resonated, the Lakers triumphed over the Jazz with a score of 112-100, completing a remarkable 12-point comeback. After the game, Chen Hao did not pause for media interviews. Instead, he rushed into the locker room, specifically into the visiting team's quarters. Chapter 92. When enemies meet, tension runs high. Chen Hao departed, leaving the fans of Salt Lake City trembling and exchanging glances with one another. Over a minute had passed since the conclusion of the match, yet the Energy Solutions arena remained enveloped in an eerie silence. It can be stated that, in this frigid land of Salt Lake City, the Jazz fans have never feared anyone. However, now, they regard Chen Hao with the same trepidation as they do with Malone. Upon returning to the locker room, Malone, without even taking a shower, stealthily slipped out through the back door, haunted by the thought of Chen Hao's lethal intent. Reflecting on his own conduct towards Green, Malone feared that Chen Hao would not let this matter rest easily. In an effort to evade a direct confrontation, he chose to flee. To the unknowing observer, one might assume he was in Los Angeles. Yet, this was indeed Salt Lake City, his own territory. The following day, the headlines were dominated by reports of Malone's retreat, alongside mentions of his notorious elbow strikes. The lethal elbow strikes garnered little interest, as Malone had become a habitual offender. Whenever Malone made headlines, it was nearly always for another incident of his infamous elbowing. People seemed indifferent. Yet, Malone's retreat was a subject of intrigue. Who could possibly compel the demon Malone to retreat? Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Chen Hao. Instantly, Chen Hao's reputation soared. The journalists reported this, partly due to Chen Hao's post-game interview, wherein he expressed regret for not having found Malone in the Jazz locker room. He felt a lingering sense of guilt towards the reclusive veteran. Thus, during the press conference, when the reporters inquired about his views on Malone, Chen Hao's response became pivotal. Chen Hao candidly addressed Malone, labeling Karl Malone as a mere facade of strength, a cowardly figure. If he possessed any true courage, he would confront him in a direct duel, rather than resorting to underhanded tactics. Chen Hao, throughout his life, has held a profound disdain for such individuals. This pent-up frustration weighed heavily on him. When Malone caught sight of the newspaper, he erupted in laughter, turning to Stockton and quipping, "They say I fight and retreat. Is this a joke?" Stockton furrowed his brow, pondering the truth in those words, yet, as teammates, he refrained from commenting further. Edwards, feeling disheartened, recognized the stark reality. Frankly, Malone's demeanor was more humiliating than if Chen Hao had physically confronted him. However, Malone appeared unfazed. "Jesting, challenge me? What nonsense. Am I some pushover? In the realm of basketball, don't you dare inquire about my reputation. A challenge is a challenge. Who fears whom? Just watch me crush his confidence." Such bravado was grandiose. Yet, when faced with a reporter's inquiry about the matter, he retorted, "Of course, I am not Pata. Basketball is not about fighting. I am a serious athlete." The reporter pressed, "Are you afraid?" Malone replied, "Afraid? Me?" The reporter continued, "Then why not accept?" Malone dismissed it, stating, "This does not pertain to basketball. Next question." Despite the unfortunate circumstance of Green, the abstinent idol, suffering a minor concussion, it was nothing severe. Just a few days of rest would suffice, conveniently coinciding with the All-Star game, where Green had no events scheduled. Conversely, Chen Hao faced a demanding schedule. Participating in both the rookie game and the All-Star game within 3 days, a considerable challenge. In fact, Stern had invited him to partake in the slam dunk contest and the three-point contest, but Chen Hao declined outright. Even after multiple appeals, he remained resolute, preferring to focus on strength training. Competing in such events held no appeal. There were no rewards and no improvement to be gained. However, strength training offered tangible benefits. After facing the Jazz, the Lakers found themselves in 4th place in the West. Chen Hao earned a reward of 10-20 points, just 10 points shy of the next level, and his eagerness surpassed that of anyone else. Particularly after the Jazz game, his desire intensified, reaching its zenith following this All-Star game. Undoubtedly, Chen Hao shone as the most dazzling presence at this event. As a rookie selected for the All-Star game, He became only the fourth player in NBA history to achieve this honor in their debut season, following in the footsteps of legends like Zhang Liang, Magic Johnson, and Michael Jordan. It is worth noting that in 1992, fans from the Celestial Empire had no means to vote for Chen Hao. Thus his support stemmed solely from the votes of international fans. In this All-Star game, Chen Hao ranked 6th in total votes, 3rd in the West, and 2nd among Western backcourt players, surpassed only by the Glide. In truth, if Chen Hao were to embrace the role of a forward, he would undoubtedly rank as the foremost player. However, he has consistently defined himself as a defender. Consequently, within the realm of defenders, Chen Hao stands second only to the Glider. How should one articulate this? It is simply the present state of affairs. Had it been a decade later, it is conceivable that not only would Chen Hao surpass the Glider, but he could very well contend with the legendary Michael Jordan. The prospect of outpacing competitors is not far-fetched. The basketball enthusiasts in our nation wholeheartedly support him, even as he resides in Los Angeles. In this day and age, an outsider who can inspire all fans, regardless of their biases, to overlook his skin color and cast their votes for him is truly remarkable. It is worth noting that even the current first overall pick, Larry Johnson, lacks the qualifications for nomination. Thus, upon learning of Chen Hao's selection for the All-Star game, many fans of the lesser-known first overall pick could not help but question, how can a player who was not selected be so formidable? What does that say about their own first pick? The reporters, at a loss for words, could only respond vaguely, stating that the first pick had been sent abroad for training, to which Larry Johnson retorted, "You are too harsh." Chen Hao's remarkable achievements have far surpassed the expectations of those around him. When West extended a major contract to Chen Hao, his intention was merely to provide him with a season to level up and prove himself. However, just halfway through the season, Chen Hao has already earned a spot in the All-Star game, a feat accomplished by only 3 individuals in NBA history. All 3 of these players have since become icons of the league, and one might even suggest that Chen Hao is a candidate for superstardom. During an interview, Magic Johnson remarked that Chen Hao could very well become the next version of himself, albeit a version capable